Take 394.
Literally.
We have tried many times. We are just in weird moods today. So let's crack on. Hello and welcome to the One Great Tick podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara. We're recording remotely today, or at least trying to. And please do bear with us on any background noises or issues in sound quality.
Yeah, and so we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received. And especially from my perspective as a Black woman and Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're really just going to be discussing some topics that are most important and true to us. And we're going to be sharing some of our life experiences. And we're just trying to take you along for that journey.
We are always trying to be reflective and selective on the language and the communication that we use to make sure we're really accurately conveying what it is that we think and feel. So that's what we're going to be doing a little bit of. We also want to bring some of the topics that we talk about as a bit of a daily conscious thought, just to make sure we're giving them some time and space in our heads, in the world and whatnot. So maybe we'll be learning stuff about ourselves along the way. So, Tara, what is in your message drafts?
So I have been thinking a lot about boundaries, so personal boundaries. I've been thinking about how I come to form some of those boundaries, what happens when some of those boundaries are overstepped, and how I respond to that and how I respond to the person or the situation. And I've also been reflecting on whether, the boundaries that I have are connected to my self-worth or self-value and what that means for my self-worth and self-value. It's just been something that has been coming up a lot in my mind and also in my world, especially recently. I think I've been ending up in a lot of situations where I'm like, hold on, maybe a boundary has been overstepped here. And so I just want to explore, just to kind of think about it, more consciously and more intentionally, because I feel like oftentimes we don't give much thought into the boundaries that we have in place and why we have them in place, what the purpose of them is, what they serve to do. And so yeah, and I want to start with a quote that I saw that I think is really cool. So it says, "Be honest with people about who you are, what you want, and how you expect to be treated. Standards only scare off the people who aren't meant for you." And so with that being said, I just want to ask you, what does the term boundaries mean for you? What do you understand about that term?
Oh, okay. That's quite a hard one because I don't think I've actually properly sat down and tried to form that in my head. I think boundaries for me are ways of putting myself first. They're a means by which I know myself and protect myself in some situations, but also respect myself in situations as well. I think they create an atmosphere. They give me a sense of control over an atmosphere I want to create between myself and someone else, and that will change based on who the person is and what the situation is. This is hard. I think I generally don't know what else I can say. I think they're things that I think boundaries are some things that I've not always realised, and it's only maybe when they've affected me that I've realised that's actually a boundary that I want and need to put in place. Some of it just has to come through trial and error and stuff like that. Some of it you might actually know that, I think there's a lot of implicit and explicit boundaries as well. So physically, what are your boundaries? Emotionally, what are your boundaries? Sexually, what are your boundaries? Just all with different kinds of people. I think there's different kinds, and maybe I know some of them a little bit more than others, or maybe I've noticed some that I hadn't predicted in myself that work better for me, so I can start to apply those moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like oftentimes I realize a boundary once it's been overstepped. So I'm like, hold on, that's actually a way that you've sort of disrespected me and violated my space or my views or whatever it is. I was just to add to that, I feel like for me, boundaries are a way that I put them in place in order to protect my peace. And like you said, to protect myself as well. I look at it as a form of self-preservation. So I'm literally, preserving myself and as you said, the boundaries are very different for different things. For example, I have boundaries around conversations around race. I no longer speak to white people about race. And that's a book like that's actually been written, but genuinely after the year that I had last year, I've put that boundary in place and I've said, I'm not having conversations with white people about this anymore. So that's an example of a boundary. And then there's also other boundaries, like day-to-day boundaries, like how long I'm on social media. But I think where things become a bit more complex and where we might have to put in a bit more intentional, and be more intentional about it is the boundaries that we have within our relationships. And that's romantic, platonic, and then also family relationships. I think it can be hard to know what boundaries you have when it comes to that. And I think it can be difficult, when those lines are crossed to kind of know what to do in terms of, does that relationship persist or does it end? So yeah, I guess my next question would be, what are some of the boundaries that you have within, I'll start with friendships, if you have any.
Okay. If I have any friendships? No, I'm alone. Before I answer it, I just want to say it's really interesting that I only answered and thought about boundaries in relation to other people in the first place, whereas the two examples you gave there, you thought about it putting boundaries in for yourself, not necessarily in relation to another person at all. That's really interesting. With friendships, I think I have boundaries in terms of with different friends, what side of myself or what vulnerability I'm willing to show.
Yeah.
I've become a lot more protected and guarded in who I show certain vulnerability to. I've got some boundaries that are just like very small case, like, do you know what? I really don't know. Like, I've never actually sat and thought about what is a boundary that I have with a friend. I guess like there are some things that I just won't talk about and I don't want to. And if I put that boundary in place, like, for example, I've said that I don't really like to talk about my personal relationship with things to do with racism and stuff like that. I will put that boundary in place. I think I'm quite vocal about my boundaries, being like, I don't want to talk about this, respect that. So my boundary would be to respect what I'm actually saying in the moment. There's other things like in terms of like what conversation topics that I just don't want, I will just shut down because I'm like, I don't want that. That's a boundary for me. That's a personal thing I'm dealing with. I don't want that brought up. I don't want you to talk about it. Oh, I do have a boundary with when I confide in a friend, I have a boundary for that not to go anywhere in terms of I'm not really that fussed about people talking. Everyone talks about shit, like whatever. But it's more the fact that I want to at least have control in how things are conveyed. And sometimes you don't if someone's telling stuff. And also I made a choice of who to tell. That doesn't mean that you then have a choice of who to continue to tell. So that's a boundary for me. I have boundaries with like friends that come to me, I guess. Like I need to put a boundary in place when I'm not in a position to be helpful, the other way around. And sometimes I don't really take ownership of that sometimes. So it's at a detriment to myself. But that's my fault. Like I need to be setting a boundary that's like, I can't, here's the amount of support I can provide right now. And that's just it. Yeah. As much as possible, I try that not to be the case, but sometimes I do need to realise that it's my own boundary to do that. Oh, another boundary with friends is, I guess, when it becomes something that's more, it feels like more of a take rather than a mutual exchange between yourselves, which is a kind of, I guess, a broader boundary. Like there's not really any one thing that you can recognise, but that is a boundary where I'm like, we need to have a conversation about this.
No, I agree. I think the boundary, the one where we're similar is the one about confiding with people. So this is a huge thing for me. And it's just with anyone, to be honest. It's not just with friends. So it's also with family. If I tell someone something, I expect it to stay with that person. And if it gets out and like suddenly other people are having conversations, like the person goes on and tells other people, that's a boundary that's been overstepped. And I do not tolerate it. I don't care how small the thing is. Like some people might be like, oh, but it's not that serious. No, like I'm very specific about who I tell things to. So that's a huge boundary of mine. Another boundary that I have, this is just within all my relationships, to be honest, is debates. So I know it's really healthy to have, like, to be able to kind of talk about something and like debate about something in your friendships and your relationships and whatever it is. But sometimes I'm like, I'm not in the space for a debate. And I know that there's some people who genuinely love debates. And I have some friends who like, oh, I want to be able to debate with you all the time. I'm like, okay, but you have to check in with me and find out if I'm okay with this, because sometimes I feel like I'm not ready to kind of defend my views. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not in a position to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. These are my views and I want them to be respected. And then I have boundaries around advice giving. So this is with friends as well. So I don't like being given unsolicited advice. Like, it really makes my entire body shake. Like, I really don't like it. I like being given advice if I ask for advice. And I'm often like, oh, I need to talk to you about something. And then, that's where, the conversation is had. And I also have debates, like I have boundaries around like the whole give and take thing that you mentioned. I don't like to feel like I'm giving and giving and giving and like it's not being reciprocated. But then there's also, I feel like there's a lot of, I'm starting to develop boundaries with my family members as well, because I think it's really healthy to have those. And I think, to be honest, most of us don't really think about having boundaries within family. And that's something that I want to explore further, because I think people can feel like, okay, well, we're family. I can overstep as many times as I want to, and you still have to keep me in your life. That's not how I look at it. That I don't think that makes me an insensitive person who's uncaring and things like that. But I know that some people might be like, oh, but that's your family. I think that, to each their own when it comes to that. And yeah, I think I also have boundaries around people who kind of just want to project their ideals onto me. So when like in friendships, I don't like when my friends are kind of like trying to tell me how to live my life based on their own standards and their own ideologies. It makes me really uncomfortable, and like giving me opinions when I didn't ask for them, like opinions about my life. And I'm like, I feel like I consider myself someone who really respects other people's like way of living, and it doesn't have to align with mine, because, I'm not like, that's a very kind of self-absorbed way of living life, and I don't like that. But then there's the other thing. I've been in situations before, or at least just one situation, where someone was just like, you have too many like boundaries. How do you like form relationships and maintain them? And it's just like, I found that so like unsettling, because as you said in the beginning, boundaries are a way of like, it's self-preservation. It's a way of like protecting my peace, protecting my joy. I look at it as a self-love thing. I don't look at it as like, oh, I'm this person who has too many rules, let's say. But I find it interesting that there are some people who, value boundaries and actually want everyone to have boundaries. And there's some people who are like, well, if you have boundaries, then you're uptight kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. It's weird.
No, you reminded me of a boundary that I didn't realize as well. It's the expectation of communication from me. Mm-hmm. I have a boundary with like my own community. Like, I don't want to feel obliged to ever have to give you a communication or give you a reply. That's not something anyone is owed from me. Yeah. So my boundary is people that overstep that and expect it. It's kind of like, well, that's not really fair. Because like you said, we're not always ready for things to be brought to us. We're not always ready to be in a lighter tone. We're not always ready for loads of things, and that shouldn't be a reflection on your relationship. So I think I have a boundary with people projecting expectations onto me. I also have a boundary with people commenting on my health and giving advice in relation to health. I don't really care about advice in the other way. Like, I'm kind of like, all right, I just won't follow it. Or like, I will if I like it. That's your opinion. That's fine. But I really cannot stand when people think they know my health better than I do, or they know me better than I do. I don't care if you're right. It needs to come from me. Back off. I really, really can't fucking stand it when people start like commenting on things like I'm not a child and you don't need to parent me. Like, I just don't do it. It's also, you have no idea what somebody else is dealing with or like what they might be going through. So I just really don't like when people do that. Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned that, like, based on you even being firm in your boundaries or even communicating about boundaries or knowing them, that people have responded in a way that's, or maybe just one person, if that's who you mentioned, has responded in a way that's then a judgment on your character, as opposed to the fact that they might not have realised that they will have boundaries as well. They just might look a bit different, and it's okay for boundaries to look different for different people, because when you remove them entirely, then there's just chaos. There's no structure to anyone or to any sort of relationship. And the fact that I find it amazing that you are so sure on what some of those boundaries are. And I'm not saying that's it for life, that's your boundaries for the next 20 years. Yeah. And you're open to that, but you're always open to telling people that, because like you said, self-preservation, I think I have struggled with not having boundaries, or at least not recognizing that I've got boundaries, then getting myself into situations, then also acting in a way that I'm not proud of or don't really like about myself, but I can't figure it out. Why? And if I was a lot more in tune maybe with my boundaries, then that's something I could avoid altogether.
Yeah.
So it's also people that feel like they can even pass a judgment on you, like
that's a boundary that's been overstepped already too. It's just like, for me, I like what that quote said about the people who are meant for you will never kind of question you on that. They will respect your boundaries. You know what I mean? And like you said, I think I've been someone who's very good at knowing my boundaries and communicating them very effectively and being like, yo, you just crossed a line. And I've never been like met with like, some like harsh judgment or kind of someone pushing back, except that first time. But that's immediately when I realized, cool, we're not meant to be friends or anything other than acquaintances in this lifetime, because you've already shown me that you are not capable of respecting some of those boundaries that I have in place in order to self-preserve and to live a life where I'm in full control of the energy that surrounds me. So it's just like, for me, I think that's always such a huge, to be honest, I feel like a lot of people, or maybe most people, like you said, they don't know what boundaries they have in place. It's only when those boundaries are violated that we realize, okay, shit, this was a boundary. And I think this is what happened to me a while ago. Like in the very beginning, so many of my boundaries were just overstepped. And that's when I was like, right, that's enough. I have to kind of draw a line here, and like anyone crosses it, that's it. I feel like not a lot of people overstep my boundaries too often though. And I feel like it's always very obvious when a boundary has been overstepped in my energy. Like my body gets very tight and I get very quiet, and like I just become very like small and very distant and very disconnected immediately. And it's kind of obvious to tell. So sometimes I say it out loud. Sometimes I just let my body kind of show like, yeah, this isn't on. Another boundary I have with friendships is when it comes to my relationship. So I'm very, very careful about which friends I talk to about my relationship, because I'm finding that a lot of people don't understand that relationships are very complex and very difficult, and they require a lot of work. They're very beautiful, and there's so much joy in them, but they also are difficult and they require a lot of work. Not everyone understands that. I won't comment on maturity or growth or understanding. That's not my business. That laugh.
No, continue.
But yeah, not everyone understands that. So literally, I'm very selective of who I talk to. And I also feel like we've talked about this, you and I. We've talked about how like sometimes if you go to your friends and you're talking shit about your partner and all that stuff, not talking shit, but just venting about something they've done, it's so easy for them to form a judgment off of one thing. And also only one side is represented, which is your side. Your partner's not there to tell his side, and his perspective is just as valid as yours. So I don't talk about my relationship struggles to anyone except like two friends I've chosen, and then that's it. And then, that's the end of it, because I feel like it's just about protecting your energy and protecting your space, you know what I mean? And protecting the things that are most sacred to you. And then I also have another boundary around posting my relationship on social media, because I feel like people are so entitled to knowing the details, and it's just like, it's a bit weird. So, yeah.
I want to ask, well, I've got two things, but we'll go down one route first. So we talked about boundaries of friendships. How do those differ with your boundaries with your partner or someone you're dating?
Yeah. Someone I'm dating. As if you don't know.
The side guy. Don't tell Eugene, yeah? No, just in general.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that your relationship and your friendships are two completely different relationships. And I think that it's important to kind of honor the differences that are within them. So the boundaries within my relationship, I think they're more flexible than anything else. I think that we communicate my partner and I communicate our boundaries to each other each and every single day. Sometimes the boundary might change. The next day a boundary might exist. The next day it might not exist. I would say that there aren't many boundaries within my relationship. But I think that's attributable to the fact that we're really able to effectively communicate like what works for us and doesn't work for the other person. I'm just trying to think of what boundaries I have within my relationship.
I was going to say, so not necessarily, and you don't have to be specific about your relationship specific. It's just more like your attitude towards it. I think for me, because again, I actually want to give this now time from this conversation to think about, but I think my boundaries with friendships versus with like a partner, with a partner, I think they're more related to codependency and independence. And my boundaries are about either maintaining those things. So I might have a boundary based on the time that I spend with some, or I might have a boundary based on how much a person feels they are entitled to my time as a partner or my investment. I think that's the kind of drivers of the boundaries that I place in relationships. Because for me, my relationship is something that I want to be completely in. That doesn't mean you can't have your boundaries within that, because you'll have your boundaries of how you want to be treated. And like there are some obvious boundaries being like, I don't, like some people don't like people flirting with other people, some people don't mind it, and all of this and that. And I'm not going to go into specifics of mine, because again, that's something I want to talk about with a person rather than here's my general view on it, because that will change constantly. But yeah, I just thought it was really interesting because like with my friends, I don't question independence or codependency or anything there. So
yeah, that's true. Especially because like with a partner, your lives are, especially when you start doing things like living together and stuff like that, your lives are completely intertwined. So it's like, what do you still want to keep, not keep to yourself, but what do you still want to keep separate from your relationship? And what do you want to remain, like what do you want to keep completely merged and things like that? So yeah, I definitely agree that it's related to things like with codependency and independence. I don't like the term codependency because I feel like it has such a negative connotation. Yeah. And I feel like you have to be codependent to some extent to remain respectful of your relationship. And I feel like things like cognitive interdependence have to happen for you to actually have a healthy relationship. So I don't like the term codependence, but I get why it's being used in this context. But yeah, the boundaries would be about how I want to be treated. Those are definitely, and I would say that in relationships, as I said in the previous episode, relationships it's a mirror, like literally showing you the parts of yourself that you might not like to see. So I feel like in relationships, your boundaries might be broken, like overstepped a lot more. And that's where fights and conflicts come into place, because you're literally seeing that person so often. Whereas in friendships, because there's a huge level of independence that you keep, that you don't keep when you're in a relationship with someone. So I think you might, those boundaries might not be overstepped so often in friendships, but I think in relationships, boundaries are overstepped a lot. But I think we've just gotten better at being like, this isn't cool, that's okay. But having said that though, I don't have many boundaries. I don't have things where I'm like, you're not allowed to flirt with people or things like that, because I'm like, you're a human being and life is so long. As long as you're not like disrespecting our union, then that's okay. So there aren't that many, but it's just about like, I just want to be treated respectfully all the time. If you
but
can.
then you'll have your boundaries on what respect is to you.
Exactly, what respect looks like. Yeah, and then he has his boundaries on what respect. It looks differently for the both of us, but I think the main thing is just, I just want to be treated respectfully. But yeah, I think in relationships, boundaries are overstepped a lot more than any other relation and any other
Yeah,
relation.
I think with the independence thing, I think it's so easy to, I like interdependence, and I deliberately said codependence because I mean it in a way where I'm like, I start to feel like it's more of a codependency in a negative way, and I'm losing myself within that. So I want to make sure that I'm protecting a boundary that's keeping me as my own person, because also you are so led by like you can be led by emotions and stuff like that you do want to become so intertwined with that person as well.
Yeah.
But I think my boundaries in relationships are more to do with how much I can still be my own person versus how much you think I'm owed to share or to give myself over and stuff. I've got a specific scenario for you.
Okay.
Thought this would be fun. So I'm genuinely interested in exploring this question. And there's going to be loads of different conditions to kind of why you might do it one way or why another way. And I want you to actually talk me through what those conditions would be as well, and I'll crack on. But I was thinking about your position as a friend and your position as a partner. And if your friend wants to talk to you about something or tells you something and they explicitly say, don't tell your partner.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that? What are your boundaries within that? And then also, how do you navigate that situation? And what are the things that would, what are the conditions and the things that would affect your decision within that?
Yeah. So if a friend told me something and said, don't tell your partner, if it's about them and it's about their life situation and they specifically tell me don't tell anyone, I'm not going to say anything. Already when the thing is, like, you share so much with your partner, right? Like, I think it's kind of a given sometimes that, like, when someone tells you something, you're going to tell your partner because you're around them a lot and your lives are so intertwined and things like that. But depending on what it is, sometimes I don't say anything even if they don't ask me. 9 times out of 10, I don't, just because of what I said before. Like, I respect when people confide in me and tell me about something, and I always feel like it's not my place to go and tell others. So if it's about them and they say don't tell your partner, then I won't. But if it's about my partner, then I'm going to tell him that it's even a boundary they've overstepped if they ask me not to tell him something about him. It's like, then why did you tell me? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the point? So yeah, that's a situation where, like, if it's about him, I'm definitely going to tell him. But if it's not about him and it's about the friend, I have to respect that boundary that they put in place, and I have to not say anything.
Okay, interesting. I think for me, so I'm definitely a person that likes to tell my partner everything, in the sense that I want them to know about my life. And if I'm, like, you playing a support for someone else, there is still an avenue for you, and like a need for you to have an outlet and a support as well, which often becomes your partner. That being said, though, it depends on the friendship. So if it's a really close friend, then 100%, like, I'm not going to take that further. If it's kind of a friend that I'm like, I know it sounds really bad, but like, my partner means so much more than your privacy. Like, I know that's a really shit way to look at it, but like, I don't know, that's how I see my boundaries with what I would give to friends that I really, really am like hard friend for, versus kind of friends that are just in my life. Friends that are just in my life. I'm kidding. I do like you. I think I'd give an inkling to my partner, because it's still something that I'm going through or affects my life, and obviously your partner is invested in that. So like, say if I say, oh, like, my friend just needs to talk to me about something, it's nothing. Like, if it's serious, then it's more to communicate the tone to your partner, because sometimes as well, like, if you need your partner to just be like, leave me alone, I need to go deal with this, they are going to be confused by that context, I guess, of like, well, what's going on? And it can just be as simple as saying, look, it's just a bit of a serious situation, my friend just really needs me, I'm going to go deal with that, is that all right? That's fine, you're still respecting that. They know that there's a situation, but they don't need to know the details. I was thinking about me as well as a friend. When would I feel, and this, I'm going to ask you this as well, like, when would you actually feel comfortable or want to ask your friend of that? Because I actually feel really bad asking my friend to do that. I normally naturally assume that my friends' partners will know stuff, because you talk all the time, you're going to talk, like, so I naturally always am like, I presume they know. That doesn't mean that they know the inner details, but they will know what's going on. I feel quite bad making that request or asking it, because I feel like I'm asking someone to shift their boundary for me, or to shift their natural way of being with their partner for me. I think the only times I would ask is when it's something that's so personal in terms of like health related, or something that's a really specific, like, if I've had a situation with someone and it was really, really hurtful, I'd expect you to maybe be like, yeah, they're like, you can convey stuff, but I wouldn't expect you to sit there and explicitly detail everything that was said, or all of the details that really hurt me and stuff like that, or how I feel about it. That's just unnecessary. But I'd still expect them to know about the situation. Or if it's something that the partner has, I don't want to say involvement with, but it would make their life a little bit trickier, because they are involved with like similar friendship groups, or they're involved with stuff like that, that's just like, I'll just let them navigate that as well. That's something that I'd maybe be like, I don't really need to tell you, because this will just affect your judgment of this, or whatever.
I think it really depends on the expectations people have within their relationships, because I don't think it's a big ask if someone says to me, don't tell your partner. I don't think people should assume that I'm going to tell him, because I don't always do, even if they don't ask me to, because to be honest, my boyfriend and I, we don't tell each other everything that doesn't pertain to our relationship. So, or doesn't pertain to us, like, as individuals. So of course, like if I'm going through something personally, he's going to know. If I'm working on a school project and I want to tell him about that, he's going to know. If I'm working in like a work project, he's going to know. If something happens with my family, he's going to know. But when it comes to, the things my friends tell me, I think my friends do expect me to tell him. But, I would kind of argue that, because for me, it's difficult. I know that as human beings, whenever we hear something about someone, especially something personal, I know that as human beings, it's very natural for us to form judgments after we've been told whatever that thing is. It's very natural, even if we try to consciously be like, no, this is just one specific situation. I don't have to form an entire judgment of this person based on that situation. It is very normal, though, to form judgments. So because of that, I'm always trying to be respectful of what kind of judgment will this end up, like, will he form based on what I'm telling him? And especially if this is a friend that he sees often. It's different if it's someone that he's never, ever going to see, in my life, but he's my boyfriend and he's going to see my friends because I'm very close with my friends. So I don't always tell him. Like sometimes, yeah, I'll like be like, oh yeah, this happened today. I spoke to this person and oh my God, like, and then I'll just go off. But 9 times out of 10, I just kind of keep it to myself unless I've kind of indicated to the friend like, okay, yeah, he's gonna know. So it really depends on the situation. But I think because I'm cognizant of the fact that, I'm cognizant of the fact that when people share something with me, they've chosen intentionally to share it with me. So even though he's my partner, he doesn't expect me to tell him and I don't expect him to tell me the stuff. So most of the time I'll just keep it to myself and kind of move on with my day. And my friends wouldn't be upset if they found out that he knew. So this is just a personal thing that I'm just kind of like, if he doesn't have to know, then yeah, I probably won't tell him.
I think I'm kind of like that as well, because I tend to think when I'm talking to different friends and stuff, even if the friends know each other and ask after each other and whatever, my usual thought is like, is this my thing to tell?
Yeah.
No. Because if I'm involved in the situation, then I have an element of it that is my thing to tell, and I can tell that, and I can talk about the situation if I've got an ownership over it. But if it's just other stuff, then it's kind of like that was never my thing to tell. Yeah. And I think I do it that way because I've had situations or friends that have shared things that aren't their things to tell. They're very my thing to tell, and I know how it feels for that to be a boundary for me and for that to have been violated. So I don't want that to be the case. So I just thought it was interesting because obviously everyone's going to treat it differently based on like your partner, based on your friends and stuff. I just thought it'd be interesting to explore. I really don't have an opinion on it at the moment. Like I'm just wondering about it.
And I think, like I said, I think it really depends on the expectations that you and your partner have. You know what I mean? Because some people are so, their lives are so intertwined that it's like, well, you have to tell me everything, and that's okay. But some people still keep a huge level of independence, especially when it comes to the relationships that are separate from their relationship. So I keep a huge level of independence. Some people mix all of their friend groups, when they get into a relationship. You know what I mean? Like they share friends. We don't necessarily share. I mean, we have one friend group that we share, but that's a friend group that we've known since we were 14 years old. So, we went to high school together. So that's the reason it's kind of connected. But the other friends that I've formed outside of my relationship, they remain outside of my relationship. We don't it's not a given that they're friends with Eugene too.
Yeah.
So I think it really depends on how much you have merged your lives.
Yeah, this is true.
And if you've merged them so deeply, then you're going to be like, oh, this person told me this today. You know what I mean? But if not, then I think it's okay to say to your friend, yo, don't tell your partner this. I think it's a fair ask because like I said, we choose intentionally who we tell certain things to. And I know how much I respect it when my friends keep what I tell them to themselves. And I know how much it hurts when I find out that someone else knows about it. It hurts because it's like, well, that was my story to tell and I didn't have the opportunity to tell it the way I wanted to be told. So yeah, it just depends really.
I have another question. Do you have one?
No, not yet.
Oh. I was going to ask, what are then, we've started to touch on this, but what are the consequences of someone violating your boundary? For you, for them, for that relationship, and and what's been your kind of thought process follow through afterwards as well?
Yeah, I think it depends. To be honest, 9 times out of 10, when someone does overstep a boundary, they didn't know it was a boundary to begin with. And in that case, I don't think it's fair to severely punish someone for something they weren't clear on to begin with. I think if I had communicated it, though, from the outset, like, this is a boundary that's in place. Please do not ever overstep it. And then they do overstep it, that's another conversation. And I can come back to how that often looks. But if someone was genuinely unaware, I think it's quite unfair to just punish them severely by ending the relationship or whatever it is. So if someone is unaware of a boundary and they overstep it, I'll just have a conversation and be like, just so you know, I don't like when this happens. But because I understand that a lot of people find those conversations very intimidating and they instill a lot of dread, sometimes I might just send it through like a tweet, if that makes sense. Like, I might share a tweet that like a tweet that says what my boundary is, but it's kind of funny. So it's like, haha, this is exactly how I feel. So sometimes that's how I'll do it, because I understand that not everyone is willing to have, or most people perceive those conversations as very intimidating. And then like, that's when conflict erupts and stuff like that. So sometimes that's how I'll do it. But then if the relationship is strong enough to have that conscious conversation, then I'll just be like, just so you know, I don't like when this happens. It would be great if that is respected moving forward. And then that's it. But then if someone knew of a boundary and they overstep it, you know, for me, I look at it as like strikes. So if they overstep it once, then I just have a conversation. I'm like, that wasn't okay. You know, please don't do that again. But then if they overstep it again, then the relationship has to end for me. Like, I can't cope. Just because like, why is that funny?
That really went from 0 to 100 like immediately. Your face was so just like natural or normal, and then you went straight to no, it's over, it's done.
Yeah, honestly, and that hasn't happened often. But if someone oversteps a boundary of mine that I've communicated several times, the relationship absolutely has to end. I'm someone who used to give so many chances in terms of like friends and even like, you know, romantic interactions and stuff like that. And I felt so extremely exhausted. I felt like my boundaries were violated. I felt really vulnerable and wide open. And it just made me feel incredibly unsafe in my own body and in my own space. I felt like my energy was just horrible. So because of that, I'm very protective of my energy and my space now. So now, like I said, if someone oversteps a boundary several times, the relationship ends. This is different with like family and stuff though. So, you know, people who are kind of in your life forever, that would be another conversation.
Another podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think with me, because I'm so confused about my boundaries, or I don't really know if there's a common thread that runs through those and stuff like that, I don't really set them up with people. I just wait until it's a problem. I think there are some things that I assume is just like, come on, mate, why'd you do that? But when boundaries get violated and I feel like I can't keep having the same conversation, I can't keep bringing it.
Yeah.
I'm not that great at cutting people out. Actually, I say that, but there are people I've really cut out. I've gotten better at eradicating people. No, I think I just shift my relationship until it feels back in my control with that person. Mm-hmm. So like, I will shift the amount that I want to communicate. I will shift the amount that I want to reveal or expose of myself. I'll shift the comfortability that I feel until it feels like I've now taken control in how this relationship is on my end. I'm all good with that. If they want to change that, that's fine. They can try to, or they can show that they want to change it, and that happens naturally. But I tend to shift it instead. So it's kind of like, now this is a situation where I don't think the boundary has even the realm. The relationship doesn't even have the realm for this boundary to be exploited or to be violated, because it's just not going to go anywhere near that. It exists in this other realm now. And I just think that's just a different way of doing it, because at the same time, I don't really want to punish someone if that's their natural, that's a boundary that they don't really find natural to like work around. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, that means that there's a certain relationship that I can't have with that person, and that's just, or a level of relationship, and that's just how I deal with that. I think I think it's interesting looking back on situations where I'm not really proud of my behaviour, or I've just felt uncomfortable with some relationships with people or situations even. And I think I'm realising now that there are some boundaries there.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting to think about the boundaries that you can control versus the boundaries that become more about society. And so, for example, if we're talking now about sexual boundaries and like physical boundaries with people and stuff like that, those situations can be out of your control in terms of like public spaces, in terms of people hitting on you or people. That's never happened to me. No,
wait, before you go into that, I want to challenge you on something.
Yeah, go on.
So I want to ask, so you said that you shift the relationship to make it so that, yeah, it's like a bit different and then there's no depth to even allow for that boundary to even exist. So when you do shift the relationship, do you communicate that to the person, that this relationship has shifted? And I mean communicate it as like a conversation, or do you more implicitly communicate it through signs and whatever?
Bits of both. I think if it's something that we've acknowledged multiple times before, then I will shift. Then I will be able to have a conversation about it, because it'll be like, this is a direct result of these things that we just can't figure it out between us. So I think what's healthier for us is to just maybe don't do those things or shift it this way. And I don't think we're going to have that as an issue then between us, and that might work better. Yeah. In some cases, you can't like you said, you can't really have that conversation with some people, especially if it's their natural way of being or whatever. In which case I don't, because I think I'm within my rights to choose to just suddenly change on how I want to, not suddenly change, but I might be someone that's really open and really all of these things. I'm allowed to just then choose that I want to be a bit more careful with myself and stuff like that. So I don't really feel like I need to say it, other than if it's acknowledged as in it's a weird situation, a weird space, I'm happy to answer quite honestly and be like, no, I've just, I just don't really feel like talking too much at the moment. Like I just don't want to. I'm happy to say that.
Yeah, that's what I want to speak, because there's been times where I've shifted the relationship as well, but then I kind of put myself in the position of the other person and the anxiety it must instill for you to feel that someone has switched up on you and that the relationship has changed, and for you to not know why, and for you to not like kind of understand why the relationship has changed, and for you to kind of feel this person pulling away from you, but there's been no conversation, there's been no explanation. So that's where I kind of tried to, the reason I'm such a huge, like, let's have a conversation person is because I'm like, for your peace of mind as well, let's have a conversation so that you don't have to have any questions at night when you go to sleep. I want all your questions answered so that you can rest knowing exactly what's going on. So I feel like shifting things, and I feel like more people do things, they shift things without explaining it to the person or telling it to the person. That's okay. But I'm just kind of like, thinking about the other person's emotional well-being, because it hurts when someone just
absolutely
changes the relationship on you. Like, it really does hurt. And it's like, I'm not someone who believes that, we don't owe anyone an explanation. I don't think that's fair. I think if you have a relationship with someone, whether that's a friendship, whether it's a friendship or platonic, you do owe someone an explanation when things change. So I'm just like, that's what I'm saying, to kind of like think about that a little bit, like how to be in that position of the other person. How do they feel when they can feel you pulling away and it's like they don't know why? It's super anxiety inducing, and it's like, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing that. I'm saying like, how do you consider the other person in that?
I've just realized I don't think I've answered very well, as in communicated or represented myself in that way. I was only answering or thinking about it in the perspective of when it's someone that's continuously violating a boundary that you have constantly mentioned to them.
Yeah.
That's the only situation I was talking about. That's how I do with that. But no, I get what you mean in like a general perspective, because I hate that. And I think you're right, like as in you have a relationship and you have a way of behaving with each other, for that to suddenly stop or change, that's horrible.
It
hurts,
that
needs to be acknowledged. I 100% would acknowledge it. And if I don't, then it's something that I'm really sorry for, and I would own up to being like, I had a conversation with a friend where I think I did that, and I was just like, actually, that was really fucking wrong of me. Like, I can fully own up to, no matter how hurt I was, you don't deserve to be treated like that. And I'm fully open to owning up to that. And then I think it's a hard thing, because like with me, I get too deep too soon with someone. I start very open. I start from like ultimate friendship, and it's only when the relationship teeters down. Like, I expect everyone to start at that level with me, and then it moves down. So I think for me, it's actually been more of a protective thing that I need to go in the other way round.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that way I don't have to do things like shift the relationship. I build the relationship as opposed to shift it. Whereas there have been some people that I'm like, I can't just completely bail, or I can't just completely change it. I need to shift it in a way that's now healthy for me, because it's something that I made the mistake to myself about not putting these boundaries in place as well.
That's a really... Oh,
yeah. No, I should say, and I have had those conversations.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. Like, I feel like going in, like kind of dipping your toes and figuring out, okay, who is this person? How does this relationship look? What boundaries need to be in place? You know, what's this person? Friendship language and whatnot. Going in basically like bottom up rather than top down, if that makes sense. So you're gradually building and figuring out like, how does this relationship look, rather than being like, we're best friends. And then it just regresses as time goes. And as you realize that like this person actually, you know, you guys just on two different pages.
It was almost a mistake to put that much investment in, because
definitely.
It's not your kind of person, or it's not. I think the respect and understanding of each other's boundaries has to match up as well when we talked about friendship language.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, no. I feel really like confused now.
You should.
I'm going to think about it, because like I haven't thought about any of this. But then I really don't know how I actually am or behave. Like, people could be listening to this being like, you're a prick, you don't do that. But no, I basically, if you repeatedly violate the boundary, we'll have a chat, but things are changing.
Things are changing.
You aren't respecting the relationship then if you're constantly doing it. Yeah. If it's just a situation, and then it is thinking about the other person as well, about how you want to deal with it, because you're both in that relationship. It's not just you. And this is why I always talk about, like, with an apology, like, or with a kind of a conflict, you are both accountable. You are both accountable for that relationship. I'm accountable for not making my boundary clearer, or for not doing all these things as well. And I need to acknowledge that. That doesn't mean I can just treat the other person as if they've done everything.
Yeah. It's very difficult for me though. Like, although I say like whenever a boundary is continuously overstepped that I have to end the relationship, that's only happened like once. So it's like, it's very difficult for me to end a relationship, even if my boundaries are overstepped, because I also realize that people don't communicate the same. People come from two completely different backgrounds. We're all raised different. So I think if you expect someone to know and understand you fully, and to know and understand how to treat you and how to be around you, I think that's expecting too much. I think that it's okay. Like, constantly communicating and being transparent with the people in your life is what we should aim for. We shouldn't expect people to know exactly what we need at all times. And that's why I'm perfectly happy to always be like, oh, that's a boundary, just so you know. And like, that's why I'm also happy to kind of show it through my body and with, you know, through my language and stuff like that, because I think it's unfair to punish people for something they weren't clear on from the outset, or something they don't know too much about. And even if you do communicate like, this is a boundary that's been overstepped, they might not understand, like, why is this a boundary for you? Why is this a thing? Why is this a problem? And that's not even a bad thing, because as human beings, you know, we see life through our own lens of things, and rather than like just seeing people as they are. So it's difficult to disconnect and be like, a lot of people are like, well, I wouldn't react that way, so you shouldn't react that way. It's just a natural thing that we do.
That's why I try and want to, and I try to, and I also want to continue to work on it, approaching relationships and friendships with the attitude of, I will constantly be learning about you and about more. So even when someone's like, oh, I expect you to respect that privacy, I want to know, what does privacy mean to you though? Because what it means to me is what I'm going to go off and behave like.
Exactly.
But you might be like, that's not fulfilling my like sentiment of privacy or loyalty or like doing stuff. It's good to double check and like constantly be having the conversations around things like, what do you actually mean by that though? Like, don't just assume that you know that your definition of things is going to match up to their expected behaviors and definitions as well. And same with friendships, like, just like we say in a relationship, you're working on it all the time and every day, and you're constantly building on it. So you don't just secure a friendship. You don't just go, we're friends and we have been for so long, or like, we like each other, we're done. You constantly are going to be two people that are changing, and sometimes you might change completely away from each other, and sometimes you need to be constantly communicating.
You might evolve in two different directions, and that's okay.
It's a choice. I want to wake up every day and be like, I have chosen that the people I want in my life are the people I want in my life, and I'm going to work on
or to just be like, I have realized that this relationship has kind of run its course and there's no reason to persist. I also feel like there's a fear around ending relationships because we feel like for something to be real, it needs to last forever, and that's just not true. Like sometimes like things are done and it's like that doesn't make it any less beautiful and any less real just because it's kind of time for it to end, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I have another quote. Boundaries come from a place of self-worth. So I saw this and it kind of made me think like, you know, are the boundaries that are formed, do they come from a place of self-worth? And do they kind of affirm my self-worth? What do you think?
Yes. To some, yes. I think yes.
Yeah.
I think there is an element of that because I think the way I can only talk about it from my perspective, but I think sometimes my self-worth and my view on my self-worth, this is a really terrible reference. I mean, it's not. It's a really nice reference, but Perks of Being a Wallflower, the phrase, we accept the love we think we deserve.
Yeah.
That comes back to self-worth and boundaries for me because it's the fact that do I feel like I have enough self-worth to even feel like I'm valid in putting this boundary? Like, can I even ask for this boundary to be put in place? Often I'll be like, no, I can't possibly ask that of someone. No. Like, it's fine. Everything's all good. Whereas I need to actually be like, do you know what? I have enough worth as a person to put this line in place. And I think that's how it relates to self-worth. The boundaries that you're even willing to be firm on and stuff will relate to your self-worth. I also think that's then maybe tied to how often and which people you allow to violate those boundaries as well.
Yeah.
If it's something that you're constantly letting people do, then it's maybe a question of you and where you stand with yourself and how much you're respecting that you've got a boundary in place, but you haven't. So yeah, I do think it's related to self-worth. How about you?
Yeah. I don't know. I think that for me, my boundaries come from a place of self-preservation. But as I said, I think I mentioned it in the last episode, I'm careful not to tie my self-worth to so many external things or even so many external relationships because, as I said, I'm always worthy of like respect and happiness and love and joy and all those things. That's never, ever going to change. But obviously, life is always going to happen and stuff like that. So I would say that they come from a place of self-preservation. But that, you know, that desire to self-preserve might come from, you know, how worthy I think I am and how I see myself and how much I value myself. So I would say that, you know, that self-preservation comes from self-worth and self-value. But it's like in terms of whether or not it's weird because sometimes, of course, like we kind of tolerate a lot of things or we tolerate our boundaries being overstepped continuously. But this goes back to the whole thing of like, you know, as human beings, we make mistakes and we're flawed. And like, you know, is it really fair to kind of be like, I've tolerated so much bullshit, therefore I've forgotten my self-worth? And that's something I used to think. I used to be like, I've forgotten my self-worth if I let someone treat me badly. But I don't think that's true because I feel like relationships are so incredibly complex. And when I say relationships, I mean both romantic and platonic. I feel like as human beings as well, we're constantly learning and figuring out like, well, is this a relationship that, you know, I can work on to fix? Or is this, and by relationship, I also mean friendships, or is this a relationship that I just need to kind of end and stop tolerating this mistreatment? I just think it's really complex. And I think I never want to tie things like that to my self-worth because then that changes how I see myself. And I don't want to change how I see myself. I don't want to see myself in a negative light or feel like, oh, I'm not worthy anymore because I've tolerated this from this person. So I think I'm more inclined to say that they come from a place of self-preservation. So yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Big question.
Okay.
Because big question that's actually a huge question, but I just want you to very simply put it in words. do you genuinely think that you value yourself and find yourself worthy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's do you?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Why
Very
not?
easily I can answer that my answer is no.
Oh.
And I only realized that through how much you were talking. Not how much you were talking. It just like it popped in because I was like, fuck, I think we're on completely different pages in terms of our own value. So yeah, no.
Do you want to expand?
I mean, that's what therapy's for. No. I think that's why when we approach both these topics, it's really interesting because I realize I don't. The answer is no. It feels really easy to be able to answer that. I think the way that I treat myself based on the thoughts I say to myself, the way I see myself, how I allow some things to like happen to me or like take more of a passive role in things or how when I do and don't fight for things, stuff like that. I think it fundamentally comes, and even like everything to do with race as well. I think it comes from fundamentally, I don't think I see myself as valuable or worthy. Lol, that's shit. Wow,
I mean, it's worth exploring. We don't have to do it now, but it's interesting that you say that, you know, it kind of dawned on you based on what I was saying.
I wonder how many people do feel like genuinely. I know there's all these like Instagram posts about you are worthy and all of this, but genuinely, everyone listening right now, do you actually think that you value and treat yourself as worthy?
Yeah. Do you believe that you are worthy? But then I also want to ask, like, why, if the answer is no, why do you feel like you are not worthy? Who gets to define that for you? Are you using your external relationships to define your worth? So the relationships you have with your partner, your friends, your family, and how people treat you, is that what's defining your worth? Is it, you know, the amount of money you have? Is it the job you have? Things like that. So it's like I said, for me, I think it's because I'm not tying it to anything at all. It's simply because, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not tying it to the food I'm eating. And I used to tie it to all those things. But now I think I got into so many situations where I was just, I don't want to say I was mistreated because, like I said, I'm rarely ever a victim. But I got into so many situations where I just felt like, oh, I did this thing, therefore I've forgotten my self-worth. And then I was like, I don't want to speak that into existence either, if that makes sense. And I don't want to ever say I've forgotten my worth because, okay, when do I remember it again? When do I get it back? And what if that's now something I don't want to make that my story, that I've forgotten my worth or that I don't know my worth. I don't want to make it my story. So I've made the conscious decision that I'm always worthy in any given moment, no matter what's going on around me, no matter who is in my life, no matter how much money I have, I'm always worthy. It was a decision that I made rather than like,
that's cool.
You know what I mean?
That's really, I just spent all my time looking at you like, No, that's empowering and that's powerful that you took that ownership and that's how you found it. I think for me, I've gotten better. Like I remember in the first episode, I think I talk about it as like an orb or something, just like something that's concentrated and then not as concentrated and that's constantly flowing. I think I have more self-worth than I did before, but that doesn't mean I fundamentally have that opinion of myself. I've been interrogating what are the things that bring it in, because this does relate to boundaries, because then it relates to what are the boundaries that I just let anything or people, including myself, just eradicate, or do I even put them in place because I'm like, what's the point? I've definitely figured out some reasons why I don't see it, and it's just really interesting to think about how much that affects the way, like your behavioral patterns and stuff like that, and that it's tied to that.
And it's interesting to see like how a person makes it their story. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying it's easy to just kind of switch it off and be like, oh no, guys, I'm worthy now, never mind. I'm not saying it's easy to do that, but it's interesting how we can be attached to the idea of not knowing our worth. Yeah, no, that's true. Oh. So we can leave it on that note. We can do you have any more questions?
No.
We can leave it on that note and we can literally ask people, do you believe that you are worthy and valuable? And if the answer is no, think about why.
And then how do your boundaries relate to that as well?
Yeah.
I found it, can I just say, I found it really, really hard to just sit and think about boundaries. So this is definitely a lot more work to do. So, but cool though.
I find it hard too. I find it really hard too because, yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Cool. So, rants of the week. You got anything you want to rant about? Hit me.
I do. I have something to rant about. And this actually relates to a boundary of mine that I have. My rant is about people who... Okay, so people who like, I'm doing something in my life, I'm minding my business, and then they're like, well, what did your parents say? And I'm like, what? I'm 24 years old, and my parents are very supportive. I just find it so violent. You know what I mean? When someone is like, well, what do your parents think? What did your parents say? Did your parents say yes? I'm like, okay, don't project the relationship you have with your parent like onto me. Do you know what I mean? And I was actually laughing about it with my mom the other day, and I mean yesterday actually, and I was laughing like about it, and she was just like, well, when they ask you that, just ask them why they're policing your actions, because I never do. So it's just like, it's such a strange thing for me when people like, and I get that it's an African parent thing. I think that our parents, you know, most people have very like strict parents and things like that. So I get that it's coming from that place, and I'm not necessarily judging the place that it comes from and the relationships that most African kids have with their kids. But for me, it's just kind of like, I don't know, I find it like such a huge violation, because I'm just like, it just makes me so uncomfortable. It makes me feel like they're judging me, and they're bringing in my parents to kind of project that judgment and make it seem like it's not their judgment. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Also, if everyone's saying it so often, then surely it sounds like we're all saying that is the role that parents have in your life, to constantly be like,
exactly. And that's not the role that's not the role my parents have in my life at all. Like, my parents are very free-spirited, very liberal people who've always supported me and wanted me to just be my own person. So I find it strange when people project strictness onto them. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's not who my parents are. So it pisses me off, because I feel like my parents are being disrespected. I'm being disrespected. My boundaries are being disrespected. And yeah, it's just weird.
Well, my rant in comparison is about when food things state what size portion it is, like how many servings something is or what size portion it is, because that is just shit behavior, really. Like, who is anyone to decide what a portion size is, firstly? Who is anyone to tell me that this is a sharer's bag and not anything else? And it's like, well, fuck off, really. I don't have much more to say other than I just think it's rude. I just think we should stop doing that. The only thing you can maybe do is like the per serving, how much of, like, I don't know, people that count calories, carbs, sugar, whatever, how much of that is per something, because that's actually useful information. But for you to sit there and be like, this will serve a family of 3, and it's like, that's funny because it served me, myself and I all night, and it was wonderful. But I just think I worry about it getting harmful.
It's very
I worry
harmful.
about people obsessing over that, and I worry about I mean, I'm not doing it I'm literally doing this in a really ridiculous way, as in, to me, I just think it's rude. I just think it's like, now I just feel bad because of this one phrase that's said on this, whereas normally I would feel fine about it. So I just think that maybe that's something we need to think about. I'm sure there's an actual reason for it, but
no, it's really fucked up, because it's like, it's based on so many things, like energy and intake and body weight and BMI and what weight
so
you should be.
Though.
And it's fucked up. And it's like, stop projecting your food intake onto people. It's really fucked up, and it's
so different.
It's really driven by diet culture, though. So
it's so different for everyone, because I've noticed, like, when I change I gym a fair bit, and when I change my workouts or change the kind of fitness I'm doing, the amount that I need to eat is very, very different, and the amount of energy I need for different things, the amount of movement every day we've got is very different. I box, so like when I'm boxing, like when I'm actually training for that, it's very, very different, and it's just like, but then I just feel it's avenues to punish yourself. And 100%. It's just shite. Stop doing it.
Stop doing it. Okay. 2 things you're grateful for.
I am grateful for my friend Beth, who sent me some wine in a box, which is really fun. And it was really, really nice. And it had like a little gift in there as well. I just love Post, and I'm really grateful for whenever someone sends me Post. That's really cute. And, you know, you don't need to do that. She goes out of her way to do that. And I'm really grateful for, do you know what? Just flowers. Just how nice. So lovely. I just love flowers. I'm really grateful for flowers this week.
I love flowers. They're my favorite.
How about you?
I'm grateful for therapy and finding a therapist who's also a Black woman, because I think it really changes the trajectory of the conversation. And you just feel really held in a very different way than you would if your therapist didn't look like you. You're able to relate better. And my therapist is Black. And I think that's just, it's been such a healing experience for me. And it's only been 2 weeks. So, yeah. And then I'm also grateful for, what else am I grateful for? I'm grateful for green juices. Yeah, because I'm drinking one right now. That's what I'm grateful for.
I'm really happy for you about the therapy thing as well. I'm really glad.
It's fun. Okay. What's something that's grounded you this week?
Excuse the pun, but I went on a really lovely walk last week and it was nice to just see things that I hadn't seen before. Saw some new things. That was really nice. Just exploring another part of this world. God, what is wrong with me? Oh,
nothing.
It's a Friday afternoon.
Something that's grounded me is baths, actually. So taking a bath, like a nice hot bath, and then just putting like bath salts in it, and then just like having some tea on the side, lighting a candle. It's been so nice.
Remind me, I've got something I want to send you about that.
Okay, nice.
So,
okay.
Yeah, no, very nice.
Okay,
cool.
Thank you everyone for listening in this week. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Bye.
Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Zala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs.
Hi, welcome to the One Great Take podcast. I'm Tara and this is Sharan. And yeah, I have a question for you today, Sharan.
Hit me.
Do you consider yourself to be someone who likes change?
No, probably not.
Great. Me neither. So yeah, like I said, welcome to the One Great Take podcast. I'm Tara and Sharan is here with me today. We are recording remotely. We're still in lockdown. So, as usual, bear with us. So yeah, we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received, especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharan's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we will be sharing, any topics and discussing any topics that are most important and true to us, sharing some of our life experiences, perspectives, sometimes opinions, and we're just taking you along for that journey.
We're always trying to be really reflective and selective about the language that we use and how we communicate things, just to make sure that we're really accurately conveying what we're thinking and feeling. So we spend quite a lot of time constantly interrogating that, which you'll see. We want to bring some of the topics that we talk about as more of a daily conscious thought for ourselves and just give them some time and space in our head. And hopefully along the way, we'll learn some stuff about ourselves. So, hello. Today,
That was very aggressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just in a good mood. But I'm in a great mood, basically, and I'm pissing Tara off because she's a lot more mellow today.
Yeah.
That's the
Do you know when you're like around a little kid? That's how I feel.
I really am a pest. Sorry. I'll try and tone it down. I really won't, but I'll try. I thought we'll keep it a little bit light and fun today. And also because the things that I've been doing is watching a lot of TV and a lot of film. So I really want to talk about rom-coms today, love. I want to think about the rom-coms that we watched growing up or the rom-coms that we love now, whether those have changed or not. Thinking about a new perspective. So there's some that I've been watching and I'm like, this is actually a terrible portrayal of like a relationship or something. Thinking about why we might find comfort in them, what do we find in them? I know for me it's like a little bit of comfort and it's just like an easy watch. Which ones we are drawn to. This includes like general teen dramas as well. It doesn't just have to be film. And then just thinking about the kind of the examples that these rom-coms give of healthy relationships and whether we agree with them or whether they are actually setting up kind of interesting or harmful standards and stuff like that. So I guess to open up with, what are some of your favourite rom-coms / teen dramas? What did you grow up with and what do you still watch?
So I grew up with like, I watched a lot of like, just like that teen stuff that like super like, ooh, boy meets girl, boy falls in love with girl, they live happily ever after, but not before they have several fights and a series of tumultuous events happen before that. So it's like, that was always the storyline. So things like, you know the movie A Cinderella Story? That was the shit. That was the shit I grew up watching. So a lot of Hilary Duff, a lot of Chad Michael Murray. I quite like Chad Michael Murray, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like
physically
he's one of those, physically he's appealing, and I think he's always in that movie where he's that guy, you know what I mean? I watch a lot of like teen jock type things. It's so weird because I'm sitting here and I can't necessarily remember all of them. And I don't know if that's because it's like they didn't really leave that mark on me or because I've changed. Like I couldn't watch that shit again. Like, you know how Netflix has all that stuff? Like A Cinderella Story is on there and I actually saw it the other day, but I'm like, I could not fucking watch this shit again because it's like, I watched it and I'm like, this is so stupid. Like the whole time I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. Like it makes me laugh and it's nostalgic and of course, and it like brings me back to those days. But I'm like, I think what brings me peace has really, really changed. And because I think for me, because it's like a lot of those things that I used to watch when I was younger do not reflect what relationships actually look like in real life. If it doesn't reflect that, I'm not interested in watching it. I'm really careful about what I'm consuming in that way because I don't want to internalize anything that isn't actually real. But to answer your question, it was things like A Cinderella Story. What else is Chad Michael Murray in? Because I know I watched a lot of him.
He's in Freaky Friday with really weird hair.
I watched Freaky Friday a lot. And a lot of things with like Lucy Hale. All the white actors. You know Lucy Hale?
She's
so Pretty Little Liars, all that stuff.
I never liked her. She was the younger sister in Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants and she bugged me. So.
That was a movie I watched a lot too. So a lot of Blake Lively stuff. That teen drama. So Freaky Friday. Just My Luck was one of my favorite movies. A lot of Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, Lindsay Lohan was a big.
It was really, really good. And then there's it was just I just can't even like think of. But you get the vibe. Like and then there was this one called 10 Things I Hate About You.
Fantastic film.
Yeah.
What a
and then there was
film.
also, that was a really, really good film. And then there was also, Just a boy girl thing where they
switch bodies. Great film as well. The guy in there, what's his name? Woody something, I think. For so long when I was younger, I thought it was Zac Efron. He looks exactly like he could be related to Zac Efron.
And a lot of Zac Efron. Yeah. And a lot of Zac Efron. So of course I watched all 3 of the High School Musical, movies, all of them. And then, of course, I watched 17 again and shit like that.
Great film.
It's just so funny just to think of them. But yeah, those were one of my favorite movies. Like some of my favorite movies growing up.
Yeah. That's interesting that you talk about whether you can rewatch them or not. So some of my faves growing up was like, I enjoyed some older stuff. So like When Harry Met Sally and...
Yeah,
obviously,
absolutely.
Like Bridget Jones was a classic.
Notting Hill.
Yeah, like those kind of feels. Then I kind of really enjoyed the early 2000s films like The Proposal, 17 Again,
I love that film.
the Freaky Friday remake and all of that, Parent Trap, whatever. I think 3 of my favourite ones are probably Love, Rosie. Me and my friend Beth always hammer that one out.
I love Love, Rosie. That was a good one.
Really enjoy Leap Year. Just find that quite
I
amusing.
love Leap Year. I just watched it the other day, actually.
Me too.
I really like it.
And then About Time. I also really like that one as well.
Oh, I hated that movie.
Really?
Yeah, my favorite, to be honest, of all time out of any movie is He's Just Not That Into You.
I fucking hate that film.
I love that film because I felt like, I don't know, I was so honestly, to this day, it's one of my favorite romantic type movies because I felt like it was covering like what relationships look like and the conflicts that arise and all that shit. And like I said, I really connect to that these days, especially. But I just love the storyline of like, one of my favorite lines from it is, if a guy wants to be with you, he will be with you. I've kept that in mind. Like the first time I watched that, I was like, and I've never forgotten it. And it literally influenced how I navigated relationships from that point. That book, honestly, it like helped me because I started really paying attention to the signs. And I think Justin Long is also really good in that.
Okay.
Okay, have you watched Going the Distance?
No.
Okay. Have you watched 50 First Dates?
Yes. That's actually one of the very few Adam Sandler films I can take.
I don't like, yeah. I agree with you about Adam Sandler already.
Yeah, that one and Big Daddy, I'm like, that's it. That's maybe Happy Gilmore at times, if I'm in a good mood.
Grown Ups is good. Grown Ups is quite
I couldn't be bothered with Grown Ups. Yeah. Anyway, we're just going to sit here and go straight into the films. Oh, sorry. One more favourite, Wild Child. I always somehow end up rewatching Wild Child.
I quite like that.
Great film.
I really like that.
Basically,
I really do like that.
So I wanted to think about, so you said that there are some films that you just can't watch again, even though you really enjoyed them as a child. So like talking about Cinderella Story and stuff like that. I find that I constantly will rewatch these films, I think because of the comfort they bring me. However, I fully watch them going, I'm not taking anything from this. It's a way for me to completely switch myself off, even thinking about things like, this is kind of sketchy, or like, I really hate the message that they're giving here. I just don't care about any of that when I watch these films. So I think it's the one place I can go to where I'm just like, look, I know this is bad. I know this is a bad example. This is bad everything. I don't care. Like, I can choose to ignore all of that. So I was wondering what are some of the things that you've found almost are tropes in these kind of films that you think are taught as messages or are shown? I've got one very specific one if you want me to open. Or you can...
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so I really hate that films like this, generally, the consensus, there's usually a friendship and there's usually often a guy fancying a girl. I mean, there is sometimes a girl fancying a guy. Now, luckily, there's a lot more LGBT rom-coms as well, which I'm really appreciating. But it's, for the sake of this conversation, I'm talking about much older ones that were traditionally boy-girl. There's always this trope that if you persist long enough, they will fall in love with you. And I fucking hate it so much because it gives off the message that as a friend, especially as a guy, you are entitled based on how nice you treat that girl. You then get entitled for her love back. And it's like, if she doesn't feel romantically towards you, she doesn't. That's it. But the films often show, and it really fucks me off because I've seen it play out in real life scenarios, this weird entitlement that if you're a friend, then obviously you leave the door open, but also if you're a friend and you're so nice, and like the films show the guy as a victim as well, being like, oh, she never liked him back, and he did everything for her, and it's like, I'm not being funny, you could do everything for a girl, that doesn't mean she owes you any romantic feeling back if she doesn't have it.
That's literally where nice guy complex comes from, because it's like the idea, and there's this one line in Little Fires Everywhere where, what's his name, Rudy? Yeah, the Rudy is so nice to, what's her name, the daughter of Kerry Washington. Yeah, I can't remember her name, but
Zoe?
Rudy is so nice. No, that's not her name.
I can't remember her name. Yeah,
that is not her name. I think it's something like Leah? I don't know. I don't fucking remember. But Rudy. So is his name Rudy? You know who I'm talking about.
The son of the other family and
the son of the other family. And then Izzy I remember Izzy. Izzy was phenomenal.
Legend.
And then Izzy, like Rudy was super nice to the girl all the time and like giving her things, spending time with her. And they were friends. And then Izzy goes, and then, Rudy gets upset because it's clear that she doesn't like her. She doesn't like him. And then Izzy goes, just because you're nice to her, like you're not entitled to her just because you're nice to her. And that's what I mean by nice guy complex, is that it's this idea that, if you're nice to her and if you're a nice guy, then you deserve her. And if she doesn't want you back, then suddenly she's the villain and suddenly she's demonized. And it's like, that's so unfair on so many levels. I can't even explain it because, yeah, it's incredibly unfair. And I've seen it play out too in real life. And I think a lot of guys, without even knowing, have really internalized this. Phrases like nice guys finish last. Who says they have to finish first? That's not how life works. Like, it's really not how life works. So it's just like, that's what's even finishing first? Like, so things like that really perpetuate this kind of nice guy complex. And I think it's harmful because it takes away agency. And it just means that a woman can't choose for herself.
Yeah. And that's
like, she has to choose him because you have to choose the guy who is super nice to you. It's like, no, you have to choose the guy that you are genuinely in love with. And it's that simple.
That's exactly why I'm thinking about like these rom-coms, especially growing up watching it as a girl. I'm not saying I've taken this on board. I mean, yeah, actually we will have because it's what you're shown and there's some part of you that will have. But the effect that it can have on a girl as well, like it's the fact that you then think, you're right, you should be making your decisions based on how people treat you rather than like you're essentially losing that autonomy again. It becomes around the external. It becomes around people's behavior towards you. And then it's like you lose the autonomy to think, actually, I can like who I like regardless of how they treat me.
Yeah.
I can like who I like. And then that autonomy isn't really shown in rom-coms. It's like it's almost like someone's coaxed into, for example, the film 500 Days of Summer.
Yeah,
everyone.
I hate that.
I remember watching it when I was little, and I was just like, "This is nice." You know, it's a good film. I really enjoyed it. I mean, obviously at that point, I wasn't thinking about things like that's kind of manipulative. But then realizing things like he's so persistent with her, and she very much from the start says, "I don't want a relationship. I don't want it. But if you are happy to just enjoy our time together, this is how I can do it. I can just enjoy the time that we have together." He projected so many expectations on her, and then he completely villainized her and victimizes himself, being like, I did everything. We were basically acting like we're in a relationship. And it's like, you just didn't listen though. You thought you can change someone's mind. And that's what I hate about a lot of what rom-coms show, that they make it seem like, well, a no is never a no. There's always, and you can change someone's mind.
And that's why consent really comes into things. And it's like, in a lot of ways, women don't. Because you can say yes, but if it's not an enthusiastic yes, it's not really a yes. So it's like,
it's a coerced yes.
That can kind of, you're coerced and you're pressured into it. And it's like, I think there's two tropes that really bother me. So one is this idea of, like I said, boy meets girl. Boy realizes that he's in love with girl. They're in love with each other. They go through a bit of a rough patch and then they live happily ever after. I hate that. And then the other one I hate is boy meets girl. Boy is fucked up and he has demons and he has things he needs to sort out in his life and he treats her badly. But then girl changes boy. And suddenly boy is this amazing husband. And I hate narratives where it's like, you can change him. I hate that because I think it's dangerous on so many levels. And I think we internalize tolerance of abuse and mistreatment because of that. We're like, okay, no, I can change him. I just need to wait long enough and he'll change. I have to suffer in order to get that to the other side of that more beautiful and more reciprocated love. And I think, like I said, it teaches us tolerance and it teaches us to tolerate, mistreatment and abuse in relationships. I'm not saying things have to be perfect, but, it's like, don't go for someone thinking he'll change. I'll be the girl to change him. And to be honest, every girl thinks she will change him and no girl ever does. No. So it's like, those kinds of things. The reason I don't like the fairy tale one is because, as I said before, watching them when I was younger, I really internalized this perception. The things that were being portrayed, I really internalized them. So I was like, you meet a person, you get into a relationship, you might have one tiff, but then after that, everything is perfect. And I get that in the movie, they can't show the whole, I get that they can't show the whole transition and the whole relationship. And of course, I appreciate that. But it's like, I more appreciate movies where it's kind of left unsaid. Like we don't know how it ends up almost, and we don't know that they live happily ever after. Because for me, that's more reflective of reality and what real relationships actually look like. But I internalized it growing up, and then when I got into, a real relationship, I was like, oh my God, like, so you're going to have more than one fight? Like, I was just shocked. Like, it was a shock to my system. Even though my logical brain knew that, like, of course people have fight. Of course people have conflicts and stuff like that. My heart was just in shock and was just like, oh my God, does this mean like you should leave if you fight? And it's like, no. if there's two people with two different life experiences, you're going to disagree. As long as you're being honest, there's going to be conflict. And I just wish, that's why I kind of like movies where there's a bit of representation and you see the ups and downs and you see the conflict. Like one of my favorite movies is Revolutionary Road. I don't know if you've ever watched it.
No.
It's with Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio, and like it's just a series of like, you see the good, but then you also see the bad. Okay. I want to see the bad. I don't want to see just the good. And I think romantic movies are really good at just showing us the good. And I no longer appreciate that. It was great when I was 11 years old, but I think I would have benefited more from seeing both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I was going to talk about how do you think, like one of my questions was, how do you think conflict is shown and handled in kind of generally the rom-com industry? And I agree that they almost show that conflict is a bad thing. It's not a natural thing. It's actually something that you need to fix, or it's not fixable. And also it makes it seem like if you have a conflict, that is not a relationship. It's just kind of glossed over. It's often...
Yeah.
I hate the trope as well that gets attached to conflict, which is, there's two that really bother me. This whole like, you see kind of a more middle-aged or older couple and it's that they're just miserable. They hate each other and like marriage always ends up like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, no, you can go through you can go through much larger rough patches that go on for like a year or whatever, or you could go through like a few months, but they never show them actually both wanting to be in it and put the work in it. It's more just that they feel stuck in situations rather than they want to work through it. So I don't think they show that enough. Yeah. And then they also do this, there's this weird thing that they do that one of the characters is often like cute but silly but endearing and they just fuck up a lot, and the other one's just like, oh, you, like, don't worry about it. It's cute anyway. And it's like, sorry, you didn't resolve anything. You just turned up with we'll get onto grand gestures. But they just like, it's all just suddenly fine because they just find that person really endearing. And it's like, this is going to be a massive problem. Like, this isn't how, you can't just get away with stuff by smiling and being cute. Like, they don't deal with
bringing flowers.
Yeah, they don't deal with the conversation, and that really bothers me because, like you said, it sets up false expectations because then people shy away from any sort of romantic conflict and they see it as something that's an issue or like a bad. Like even when we talk about conflicts in our relationships as friends, it's like, oh my god, is this going to make it seem like our relationship is falling apart or this is a bad situation? It's like, no, it's a conversation. That's going to happen. That's what continuous work is. Then the whole grand gestures thing. So. Thoughts on grand
let's
gestures?
not talk about before I get into grand gestures. No, we can, before I get into it, I just want to say, and I think when we talk about how, you know, they don't show the conflict and they don't show that, you know, it takes work to resolve conflict. They don't show the conflict and then if they do show the conflict, they don't show the conflict resolution. And I think that's also dangerous. But I think for me, my problem with them not showing conflict is that it creates a lot of shame around having struggles and difficulties in your relationship when that's something that's incredibly natural. In fact, I'm kind of willing to argue that if you're not having any sort of conflict in your relationship, you're probably not being honest with each other ever. Because it's like, it's not like we have conflict as friends. So it's like, but that's because we're just honest. You know what I mean? So it's like, as long as you're like speaking your truth and staying true to yourself, it's not possible to not ever butt heads with anyone that you're in a continuous relationship with, whether that's your mom or whatever it is. So it just creates a lot of shame around relationships. And I think that's why, I think the shame then like just persists into just like life, and that's why there's a lot of shame and like on social media. That's why whenever we see a celebrity couple who goes through struggles and those are public, and then we find out that they're still together, there's a lot of things like the woman is so stupid. How could she stay? Why doesn't she leave? And it's like, yo, people aren't perfect. People make mistakes. If you can work through it and you can do that healthily and you can get to the other side and be stronger than before, why do you have to? You don't have to leave. Yeah. And also, it kind of just takes away choice. So it's like, if I want to stay in my relationship, I'm going to stay. You don't get a say in it. But I think there's a lot of people just giving their 2 senses and like, you shouldn't stay. And it's like, and I think it is the fault of these romantic movies that we watched growing up. They don't show that conflict side. And then if they do, it's very exaggerated and it's blown up and like you don't see the resolution. And you don't see, like you said, both people putting in the work to resolve things healthily.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Absolutely, no. Also, I am so sorry, Marley and listeners. I keep moving around loads, so I know there's loads of sounds. I'm just going to put that out there because I'm really conscious of it. I can hear myself squeaking and gulping and whatever.
I'm sure it's okay.
It's just too much energy. Grand gestures. So, grand gestures. So for me, sometimes, it's quite interesting because sometimes grand gestures are almost substituted as an apology, or as kind of a way to make something right. Grand gestures also become a form of manipulation because it's the fact that it's like, well, I can't possibly still have my negative or existing feelings about how I felt about the situation because look at what they've done for me. I find that quite manipulative because it's just kind of like, it's one thing to put the effort in and that's nice, but if it's a situation where you know you're mad, I don't know, there's so many films where it's like they're not talking, they know each other are mad, or like days just go by and they won't communicate with each other because of course you don't resolve anything. But then like the girl will go do something huge, or like the guy will come do something and it's a really sweet gesture, and I get that it's supposed to show that, look, I care about you, but it's like, you know what I care about more? The fact that you have the courage to talk to me rather than you have to do something in order to then, like, it's almost like the conflict itself becomes second importance. Yeah. And you have to focus on this gesture. There's also this, like, you're almost taught the pressure around big gestures. It can be nice but it would have to be nice situationally. Like, the way that they get used and manipulated in conflict situations make me really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's incredibly uncomfortable. And you're right in that I think it also induces guilt. Like then the person's kind of like, how can I possibly still be mad when he stood outside of my house with a radio on his, those fucking scenes where it's like when he came outside and he drove in his convertible and he brought a litter of roses or whatever it is. I don't give a fuck if you did not apologize and we did not have a conscious conversation about what just happened. Like for me, it's just, and I think that's why a lot of, oh my God. And we see this play out on social media a lot. And I'm going to reference celebrity couples again because we're super overexposed to their daily lives and stuff. But it's like with celebrity couples, whenever we hear about someone cheating. So there's one particular celebrity couple I'm talking about, but for the sake of just respecting their lives, I'm not going to say their names, but we knew he was cheating and it became public and things like that. And then next thing you know, she's putting up her stories and suddenly he's bringing her flowers and all these things. He's buying her new shoes. And I'm like, but did you have a conversation about what? And I think because of these movies that we watch with grand gestures, and I think what my problem with grand gestures as well is that I always see the guys doing it all the time, but I rarely see women reciprocating. And for me personally, I don't believe in a relationship that isn't fair, that isn't 50-50 completely in terms of, the things that you both give each other. I want a healthy exchange of love, respect, and then the grand gestures too. So I think that's something that also bothers me, is the fact that it's always one-sided. Yeah. And then it teaches us to always expect our boyfriends, if you're in a heterosexual relationship, to buy the flowers, to give you the roses, to buy you the handbags and all the shoes and all the shit. But it's like, okay, but then what do you give him?
Yeah.
What does he get? Like, and I think that's why on Valentine's Day, how women always say, you're getting sex for Valentine's Day. But then the guy is expected to get all the roses and all the shit and book the dinner table and all that stuff. And it's like, I think that's why we've internalized that whole thing of he makes the grand gestures and I just kind of sit back and I am the prize.
Yeah.
It's like,
also with grand gestures, I think what makes me uncomfortable as well is the fact that it's only when something is wrong or something. Like, it's like you have to put in the extra effort to make up for the shittiness. However, I think I'm quite a gestures person, not necessarily receiving, but I think I like to do little gestures. But when it's good, like, there shouldn't be, I'm not compensating for a situation. It's just, I was thinking about you, so here's a little thing that I did or made or got for you or whatever. It's just like a little thing. Or even if it's a grand gesture, why is it never when it's just things are okay and all good? Why is it not just an expression of love and care for that person because you wanted to do it, as opposed to, I'm compensating, or I know things are a bit shit, so I thought this could make that situation a little bit better. Why does it have to be attached with a kind of an agenda as well? Like, I wouldn't mind the gestures if they were just shown healthily, like, that's sweet. Like, yeah, like he picked me up flowers just for this random occasion. Like, why does it have to be when it's fucked up that a gesture is needed? That's what I don't really like about it. And yeah, I agree that a lot of like heterosexual couples in rom-coms are shown as the woman is the prize and therefore should be pampered and all of that, and then the guy's responsibility is that. If you like that in your relationship, fine, I don't have a problem with it. If those are the roles that you are happy with, that's cool. But I just don't really agree that media-wise, those are the only things you should be showing. You should also be showing that it's great for women to do stuff back. It's just so that women that want to don't feel like they're then adopting a role that was never meant for. Like, it's just, it's really fucked up.
Yeah, I'm not someone to ever like fucking advocate for men because men really do suck. But I'll just say, like, I think it's also built a lot of resentment. Like, I think it's built a lot of resentment. You see on Twitter the way men speak about women. Oh, you should get yourself a wifey who doesn't like, things and who won't exploit you. There's so much resentment, and I'm just like, damn, y'all are really going through it. But I feel like it's because of those things. It's like, immediately probably they feel a bit depleted, like, fuck, I'm supposed to put in all this energy, and she just kind of sits there. And it's like you said, if that's how you want your relationship to be, that's fine. Personally, for me, it doesn't work. I don't believe in it. Rooted in fairness and all the things. So it's just like, yeah, it's just not the game that I want to play. And I think back to what you were saying about how gestures are done when something's gone wrong, I think it really teaches people to hide away from conversations. It really teaches people to not communicate even when something's wrong, and to not actually have a conversation about what happened. It just teaches people to let's just sweep it under the rug. We'll store up all this stuff and then we'll just let it explode and we'll break up in 3 years.
Yeah.
That's how things play out.
So the next thing I wanted to ask or talk about as well, and obviously feel free to bring anything onto this lovely palette, is the notion of love in these films. So two sort of angles that I can think of, but then obviously we'll broaden that. Number one, the way that things jump to love very instantly, whether it's like, actually no, okay, I want to talk about this. So either things are very, I've been in love with this person for so long. I never agree with that when it's like a friend and they're like, I've been in love with them, or like, I love them. And I don't necessarily agree that this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I'm not so sure I personally believe that is possible, just because that person hasn't shown their romantic self to you, or their kind of the way that they would love someone to you. So how can you love that person if you don't know what it's like to receive, or like to be courted by them, or all of that? Like, I get that you can really love a person, but I just struggle to believe that I could be in love with someone without having seen the way that they would reciprocate love to me, or that how they show, because people completely change. Like, you could be friends with someone then like their
how they look
self.
Like as a partner,
exactly.
Like what kind of partner are they? How do you
it's very different.
I get what you're saying. I can't speak for anyone because everyone's life experience is very different. So whether or not it's possible, I can't speak for anyone. So for me, I don't, I've never fallen in love with someone just by looking at them across the room. For 5 years, just like staring at them or being their friend. I think it is possible. I think anything is possible depending on who you are and what's going on in your life. But I know what you mean in the sense of like, how can you possibly say you're in love with someone before you've been in a partnership with them and you've seen what that exchange looks like and whether or not it is reciprocated and all those, and you've seen how you communicate, you've seen how you resolve conflict, and you've seen what your values are in terms of the kind of life you want to have together. How can you possibly be in love with someone? I think everyone looks at relationships very differently. Some people focus more on passion, other people focus more on companionship. I think the people who fall in love with someone before entering a relationship with them, or without ever entering a relationship with them, are probably the type of people who like are more gravitate towards companionship love versus passionate love. So I think you're more someone who maybe is more about passionate love. I think it just depends on what kind of love you like as a person. So I believe it is possible depending on what kind of love you're more drawn to.
Yeah, to be clear there, when I say it's not possible, as in for myself, I know that that's something that I'm like, that's not how I would go about love or how I would be able to feel love. My issue with rom-coms is that they only show that is a possible way, that they don't acknowledge that that's a very... They don't acknowledge that once they start to have that person, it could be entirely different. They don't acknowledge that that's a reality, because then there's a lot of expectations for you to be the ideal that someone's created in their head because they've been in love with you from a distance, or they've been Even if like they're friends with you, they've been. I just think it's quite a bold statement, and it's thrown around quite casually to be like, I'm in love with this person, this guy, this girl. And it's like, yeah, but have you seen all those sides? Have you experienced that to be in love? I just think it's an interesting conversation. The other things,
I think you can see the sides without being in the relation. I think you can see enough to be in love with someone without being in a relationship with them.
Yeah.
However, I think that's completely separate from knowing whether or not the relationship will actually work.
That's
two different things.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You can be in love with them, but you have yet to find out whether you as a unit are actually compatible.
Yeah. And that's what I don't think is shown. Oh God, you're so much better at wording this than me. I'm just like, here's my fluffy thoughts. Do something with them.
No, I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying.
The second thing that I've always found really interesting is this, I don't have a problem with it. It's just, I think it's just an interesting thing that I've always thought about how, you know, people fall in love, like in films or in books or whatever, and it's like, or like friends fall in love, or like housemates fall in, or whatever. And it's like, I always think, would you have fallen in love if you weren't spending so much time together? Like, would you still be each other's big, massive, like, this is it kind of love? Because there's this whole idea that love can like grow between people, but is it just because you spent enough time with each other, so you've seen enough to each other, and that slowly you become to appreciate, and you just know that person really well and you appreciate those things? If there's a basic level attraction that was there at some point, then could it always turn to love between you? If there was that basic attraction, if that's how you like to fall. Because I know some people are like, you can fall in love with someone later on. With some people, like for me, it's kind of like there had to have been some sort of instant attraction when I first, even if I write them off as a friend, not write them off.
Of course.
There has to be something where it's initially like, yeah, I could find that person attractive. But it's really interesting because it's always like, think about every major thing. It's always that like two main characters will fall in love, and it's like, but did you just fall in love because you went through the same thing together and you experienced it? But then it's like, I'm not saying that's a problem. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think there's a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna be annoying and like bring in the psychology aspect of it. There's a lot of things that determine whether or not people fall in love with each other. One of them is closeness. So building close. So being proximity literally can make you fall in love with someone just because you're seeing them every day, because it builds familiarity. So I think there's a lot of things. There's not one thing that just makes you fall in love with someone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I personally don't believe that. Like, so it's like, I feel like there's a lot of things that kind of determine whether or not you fall in love with someone. But it's like, if you do fall in love with someone because, I'm not saying you're saying it's not okay, but if you do fall in love with someone because y'all went through something huge together and like a huge life experience together side by side, I think that's also okay, because it's like, then you get to see, and also you nurtured each other in that moment. And I think that's something that can definitely make you fall in love with someone, because you realize like, yo, this is my safe space. And yeah, I think, however, I don't know. I think that, there's a lot of ways to fall in love. There's a lot of reasons we fall in love with people. All of them are worthy. You know what I mean? And it's like all of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like, it could be like a huge experience that y'all share. It could be like you guys fell in love because you worked at the same place. But it's like, there's a lot of things that determine whether people fall in love or not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No. That's kind of what I was just wanting to explore, because like, I mean, it's really interesting that you talk about the fact that proximity actually is psychologically a thing, because it is 100%. And that kind of, there's a whole out of sight, out of mind aspect to some things. For some people, that's a lot stronger. I just thought it was really interesting to think about, like, in some situations, if you hadn't have spent we're talking from a rom-com perspective. So if those characters hadn't have spent that much time together, and it was like actually the neighbour character that had spent more time, would they have fallen in love? Or is it because fundamentally these two people have compatibility to fall in love as well? And it's just interesting applying that to your own life. Like, if I'd had spent more time with that, I know timing is a thing, but if you spend more time with someone, is there a love that would happen? Or if that person is replaced with someone else, like, it's just interesting to see how much, and consider how much power / space that actually takes in your relationship as well. That's really interesting to me.
If you spend a lot of time with someone, think about it, you're building so much intimacy. Inevitably you'll talk about a lot of stuff. You'll talk about the good, and then you'll also talk about the bad. And then it's also likely that you'll see them go through something that hurts them, and you'll see them cry and whatever it is. So it's like, there's a lot that happens. And I think that's why, like, if you spend a lot of time with them, if you're not in a relationship, you're likely to start looking at them like, I'm kind of looking at you a bit different. I'm kind of liking you. I'm kind of feeling you a little bit. So it's like, I think it is inevitable because you're building intimacy.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to put some of these thoughts out there and just start just because I've been watching a lot of films and TV. I just thought it was really interesting to think about what it is that we've internalized and start that off. But yeah, no, that's it on my end. Just wanted to explore some thinking.
Me too. Okay, let's start with one thing you're grateful for.
I'm grateful for sunshine. Just a bright day.
The same. Yeah. It's bright today.
It is.
I'm grateful for the sun. Okay, check yourself.
I want to check myself on how... do you know what? Nothing. I'm just in such a good mood.
Yeah. I don't have a rant. I don't have a rant today, but I do have a check yourself.
Maybe, okay, actually, I want to check myself on how much entitlement I allow men to have over me in terms of the way I see myself, feel about myself, or how affected I can be by their projections onto me.
I think I want to check myself on taking advice from people who don't have the same principles and value and belief systems as me. If they don't align, there is no reason why I should be taking advice or opinions from you, in my opinion. Yeah.
No rants?
Basic, really.
Either.
No rant today.
Jobs are good. Right.
Yeah. Well, all right. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. Hey. See, I don't know why I said that so sexually. Seeing as we're always at home, I thought I'd ask, what's your least favourite house chore?
I was going to say cleaning the bathroom, but I actually quite enjoy it. It's quite therapeutic for some reason. So, and cleaning washing the dishes also is quite therapeutic. I guess folding the laundry.
Mine is also laundry. I fucking hate laundry. I was just thinking about it because I've got laundry to do. Yeah. I hate laundry.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Welcome to the One Grey Tick podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara. We are recording remotely again today, so please do bear with us on that.
And so, we're letting you in on our conversations as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world and they're not necessarily getting received. And so, and especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, what we're really doing is sharing some of our life experiences, discussing some of the topics that are most important and true to us. And we're really just taking you along for that journey.
We always are trying to reflect on and be selective about how we communicate and what we're saying, because we want to make sure that we're being truly representative of what it is that we want to say. We want to constantly be interrogating that language as well. So we are discussing some of these topics as a way of doing that. We also like to bring some things as a daily conscious thought and just give them a little bit of time and space in your head, in your everyday. So hopefully we can learn some bits and bobs about ourselves along the way. So what has been in your message drafts lately, Tara?
So I've been thinking about the topic of apologizing and accountability. So we all kind of think we know what it looks like to hold yourself accountable. And I think there's been a lot of discourse around what a good apology looks like and what the steps, what a good apology composes. So I've been, comprises. So I've been thinking a lot about that. And I've kind of been reflecting on entitlement, to apologies so feeling entitled to an apology when maybe the person doesn't actually necessarily feel that they've done anything wrong. And And then I've also been reflecting on reliance on apologies. So how sometimes we feel like, okay, you know what? As long as I apologize and I apologize well, they have to forgive me. It's okay. And I think that kind of makes us more likely to just make a lot of mistakes because we feel like, well, you know what? I'm someone who can admit when I'm wrong and I can apologize. So it's okay. They should forgive me. So yeah, I've just been reflecting on it. What do you think?
No, that's some good reflecting. I get what you mean about the entitlement because I was trying to think about moments in my life where I felt like it's been a big apology or I've received one or stuff like that. Accountability is really interesting because I think the way you understand your own accountability or even are able to understand what another person considers accountable changes. Like I was just trying to think, have I always held myself accountable? But actually, there's definitely situations where at the time I thought I was being accountable for my actions. But looking back, I'm like, actually, the way I perceive accountability has changed and that wasn't me being accountable. So I'm fully to blame in my role in that as well. But yeah, then you're right, actually, because like I was thinking if I really, really did something wrong now and really upset someone or hurt someone, the main thing I could do is show how genuinely sorry I would be.
Yeah.
I mean, presuming I would be genuinely sorry. But then I can't expect that that's enough. It can't be enough. Someone can forgive you someone can accept your apology, but that doesn't mean that their body has forgiven the hurt or that they're not affected by that hurt and that if that hurt continues, that's still gonna be difficult to repair between you. It's interesting because like some people do have a sense of like, well, what more do you want? The sorry has been dealt, and it's like, yeah, but it's like it's not a get out of jail free card. Like this isn't Monopoly. You can't just be like, yep, sorry, moving on.
Yeah,
it's like no, don't expect that. You can say sorry to show your intention, but actually, do you apologize with the intention of always expecting that will fix things is an interesting thought.
And I think, do you apologize genuinely believing that you have something to apologize for? Because I think now people kind of apologize and it's just to appease the other person and it's just to get them to be. And also I think a lot of times we apologize just to appear like a good person who can apologize. But do you actually believe that you have something to apologize for? Are you looking at what happened and are you thinking to yourself, you know what? I should be sorry for this. This wasn't okay. This was wrong, whatever it is. Or are you kind of thinking to yourself, well, I have to apologize now because if I don't, they're going to be mad at me forever and the relationship is going to be fucked up. So it's like those are two different ways of going about it. And, those are two different standpoints. And I would argue that, one of them is less sincere than the other. I also feel like I never want someone apologizing to me if they genuinely don't feel like they should be apologizing. So I actually kind of value if I say something and I'm like, yo, I feel like, you did me wrong in this part. And someone's like, well, actually, I don't think I did something wrong. I actually don't think that I should apologize. I value that over someone who'll just be like, well, sorry then. Like, you know what I mean? That's not an apology. And also, you can always tell when an apology is coming from a place of appeasement rather than genuinely believing that they did you wrong and they want to repair that situation.
Yeah, I've been just hearing you say that. I think two things have come up. So like I've been approaching apologies, not that I'm dishing them out like nothing else, but if and when, like if I think about it, I've started getting a lot more self-assured in what am I apologizing for and what won't I apologize for?
Yeah.
So for example, if you just said that someone is like, oh, I didn't mean to, or like I don't think I did anything wrong. I still think you have a role that you need to apologize for, as in, I apologize for doing that because it did hurt you. That doesn't mean I apologize for doing stuff like that. That means I apologize for the hurt that it caused you, but I'm not apologizing for it being like my natural behavior. But what I can apologize for is that I didn't take that into consideration, which is completely different than being like, all right, I'm really sorry I was wrong, or like, nah, I wasn't wrong at all. And it's like, something is wrong between you. It's not you were wrong, they were wrong, something is wrong.
Yeah.
But then there are some things that I'm like, I think I definitely, when I hear it from people, I am kind of like, I need to hear it. You know exactly what you apologize for. I'm happy to tell you the actual specific bit that hurt me, but that's what you need to be sorry for, as opposed to, it's interesting because it's like, to what extent do you trust people to have their own accountability?
Yeah, and to kind of reflect far enough to put themselves in someone else's perspective, because being able to put yourself in someone else's perspectives and someone else's shoes, that's a really hard thing to do, because of course we all have different life experiences and we all have different values. So it's like, how much can you really expect someone to understand where you're coming from? Sometimes I kind of feel like it's a huge ask of someone. Like, sure, they can apologize and be like, okay, I see that I hurt your feelings. That's one thing. But for you to expect them to know exactly where you're coming from and know why, it depends on the behavior, of course, it's all relative. But it's like, sometimes I wonder if like, oh, that's such a big ask, because they don't know my value system. They don't know how my feelings. They don't know how I process things. So how can they possibly know that this was wrong?
Yeah, I think that's why approaching an apology, not from the perspective of, okay, I do need to apologize because I've really hurt them, and if I apologize, it'll be fine and things will get better. And it's like, well, the same thing will come up again if you are apologizing for your kind of inherent behavior, which is just how you are. So I'm kind of trying to be more like, I'm not approaching the situation just as I just want things to be better. I don't care. It'll be fine. It's actually, no, let's seriously talk about that thing, because this is going to keep fucking up then, or this is going to keep happening because that's the way I am, or like, I don't like to be told this, or you don't like to be told this, but I don't think I match that. And you just need to at least be aware of that moving forward, rather than, like I said, the sincerity. I was going to ask you, do you mind me asking a question?
Yeah, of course. No, I don't mind.
I was going to ask, you were talking about sincerity, and it's just got me thinking, when do you actually know and think and feel that you are truly sorry for something you've done?
I think when, that's a good one. When do I know that I'm sorry? I think for me, I take a lot of time to reflect on what has just happened. Most of the times, to be honest, when I apologize for something, I've gone away myself and I've reflected myself on like, okay, I wasn't proud of that moment. And then I come back to the person without them coming to me first. And I come back to the person and I say, hey, I'm sorry for that. Like, so that's when I know that I'm most sincere, because I've gone away and I've done my own reflection on my own initiative. Like, no one has asked me to. And that's why I think it can, for me, it's difficult to trust that someone genuinely knows my perspective. And I'm not expecting them to, but it's difficult for me to know that they genuinely see my perspective if it's been prompted by me. Like, it's one thing to apologize, but it's another to see my perspective and to see my side. So that's when I know that my apology is sincere, is that I've gone away, I've thought about it for about an hour or so, and I've been like, hold on, that was wrong on my part. I shouldn't have done that. And then I go to them, I'm like, yo, I'm sorry. Before they even like, that was wrong. Usually that's how it happens.
Okay, interesting. I don't know. I was trying to think, like, how would I feel if I'm genuinely sorry? I think I'd work myself up quite a bit and be quite upset. Like, if I've hurt someone I really care about, or something's happened and I was a cause of that, I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I need to engage in conversation with it immediately, but I won't stop thinking about it, which shows me that, like, clearly this bothers me. I think also the amount that I'm willing to step outside of my own things, like whether it's pride or whether it's acceptance of my wrong behavior, whatever, the amount that I'm willing to just be like, do you know what? None of that matters. The most important thing is that I was wrong. And then that's the most important thing. I don't want anything from this situation other than to really show that I'm sorry, I think is a big indicator as well. But it's interesting to think, like, when do I know that I'm truly, truly sorry compared to when am I just conditioned to be like, well, I should say sorry because this is a shit situation.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of conditioning, especially these days, because we're seeing so much on social media with holding people accountable, whether that's people or industries or companies and things like that. So there's a lot of empty apologies being thrown out these days. And I think that it's very easy for us to start to internalize that process of handing out empty apologies just because we see it so often on social media. Personally, when someone's apologizing to me, I can feel when it's sincere and when it's not. I can feel it. I can see it. Like, it's very clear to me. Not that I have like a checklist or anything, but it's like, for example, when someone's like, okay, I'm sorry, then it's like, no. Or when someone
fucking sorry,
like, that's not it. Or someone's like, well, I'm sorry that that's how you've seen it. It's like now you're victim blaming because now you're saying that there's something wrong with my level of understanding and my level of perception in terms of how I see the situation. Now that's insulting. So, there's apologies that are just downright. Rather keep them to yourselves. Rather don't apologize than apologize that way. So
it's invalidating then, because it's like, it's not I'm sorry for what I contributed to cause this reaction. It's I'm sorry that you can't handle it.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry you don't understand my intentions. And I think, this is something as well that I think can get really tricky. A lot of people always say, I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention. And I think that's something that so many people rely on. I need people to understand that intention and impact are two different things. So the apology shouldn't just end at, I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention. It's okay that it wasn't your intention. And to be quite frank, I could never know whether it was your intention or not because I'm not in your body, I'm not in your heart, I'm not in your head. But it's like the apology shouldn't just end at, I'm sorry, it wasn't your intention. It should go on to say, but I can see that that was the impact of my actions and I deeply apologize for that and for what you're going through.
Yeah, saying it's not my intention comes back to the account. This is the thing. In an apology, it's not just about, you could have such a beautifully worded apology or a really genuine, sincere apology, but if there's no accountability that is evident in that apology, then it's worthless, to be honest, because it's like, you can say you're sorry and be upset and truly mean you're sorry, but if you're saying things like, oh, I really didn't mean to hurt you, and it's like, well, chances are most people that are in your life aren't going to go out their way to hurt you. It happens. That doesn't mean it was your intention to, but it's happened. And then that's shifting the accountability from yourself. It's not actually truly accepting that you did that or you contributed to it. It's shifting it to being like, well, it wasn't my fault anyway. And it's like, well, okay, great. It's not your fault because it's not your intention. It's not my fault. So where does this leave us?
Whose fault is it?
Where's the work being done?
And the thing is, like, I get what people mean when they say it wasn't my intention. But then for me, sometimes I picture this puppet that's being controlled by some strings, and like, who is the controller then? If it wasn't your intention, I know that it wasn't the intention to kind of, for me, I'm like, okay, was it your intention? Like, it wasn't your intent. How do I explain this? I get confused. Like, okay, which one of the things was your intention? Sometimes it's like, it wasn't your intention to get caught. It wasn't your intention for me to get upset. It wasn't your intention for the situation to blow up the way it was. But how am I supposed to know that it wasn't your intention to say what you said? Like,
yeah, it's okay. So it might not be your intention, but it was your decisions and your actions that led to that intention still. So you are contributing somewhat to that intention. You're right. Like, if you've accidentally said something and then that hurts someone, it's not your intention. Like, say if you told me something and I told someone else, and then it got back to you, or and I didn't, and I'm like, it wasn't my intention to do that to hurt you. And it's like, okay, well, was it not my intention to like keep something in and tell someone, so violate that trust? Was it that I didn't intend for it to get back to you? So that's what I'm actually pissed off about. Or it's the fact that I still made the decision to talk about it. Is it more that, okay, I'm really sorry that like, I'd still hold myself accountable. Like, I'm really sorry that happened. I personally wasn't aware that this is how much it meant to you. However, that doesn't mean I wasn't wrong for doing it. That is the approach I would much rather prefer someone taking, rather than going, well, how am I supposed to know that mattered to you? Or like, that's then getting defensive, and that's not partaking in an accountability or an apology.
Yeah, I've tried to stop saying it wasn't my intention in apologies, because sometimes I feel like it's like, but it was the result of your actions though. Like, let's just start there. Because for me, it's just like, but you did the thing. So what was the intention then? What was your intention? If not for, what did you expect? That's always my kind of thing. It's like, it's like when someone cheats on you, it's like, it wasn't my intention to hurt you. But what did you expect? Because you did the thing that would hurt me. So it's like, it's just really, I don't know. For sometimes I just feel like it's taking away, the person is kind of removing themselves from that kind of ownership and responsibility. It's like, you're responsible for your actions, and I think you should act as such.
I think,
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that maybe some people, me too, like we all do this, maybe there's a confusion between, oh yeah, by the way, this isn't me being like, I'm really great at apologies, this is how it should be done. This is 100% exploring the apology as a thing. Maybe the idea of an explanation for your behavior or your actions gets substituted as a apology for people. So say if you said like, it just happened, or like I was drunk, or like I didn't realize. And it's like, those are all explanations of why you might have made that decision, but you are not actually owning up that you did it. You're not being like, fuck it, I made a mistake. I can offer you an explanation for why, if that's what's important to you. But also, is the why always important, or is it more just that, no, the important is the impact that it's had, and now how we move forward. I think maybe sometimes the explanation bit is where people are like, they jump straight to explaining rather than first holding their hands up.
And sometimes I don't need to know the why immediately. We can get into the why tomorrow, but today I just need to know that there's a recognition and responsibility, and you owning up to what happened and owning up to the fact that it was wrong, and then apologizing. We can get into the why tomorrow, because that does kind of give me peace of mind to know why someone's behavior, why someone did something. Because for me, I always need to know, was it malicious and spiteful, or was it a genuine human mistake? So it's like, so the why is important to me, but only the day after. I wanted to ask you, there's a quote that I've seen a quote going around on Twitter that's like, we're only accepting sorries in the form of changed behavior.
Okay.
What do you think?
You just want to know my thoughts?
I want to know your thoughts, and then I'll go on and say mine. I have thoughts.
Oh, I bet. Okay. I mean, classic Shaz, I can talk about both sides of that phrase.
Yeah.
So I could talk about why I would agree with it or why I would disagree with it. I think I'd agree in the sense that for people, like people say, don't do that again kind of thing with an apology. Like, you're not just going to every week have someone do the same thing to you and just be like, it's fine, you've apologized, we can carry on until you do it again. You expect there to be a change in something so that the same thing doesn't happen again, or at least the exact same scenario doesn't. So I can imagine why people, and then there's a much less tolerance for people to kind of work through change behavior. It's expected that as soon as it's understood that this one incident happened, it was very bad, not very bad behavior. It was bad for the relationship between the two of you.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough allowance for some, like, changing behavior is so hard, especially if it's so the natural way that you are, that if you're only going to have like a one harsh, and I'm not saying it's wrong for you to have this or it's right for you to have this. I personally wouldn't go about it this way, but
Same.
It's quite difficult to just expect that change behavior to be done by the next time that you're in a fight or a conflict or something. And then I disagree with it in the sense, no, I agree with it in the sense that I think that is what people have come to expect and they feel that they're entitled to that. That's why I'm kind of like, well, I don't, as much as a relationship or something can matter to you, I first want to talk about whether this is a practical problem. Like,
change,
is it just that is it the way that we are is an issue, and we just need to be aware of that and account for it and be a little bit more sympathetic and kind of compassionate towards each other because of the way that we are different? Or is it that, no, I expect you to change this for me because of this. It's kind of like, where do you find the boundary between that? Because sometimes there are loads of situations where I've been where I'm like, all right, this might just be that we see things very differently. In this case, it was wrong of me or it was wrong of you. However, moving forward, we need to be aware that we do see things differently. So we need to have a little bit of compassion knowing that we are different people. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go, don't ever fucking do that again to me, unless it's a very, very specific thing. But then to some degree, oh my God, I could talk this for ages. Then to some degree, it's like, it's again talking a little bit about those friendship and love languages, like in terms of you need to what extent do you actually shift yourself a little bit to create space for that, to create less space for conflict in your kind of relationships with people.
I feel like I like this statement because, so I also have two sides of it. So I like this statement because I feel like if you're just apologizing and your behavior never changes, then that's simply emotional manipulation. And you're pulling someone back into a relationship, making them believe that, you know what, this isn't going to... Because for me, when someone apologizes to me, one of the things I hear is, I'm going to make a conscious effort to make sure I don't do this again. And so that's why I'd say it's emotional manipulation, because if you apologize, you're kind of pulling back in someone into a relationship. And, what happens after that is they build trust again and all those things. And then it happens again. And then you apologize and then it happens again. And so then it's like, okay, that is emotional manipulation, because you are apologizing to someone knowing very well that they will start to believe that they are now safe in your arms and in your present, whatever that relationship is. But that might not necessarily be the case if you keep doing the thing that you're apologizing for. So yes, based on that. But then also I think similarly to what you said, I think it can be a little bit harsh because life is so long. And I think it goes back to the whole thing of, for me, I'm not so much looking at the change behavior. Like I said, I'm looking at where did that behavior come from? You know, was it from a place of malice, or was it from a place of, you know, you're a flawed human being who makes mistakes? Because for me, that's, you know, the fact that you're flawed and you're making a mistake and that's where it's coming from, that I'm more inclined to forgive that. And I'm more inclined to believe that, you know what, because you're flawed, you're probably going to do that thing again. And you're probably going to do something that's worth apologizing for again. We do shit every single day where we have to apologize for it. You know what I mean? And I don't necessarily believe that, you know, if someone cares about you, they won't do it again. And it's like, no, I think it's so much more complex than that. We all have so much stuff to deal with and emotional stuff to sort through every single day. We can't expect people to just kind of be perfect. And I'm not saying people should be expected to make mistakes. So I'm not saying we should make a lot of, you know, we should be lenient and make a lot of leeway for mistakes. But I do feel like personally for me, I'm not so much concerned about, you know, change behavior. I mean, yeah, I want to see that someone is putting in an effort to not do it again. I want to see that they're also putting in an effort to understand my perspective and to understand why it hurt me so that it doesn't happen again. But if it does happen again, you know, because they're human being and they make mistakes, I'm not going to be like, right, fuck you, this relationship is done, because I'm more interested in knowing, okay, why did that happen again? Where did it come from? And can we rectify the situation? And what is going on in your head too? What place is this behavior manifesting from?
Yeah, like it's so hard because not everyone's the same, and we don't spend our entire time walking around all day being conscious of how your actions are always affecting every individual person in your life. Like, that's not selfish at all. That's genuinely just, we don't have the capacity to do that as people. So of course you're going to slightly irritate someone. Of course you're going to piss someone off, or you're going to do something that you didn't think about because you just weren't thinking. So yeah, I fully get that. It's interesting that you talk about it as like emotional manipulation, because then it kind of brings into, does that person know what they're doing, as in, are they ever going to change that? But then I think this is what I mean when I said earlier about really trying to interrogate in myself, what won't I apologize for? Because it's things that I'm not willing to change or whatever. Because it's very easy for me to just then apologize in a situation like, sorry, it's easy for anyone, not like it's easy for me to just lie and whatever. It's easy for anyone to apologize in a situation because they want to make it better. They can listen and be like, okay, all of those things I apologize for. But does that mean that I'm like, have I, through my apology, accepted step number 2, which is what happens from now? Or do people pair those together? Because I can still apologize for everything and go, however, that's not me as a person. I'm never going to do that. That's not what I believe in. So I'm not going to do it that way. I apologize for the pain that it's caused you now, but I think it's unfair to ask me to move forward in such a different way because I'm not willing to. So it's interesting that like those two things need to be separated.
Yeah. I think it should, for me, it's emotional manipulation if you know what you've done wrong, you know how much it's hurt me, and then you've told me that it's not going to happen again. Then that is emotional manipulation if it does happen again, especially if you can see the burden it's put on me in terms of I have to go away and heal from this experience, and I have to go away and process all these emotions that are now coming up, and I have to go away and foster the inner child in me that's been so severely wounded. And then you see that process in me. You see me going through that healing process. And then you let me know that, you know what, I see how much pain this has caused you. It's not going to happen again. And then it happens again. Then it's emotional manipulation. But then at the same time, it's like people have demons, and people are wounded, and people have so much stuff that they have to deal with every single day. And there's so many things that happen to us as children that hurt us, and we're still dealing with them today. You know what I mean? So it's like, so that's why I always say, I think what's most important to me personally is, where does that behavior come from? You know, is it coming from a place of malice, or is the person flawed? And they have so many demons that they have to, you know, deal with. And that for me, I'm more inclined to, even if someone keeps doing the thing over and over again, if I can see that, they just don't know how to handle this situation, they don't know how to stop doing this because they're dealing with their own stuff, then I'm more inclined to hold their hand whilst they're doing the work to kind of fix themselves. Because I don't believe that it's just like, okay, if you don't change your behavior, I'm done with you. I think more than anything, I'm someone who gives people chances. Not even that I feel like they deserve chances, but I'm someone who just recognizes that we're human beings, and we can't always do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that.
Okay. All right. I think that's good. That's it. Should we do rants and all that other jazz?
Yeah. I mean, that was a very to the point conversation. It's just kind of well, yeah, I guess as a follow-up from that, in terms of what I'm thinking about, it'd just be good to think about, like, just reflecting on apologies that I've done, or apologies that have meant something to me, or when recognizing, like you said, what it is that I want as an outcome, being very careful in myself in terms of the accountability. I think not confusing an apology for all of those three things, like an accountability, an apology, and a promise of what's next.
Yeah.
Are three different things, and they can't be thought of as one. I think that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I'm going to think about that.
And I think also what's next can look like, well, I can tell that I'm going to keep hurting you, so let me remove myself out of this situation. That can also, you can be honest with yourself and say, I don't see myself changing this thing because that is my natural way of doing things. And that can also be what's next. But I think also, just to end off on that point, something that when it comes to accountability, I think the biggest thing to kind of be mindful of is no deflecting. So no being like, but last week you also, it's like, no.
That's not what's mattering here.
Like, that's not it. But yeah, I think it's really interesting to think about how we apologize and what we expect from people.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Rants of the week. So you got anything to be ranting about?
Wait, let me think. By think, I mean, let me pull out my notes.
I've got one if you want to start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mine, it's not so much a rant per se. It's just a mild irritation, which, as we know, I've got many. I really fucking hate that people's lack of attention to detail, especially when it's to do with, like, publicly putting stuff out there. Like, at the same time, it's like, great, you did that. But you know these stupid TikTok videos or, like, Instagram reels where people, like, point and then, like, a piece of text appears where they pointed, and then they point another one and there's another one appears.
Yeah.
When that text doesn't fucking line up to where they've pointed, or it doesn't, like, appear at the right time, just do it again. Only you was in charge of that and control of that, and you didn't need to put it out at a certain time. You know, you're just fucking Steve from next door. It's fine. You can do it tomorrow. I just don't understand. It really bothers me because I'm watching something and I'm like, you watched this back and thought, that looks good. That looks fine. Your one purpose in this was to point and have something appear at the right time, and you couldn't achieve that. Oh, it really bothers me. I know it's really, really, really petty, but it just really bothers me because all you had to do was just pay a little more attention to that. It really fucks me off.
Yeah, I think that speaks to how much of a perfectionist you are. Because I'm sure the other person is kind of like, I have to go to work. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to upload this. Literally, that's probably their thought process.
Just don't do it.
I guess my rant, it's a bit more deep than a bit more somber.
What a surprise. I'm such a petty bitch.
So I think mine is about people who say happiness is a choice. I think it really pisses me off. And, like, I think knowing what I know and, you know, having the degree that I have and studying what I'm studying, it really pisses me off because I think it's such a dangerous thing to say. It dismisses the biological basis of depression, and it dismisses the predispositions that people have. So whenever someone says happiness is a choice, what I immediately think is, okay, so you're dismissing and silencing people who are suffering from a psychological disorder. So that it annoys me because it also can kind of make the person feel like, well, why don't I just choose to smile? And you know those memes where people are like, I don't know if I can recount the meme and, like, remain serious and just, like, not burst into laughter, but whatever. Well, that meme where someone is like, oh, when someone tells you to just smile and you're like, oh shit, why didn't I think of that? You know, that kind of thing. So it's like, so that's what I immediately start to think of. And I think at the end of the day, like, jokes aside, it's such an irresponsible statement. And I see it fucking everywhere on, like, positive pages, whatever it is. It's one thing to tell someone to meditate. It's another thing to tell someone to, you know, start journaling, start exercising, start eating right. That's a completely different thing. When you're saying happiness is a choice, it's really not. It's really not.
It's also, surely it completely invalidates people that feel quite fundamentally unhappy. And it's like, it's your own fault.
Yeah, it literally, like the responsibility is immediately turned to the person who's suffering. And that's fucked up. So I just want to say happiness is not a choice. Happiness depends on whether or not you have a biological predisposition to a psychological disorder and whether or not you meet enough environmental stress to manifest that disorder. There we go.
Nice. I'm here for it. Moving on to your much nicer things.
Okay, so check yourself. I'm going to check myself today on talking to white people about race. So last week, something happened in a seminar. I don't know who's listening to this. I don't care. Last week, something happened in a seminar at my university. And I took it upon... So a white man basically exploded before our eyes. The fragility... His fragility was just so loud right in front of all of us. And I took it upon myself to... I won't say what he said, because then it'll be obvious what's going on. I took it upon myself to then go and have a conversation with him, recommend him a book, explain to him why what he did was wrong. And I'm just like, I immediately felt very disgusted, and I immediately felt like I had spent a lot of energy on someone who wasn't worth my time. So I think personally, I'm done talking to white people about race. I think for me, it's always going to be a thing of, well, there's a lot of books, there's a lot of podcasts, there's a lot of articles. Pick one of them up, educate yourself. Do not burden a person of color. So yeah, that's it.
I mean, I'm very sorry about that awful human being that you had to endure and encounter. But I'm glad you're checking yourself on it and doing what you needed to put in space for that. Checking myself, I think just complaining. I've been very hormonal in the last week and a half, and I'm sick of myself complaining. Okay. And I just want to, like, obviously naturally who you engage with is hearing that, and it's like, fair enough if it's actually something to complain about, or if it's upsetting you, fine, but complaining is different. And I personally hate feeling like all I'm doing is complaining. And I feel like I'm just doing it to myself, doing it to anyone I talk to. And I just want to be like, look, I'm in a shit mood, just don't engage. Yeah. Don't complain, just don't engage.
Don't engage.
So I want to rein that in a little bit. I mean, sometimes, don't get me wrong, it's just funny to complain and just like wallow in it a little bit. But just making sure I'm checking myself on like who I'm overexposing to that complaining as well.
100%. And I think the whole thing of not engaging, that's something I'm trying to practice. Like, I came in today in a bad mood and Sharan was like, are you mad at me? And I'm like, I'm trying really hard to this is not about anyone in this room. This is about me. But it's so hard because we're human, and sometimes it's impossible to not show that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. It's more just like, if it's me, that's fine. But just want to know what the vibe is. No. If it's anything else, that's you. You know me. If it's you, you will receive a call or text message from me. Yeah, you will be the first to know. I'll receive a formal notice. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I was in a terrible mood because of my fucking period, and I'm just kicking things. Okay, I guess to turn it around a little bit, what is one thing you're grateful for? Let's make it one. So you have to it has to be spicy. Okay, I'm not sure how to call it spicy. Maybe it's like yogurt. But I'm really grateful for how much my friends just are open to talking about their jobs and their roles. Because I'm so grateful that although I've studied down one avenue and I've worked in what I've worked in, I've learned about so many others just because I hear about like the kind of stuff my friends are working on or what they've been doing today. Like, one of my friends is a design engineer, and she was showing me the machines and just showing me like it's being like, I had to decide this, and this is what this meeting was about, just because we were talking. So I just really appreciated and was grateful for that, grounding me a bit. And then my other friend has worked in like collections for years, and it's like museum collection stuff. And I just gained an insight into that because they're willing to talk about it and share it. So I'm just really grateful for my friends talking about their jobs. I think it's really cool. No, that is really cool. It is nice. I'm grateful for parents who allow me to be myself and have always really encouraged me to be myself, even if that looks different from what every other kid around me looks like. And I think I'm also grateful for
how they've always wanted to know my opinion, and especially more so now. I think it's very easy to always look at your child as a child. So even though that's your child, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a child, because of course, like a 25-year-old, okay, well, some people are still children at 25. It just depends on the context. But I guess I'm just grateful for parents who've always given me space to be who I am, listened to me, never tried to project it, kind of their ideals onto me, because I think it's easy when you have a child to sort of want them to live a certain way and to project that continuously. But they're always like, no, what do you think about this? This is your choice. It's your life. And I think I sometimes take that for granted because it feels really good and it feels really safe. Like, they're not perfect, but yeah, I just had a conversation with my mom the other day, and it just made me realize that, yeah, this is something to be grateful for.
That's lovely. I'm glad.
Great. Okay.
We all good. We all done.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram at Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us, and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. I'm so hungry. It's all I can think about. Have you eaten today?
Yeah, I have.
I've had like 11 or maybe 13 bowls of cereal.
I had sushi for dinner.
Oh, that sounds good.
It was really nice.
My cereal was at like different increments in the day.
Good.
Welcome to the One Great Take podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara. We are no longer remotely recording, so we are back in the studio, facing each other, staring into each other's eyes once again.
Yeah, so we are letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received. And especially from my perspective as a Black woman, and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're really just going to be discussing some of the most, important topics to us, some of the things that are most true to us. We're going to be sharing some of our personal experiences and life situations in some moments. And we're really exploring any and anything that we feel is important to us. And we're taking you along on that journey.
We're always trying to be quite reflective and selective about what it is we communicate and how we're communicating as well. We want to be constantly interrogating the language that we use because we want it to be fully reflective of what we're trying to convey. So we want to bring some of these topics up as a bit of a daily conscious thought in our heads, give them some space in your head, our heads, all the heads. If you hear all the talking heads, if you hear any background noises, it is most probably our producer Marley. It won't be.
Yeah.
It'll be me.
Yeah.
It'll be me. I'm fidgeting, and today I've got a dry throat.
Let's be honest.
So it's hard sitting in a position like this. So, Tara, what's in your message drafts?
So, yeah, we've been thinking, haven't we? We've been talking. I think there's been a topic that I've been interested in for quite a lot of years, and you started to get into it as well sometime last year, and so you and I have started to you've started to really get into this topic, and I don't know why I'm being so aloof about this, but basically the topic of hormone health and periods and feminine health and yeah, like I said, I've been pretty interested in it for so many years, like 4 to 6 years, been working on this journey of hormonal healing and just embracing my femininity, and and you just recently started to get into it and started to do more research. So I think it would be great for us to create space to have that conversation around periods, around hormone health, and what that means for us and why that's important to us. Because I think it's a conversation that not a lot of people who menstruate have that conversation. And I think not even our mothers have that conversation with us too often, despite the fact that it takes up such a huge proportion of our lives, as people who menstruate and people who have uterus. Is it uteruses or uteri?
Uteri sounds cool.
I know. But yeah, so I wanted to talk about this. But having said that, I want to, send out a disclaimer. We are not trained professionals. We are not specialists. We are just two people who are very interested in, healing our bodies and we're very interested in the topic of health and wellness. And so it's only fitting that we would also dive into hormone health and things like that. But we are not professionals, and I want anyone listening to this to realize the topic of bio-individuality. What works for my body isn't going to work for your body. And definitely that's been the case. So I don't want anyone to listen to this and go, oh, I'm going to go try that. I mean, if you do it with your own discretion and also do your own research. And so, yeah, we're going to be talking about our own experiences. But by no means are we trying to say, this is what you should go do, because that would be irresponsible. So, yeah. What do you feel about that? How do you feel about talking about that?
Good.
Great.
I think it's about time.
Yeah, it's about time.
It's a conversation. I mean, stuff happens to us once a month. It's about time.
Mm-hmm.
We've paused the conversation between us quite a lot sometimes because we really wanted to just give it a good amount of space. So I'm really excited.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of new stuff in my head and just giving myself the time to sit down and really think about it holistically all together, I think is going to be wild. Also, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm rustling loads. Apparently I'm wearing a bag of leaves. So okay. I really just want to re-apologize for the noise.
Okay, so the first question I want to ask you, because I think it's really interesting to reflect on this. First of all, how old were you when you got your first period?
10, I think.
Okay.
How about you?
I think I was 12. And then the follow-up question to that is, did you have when you first got your period, did you have a conversation with an elderly woman, whether that's, even if it's not someone older than you, but maybe a cousin or whatever it is, someone who had already gotten their period too? Did you have a conversation with someone within your family when you did get your period?
Me getting my period was kind of horrible.
Yeah.
Basically, I got it at a family thing, and my older cousin, who's a male, he thought it'd be well funny to we hadn't heard about it in school yet, and he thought it'd be quite funny to convince me that something really wrong was happening. But then eventually my mom came and found me because she was like, "Where the hell are you?" And then she came to the bathroom with me. We had a bit of a chat. And I think I immediately felt just a lot of shame and embarrassment.
Yeah.
And obviously the situation was made a lot worse initially.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a safe situation. But obviously at the time I was just kind of confused and very just because I was at somebody else's house as well. I then had to let more people know so that I could get something for it. I hated it. I just hated it instantly right from the start.
Yeah.
How about you?
No, that's interesting because it's that hate. It's so you said it with so much passion in your voice, to be honest. That's really sad. Yeah.
That's my life. I'm kidding, carry on.
So the way that I got it, I'm acutely aware of that day. So I was literally at home, minding my business. I went to the bathroom and of course I saw blood. And then my mom just happened to be home, thank God. And then so I went to her and I said, there was so much shame around mentioning it. The minute I saw it, I immediately I just felt really small. I shrunk into myself and I was so confused. And it was I knew, of course, what was going on because it's this. I know this happens to every single, every single person with a uterus. And so but despite that, there was so much shame around it. There was I can't believe this has happened. And I was of course this has happened. So then I went to my mom and I told her and I said, yeah, I just got my period. And she said, well, did you put a pad on? And I was like, no. And she's like, well, why didn't you do that? And then I put a pad on, and then I went back and I sat next to her, and then she said, do you know what this means? And I said, no, I don't know what this means. And she said, it means you can have kids now. And I was like,
oh, okay.
I was like, that's so interesting that's the first thing you think to say to me. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, yeah, I get it. It's now you can conceive a child and carry a child. But I found it very interesting that she chose that moment to say that. So I found it felt like fear-mongering, and it felt like there was a lot of fear around it. And I immediately, for me, it started a relationship of resenting my period, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I sat here and just said I hated it from the start, so I fully get it. I want to ask you about broadening kind of that knowledge and information about a period. So schools in the UK kind of did some stuff, and I'll tell you about mine in a second, but I just want to ask you, like, I don't know if schools in Botswana told you about it, but basically where did your knowledge, information and education come from on the period, about the period, whether it's the initial stages and then as you were growing up, and when you think you fully understood and got more informed on it?
When I fully got involved and fully started to understand my menstrual cycle and all the cycles within that, like the luteal phase and all that stuff, is honestly when I was around 18 years old. But when we were in school, I'm sure there was a class on that. I'm going to be honest, I do not remember it. And I think that speaks volumes, because if it's such a pivotal, such an important conversation and a pivotal moment, I should be able to remember it. But it's like, I don't remember having that conversation. I mean, yeah, we did have in science class, they did teach us about, people menstruate and the cycle is 28 days long and you bleed and they did, I'm sure they did teach about the cycles, but it was one class, and then after that the conversation didn't continue after that point. So I wasn't informed at all. Like as a teenager, I wasn't informed. I just knew that, okay, it's gonna come every 28 days. It might come maybe every 30 days, whatever it is, who knows, we'll see. I knew that it was going to happen for maybe 5 days, but those are conversations that I had with my mom and my cousins more specifically. But other than that, I didn't know about cramps or whether or not they should happen. I didn't know about all these things that I do know now. All those things, it was just my own self-taught stuff. Like I self-researched, and that's when I started to find out about it. And to be quite honest, I think that's really sad. Like, I think there should be more transparency around that. I think that people who menstruate should be informed. It shouldn't be like this taboo thing. And it's like, I shouldn't have taught myself all of this at 18 years old. It should have been available to me already. And I should have been encouraged to learn about it already.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. I agree in like it being quite sad about how late it took to fully understand. So for me, we had one class on it in primary school, which in the UK you go to until you're about 11. We had one class where they separated the boys and the girls. The boys went away. I don't know what they did. Still to this day, to be honest, couldn't give a shit.
They did the same for us too. Yeah.
My life was flashing before my eyes. So they had all the girls in a room, which I immediately disagree with now. Like, boys need to know this too. And they basically just kind of really simply told you what to expect, as opposed to trying to understand it. It was more just, here's why it only happens to girls. And it was very communicated as, this is a girl thing. And I'm aware I'm saying like girl meaning gendered girl, but that is the way it was communicated in school as well. So I obviously got my period before that. And then in high school, I went to an all-girls school, and this is so interesting because I want to talk about like how that you'd think that would be okay, but in the education it was very scientific. There was nothing to do with like PMS. It was kind of very casually mentioned, like, here are the symptoms of your period, and I was like, why are you treating it like it's an illness? If there's symptoms, there's clearly something wrong. And they pretty much went through like, this is what an egg does, blah, blah, blah. So I went home and I'd like talk to my mom about it. My mom had no idea because she grew up and she went to school in India, and they don't tell you what happens. They there, I think culturally, also talk about it in relation to pregnancy and children and how it's just like your capability. And obviously there's this whole like kind of cultural shame. We won't go into that, but like women that have issues that affect their period are seen as not being childbearing or being less of a woman or all of those things for that time. So for me, it was really interesting that I had a very scientific view on periods rather than a understanding my body kind of view. I didn't even know little things like your periods don't run in hot water. I discovered that way too late to be like, I was too scared to have a bath.
It's not just hot water, just water in general.
Yeah, I was too scared to have a bath. I was too scared to like do any, I was going to say swim, but I didn't fucking swim growing up. And like even just little things like that, you feel really silly at a later age knowing them. So yeah, I thought that was interesting.
No, we're really not taught the things that we should know, and I think it's to do women and people who menstruate such a huge disservice, because it's like, this is our body. This is what happens to us 5 to 7 days of the month. Sometimes some women, it's even way more than that. So it's like such a huge portion of your life. And it's like, but we don't get the proper education and awareness around it. And more than anything, it's like when we do talk about it, there's a lot of stigma and shame surrounding that topic. And it's like such a taboo. And that whole thing about the boys being separated, they did the same thing to us as well. Now I'm just remembering it. And it's like, it's those things as well kind of send the message that this is an embarrassing thing and you shouldn't hear about this because it doesn't concern you. And I beg to differ. I think it does concern them. I think it concerns everyone, you know, and it's like, I think it's just really sad. I think it's really sad that we then grow up to be women who are adults who can conceive children, at least maybe kind of in a societal sense, and now we're capable. And it's like, that's when we start to teach ourselves these things. And to be honest, it can come as such a shock. It's like, what is this? I didn't know about this. And it's like,
and it, yeah. I want to talk a little bit about the kind of the stigma around the conversation, specifically about periods and having them, or dealing with the effects of them, or symptoms as they were put. Yeah. So firstly, I went to an all-girls school, and you'd think, great, girls around me, periods galore, like it's fine, I can do whatever, it's not embarrassing. Ha ha, no. There was still, amongst girls, everyone in that room was going through it, and there was still such a like, fuck, I've got my period, I need to go to the bathroom, I can't tell anyone. Then, male teachers in my school some of them had such a fucking ignorant way of dealing with it, because there was this whole like the classic, can I go to the toilet? I don't know, can you? May I go? And they're like, it's just been lunchtime, why do you need to go now? It's like, my impression of a man. Sorry, men. It's not a judgment on men. I'm just a poor impressionist.
Oh, judge men. It's okay. They deserve it.
Well, they put the men in judgment. So, but the like way, like I distinctly remember an incident where I was like, I really need to go to the bathroom, and the teacher was like, no. You could have gone at lunch. And I was like, firstly, that's not how urination works, but okay. And I was like, no, I really need to go. Like, I really need to go. It's an emergency. And he was like, what possible emergency could you have? He was like, sit down. And I just bled. I didn't let me go to the loo.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck was I supposed to do? And it really pissed me off, because then I was like, late for my next lesson. And those are the things that surely if you're in, especially a teacher, you are aware that kids are going through stuff.
Yeah.
It was just really like, it became something that was like, okay, this is only my problem to deal with. There's no care towards this, even though every woman goes through this every month from the ages of like
12,
round then to like much later in life, many, many years. And it still feels like something every month. It feels like a shock every time.
It feels like a shock. It feels like, personally, it feels like a shock. I don't mind that personally it feels like a shock. Like, obviously, we get cramps and whatnot. I don't mind that part. What I mind, though, is when society treats it like a shock. Yeah. So when society fails to, some people feel like, well, we should still go about things as usual. And I'm like, if it was men who is in their position, that would not be the case. Nope. Things would shut down for 7 days just so they could fucking bleed and take care of themselves. And because that's just how much, you know, we put men on this pedestal, and that's how the hierarchy works in this world. So it's like, but I personally feel like there should be more understanding. Why is it that condoms, you know, are free in bathrooms, but tampons and pads aren't?
Shut up.
There's so many things that for me, I'm just like, where's the sense? I'm so confused. Like, I'm constantly
angry. Condoms are a choice.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't have a choice. I'm constantly angry at the lack of understanding, the lack of, you know, the inability to accommodate and adjust, and the frustration around that, the frustration that we feel. I constantly feel like, well, if I'm out in the world, I feel like my period is an inconvenience. But if I'm personally at home, I celebrate it. It's like, I should be able to celebrate it even if I have something going on. You know what I mean? It's like...
and the whole shame thing. So this will kind of lead into PMS a little bit. But the whole shame thing, when you think about what you're shown about women and periods, it's very hushed. It's like people get really weird even saying the word period or being like, ew, gross. Or like that's people's initial reaction.
Yeah.
And like jokes are made about PMS, and it's really interesting that that's how you feel it's treated, because naturally you are going to internalize and then repress that and then punish yourself for doing that or feeling that way, because sometimes it's like, oh, maybe I am just being dramatic or like, oh, come on, it doesn't hurt that much. Everyone goes through it. And it's like, just because everyone goes through something doesn't mean it's also not a big deal to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could be the 1,000th person in the room to be experiencing that, but it's still happening for you.
Mm-hmm.
I've got so many things I want to ask you. All right, quick fire round.
Wait, just about that PMS thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, when we talk about PMS, then I'll get into it.
Okay,
But
all right. What do you use for your period?
I use a menstrual cup. And the shame and like, I know that there's been times when I'm around women and I say I use a menstrual cup and it's like, ew. And I'm like, pardon? That's your blood. That's you. That's your body. Like, and that I think is really interesting that even women are ashamed to admit that they use menstrual cups. So it's like, there's this thing that's like, that's disgusting. You know what I mean? It's like,
how'd you find it?
I really love it. I honestly, when I use a menstrual cup, I feel like I'm not even on my period. I can just go about my day.
That's cool.
What do you use?
I also use a cup now. You're the one that spiraled that. Not spiraled it. What's it called? Not provoked it either because this all sounds bad. Inspired it. There you go. Until I had a menstrual cup, genuinely never had a period I've been comfortable with in my life until menstrual cups. But more on that later and why. Dun dun dun, suspense. If this was a TV show, that'd be a great point for an advert break.
I think it's also because menstrual cups, like, they force you to look at yourself and look at your body because obviously you clean it out and you see your blood. And by the way, I'm not going to censor anything in this episode because I'm not doing that for y'all.
Well, that was one of my next questions. I was going to say, how do you treat talking about periods and stuff? How do you go about it?
So, I mean, for example, with you, I'm very explicit. You know that. And with all of my female friends, I'm very explicit. And then also with Eugene, my boyfriend, I'm very explicit. I talk about blood clots. I talk about like what's going on. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm not shy about the conversation because I don't think we should be. I don't think that it should be this hidden secret because every single person with a vagina and a uterus goes through this. So it's like, so I will say, oh yeah, there were blood clots. I will say, oh, the blood was dark. Or I will say, oh, like I didn't bleed that much. Or I did, like, things will happen. I will say, oh, I am leaking. Or things like that. You know what I mean? So I personally don't censor anything anymore.
Me neither. I think before, definitely. But as in the last few years, as and when it is the reality of my life and on my mind and affecting me, yeah, I'm going to mention it. Just as much as I would mention I'm hungry or anything. I don't really shy away from like guy friends. If it makes them uncomfortable, that's a them problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm quite honest about it as well. Like if like the whole clot aspect, if I'm confused about my period or like, you know, you're spotting or you don't, all of these words, I'm like, you need to learn this. I don't give a shit. Yeah. You don't know when you're going to have to support someone who's menstruating. You don't know when you're going to like need to be there for someone that's menstruating, whether it's helping them manage it. You don't know if you're going to be a single father.
Exactly.
You don't know any of these things. You don't know if you're going to have to support your partner, anything. So I just don't see the point of people being, by the way, if I'm not saying everyone needs to be that crude or open or anything. Actually, it's not crude. It's just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everyone needs to, and if you are, then that's a problem. That's what you're comfortable with. But personally, for me, I'm not going to shy away from that if I don't shy away from other like conversations.
And I also feel like men shouldn't only, the first time you know and learn about periods shouldn't be when you have a daughter.
Or yeah.
And or girlfriend even. But I know to a lot of men that's their first introduction to periods is when they finally live with a woman or whatever, because I think that's when you see all the ebbs and flows of it and all the seasons of it. And you know what, if that's your first introduction, cool. I get that's the way society is structured, so I don't necessarily blame you. But I hope that that's not the end of the conversation, if you know what I mean. Like, you shouldn't just learn about, like, if you do have there's some men who've been married for years or have been in relationships for years and don't know fuck all. And I'm like, do you even know how many days a period lasts?
I just don't understand why they're like, oh, okay, this is your thing. And it's like, I'm sorry, your thing often becomes my thing. Yeah. So let's do that the other way around.
There was a time where I had a really bad period and I was like, it was like clotting and all that stuff. And I was so terrified because I had never clotted that much.
Yeah.
And Eugene literally sat with me in the bathroom, like as I was like free bleeding. And there was no awkwardness at all. That's the level of comfort that we should be allowed to feel. It shouldn't be like,
if you're going to go in there, you can see what's coming out.
Absolutely.
So Fuck off.
Oh, that goes into period sex.
Yeah, well, okay. Oh God, I've got so many questions. Wait, before we go into period sex, PMS. Let's hit PMS.
So the point that I was going to make about that one is, you know where the word hysterectomy comes from?
No.
So you know how in the olden days women were perceived to be hysterical, and that's why they were not allowed to vote or do all these things or go to school, because they were deemed hysterical. Hysterectomy comes from hysterical. So that's also where PMS stems from. So it's a societally conceived thing that, to be honest, has no scientific basis. The only thing we know is that, yes, your mood will fluctuate throughout your cycle, but we don't know that you're going to go crazy for a week before your cycle. You know what I mean? And that whole thing of she's going crazy, she's PMSing, that's the whole hysterectomy thing.
Yeah. Do you consider physical changes before your period or physical feelings or whatever as part of PMS as well?
That's the only PMS that I register. No, it's not I don't know if I get like, yeah, sure, my emotions switch up and stuff like that, but I don't want to feed into that societal thing, so I don't call it PMS. I'll just say my emotions get a bit, I might be a bit more emotional the week before my period, but I won't call it PMS. What I call PMS is the physical stuff.
Okay. What do you get?
So I'll get like cramping, my boobs will obviously get swollen, and
that trip up the stairs
and the headaches.
To a right bitch when your boobs hurt.
And it's like the headaches, and I will get like quite hungry, and I'll sleep a bit more.
Okay.
But it's not too bad, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
So I've only in the last like 2 years really started to realize or notice. So I've got polycystic ovary syndrome, which I will talk about a bit later, but that kind of explains a lot of the roots of why I have my stuff the way I do. But now I know that about a week and a half before I'm about to get my period, I do have certain mood swings, but more that I know I hit certain mood lows.
Yeah.
So like I know I'll have a day of, not even just a day, but I'll feel really, really quite irritable. It's almost like I can feel the hormones change in me. I definitely get 1 or 2 days where I feel just quite mentally low or like sad. Bare emotion. I tend to get spots a little bit, and they're like different kind of spots, so I'm starting to know what they are. To be fair, now that I know it, I'm quite excited
and stuff.
Yeah, I get quite excited just to be like, oh, I know what this kind of thing on my like a spot is. Breasts as well, and then I do you feel the like weight of it in your kind of pelvic?
Yeah, oh my
when
God.
It's coming.
I feel it. It's almost like my period is like, I mean, my uterus is like preparing to like. I'm making like a motion of like contracting right now. Yeah, it's like contracting and it's like preparing to just release.
To push. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I feel that for like 2 or 3 days before, and I'm like,
same.
But then I'm just constantly on edge because you're just like,
because like, is it coming? Is
it here? And then there's like different kinds of discharge as well. That's another word that people get well iffy about.
This past year, I've also started to spot like 3 days before my period. I'll spot for 3 days, and then if I have sex, then it comes earlier than it otherwise would.
Okay.
So. Which is actually quite interesting.
No, I've heard
because it contracts apparently, like your uterus contracts, and then it's like, cool, we can go now, and it's like, and then just pours out.
Because something's been digging up there. But yeah, the whole thing about PMS, so with like mood changes and stuff, it really fucks me off how much it's dealt with as like you're angry, you must be on your period, or like, oh, it's mood swings. I'm sorry, there are chemical imbalances in my body that mean I'm not being able to control my initial feeling or reaction to something. I can't even say anymore.
Period.
I'm so mad that that's not seen as like, well, yeah, fair enough, justified. It's seen as like, ha ha ha. Oh, you probably should, like, it's used as like something that's just off the cuff, and like, it just makes me so angry that people don't seem to understand how it's a real thing as well. Like, it is a physical thing. So I don't consider mood changes as not physical personally, because I'm like, especially in my body, which we'll get to, lots of spoilers. It is a physical thing. It causes that. I sometimes feel so out of control with like how I'm feeling, and I feel so frustrated that I can't change it, even if I'm aware of it. And it's just, it makes me mad that then you can watch TV and like young boys are just sat there being like, ha ha ha, girls are so bitchy because they're on their period, and it's like,
and I also feel like for some women, like, because all of our hormones are are different. Like they're balanced very differently. And some of us, to be honest, our hormones aren't balanced at all. So it's like, so I think it depends, like how much those emotions are tied to the physical really depends on the individual.
Yeah, definitely.
Like that's why for me, I consider my PMS only the physical, because I don't think it's very like I don't get super irritable. I mean, I might get a bit frustrated, but it's never. I don't, like I said, I'm trying not to feed into the whole trope of hysteria and all that stuff. But yeah, I think depending on who you are, but it is a thing. It is like, yeah, wherever you are in your cycle, your mood shifts, and even your ability to exercise shifts, your ability to focus shifts. Like depending on where you are in your cycle, you are capable of different things. Like your creativity elevates at some point in your luteal phase. Like there's so much that happens that is tied to the physical. So it's like, yeah, but we don't recognize that enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. And like sugar cravings and all of that stuff.
Food cravings.
And, yeah, and just like the different kind of, to be fair, now it's quite cool. If I could look back on little Sharan, firstly, I'd help her out. Secondly, I remember just how long I've hated my period and how long I've been frustrated with it and how long I don't sleep when because like overnight you can't wear a tampon because you have to like get up and change it.
Yeah.
And I've had really bad periods in my life, but because of PCOS, sometimes I only get like 2 or 3 periods a year. So I would go through stints, which I considered lucky to be like, nah, fuck it, I'm not having to deal with this for like 3 months. But it was also a complete surprise. And then when it did come, it was horrible. Like I'm out for days. I give myself fevers from the pain. Like my whole body gets ill from it.
Wow.
So for me, it's always like shut down. But then I guess that only happens like 3 times a year. But I hated it constantly. And then I also felt like I never truly knew how to deal with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think I reached out for any support on it either. I just kind of dealt with it myself. And it wasn't until I started to understand it more, help myself regulate it and do all of that stuff that I started to, like now I don't fear it anymore.
Yeah.
Whereas before, my life centered around when
is it coming?
And the anxiety. And also because mine wasn't regular and even now isn't that predictable. It's just like, it's so much more comforting. Like I could actually cry at how much I'm just so like, do you know what? I don't have this thing constantly on my mind. And it makes me so sad as well to think about the lack of education that other people have gone through as well. And just how much, I know obviously people like I genuinely used to be like, oh, fuck off. Like you're just one of those people. It's like, I love my body. I love this. I love period. Like no one loves their period. And it's like, I don't love it. Don't get me wrong. I'd be fine not bleeding. But I don't fear it.
Yeah.
And that's a huge thing, like the association of fear, feeling like I can't do anything those days or whatever. So,
and I think a lot of women fear it. I mean, to be honest, like there was I know like when I went to, because I also went to boarding school when I was in college, and I remember there were some girls who like if we were going, because we would go out during the weekend and we'd all stay somewhere together, and if that weekend was coming up, some girls would like take a pill that would delay their period, that would make their period come like the next weekend. Do you know what I mean? Just to like, just to like delay it. And I remember the first time I saw it happening, I was like, why would you do that? And then, I mean, of course, I know how it feels to get your period. I know that it can be like, fuck, why is this thing here? And it can honestly ruin your fucking day. In fact, ruin your week. Yeah. So it comes when there's a lot of resentment, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of, anxiety, and it's just a painful experience, to be honest, for most women. And so whenever I would see the girls in the hostel doing that, I was shocked, but I understood. But then as I got older, I started to understand that it's as much as we all fear it, we don't all experience it the same. We don't all experience a period the same. For some of us, it hurts so much more. It debilitates us so much more. It weakens us so much more. And then for others, they just get like one or just a few cramps, and then they just feel like they're on top of the world.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the individual. And I also think we should start being sensitive to that. I think one of the reasons society also hasn't adjusted, I mean, other than the fact that we live in a world that's rooted in the patriarchy and misogyny is rife, another reason is because people are so busy comparing and being like, well, she's okay. How come you're not? You know what I mean? And it's like, but we're not the same. And this is where the whole thing of bio-individuality comes into play. It's like our bodies are literally not wired the same. And therefore, we're not going to experience our periods the same. Even the amount of bleeding that happens. And it's like, And it depends on so much, but it also, I don't even think it's super tied to genetics, because my mom, for example, had really bad periods. She actually had to remove her uterus, and it's like, but I haven't experienced that so far. So
yeah, it's interesting because like there's the comparison element being like some girls are just fine, or well, anyone who menstruates, some people are just fine or can get along with their day or whatever. I genuinely thought the way I experienced a period was the only way to experience a period because it was so untalked about. I mean, though, like in school, we had other names for it, like Shark Week or like time of the month, or like why can't we just say period?
Yeah.
And now I bloody well will. But like I remember, so like my friend Beth, she was so casual about her period, and I was so like,
yeah,
is she just better at dealing with it, or is she all of that? And then I was like, actually, this is she just has a different period.
Yeah,
like she was just so like, oh yeah, I'm on period, but it's fine, or like I'll get it, or like, yeah, it's fine, I've just used a cup or whatever. And she like her casualness kind of helped me embrace it rather than fear it. And it's like, it's interesting because I could have gone the other way. I could have fully been like, I'm fucking like mad at my own body for doing this to me. But it's like, actually, no, I can reach a point where I can embrace mine no matter how it is.
Yeah.
But no, I am one of those people that's like debilitated. Like I can't move sometimes.
And that's okay. And I honestly feel like, I also feel like as we get older, as we grow older, whatever, it will completely change. For example, this year I've had so many more cramps. I never used to get cramps. I'd literally be the person who I was on my period, but you couldn't even tell. And then all of a sudden it's like I'm getting cramps. So I think it does depend. Another question I want to ask you, what app do you use to track your cycle?
Clue?
Okay.
But not the premium. I'm a cheap bitch.
No, I don't think there's a Clue premium.
There is. It keeps fucking sending me
really
pop-ups.
I didn't know they had a premium.
Yeah, with a premium, it actually tells you like it'll give you notifications on when you can expect certain things.
Yeah, I had that.
Yeah, but no, I can just log stuff.
So I used to use Clue, and now I use Flow, which really informs me because there's just so much that I want to know, and it really informs me. What is your reason for using an app?
So, with my polycystic, I've never had regular periods. And then I've had such an interesting journey with like I was put on loads of various different pills. But again, I'm going to talk about this in a bit.
Yeah.
But then it's reaching a certain age, it's actually really bad for me to not be bleeding, minimum like 3 or 4 times a year. I should be, just because of the build up. And that's why it makes it worse. And in terms of internal health, I could really suffer from it. So then there were these pills that would basically, there were like some women on it, they do get a period. Some women don't. Some women regulate completely. So I just had to take these pills if I hadn't had a period in like 3 months or something. But then once I started learning more about my own polycystic on my own terms, I started noticing more regulation. So then I wanted to know. And also midway through the month, and my cycle's like quite a long one, so it's not necessarily every month. So there weren't any like key, it wasn't like, okay, I know around this date I'll get this. Yeah. So I wanted to start to just know what to expect a little bit more and see if there was a pattern to begin with and track that. And so for me, marking my PMS has been really important because I was like at times really panicking, like why my body was being this way. I know I don't get periods, or I won't for like weeks, or I don't know if it's coming. Yeah. Whereas now that I can look back and go, okay, it's about week 3 and this has happened to me like 9 times in this year. It's fine. Yeah. It's all good, Shaz. You're just getting your period soon.
Yeah.
That's why I want to track it. And also just in terms of like for polycystic, if anything does ever go wrong, or like having a kid or whatever, it's just good for me to be able to have a track record.
You want to be aware, yeah. You want to be informed.
And just even like as simple as even printing the entire calendar and being like, here's my periods for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
If I want to try and conceive or whatever.
Because doctors will ask you those sorts of questions. Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting because my reason for tracking, I mean, I've been tracking, to be honest, since I was probably 17, so it's been years. But I recently just switched to an app that was just a bit more comprehensive because I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting to an age where because I've always wanted to be informed. I've always wanted to know like how long is my cycle and what's going on. And then there was a period in my life where I had just a lot of health scares in terms of like my hormones, and I'll get into that later. And I wanted to regulate my period, and I worked on it for about a year, and I finally did. But then now I'm using a more kind of robust tracking thing first of all, I already use a fertility monitor, and then I have an app because I'm like, okay, well, if I want to conceive kids one day, I want to be as informed as possible. I don't want to get to a point where I'm only learning my period just because I want to have kids. Because for me personally, I don't think hormone health is just about if you want to have kids, but I think, of course, like for some people, it's important for that. I think fertility it's just about being in harmony with your whole body, with everything being synchronized. I think that's what fertility is. As in, like, someone who never intends to have kids still should live a fertile life, because it's just about everything working in sync, you working with your body, not against it. So those have been my reasons for tracking. But then now it's like, as I'm getting older, I'm like, okay, cool. Well, going to have kids one day, let's be a little bit more informed. Let's get an app that's a bit more robust and that's going to tell me the information that I want to kind of know. But the reason I ask is because I remember posting once about this app, and someone said, "Oh, you track your period?" I don't do that. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I guess because I always was surrounded by a group of friends who everyone in my circle tracked their cycle. So I think it's interesting that some women don't. And I think it's interesting to ask ourselves, why are we tracking it if we're tracking it? Because it's so easy to kind of just follow a trend or whatever it is. But I think it's interesting to be like, oh, why am I tracking? Like, what is the reason for this? I mean, it's clear that for you and I, it's both like very personal things, and just for you, it's obviously quite different, but it's just wanting to be informed and know what's going on in your body. And I think that's really beneficial, especially because we don't get this information anywhere else. No. We're not taught in school. We don't have these conversations with our mothers and our grandmothers and whatnot. So it's like, this is the second thing. Like, this is the second best thing, is like these apps where we can kind of know. No, so I never want to get to a doctor's office and then like, when was your last period? And I'm like, I want to know.
Because I can't remember the last time I was in a doctor's office and they didn't ask me that. Just like out of really? not necessarily out of curiosity. I guess maybe with it's PCOS always, there's loads of like other things that I could eventually be was prone to.
Yeah.
But yeah, doctors always I'm so used to it. But then I guess I've had to track mine since I was a child. Because like I said, like I'd have a period and then for 6 months nothing. Then I'd have a period and then a year nothing. And then I'd have 4 and I'd be so ill.
Yeah.
And then nothing. So like I used to like write it in my little planner.
Aww.
And like so I've just been used to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a thing.
You mentioned birth control.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk about birth control, but specifically in relation to like period stuff as well, and like maintaining that. And like, I know there's like withdrawal bleeds and all of that. So I just want, that's a completely open-ended question. So birth control in relation and conversation with periods.
So are you asking a question, or is it like, just what about birth control?
Just like, what have your experiences been with it, but more not being like, so what's your birth control your entire life, but has anything been for or because of your period or in relation to it, or has it affected it?
So the whole reason I got into learning about hormone health and learning about my period and getting really into it is because I went too far with a certain birth control, where it genuinely fucked my body up to a point where it was like, this doesn't look healthy at all. So that was a hormonal birth control. So now the birth control that I'm on is completely non-hormonal, it's completely natural. And that's something that was really important to me, just because of the relationship that I previously had with birth control. It just wasn't healthy. And I kind of needed to set my boundaries within myself and then within my relationship, of course. So now, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but now I use a all-natural birth control, which is a fertility monitor. And this is not sponsored, but it's called the Daisy. It's like,
it could be. Give us some money.
Yeah, I just stick it in my mouth every morning, under my tongue every morning, and it just tells me whether I'm fertile or whether I'm not fertile. So if I'm fertile, I can have unprotected sex. If I'm not fertile, I can have unprotected sex.
Whoa! Trapping Eugene, get out.
No one's trying to conceive here. So if I'm not fertile, I can have unprotected sex. And if I am fertile, then we either withdraw or we just abstain. A bit of TMI.
Abstain? I could never.
So yeah, and I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, that is the birth control that I'm on at the moment. And I feel like in terms of birth control, this is another thing where we're just not informed.
Mm-hmm.
Had I known what I should have known, I wouldn't have gotten into that unhealthy relationship with birth control. And I guess on the other hand, I wouldn't have gotten into this whole journey to begin with, and I wouldn't know what I know now, which I'm grateful for the knowledge. But yeah, there's a history with birth control, and it's very scary.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, a little bit similar, but for different reasons. So it's very common that young girls diagnosed with PCOS, which is polycystic ovary syndrome, are put on the pill.
Yeah.
So you're told that the symptoms are reversible, there's nothing that can be done, and you just have it and you're fucked, basically.
Bullshit.
And you have to go on the pill to have a period and give yourself a period. The bleed that you have on that pill is not a period.
Yeah.
It's a withdrawal bleed from taking the pill. Firstly, didn't really get any information on that until I looked into it. I was on the pill for like 2 or 3 years and it fucked me up. Like physically, mentally, just side effect, like loads of shit. And then after the pill, I just had loads of like health issues because of being on the pill. And then I decided I just wanted to go off it completely. And then for like the last 2 years, I decided to do no birth control because I just didn't want to put anything in my body. I just didn't want anything in me, medicinally speaking. Wink. And I just didn't...
It's too personal.
I also looked you directly in the eye.
I can't.
Fuck. I've just turned myself on.
What the fuck?
I didn't want to have anything. Like, I know you can have non-hormonal birth control and like stuff like the coil and stuff. I just didn't want to fuck with my body at all.
Exactly.
So I could first deal with polycystic and like learn it and just give myself, it's taken me 2 years for my body to just adjust to being its natural state. So I just wanted to know, because the way you're taught about birth control at school as well, it's very, you're just not taught enough. Like birth control in itself is still experimental.
It is, and also I think we're also not taught about the side effects. We're not told about the options that we have. So it's like every time I mention that, I use a fertility monitor, and someone might ask me, what's that? And I describe how it works just like how I did. And it'll be like, oh my God, isn't that risky? And I'm like, no, not really. It's one of the most robust ways it's one of the most effective birth controls ever. It's even more effective than a condom because condoms break all the time, let's be honest. So it's like, I mean, it depends on who you are, to be fair. And it's like, it depends on what's going on down there. Not trying to get specific.
And now I'm looking down there.
Oh God, I won't get into what I mean by that. But why am I like this?
Marley's really enjoyed himself. It's just like, you guys.
Okay. Anyway, so it's all about personal choice. But what I'm trying to say is we're just not told about the options. We're kind of told like you either go on the hormonal birth control, which is, you meant like there's the implant, there's the pills, and then
coil.
Is the coil hormonal?
I don't even know. Is the coil the same thing as an IUD?
I think
I genuinely don't even have this much information.
One of them is non-hormonal.
Okay, all right. Maybe it's the coil.
I think it's the IUD that's non-hormonal.
Okay.
Either way,
I've heard horror stories, so I've been like, no, not for now.
But yeah, so that's the thing. Like, we're told about those options, but then we're not told about, for example, and I know that there's a reason for this, but we're not told about, for example, the pull-out method. And I know that the people like are like, oh, you'll get pregnant and stuff like that. But I just think that we're not told about how we can take ownership and how we can also, exercise our agency and autonomy and have a say. And then we're also not taught about the fact that you can only get pregnant for 6 days. I mean, if you have a regular 28-day cycle, you can only get pregnant for 6 days of the entire cycle. And then outside of that, it's impossible. We're not told that. It's always
I thought it wasn't, because you can get pregnant on your period still.
You can't. Well, it depends on your cycle. For me personally, it's impossible.
Okay. So for you,
so your fertile window is if you have a 28-day cycle, your fertile window is 6 days.
Full stop.
You can't get pregnant outside of that.
Really?
Yeah. Outside of that, this is what I mean when I say that's what I use. Like, obviously, for me, it measures my temperature, so it's more specific.
Yeah, it's very, very
It's specific, very, like, down to my genetics sort of thing. So outside of that, it is impossible to get pregnant. So some people, it might be, their fertile window might be 10 days. Some people, it might be 11 days. It just depends on you and your cycle. But outside of that window, you cannot get pregnant. It can't happen.
Oh, I might look into this.
And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people. And a lot of people think that like you can get pregnant any single time, and it's like it's impossible in some points.
I've literally never known which information to trust because it's all fucking me just researching stuff myself, and it shouldn't be the case.
I mean, obviously, I'm not going to tell you to experiment it yourself. But if you don't believe me,
I'll go get knocked up.
You can go and no, you won't get knocked up. Because I didn't believe it either. And then I was like, and then I literally started investigating, started reading, and then I can confirm that it's true.
Okay. Side note, what a horrible phrase, knocked up. I hate that I use that. What a disgusting...
Okay. I'm going to segue into this question. Okay. So you've talked about PCOS and stuff like that. And obviously we both mentioned that hormone health is very important to us. Mm-hmm. My question is and you can really kind of get into it this time. What was your reason for starting to do research on hormone health and hormone wellness as someone who menstruates and someone with a uterus?
Okay. Ooh, we're really getting into hormones now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh. Let's go.
My question is and you can really kind of get into it this time. What was your reason for starting to do research on hormone health and hormone wellness as someone who menstruates and someone with a uterus?
Okay. Ooh, we're really getting into hormones now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh. Let's go. So for me, it was a lot of... So for the last year and quarantine, I just spent so much time noticing my health. Whereas before, you'd just be like, oh, I'm probably just tired, or like, I've had a drink, I'm probably just hungover, whatever. Whereas with quarantine, I was very much just me in body, me. That was my life. So I really started to pay attention to my body, and I really, really felt ill for like a year, and I couldn't explain it. Then I was like, right, you talked a lot about PCOS before, and you'd kind of mentioned how it's to do with your hormones. And then I started just I accidentally came across like an Instagram reel. Again, not sponsored, but hey, if we're sponsored by Instagram, fucking dollar bills, y'all. But it really, like, in that moment, I got really upset when I saw something, and it was just about how, like, did you know this about PCOS, blah, 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 blah. And then I just got into a click hole, and I found loads of accounts educating you on PCOS. And I genuinely broke down because I realized that all of the things that I thought were wrong with my body were all PCOS.
Yeah.
All of the things that I didn't realize were symptoms connected to it were symptoms. All of the things that I'd punished myself for and like choices were actually out of my control to some degree. And I like full on, like, I literally broke down because I was just so sick of how I felt. And then I also realized how I was also frustrated as to how much, like, doctors don't tell you. Maybe they don't know. I don't know, man. You spend $9,000 a year, you kind of want to know. But it all clicked. So PCOS, the way it's initially diagnosed, or was at least when I was growing up, was they see if you're having irregular periods and you've got some of the common symptoms, which is like excessive hair, you're overweight usually, and a lot of acne. So I wasn't overweight and I didn't have acne. So they were just like, they basically gaslighted me for years, being like, nothing's wrong with you, go home. Yeah. And I genuinely was like begging, saying, I know something's fucked up. Like, I know something's wrong. I know my period thing is wrong, but I also get weird pains and I like something's wrong. And it wasn't until I basically demanded an ultrasound that they were like, all right, let's do it. And then they were like, yeah, you've got PCOS. And I was like, both of my female cousins have it as well. And there is a genetic link. And I was like, I know, I've diagnosed this like for myself anyway. Thanks for confirming. What confirmed it was cysts on my ovaries. That's not enough to say you have PCOS. But I was then medically diagnosed at that age and then put on the pill, which again fucked me up. Anyway, now knowing more about it, it actually stems. It's not a problem in your ovaries. It stems from, for me, it stems from insulin resistance. And I didn't know that at all. So then when I started looking into that, it turns out you can manage or even reverse a lot of the symptoms. And it's actually your hormone levels and imbalances that are affected more than anything, which again made me really upset because, so like some of the symptoms, I've had like headaches, weight gain in certain areas, but almost feels kind of frustrating and uncontrollable. Yeah. So they're always like the same kind of problem areas, as we say, but gaining weight is not a problem. But I myself just didn't recognize certain like aspects of my body at times. And then I've always had like a sweet tooth.
Yeah.
And it was always kind of joked about like, Sharan, you've really got a sweet tooth. And I went through cycles of like really having to, like, I treated it like an addiction. I think I mentioned this in an earlier episode as well. Like I really want to address it. Turns out that's PCOS because my body doesn't get, I can't explain how the like relief I felt when I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this, or this isn't completely my fault.
Yeah.
Like I've beat myself up over it, and I've beat my self-control over it, and just like the way I treat my body. And like it's to do, so don't trust me on this science, this is just based on what I know, but the insulin resistance, basically the way that your body, it can extract energy from food, it doesn't, which also leads to things like overeating because you don't know when you're full. And I definitely have that. And I also intense fatigue, like not being able to move and stuff. So so your pancreas produces more insulin, so you've actually got more insulin in your body, and when you've got higher amounts of insulin, it signals your ovaries to produce testosterone, which is where the kind of testosterone related symptoms come. But then also your hormones are like woohoo, going crazy. Stuff to do with like how you manage your stress, like cortisol and stuff, is important. And then that means that I get no energy from food sometimes. So I crave instant energy, which for me comes from sugar, and my body recognizes it comes from sugar. So I quite literally like medically crave sugar.
Yeah.
And it like, I didn't know that at all my entire life. And now I know it. I've started to substitute that sugar for like natural sugars, or also like eating, so like realizing how much then it comes back to managing my hormones, and how I can do that is diet. So I now eat dairy and gluten-free. I try to eat dairy and gluten-free. I've had a bad spell. But also I kind of went off it, and I felt amazing. My body lost all of its like inflammation. So I wasn't putting on weight, I was inflamed internally. My period pains have been a lot better. My periods are generally quite regular. I just know I have a longer cycle. My like spots and the way my skin has changed entirely for the better, for like cutting stuff out. And I now can like, I then went back on gluten and dairy, like to kind of see, and like I cannot explain how ill I felt.
There's a difference.
Yeah. And like little things can like bring down your hormones. And then I realized, so I've been quite like, I work out quite a lot and I really enjoy it. And the types of workouts I do have actually been making my PCOS worse.
Yeah.
Because they spike your like, I can't remember which hormone it is, but they spike a certain hormone, and it's actually worse for me. And I was like, wow, I just didn't know that. It's just a lifestyle choice. Yeah. Now that I do different stuff, I can almost feel my body agree with me for it. And I feel so much better. And then also my mental state is tied to that as well. So basically I had a whole breakdown realizing that I can fix this. Whereas my entire life I was told this is the way you're going to be, and that's it.
And that's
like,
not true.
Exactly. And like being in my mid-20s, worrying a little bit more about like infertility, about being more prone to quite serious things like diabetes and cervical cancer and stuff. I was just like, this needs to change for myself. And like, I'm definitely a kind of person that I won't take other people's advice on my health. It needs to come, like the motivation needs to come from within, and noticing changes and stuff. And like, you were a big help in that as well, in terms of I hadn't been around someone that so openly explored and talked about hormones specifically. For me, it was just like this podcast, it just wasn't a conscious thought.
Yeah.
Whereas your conversations, a lot of it slowly prompted me to be like, I could also learn more about my body. I'm not just stuck. But it's weird because you're conditioned by medical professionals that I was stuck, that this is it. And that's, if I don't have kids, I don't have kids. If I'm infertile, I'm infertile.
Yeah.
These are the symptoms. And also not even been told that all of the things, like, it's really hard to go from thinking this is just the way you are to going, nope, I can actually fix that. I don't have to live with chronic pain or like all of this. I can actually manage it and take control. And I think that's what it was for me. It was the element of no control.
It was the shock.
And like frustration in the control, because I couldn't see it from the outside.
Yeah.
But now knowing that it is like it's a responsibility I can change, and like I've got the building blocks now. I'm not just like lost in the little sea.
Yeah. And it is a lot of work, to be fair. Like it's not like balancing your hormones and working, it's a continuous thing. It's not something that you do one day and then it's done. Like you're constantly
it's
working.
Hard.
It's really, really hard. And it takes years, to be honest. I mean, obviously my journey is very different from yours, but it's like, for me, it's taken me so many years. And even still, I'm still doing the work. But I think you touched on a lot of like how, first of all, very proud of you for going into that and for just delving into that journey, because I think it is important for people to know that you don't have to, it's not your fault, first of all. A lot of it is not in your control. A lot of it is like, but you can do something about it. And you don't have to kind of go to a professional for that help. You can kind of take a more holistic approach, which I think it's always really empowering to take that approach, because you're doing the work and you're doing the research and you're feeding yourself the way your body agrees with. And it's like, and I think that's what I mean by empowering, is that it's like you're taking control over your situation.
And hopeful.
Yeah.
I think hope was associated with it a lot. Like, it sounds so like minuscule to say, but this is what I mean when I'm like, women are going through so much, or those with the uterus are going through so much constantly. Like, imagine spending every day with all of those symptoms at the same time, and then also being like, this is just how I am. Like, it was horrible. And I just put up with that for years, or distracted myself from it or whatever. And like, everything's completely shifted. And internally, I feel light. And it's just, it's such a...
Yeah, that's the thing. And to be honest, there's a lot of things as people who menstruate that we're told that aren't actually the case. There's a lot of things that we are told, like, this is just how it is. This is just normal. For example, we're told that cramps are normal. Like, everyone gets cramps, but that's actually not... They're not necessarily normal. They're normal in the sense that, yes, they happen to a lot of women, but that doesn't mean that's what actually should biologically be going on in your body. Okay. As in, you're not supposed to be in excruciating pain. And I know that that's what a lot of people experience, but that's your body signaling to you that something's going on there. You need to take a look. Whether it's maybe there's a certain thing that your body doesn't like you eating, or maybe there's certain, like you said, a certain way that you're exercising that your body doesn't like. For example, people who menstruate, we're not supposed to be doing things like intermittent fasting. And so a lot of women do that, though, because they're on diets and things like that. But it's actually really bad for your hormones. And like, I know for a fact my mom did fasting for so long, and she would get extreme period pains. And I would be like, yo, it's because you're a woman and you're not supposed to be fasting, because I knew about this stuff. But it's like, but that's the thing. We're not taught these things. So how on earth would we even know? Unless, of course, you go out and you do some research. But like you said, the motivation to do that, we're taught to trust professionals. We're conditioned to trust professionals. But the thing is, personally, I from a young age was always like, I don't trust you. I don't trust that you have my best interest at heart. What you want is my money. And so you're going to do whatever it takes to get my money, even if it means lying to me about what's going on within my body so that I keep coming back. So that's how I look at it. So I don't ever look at a doctor and say they know exactly what they're talking about. I'm like, no one knows my body better than I do, because this is my home. I live in it. No one can tell me what is best for it better, and no one can know what's best for it better than I can. So it's very rare that I'll go to a doctor, unless there's been times where I go to get an ultrasound, because I go every year just to make sure that everything's okay, because I like being informed. But it's not for them to tell me that I should get on this pill or whatever it is. And in fact, the last time I went to get an ultrasound, the doctor was like, oh yeah, we should put you on the pill if you're getting bad cramps. And I was like, I'm not here for that. Why is that your instinct to just put me on a pill? Like, why
doctors
is that?
Are like trigger happy for the pill.
Literally. And it's like, why is that a thing? And I literally said to him, I was like, I'm not here for that. My body is fine. I was just here for an ultrasound. He gave me the image and I said, cool, I'm going to go now. And I think, and he looked so confused, and he also looked a bit threatened. And I think, to be honest, doctors dislike women who want to be in charge of their body. You know what I mean? They feel so intimidated. They feel confused because they want to be the ones to say, well, I'm going to tell you about your body, and I'm going to tell you about your fertility. I know so many cases of women who did have PCOS, were told they could never have kids, and then started to take control of the situation and conceived.
I was told
so
that
many
at a very young age.
Yeah.
At like 6, so I think I was diagnosed when I was 16. And then I refused to go on the pill until I was like 18, because I was just like, my body doesn't feel like done with its like expanding or growing or whatever yet. And And then they basically flat out said, and it's interesting you mentioned medical, because obviously here medicine is free, or the NHS and like healthcare is free, so there's no reason for them to be lying or gaslighting you or anything. There isn't like a tangible reason for it. So you just I did wholeheartedly just trust in that.
Believe them, yeah.
And like I still have an anxiety about going to the doctor, because I'm just like, my body will fix itself. I don't want to. Even when I really seriously should, I just can't, because I spent so long basically telling them what was wrong with me. And then they were like, nah. But what was I saying? Oh, I was told. It's actually a really serious thing. They had made it, I was like 19 maybe, or 20. And they were talking about like being on the pill, but then talking about my symptoms. And I said that I wanted to come off the pill.
Yeah.
This is a personal conversation. I was like, I want to go off the pill. I don't want to try any other birth control. Like nothing. They're like, there's loads of risk of other things. And then she was like, although to be fair, for you, the risk of like birth control is minimized because chances are you can't have kids. And I was like, how can you just say that?
How can you say that?
This is a meeting
casually?
This is a meeting in a day for you. But you at the age of 20 have just told me something. Also, then I was like, can I get that tested? And she was like, there's no point until you try to conceive.
That's disgusting. What? Because even at 20 years old, do you know how much growth you're still going to go through? Obviously, I don't know what age you want to have kids, but let's say assuming it's around 30 years old, do you know how much growth you're going to that's going to happen from 20 until 30? Do you know how your body is going to change? Do you know how your environment is going to change and your body is going to change as a result of that shift? It's
and also like at the age of 20, personally, I wasn't planning to have a kid at 20.
Of course.
So for me, I suddenly had something taken away from me quite affirmatively.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, it'll be fine. It was very like, chances are you can't. So you might as well start dealing with that now.
That's ridiculous.
But not dealing with it, trying to help it or support it.
Just accept it.
Yeah. And she also said like, and if you do conceive, chances are you'll have a lot of miscarriages. And I was like, I've just had to mentally go through something that I didn't think I'd firstly have to go through for years. That's essentially become a form of trauma for me, of like trying to accept that kids aren't in the path for me.
Now you have to process that.
And like I never did, because I was just like, well, I'm 20, it doesn't matter to me. And it's like, now that I'm 24, I'm having that conversation for the first time in my head again with the doctor, like over the last year. So that was another motivation. And it's like, actually, it could be fine. I can reverse PCOS. It'll be fine. And I just can't believe how much like they so definitively can say things that for you affected years of your life. And for that doctor, it was like, oh, that was one of your appointments for the day.
Yeah.
Job's a good one. Like,
there is something to be said for being able to, as a professional, looking someone in the eye and telling them, this will be your fate, this will be the rest of your life. And then for someone to say to you, well, can I get this medically tested so that I have my own evidence, so that I have, a proper tangible evidence in front of me, and for them to say, no. It's like,
she was like, you're not conceiving, so no.
That's the thing, is like based on what? I understand based on statistics, but it's like, I think it's based on the fact that they do not give women enough resources to actually go and heal their own bodies and to work on their own bodies and to know their own bodies, that then women end up in a situation where it's like, if you had told me this 10, 15, 20 years ago, I wouldn't be where I am today. And that's where we do them a huge disservice, is the lack of information, is where we don't have conversations with women. And it's not our responsibility as women to kind of talk to each other about like our conditions. It's like, that should be, a trusted professional should be able to have a proper holistic conversation with you, where you are also someone who is in control and you're an agent who's capable. But it's like they kind of see you as just like a patient, and all they're there to do is be like, well, you're sick, get out of my way, I have other people to see.
You're not immediately dying, so
yeah, but it's okay. And this leads me to another condition that is often underdiagnosed, and in fact we're only learning about it today, which is not today but these days, which is endometriosis. And a lot of people don't know about it. A lot of women don't know about it. A lot of women don't know they have it. And it's like, thank God for social media, because now it's circulating, the information's going around. So if you ever have certain symptoms, you can kind of look it up and say, okay, it looks like this is what's going on in my body. But it shouldn't have to be that way. As in, we should have these conversations with our mothers firstly, and then with our doctors. It should be common practice to be like, what are your symptoms around your period? So that we can catch it early, so that we can figure out what to do to help and support you.
Yeah.
It always feels like a war on women, to be honest.
I know. It just feels ridiculous that we can even say in such a progressive society today, supposedly, we're still having to have this conversation, or that it's still something that affects us. And like, can I say something?
Yeah.
I've never said that appointment thing out loud before.
Oh.
I've never told anyone. So this is interesting. Maybe it's because we're in a dark room and Marley's put a fucking candle on.
It's very cozy.
I just feel like I want to share things. But yeah, I've never actually told anyone that.
No, but I'm very proud of you for taking ownership, and like I said, for just taking ownership and taking control of the situation. Because I think, to be honest, not everyone will do that, and that's not even their fault, and that's not a weakness on them at all.
No.
It's just because we are conditioned as people to trust authority figures, the people with the degrees and the certificates. So I'm very proud of you for saying, you know what, I want to know what's going on, and I'm going to take control of the situation. And you don't have to help me, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah. And I've done more than a doctor's done for me in regards to this. So.
Yeah.
Thanks. What was your motivation for looking into kind of your hormone health and stuff?
It's not obviously it's not a condition like yourself. But essentially I just took, this is very personal.
Okay, you don't have to.
No, it's okay. But when I was younger, I had really bad skin, and so the doctor immediately put me on birth control and this pill called Roaccutane. So it really fucks up your hormones, especially if you're taking it at a severely young age. I was probably 15, 14 at that point. So I was really young. Like I had no business being on a pill like that. I don't know how my mother allowed it. That's a different conversation. But then,
doctors,
honestly. But then, and then I grew up, and then when I started, this is very personal. I'm sorry if an adult or my father or my mom's listening. But and then I just grew up and I was at college, and to be honest, I took one too many morning after pills. And when I say one too many, it's really relative depending on the person. I didn't know that there was a certain limit. And I'm very angry.
There's a limit?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never taken one.
You shouldn't take, this is what they say, you shouldn't take more than 5 in a year.
Fuck. They should really
they don't make that explicit, right?
No.
I heard about that from my friends, basically. But that whole thing is very traumatizing as well, because I took them 5 times, and I'm willing to say 4 of those times it wasn't my choice.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that was very so much control was taken away from me. And what made me even more angry was what happened after the fact. So my hormones, like I said, went really crazy, just out of whack, as in periods would come once every 2 months, and it would be just for 1 day. It just wasn't normal. And then when they did come, it was super painful. It was just all the way fucked up. And I was 18 at this point, but I was always very body curious, and I was always very much into wellness. But more than anything, I've always been someone who's deeply committed to being comfortable in my body, and especially when it comes to my hormones. And so when that happened, then I graduated college, and I felt like, okay, I can finally kind of sit down with myself and sit down with my body without any because I was at boarding school. So I was like, I can finally sit down with myself without interference. And when I say my body was fucked up, I mean it was super fucked up. I'm not going to get into details, but it just wasn't comfortable. It wasn't great. I was so depressed all the time because of my hormones being so fucked up. And then, I just I was 19 at this point, and I moved back home, and then I started to get really into it. I started to do research. I was researching everything. I was researching hormone levels. I was researching herbs that balance your hormones. I was researching what the morning after pill can do to your cycle and your hormones. And I was just learning so much. It was a mind blown moment where I was just like, why do we not learn about this shit? Why do we not learn about it? And then I just started to get into it. I started to change my diet, same as you, started to go gluten and dairy free, because to be honest, those are very high inflammatory foods. Even if you don't have PCOS, they really fuck up your hormones. And ever since then, I always monitor my diet accordingly. I always watch what's going on. I'm not free of anything, but I'm definitely conscious of what's going into my body and when. And based off of that, then I just started to get really into it. And it's been a journey since then. I mean, it's been 5 years now. So, but this is when I say that you're constantly working on it, you really are. Because as you get older, your body changes, and then you kind of have to relearn your body, and you kind of have to readjust certain things. Now there's certain things that work for me that didn't work before, and vice versa. But yeah, like there's certain herbs that I take because I'm constantly trying to keep it leveled. And I think my biggest motivation for me was like, yes, I want to be comfortable. But another thing was I've always been someone who wants to have kids one day. So the idea of not being able to do that, because I was always acutely aware of the fact that how your hormones and your cycle looks will affect your fertility. So I was always acutely aware of that. And so when my cycle decided to get fucked up, even at 18, 19, I was like, this is scary. I don't want to struggle getting pregnant kind of thing. So that was my motivation at the time. But now it's more just, well, I just want to be balanced. I just want to be in harmony. I just want to work with my body rather than against it. But just like you, yeah, the workouts I do, it depends on where I am in my cycle. Even my creativity level, like how much work I do, it depends on where I am in my cycle. According to which phase I'm in, like sometimes I'll work for 4 hours a day if I'm in a certain phase, or sometimes I'll just do yoga for 30 minutes if I'm in a certain phase. And then another time it's like treadmills and stuff like that. So I work with my body, not against it, because I never want to put it into shock because it will show.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, thanks for going into that personal aspect of it as well. Obviously, you didn't have to, but
no, it's okay.
No, equally, like, I'm proud of you for doing it.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry to hear the elements of like not having control over some of those decisions.
Yeah, and I think that was also another thing that was also another motivator, because it was just like, this is what I mean. It's literally a war on women,
and it's an internal war as well. Like,
yeah,
I think it's incredible how you, and I've said that it's inspired me. Like, it's so incredible that, like, I'm not just saying you're inspiring, you've actually you've changed my life, but like, you genuinely have. You've changed my own relationship with my body, and that's just from me observing how much like determination and self actualization, is that a word? Yeah,
I think so.
How much like
does it mean
of
what
that,
you think of me? I don't know.
Well, no, as in how much you're like, I need to know this, I need to change this, and this is not right. I ain't waiting around for no one for that. I'm not like I'm not succumbing to it. I am doing something about it, even at such a young age. Like, I think it's incredible that you went about it, and you're completely right in that it's horrible and sad that it is so much work, just because firstly, we're not taught about it. So it's so much work to even go looking for this information and then trust it. And then you don't want to put stuff in your body that you don't trust. Yeah. But it's also amazing and shows so much that it's like, I'm glad you have a space to show how much work you do as well towards it, because I know you do. It's not as simple as being like, I just take these every morning and that's good. It is work, and like, work is called work for a reason. And I think it's great that you're being so open about the fact that it is hard. Yeah. And of course, when something is hard, it's okay to occasionally fall short of your own expectations of it as well. Of course. Yeah. And then also for you to have the space of being like not it, just because you've been doing it for 5 years doesn't mean it's easy. Doesn't mean it's like, yep, I'm not consciously making those decisions every day still. I'm not like, you are still challenging yourself 100%. And all that stuff, which I just think is incredible that you put the energy into that constantly. Like, it's amazing.
Thanks.
No worries.
I'm proud of both of us.
We always end just with ways that we're just like a metaphorical hug.
I think also like, just ending on this note, as much as it is difficult, and I think we can both attest to how difficult it is. Oh, yeah. Because you're always thinking about it, like, every time.
You are.
Yeah. It's not just when you're bleeding.
No.
But despite how difficult it is, it's incredibly empowering to take control of your body. Yeah. You know? We won't be recommending any sort of like, as much as we talked about eating gluten and dairy free, we're not saying that that's what people should, you know.
The different things will work for different people. Yeah. And again, doing that is so hard as well. Like, so you can do it in a stint, but to make it a lifestyle, like, gluten's in everything, man.
Literally.
And it's, again, like, I'm not fully gluten and dairy. Well, I'm not fully gluten and dairy free, so I still occasionally have milk chocolate. Yeah. Because for me, it's not an allergy and it's not a hard rule. It's more, if I know that I've had like a fair few things with gluten in the last few weeks, I can feel it in my body.
You feel it when your period comes as well.
Yeah, like, and I feel the, not bloating, but like the inflammation and stuff. So I know when I'm like, I really need to like be extra strict on it. Yeah. And now I also know when I'm like, yeah, I can have like a bowl of pasta or like non-gluten free pasta. I can have that. Like, that's fine. I've not eaten anything in a while and it's fine. And I do immediately feel the effect, but I'm like, it's okay. I expected that. I'm all good. That's not my constant state. But again, that means that I'm still not fully gluten and dairy free.
Something I want to touch on before we end is kind of, there's been moments where it's like I said, I've been on this journey for quite a long time, but there's been moments where I haven't always been embracing it the way that I do, like, since you've known me, because like you say, you've witnessed me embracing it and talking about it so openly, but that hasn't always been the case. There's been moments very much, even when I'm around other women, where it's like, if I'm not eating a certain thing and it's like, why are you not eating that? I'll just be like, I'm not hungry. Like, I won't say, well, it's because if I have this, the next period I'm gonna get is gonna be hell. Like, I don't, like, I can't say that, or I can't be like, well, if I have this, my hormones are gonna get fucked up. It's like, and it's weird that there's a bit of shame in caring. Not like shame, but
it's like a type of person.
It's like, it's like you're boring. Not boring, but like you are.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so in
go
tune
with the
with
flow.
my body.
Yeah. And there's a bit of like, so there's been times where, for example, when I first started going to it and I first went gluten dairy free, I would say that it's because I had an allergy rather than it's because, I'm monitoring my hormones and I'm watching my hormones and I care about my hormones. I wouldn't say that. I just say I have an allergy. But now it's very different. Now I very much like put up on my stories things about hormone health, like I talk about it. But the fact that there's been a bit of shame there about owning that, I think that's also interesting because that speaks to the society we live in and the way that it's just not a norm to.
No, well, you're gonna be, we are conditioned and products of society, like, and of our individual different societies, and then the different societies that we choose to surround ourselves with.
100%.
So we are going to be all of the things that society is. Yeah. Like some degree of racist, some degree of ignorance, some degree of homophobic, all of those things, because we can't possibly not be. But that means that you should be open to doing the work against it. So we are going to be ashamed about things. I'm not going to sit here and say I fully have been proud every time I've had a period and been open to. I still sometimes I'm like fucked off with it or whatever, and that's okay because also the shame and stuff is what you were made to fit. I'm not saying that means you just sit and be like, you said this before, it's your responsibility now.
Yeah, but it's not your fault.
But it's not your fault, and it's not punishable either for you, because you can't be. I was gonna make a metaphor, but I can't think of anything apart from just like,
it's fine.
Uterus. Bloody, do you know what? I used to have a laptop sticker that said grow a pair, but it was a pair of ovaries, not a pair of balls, because ovaries are fucking strong.
Those are the ones.
But yeah, I don't
it's okay.
I don't even have a point anymore. It's just basically, of course you're going to be shamed, and of course you're going to be embarrassed.
But for me, it's more shame around being the person who's now won't eat a thing because she's monitoring her hormones. It's like, but like I said, that was me then, but now I'm very much owning it, very much. In fact, I see it as a really positive thing that I'm this young woman and I'm doing the things that I'm doing to take care of myself, because I'm like, well, this is what makes me feel empowered. This is what makes me, that connects me to my feminine wisdom. And it's like, I want to be connected to my feminine wisdom. And I don't want to kind of go through life not being connected to that or resenting my femininity, and all of those things, my uterus, my period, my hormones, they all tie into feminine wisdom. And I want to sit in that.
And it's okay if that's not your constant state from now on for the rest of life.
Yeah, of course.
Just because you feel like that right now, great.
It fluctuates.
But of course, if there are times where you still do not want to draw attention to it or stuff like that, that is perfectly fine. And I know it's fine as well. But just, I guess, if anyone's feeling like it's not, curious. Like, of course it's fine. Maybe I'm talking more to myself. It'll be fine. But
it'll be okay.
Yeah, like you can still have those moments, because there are definitely moments where I'm like, I don't want to draw attention or even admit sometimes that it's like cramps or like whatever.
Oh, just no, see, I'm not talking about cramps.
No, I know, okay, just in general, like wrapping up the broader, calling back to the start. But just anything to do with that area of your body, or if it's your choice whether you want to be open and when.
Body. Yeah.
And it's also your choice when you don't want to be. But it's just interesting to think about where that comes from.
Yeah. I want to recommend 2 books that are really good, that if anyone's kind of sitting here thinking, okay, well, where do I start? Because obviously we've talked about research and learning more about your body and the hormones and your cycle. I want to recommend 2 books, and obviously no one has to read it, but there's one book called Woman Code It's by a woman named Alyssa Vitti. And then there's another book called In the Flow, and it's by the same author. And then there's another book called Taking Charge of Your Fertility. So those were the two, Woman Code and Taking Charge of Your Fertility, were my Bibles when I first started this whole journey. And then In the Flow is more about, like we talked about, how if you work out a certain way at a certain phase, that's actually detrimental to your body and your hormone health. So that one teaches you a little bit more about that. But I just want to leave on that note, because I think it's nice to sort of leave people with a few gems and say, if you want to know about this, here's a book. And they're very cheap on Amazon. If you're in England, it's like £7. So yeah, have a look, or at the very least, kind of start asking yourself if it's something that you could potentially be interested in. If not, that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I fully second that. I've not read this book, so I'll write this down. I started with I think it's called The Period Manual.
Yeah.
Very, very.
I've seen that one.
It's just such an easy in, because it's just like the bits that are relevant. It's very like, this chapter's on this, just chapters on this, and it's just got bits of everything, and then you can go deeper into some of those things. So it didn't feel overwhelming.
Yeah.
And then other than that, for me, like infographics, because there are just so many people dedicated to like PCOS, and even the smallest things I'm learning about, like, oh, that actually does affect, and this is how, and this is why it affects it. And I feel so much more comfortable knowing the why.
Yeah, of course.
So like, if you are experiencing, if there's a question mark after this podcast for you, go and dig into that question mark, just because knowing the why for me provided more comfort than anything, than any doctor, than anything. Even if I didn't want to bother changing it, I still knew why something would do something, and I was happy and content with that.
Yeah, knowledge is power.
Yeah, definitely. Look after your uteruses, everyone.
I want to end on a note. Another note.
I know I feel like we've been ending for like 3. This is like when you say bye and then walk off in the same direction.
Yeah, so awkward. So I've been doing a lot of trauma work. So I started doing it in therapy. I mean, I'm always doing it in general, but I think around 3 months ago, I really started to get into a lot of trauma work. So working through childhood traumas, uncovering what they actually are, sitting with them. I feel like I've done it before in the past, but I think the way my 24-year-old self is processing my trauma is so different from the way my 21-year-old self or my 18-year-old self or my 16-year-old self. I think I'm always going to have to revisit things and kind of work through things. So I've been working through a lot of things with my therapist, and working through what those childhood traumas are and what they mean to me. So of course, that's tied to the relationship with my parents and the things I was exposed to. And there's been a lot of pain associated with that. So there's also been a lot of healing, but there's honestly mostly been a lot of pain. And then I realized actually that I forgot to focus on the good things that I got from my parents. So the love, and how I've also inherited that. I haven't just inherited the trauma, I also have the love that they showed me. And then I came across this quote that I'm going to read. And so it says, if trauma and pain can echo across generations, then so can love. If abandonment can ripple across time, then so can presence. And so that made me realize that I also have a lot of love that they taught me. There's a lot of ways that they taught me how to love that I have within me. The way that I love so unconditionally and so fiercely, I got that from my mom. The way I support my friends, I got that from my dad. So I learned to also appreciate the good while working through the bad. So yeah, just thought that was a nice quote. It really warmed me. So it was from a movie, but yeah.
Which movie?
It wasn't a movie, it was a series, The Affair.
I've not seen it. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's a really nice quote. And when I say nice, I mean I want to sit with it for a little bit and process that. And it's a really nice reminder as well. And it's well done to you as well.
Oh, thanks.
Just for that. No, it's a huge thing. Well done. Well done for even being able to say I've worked through this, or I am working through something.
Yeah, it's a journey. But yeah.
And admitting that you yourself that you had lost sight of some of the positives and being able to, I'm really, really happy for you for being able to find your way back to that. Goodbye, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. How you doing today, Tara?
Not great, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. Me too. A bit flat today, I think.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, a little bit of conversation will spark that in us. Yeah, should we go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the One Great Tick podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara.
Yeah, so we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received, especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, you'll literally just hear us discussing things that are most important and true to us. We'll be sharing some of our personal experiences and life situations, and we're really just exploring certain conversations, certain discussions, certain topics, and we want to take you along this journey of self-exploration.
We're always trying to be quite intentional and selective with our language and our communication in terms of what it is we're trying to convey, but that doesn't always mean we get it right, and that doesn't mean that we can't look back on that. So if anything, we try and be more reflective on our communication to interrogate what it is that we're saying. We want to bring some of the topics that we talk about as more of a daily conscious thought, so they get a little bit of space and time in your head to just sit down and think about some of these things. We'll be learning loads, well, we have been learning loads about ourselves, and hopefully you have as well. If you hear any background noise, it could be Marley, our producer, who's doing a fantastic job, or it could be us fidgeting. And to be honest, I'm wearing quite jangly earrings today and I can hear them ringing, so I'm sorry if you can as well. Over to you, Tara.
Yeah, and speaking about language and being careful and intentional about that, there is something I want to say. By now, you would have heard the last episode, so the most recent last episode. And in that episode, we talked about hormone health, and we discussed some of the things that we do to support our bodies and support our hormones. I'm not going to get into exactly what we said, but we discussed how we don't regularly eat a certain food group. I'm not going to say what it is because I don't think it's not constructive or useful to further encourage cutting out that food group. And so I want to say, from my perspective as someone who went through an eating disorder for 8 years, is recently in recovery, I'm acutely aware and cognizant of the things that can trigger someone who is in recovery, or can trigger someone who has a very disordered relationship with food. I know the things that can trigger someone and make them go, and just kind of put you in a place of just having an even worse relationship with food, and where you can develop a full-blown eating disorder. And so I want to say that as someone who's been through that, I should have been more careful. I should have been more aware. I should have been more responsible with my language, because the last thing I want anyone to do is to listen to what we said about cutting out that food group or not eating it regularly, and to think, maybe I should not eat this food group too. And I know how something like that can trigger. It can start off as like normal behavior of just making a healthy decision, and it can quickly manifest into a full-blown eating disorder where you have very little control over your actions. I previously spoke about my eating disorder in obviously past episodes. I think it was episode 3, if you want to go and have a listen. And I discussed some of the things that led to the manifestation of that disorder. I talked about body shamers, but I didn't talk about how conversations around food were also huge triggers. So hearing people talk about how they don't eat this food and they eat that food, or they're fasting, or whatever it is, seemingly normal conversations that you might not think would do harm. And the reason they do harm is because they feed into diet culture. And diet culture gives birth to eating disorders, and sometimes full-blown eating disorders. I take this very seriously, not just as someone who went through it for 8 years. I know how much it can take over your life. I know how much it can really just destroy you physically, emotionally, spiritually. And I want to drop a statistic. Eating disorders, have one of the highest mortality rates out of all psychological disorders. That's something a lot of people don't know. And this is why I take it so seriously, because it claims lives. It's not something to be messed with. And it's something we should start being more careful with our language. And as I said, as someone who's been through it, as someone who knows what the triggers are, I should have known better. And I should have put out this disclaimer before. I should have said it in that moment. But, at the end of the day, I'm only human. And so I just want to say right now, the most important thing that anyone can do is try to foster a healthy relationship with food and try to cultivate that healthy relationship with food. I can promise you that there's nothing that will liberate you more than that. Cutting out certain foods, it might sound tempting. It might sound like the right thing to do. It might sound like the healthy thing to do. I can confirm that it is not. And it can get incredibly dangerous no matter how disciplined you are, no matter how much you know yourself. I do not encourage anyone to do anything to cut out any sort of food group. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Again, I should have been more careful, and I apologize if I've contributed to any sort of, manifestation of behavior. So yeah.
Thank you. Really proud of you for that. And I think you covered it all. And I just want to say, fully accept that responsibility and echo everything you've said as well from a personal perspective. And thanks for offering that perspective to me as well to think about.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we have a platform and we need to be responsible for what we say. Yes, it's a conversation between two friends, but it's two friends who are on a platform. So it's not as if we're privately having a conversation. This is broadcasted to anyone who wants to listen. So for me, social responsibility is incredibly important. So that's why I felt it was really important to address this and not just kind of be like, yeah, but it's a conversation. It's a conversation, yes, but by going on this and by having this podcast, we have a responsibility to be careful with our words, to be careful what we say. And then if we're not, we have a responsibility to go, hold on, I shouldn't have said that. So
totally agree. I have nothing more to add because I just wholeheartedly agree.
Great.
Sweet, over to you again.
So yeah, over to me. The podcast, today's
thing
episode.
We're doing.
So I wanted to talk about the overuse of the word toxic and the quote unquote toxic person. And the reason I really want to talk about it is because I think that there's been this, I think, over romanticization and overemphasis on being a good person, and anything that deviates from that, it's almost like there's some sort of criteria on this is what it takes to be a good person. And I think we've become very unforgiving. We've kind of discussed this a little bit before. We've become very unforgiving of human behavior. You know what I mean? People make mistakes. So we see someone make a mistake and we label them as toxic. And then we label the interaction as toxic or the relationship as toxic or whatever it is. But personally, and this is just my view, I don't think there is such a thing as a good person. And that's why it takes me so long to form an opinion on someone, because I'm always like, you're a human being. If I put you on this pedestal, if I go, he's a good guy, and then I put him on a pedestal and then he makes a mistake, suddenly he's a bad guy. And I don't believe there is such a thing as a bad guy or good guy. I think we're human beings. And like you and I always say, whenever something happens, somehow we contributed to that happening. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of people don't want to reckon with that. They're so quick to be like, you're a toxic person, I'm cutting you off. And it's like, yes, there is a time and place for that. I'm not saying tolerate bad behavior, but yeah, I just think we overuse it. I think we label too many things as toxic, and I think we become very unforgiving, and yeah, it bothers me sometimes. So I wanted to open that up and see how you felt about that.
Good conversation topic. I agree. I think generally my thoughts on it. So I really agree with what you said about the good person or labeling someone and putting them on a pedestal, because I think when they fall short of the projection of the good person that you've put on them, you punish them or you are hurt by it twice as hard. But is that only because you held them to a standard that's higher than everyone else? And is that fair of you to do? So I think you're right about being a good person is another label. I think we're all, someone once said, the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters.
Yeah.
And that's true. We aren't just good people, and therefore, if you're not a good person, are you labeling other people as bad people then?
Yeah.
But people shy away from doing that. But it's kind of, what are you not saying with what you are saying? So I totally agree with that. This idea of toxic as well, I think you're right that you're going to be toxic for someone. You are going to be toxic, whether that's in a friendship. You're going to behave toxically because there's conflict there.
Yeah.
You're going to be a toxic partner to someone that maybe you're not suited for, or there's situations that you are dealing with and that turns into a toxic environment between you.
Yeah.
I think it's really hard because a lot of people find it hard to admit in yourself that you are toxic.
Yeah.
Or that, like, I have definitely been toxic for people.
And you will continue to be in some moments. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that then I should bail on that, but I can recognize toxic. I think it's more toxic behavior rather than toxic people.
Yeah.
Because once you define someone as a toxic person, there's the suggestion that that's all they are and that's their identity. But if there's toxic behavior, say, between us, we can change that. But if I label you as a toxic person, then that's writing someone off, essentially. And I think people change so much. Like, they go through so many different situations, life situations, changes of behavior, all of that you can't really just label someone as being toxic. However, you can label them as being toxic to you, or that thing being toxic to you. I just think you should be careful about identifying that person as toxic as a brand almost.
Yeah, I think it's really unfair as well, because I think, 7 times out of 10 when we do label someone as toxic, and I've done it too, we don't take a second to be like, okay, what was my contribution to this situation? What's their side of, this whole thing of there's 2 sides of the story. I think it applies to some situations. Obviously, there's some situations where it's like, you know what, no, this is the side, it's done. But I think this whole thing of branding someone as a toxic person, or branding, you can say this behavior was toxic in this moment, and that's fine, because I think whenever we're talking about people, it's really good to create a distinction between their behavior and the person who they are. It's really important to remember who they are 70% of the time, and then to look at the situation, and sometimes to even look at behavior that's out of character and be like, this is super out of character for you. You know what I mean? And then to really start to evaluate, like, how did I contribute to the situation? Or even if that's not the case, just say, what's going on with them? So whenever someone comes to me or tells me that, I've done something wrong, I fucked up, this and this, I'm like, why did you do it? I always want to know, why did you do it? Because I personally don't believe that human beings, maybe it's just because, I study psychology and all these things, but I don't believe that a human being wakes up and just fucks up. I don't think so. I think there's a series of events that lead to a certain bigger event. And it's like, everything is like, human behavior, there's always a reason, there's always a cause. You don't just arrive, Obviously, there's exceptions. I take that into consideration. But this is why I always say it's really important to separate the person from their behavior. And then when you're doing that, to sort of go, what factors are at play in the situation? So that's why whenever someone tells me like, obviously we all have friends, and we all have friends who are in relationships, and a friend might come up to me and say, oh, he did this and this and this. I'm always like, and sometimes people don't want to hear it, but it's like, well, what happened? Like, there's not two sides to it, but what was the reason that happened? You know what I mean? See his side as well, or see her side as well, and stuff like that. So I just hate the use of the word, because I think we've become too comfortable with using it, and we now just throw it around like it's fucking confetti. And I'm just like, it's very definitive. It's very like, this is who you are. Let me tell you who you are. And honestly, you have a lot of nerve telling someone who they are. It's like, how do you know? Do you know what I mean?
It reminds me a little bit of cancel culture, as in writing something off as just that. I really like the distinction between behavior and who someone is. Yeah. Because phrasing something like, for example, are you still friends with that person? No, they're really toxic. Like, that was really toxic. Is very different to saying or thinking, no, because this trait of theirs was toxic for me, and I just couldn't be around that. I just need to be away from that, which is fine. That's not me saying that that's the entire judgment of that person. I'm sure that's fine for someone else, but we're all going to rub, and we're all going to, Everyone's going to say it sounds sexual. We're all going to grate on each other or whatever, but some things will be bad for you as a person, and you can recognize that. In some instances, that does mean removing yourself from it, and in some instances, that can look like addressing it. I personally don't like cancel culture either, because I mean, we're all just gonna fuck up. Do you know what I mean? We're all just learning, and sometimes if you're really not even aware of that type of behavior, or it's actually, I'm gonna stop what I'm saying. I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
I want to ask a question about repetitiveness of toxic behavior, and I know I'm using
toxic
the word
traits.
here. Yeah,
let's come up with a new word.
Yeah,
unhealthy traits.
Okay. Or behavior that's unhealthy for you.
Unhealthy behaviors.
Yeah. What about, how does repetitiveness feed into kind of toxicity? I think I'm convinced that's a word.
Yeah.
And how does intention come into play and affect things?
So with intention, I think intention is really interesting, because I think whenever people apologize, the catchphrase, the phrase everyone uses is, "I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention," and then that's where they leave it. For me, I think it's so incredibly important to understand that intention and impact are two different things. So I am going to consider someone's intention when I'm looking at their behavior. I'm going to be like, "What's your intention?" Of course, it's difficult for me to know, because I'm not in your head. I'm not in your heart. I don't fucking know what your intention was. All I know is what you tell me. So intention is important, but I think it's difficult to trust that someone's intention wasn't to hurt you, because you can easily be like, well, then what was your intention? What was your expectation then? So it's like, that might not have been their intention. But for me, if you're someone who you display a behavior that is going to hurt me and you tell me that wasn't your intention, then it's like, well, you are very dissociated from behavior number one leads to reaction number two. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to connect.
Maybe it's that the consequence of what actually happened wasn't their intention.
You didn't expect that.
Yeah, that wasn't the predicted consequence that you intended for. But you still intended, like, if I push you and you fall over and hurt your knee,
you still intended to push. Like,
I intended to push you. I might not have intended to rip your knee open.
Yeah. So you intended for me to fall, but not in the way that I did. And it's like, so yeah, I think that's really good. So that's the thing with intention. I always do want to know someone's intention, though. So that's why I think it's always important. That's why I don't like, branding someone toxic. Even saying toxic behavior, sometimes it bothers me, because I'm like, well, what is even toxic? Like, so unhealthy behavior. So I always want to know intention, but I don't think it should stop there. So I think what always strikes me is, if I can see that the person understands that even if it wasn't their intention, it was the impact, and they're sorry for that impact, then it's like, okay, cool. We can talk. We can have a conversation. And then in terms of repetitive behavior, you know what? I used to be like, if you keep doing it over and over again, I used to say this. I used to say, an apology without changed behavior is emotional manipulation. I used to think that. I used to say that. But now I'm like, but it's not that simple. What I'm learning every day is that not everyone, a lot of people don't know themselves well enough to understand why they're behaving the way they're behaving. I think the only way that someone can make sure they don't repeat behavior is if they understand why they did in the first place. So now when it comes to repetition, I don't have that harsh expectation of, you will never do it again, and if you do it again, you're a toxic person. I'm more like, how well does this person, what's their self-awareness level? You know what I mean? Do they even have conversations about themselves? Because that's when I'm like, then you're least likely to repeat it if you understand why you did it. So now I understand that human beings are very flawed, and human beings are very archaic and like very, they're very selfish, and that's what drives them. That drives survival, being selfish. Yeah. So it's like, now that I understand all these biological processes that give birth to behavior, I'm less harsh when I observe bad behavior, and I have air quotes here, bad behavior.
Can confirm she did do the air quotes.
But yeah.
Interesting.
What about you?
I don't know, because, well, then it begs the question for me, like, if someone did have the intention and they were aware of that toxic behavior, do you class them as a bad person?
And they kept doing it.
If they're capable of that. Yeah, like, because my belief, or no, it's not a belief, like just a thought.
Understanding.
It's like, people go through so much and people don't understand so much, but they also dislike so much fundamentally about themselves as well. And I think that manifests in really interesting ways. Interesting, not like I want to study it, but interested in sometimes quite harmful ways. And that can be really unhealthy. And I have a lot of understanding. Well, I try and be understanding, or at least remind myself that this could just be something bigger or something different that's just manifesting like this. But then I'm trying to think about how much you can hold yourself accountable for behavior that you realize was toxic compared to being like, right, I'm not going to do that again. And it's like, you can't really promise yourself that.
No, you don't know.
No. And also sometimes, are you even aware of your intention? Are you just acting reactionary or just acting as you think you know? And then you don't realize it's toxic. And I'm so confused by this.
That brings up, this is confusing me too. I'm trying to that brings up this idea. It's not an idea, it's a fact. A lot of behaviors are trauma responses, but it takes a lot to understand that this is a trauma response. It takes a lot for someone to reckon with the fact that this is a trauma response. But a lot of human behaviors are actually trauma responses, which is really difficult because, you know, a lot of trauma responses, it's just, you went through something fucking difficult, whether it was in your early years of life or in your later years of life. And now you're behaving a certain way because you are trying to protect yourself. And that's the human instinct, to protect oneself. So a lot of behaviors are trauma responses. I think when I started to understand this, like properly understand this, that's when I started to look at the inner child in everyone. So if I see someone behaving a certain way or treating me a certain way, and I'm like, yo, I can see this person is fucking, like, what the fuck is going on here? You're acting like a fool, or you're hurting me, whatever it is. I've started to really look at them with, obviously it takes me a while. I kind of have to separate myself from the situation. Otherwise I'm going to swear at them and all that stuff. But otherwise I'll react too. But it's like, I've started to look at the inner child and be like, okay, that's why I'm a big fan of understanding the trauma of the people that I'm in relationships with. So both romantic and friendships. That's why I'm really big on that. And even my parents, because I'm like, I want to be more forgiving. I want to look at you and realize that your behavior is a trauma response. I want to understand that. Ever since I've focused more on that, whenever I see something happening, I'm like, this is why I can explain it. Not that I'm explaining it away.
No, but you can. It's a good. You remove an element of selfishness, as in you're not thinking about the treatment towards you and that present moment. You're thinking about the long, the bigger picture for that person, and that is removing that, what you talked about, like survival instinct being selfish. You remove an element, or you at least chip away at that. Yeah,
and it's like, obviously when someone's behaving toxically or whatever, you can't say to them, okay, I can see that this is a trauma response. You can't say that, but
excuse me, were you hugged?
But you can't say that, but you can definitely just be I think it also serves to protect you, because, you know, whenever people hurt us, the first thing we think is, what did I do to deserve this? And then we turn to self-critiquing and self-analyzing and really being harsh on ourselves. Like, if someone cheats on you, the first thing you're going to think is, what am I not bringing to the table? Rather than, this is an insecure person whose mother never gave them love, or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it also serves to protect you and that self-loathing that follows whenever someone hurts us.
Which, again, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is selfish.
It is.
And calling the term selfish onto the table, I think this word selfish is so bad, as in there's so many bad connotations around it. But a lot of behavior that is selfish, people are like, no, I'm not being selfish. And it's like, no, you're not being selfish, but thinking about yourself,
you're acting for yourself.
Self. It's centering yourself. That's what selfish is. But the way we use selfish, we use it in a way that's, you know, you're manipulative, or you're deliberate, or you're really intentional about being selfish, and you're only thinking about yourself. But it's an element of the self. Like, because even you said, when we turn to being like, what did I do to deserve this? I'm not saying you're playing the victim, because there is an element of,
you're self-absorbed kind of,
but you are still turning, and we all do it. That's not people saying, like, that's not if you've been cheated on and you should feel bad about self-critiquing. If you are like looking at things and you think, oh my god, what am I not fulfilling, or whatever, I'm not saying that's a bad reaction or response. It's natural, but there is an element of self that you should be aware of, that actually I have turned this on myself again. And that's really interesting to think about.
Yeah. I think also listening to this conversation, it can sound like what we're saying is tolerate bad behavior. But that's not what we're saying.
Don't tolerate it, but also just think about what your understanding of toxic is, I guess. Yeah. Because that's what we're trying to, I personally, you brought this conversation here. Yeah. You hate the word. I'm very much like, I have not thought in depth about this word. And that's what I want to do now. That's what I'm trying to do. So there's no decisions on it. But no, because some things, like, for example, two people in a relationship the situation might become toxic.
Yes.
You still have accountability in how you behave in that. We're not saying that, it's just that things are toxic and you're not right for each other, you should break up. You still actively choose and make decisions and do things to each other to hurt each other and stuff like that. So we're not saying we're not saying you can hide behind the excuse of being toxic to someone and then like absolve all responsibility. You're still responsible for your actions even if they are unhealthy and toxic.
Yeah.
It might come from things and there's understanding there, but you still made choices that took you.
Yeah, like definitely don't divorce accountability from it. I think this is also something that we're trying to say is that if someone's behaving, or if there's two people who are behaving toxically or whatever, there's a difference between, have you ever met people who they do something wrong or they hurt you and you kind of try to bring it to the table and they're like, well, this is just how I am. And it's like, okay, I'm going to exit stage left because you're not someone who's willing to change. For me, I'm about willingness to change.
That's the most toxic thing.
Right? Unwilling.
Yeah.
Exactly. If you know what, if I'm going to call someone toxic, it's the person who's unwilling to change.
Yeah.
That is the most dangerous person on earth because they will hurt you time and time again and they will manage to flip the script and say, well, maybe this is about you. This is just who I am. Do you know what I mean? Or they're just not trying to hear you out. Narcissists are very good at this. They're very good at being like, this is just me. This is me. So that's what I would brand toxic. And I hate this idea of like not understanding that just because someone is toxic in situation A, that doesn't mean that they're going to be toxic forever. That doesn't mean they're a toxic person. I don't even like the idea of calling a relationship toxic because show me two people who have a perfect relationship where they never fight and they never have disagreements and they're perfect every single fucking day. And I'll show you all the ways that they're dishonest with each other and they're not showing up as their authentic selves. Because anytime you put two people together who have two different life experiences and were raised in different ways, there's going to be disagreements. You know what I mean?
That doesn't mean that something becomes toxic for them, between them.
Yeah.
Like people can see any sort of issues between people as toxic. And it's like, that's not toxic. You need to think about what you actually mean by toxic.
Exactly.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Exactly.
I was going to ask, is there things that you have noticed for yourself become toxic? Because it's not always people. Sometimes the situations you put yourself, the situations you put yourself in and engage with become toxic. Toxic thinking, toxic patterns for yourself.
Do you know what I think is a toxic trait? This is another thing where I'm like, okay, this can be I think it's also, let me call it a dangerous trait, is people who, and I do it sometimes myself, if you watch someone responding a certain way and you think to yourself, well, I would never respond in this way, therefore their reaction is invalid and unjust. I think that's really weird because then that's like, you're not understanding that people are different. You know what I mean? And therefore you might project your ways of doing things, your ways of navigating situations onto someone else. And then that's when arguments start brewing and stuff like that. But in terms of my own traits that I do not like,
or anything that just to make my question clear as well, anything that you've noticed in people that you realise would be toxic for you that you're like, I need to back off, put a boundary in. So not just yourself.
You know what? There's not many. I think ever since I've started thinking this way along the lines of, most behaviors or trauma responses and things like that, ever since I've started thinking this way, I've cultivated a lot of self-compassion. So right now, there's not many things I'm like, this is toxic to me. I think they can be toxic in that specific moment. And I can be like, okay, this isn't okay. But I wouldn't be like, I'm removing myself from the situation. I don't have as many deal breakers as I did a year ago.
Okay.
Ever since I started thinking along these lines. And, someone might think, well, then that means you're going to tolerate a lot of bullshit. Well, no. But if I can just think to myself, I think unwillingness to change, like we said, inability to have a conversation about something that is uncomfortable, inability to resolve conflict healthily. Like, and I know that's hard for people. I know that's hard for like fucking 90% of the population. And just being an ugly person, as in like you're mean. Do you know what I mean? Like you're mean to other people. You're mean when you talk about other people. Does that make sense? Like you become
actually spiteful.
Like you're mean. Like, I don't know how else to put it other than the word mean. Like, that is toxic to me. But I think the biggest one is unwillingness to change. So something might be bad in a moment, but if I can see that someone's sorry, and if I can see that they recognize where they went wrong and they want to change it, then I can also rise to the occasion and say, I'm going to hold space for you because I see that you're trying. But if someone is like, this is just how I am, fuck you, then I can't do it. But
I just am like this. Okay, interesting. I think for me, there are some things that I've started to get better at recognizing in other people or other situations that I'm like, based on how I know I can react, I know that too much exposure to this or this person or this kind of talking or thinking will become toxic for me. So I'm better at kind of putting boundaries in place on some of those things. Whereas before, when I didn't understand it as, you know, I might have done the same thing of like being like, that person's a dick, or like, no, that person's just wrong for me in all ways. It's like, actually, no, maybe the way that I allowed that person to be in my life and to what level and how I engage with them meant that it became a toxic situation. So making that differentiation means I can put those boundaries up a bit earlier. So like really small things, and also something being labeled as toxic for you, or a situation becoming toxic for you, or a behavior being toxic for you, I think sounds like such a drastic statement. And I don't think it is. I think it could be really quite small scale. Like, and maybe that's why I'm through this conversation, I'm trying to work out what I actually understand as toxic meaning and like defining that. But like, even as little as like, I'm trying to think of an example now and I can't, but
it's really hard, right? Unless you're in the moment.
Yeah, like say I don't really like being mothered. Yeah. Like by friends. I really don't like it. And I've always ended up in situations with like old friends or whatever, where if I feel that way, just based on how they might naturally be as a person, that's still something that I know I don't like, but I didn't try and deal with it. I just accepted that person as how it is and then thought this has become toxic for me. Whereas actually, I know that I don't like that and that's just not how I like to receive it. If I'd have stopped that or put those boundaries in place or communicated that, maybe that wouldn't have turned into a toxic situation. And having a little bit more grace in the thinking towards that person that it's partly my fault as well. Everything is always also going to be my fault as well.
100%.
It might be 1% my fault for things that really I don't need to take too much accountability for. But a lot of the time it's more than 1%. Of course it is. So I'm trying to think about things like that and what I can recognize that, and also you can't avoid toxicness in your life. And again, I think the reason that we maybe dislike the word, or I won't speak for you, but I dislike the word, is because it sounds like it's such a drastic statement to make, and it's such a bold word to use, and someone hearing that obviously hears the heightenedness of it rather than hearing that's not how it's being conveyed. Sorry, also, and I'm only just engaging in this thinking because obviously you've brought this conversation up, so I'm being really confusing, but I think what I'm trying to show is like trying to work through an opinion on it and trying to form that opinion.
You know, it's so interesting because when you talk about, you talked earlier about repetitiveness, and I'm trying to think of like, when have I ever cut someone off? And I'm thinking about, and each time they don't change even after I've said, this isn't okay with me. So definitely that, but I'm also thinking it's also when that person shows an unwillingness to understand my perspective. I think that is also really toxic. If I'm like trying to tell you like you've hurt me and you're just kind of like, sorry, it was a misunderstanding, but you're not trying to like really hear what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? And I can see that there's a mental block there. Then I'm like, it's that whole thing of you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So for me, if I'm getting into a situation where I'm trying to show someone like, this is why this was wrong, and they're not hearing me out because they're too in their own head, then I'm like, you're gonna do it again though. You know what I mean? Like you didn't understand. But I think the most toxic behaviors are usually for me when in other people is when the result of that behavior is that I abandon myself. As in, Whether that's I abandon my values or I think differently about myself. Do you know what I mean? Like my self-perception, my self-image changes. So I can say something like cheating. Obviously, we can all understand that that's very toxic, like what it does to the other person that was cheated on. Something like that would make me abandon myself because I see myself differently.
Is that toxic or is that just...
cheating?
Yeah. Is that a toxic thing? Because
that can also be a trauma response, right?
Well, not even that. I just think cheating isn't it's not something that becomes toxic. Cheating's bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like there's confusion there that this is toxic or this is not. Like, what actually do you understand as being toxic then?
That's true. Cheating isn't toxic unless the person is I'm
genuinely asking.
No, I'm also trying to figure it out now.
I don't have an opinion on this. I'm genuinely like,
Is cheating toxic?
There's the name of the podcast.
Like, is it actually toxic?
I'd say no, because it's not, for me, something that's toxic is something that you might not initially be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like something that's like, okay, this is a really stupid example. Fire is not toxic in my head because I'm like, if I put my hand in that, I'm going to burn. It's going to hurt.
Yeah.
It's going to be shit. However I choose to use that fire, it's going to be shit. I'm going to hurt myself.
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas if it's something that's more under the radar that I don't naturally, so like an unhealthy habit, I see that as being toxic because it's not something I'm instantly aware of. And I didn't realize that I thought of toxicity as something that I can't immediately pull out and be like, this is going to be, I don't think you can predict that.
I think it's hard. Like now, it's always weird. When you think about something abstract,
yeah, I know, it's hard.
You can easily be like, oh yeah, yes, no. But then when you think about a specific situation, you're like, ooh, I don't know.
Exactly. It's like cheating.
So is it toxic? Is it toxic? I think 90% of people, like if we did a poll, 90% of people would say yes, it's toxic to cheat on your partner in a relationship.
I just think that's bad. I don't think it's toxic.
It is bad. Yeah, it's bad.
But it's interesting that I have a differentiation between the two.
Yeah,
I have a differentiation
bad
between
and
what's
toxic.
a bad choice or a bad behavior. However, maybe
is it poisonous?
I was going to say, maybe this clears it up for me. Is it that I think cheating can develop from toxicity in a relationship or in yourself and toxic behavior and treatment towards each other, but the act of doing it, that's not toxic. That's a choice. That's an active thing.
Mali, do you think cheating is toxic?
We need your help.
You have to define the word toxic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting about this, because like from the start of this conversation, what I thought I understood as toxic, now I'm like, fuck, what is actually
toxic?
What do I actually think of as being toxic?
I do agree that cheating stems from sometimes stems from toxicity in a relationship. Just like every behavior is a result of something else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, for some people, unless you just cheat,
just really bloody love the men. Personally, I don't cheat. I don't really sound like all I do is cheat. Nope.
That's really interesting. Yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah, it is true that you do have to define what toxic means. But this is why I say I think we've come to really overuse it and we just brand people as toxic. And I think branding people as toxic is toxic.
Yeah.
Right?
Meta, man.
Like just relax.
Yeah. Well, okay, so if I say we're in a relationship, me and you, if I cheat on you, and you look back on it and like we fall out, we stop talking, whatever. If I cheated on you, would you describe me
as a toxic person?
Yeah.
No. Unless there was behavior before, like if there were behaviors that you displayed that were unhealthy, then I would say, I wouldn't even call you toxic. I'd say, you know what, they just have a lot to fucking figure out.
But then that's what I mean. So then why do you think, and I'm not saying I'm accusing you, but then in that case, if my act of cheating doesn't make me a toxic person, why is cheating
a toxic?
How would you consider that as being toxic?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is very, I definitely see what you mean there.
This is hard.
It is hard. I think obviously when it comes to toxicity, everyone can define it for themselves. But what I was really trying to do with this conversation was...
sorry.
No, sorry. No, it's fine. I think it's interesting to actually look at specific things. Is to just discourage people from, like I said, throwing this word around like confetti. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, every single human being is a work in progress. And of course, you have to decide for yourself, is this person worth me holding space for while they do the work and try to improve as a person? Or, because I know there's been people who there's been bad behaviors that they display, and I'm like, you know what, you're not gonna change, and I exit stage left, like I said. And then
Great
there's people
phrase.
yeah
I will take a bow and not return with an uncle.
and then there's some people who I'm like, I'm gonna hold space for you, like, you know what I mean? So like I said, you have to look at the behavior and then look at the person. What kind of person are they? Do you, like, in their heart, what kind of person are they? And then, like I said, I think it's really good to look at people and look at the inner child in them, because as I said before, most behavior is a trauma response. Like, whenever you see people doing certain things, most people have abandonment issues. Most people, you know, like, everyone has issues. So it's like, I don't like to look at the behavior in isolation. I want to look at the person as a whole, like, take a holistic approach. I think that's why I'm least likely to brand people as toxic or a bad person.
I have a blanket question for you. Or a duvet question.
What?
I know, I hate myself. If you had to define what you think is toxic, one-liner, just what comes to mind and what do you immediately... I know it's hard and this isn't definitive, but what do you think, where's your starting point with that?
Okay. I think I would say someone who repetitively acts mindlessly, hurts the people in their lives, and does so mindlessly without ever taking a pause to self-reflect and go, this is wrong, I need to change. So someone who repetitively acts mindlessly and hurts people in their lives, and also has an unwillingness to change those behaviors, that would be a quote-unquote toxic person.
Interesting, because I asked you to define toxic, not toxic
shit.
person.
I can't dissociate.
No, I know. I was going to say, that's so interesting that you jumped to immediately
a person.
Talking about a person. Yeah.
Because what else am I going to talk about? A turtle?
I was going to say, maybe that is your experience of toxicity.
But yeah, but like I said, like, there's very few people who are like that. I don't know if you've met them, but there's very few people who are like that in this life. So distracting. But yeah, there's very few people who are like that. So that's why I'm like, I'm reluctant to brand people as toxic. And then, of course, toxic behaviors, I don't know if I can think of any right now. Maybe if I'm in the situation.
No, fair.
But like I said, because now I understand that most behavior is a trauma response, I'm least likely to say this is toxic behavior. I can say this is bad. This is bad that you've done this, but I won't say it's toxic. Because toxic is poisonous. Do you know what? Like, now that I think about it, that's an intense word to use.
I'm imagining, I know. This is what I meant when it's such a bold statement. If you bring up that word, it's like, whoa. I'm imagining, The Simpsons, when they have that glowing green toxic substance and like warning signs.
You put your hand in it. Yeah, and you fucking burn. Yeah. You're calling people that.
Yeah. My definition of toxic is just, I think the easiest way I can simplify it in my head is something that is bad for you. Whether that is a person, a behavior, a situation, a job, a habit with something, your attitude towards something, just something that is bad for you, whether or not you are aware of it. So I think, because then it begs the question of, God, I've used that phrase twice today, weird, whether do you have to be aware of something for it to be toxic to you? I would argue no. Something can be toxic for you for ages before you realise it.
Yeah.
But that moment of clarity is then a different stage. But that's the simplest way I can think of putting it.
I think that's
for myself, at least.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense, because it's all situation specific, isn't it? And it all depends on the person. So some people are like, cheating is toxic for me, and others are like, I can forgive it depending on the situation.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
It really depends. Yeah,
cool.
Happy to call it there.
Yeah, okay. What a confusing conversation, but thank you. That was so interesting to think about, and like hopefully, again, just putting it out there, we have no idea. Like, I'm not saying I'm the authority on toxic behavior. Just genuinely, some of the things that we kind of questioned ourselves on today. Hopefully, that's something that you've stumped yourself on as well, and kind of define it for yourself, and just spend some time thinking about how you relate to something being toxic.
That's true.
Anything you want to say? I mean, this was your topic.
No, I think it's interesting. I think if anything, everyone should go think about whether cheating is toxic or not. I know 90% of people will be like, yes, you know, and that's fine. But then it's like, okay, why? Maybe
what is it about it that's toxic?
Yeah, maybe conceptualize that. Yeah. Maybe conceptualize that and see then how you feel. I think we should just stop using words without a deeper level understanding of what they actually mean and the consequences of labeling someone as that thing.
Or at least having not necessarily, I would say, not a deeper understanding of just that word and what it is, full stop, but as in your scenario and in your situation, what context are you using that word with?
Yeah. And that's why I also say it's important to also think about what labeling that behavior or that person as toxic, what it does to the situation, to that person and to you, and how it changes perception, you know?
Interesting. Thank you. Do you want to jump to do you have a rant?
You can start. I don't remember.
I do have a rant. Are we timing this?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Because to be fair, I think I'm just going to say the same thing for a minute. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
So now that we're back out in the world a little bit again, my rant is about people that fucking ride your ass in a queue. Back the fuck off.
Oh, yeah.
Do you need to be... If I can feel your breath on the back of my... If my hair is moving with your breath, you're too close. And that goes for people in cars as well. You know, you can give a bit of space. You can wait a second. And especially people in the queue that are like making you anxious for doing it quicker or do like if you've ever been stood in public doing something and you like, I'm trying to think of a clear example. When you have to go get cash out at the machine, some people behind you make it out like you're taking too fucking long or what. And it's like, let people live, man. People do things at a different pace. People are going to do things in their own way. Don't fucking ride me. Give everyone space around you. It really fucks me off when people make you feel like you're so aware of that moment that you're in, or like when you're queuing for things that people are excited for, people behind you are like, that energy is just bursting through, but in really horrible ways by like making you feel like you need to stand closer or you haven't moved up yet. And it's like, we're not going anywhere. Nothing's happening. There are 9 people in the queue in front of me. Do you really want me to step forward close? Fuck off. It really pisses me off. Your turn.
That made me realize that I don't have a rant.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
I'll just sit here with my blood boiling.
Okay. What are you checking yourself on? Right? I'm blank.
I'm so blank.
You know what? Let's just end it here.
Wait, what? No. What are you thankful for or grateful for this week? That's a really important one, especially for us today.
Oh yeah. Okay. So 2 things. I would say the sun, first of all, because I'm someone who gets seasonally depressed. So if the sun's not out, then my mind's out too. Like it's and then also I think I had a really nice conversation with a friend yesterday, and I've been going through quite a hard time for the past 4 months, and I've been kind of confused as to like, why do I feel this way? Why am I in so much pain? Why do I feel so sad? And she was able to conceptualize it for me in a way where I can be like, okay, now I can figure out a way out of this fucking, because I feel like I've been in a tunnel for 4 months and I just don't know where the fucking door is. So now I'm like, okay, cool. She conceptualized it for me, and now I feel like I know the way out. I just need to get there. So I suppose I'm thankful for people who in some moments know you better than you know yourself. And they know enough about you and your history and everything in your life to know that this is why this is happening and this is what this is. So yeah.
That's amazing. I'm really glad. I'm thankful for mine always sounds so like shit. I'm thankful for laptops. How bloody nice that I can just hide myself away in whatever corner of my house that I want and just
escape
and access and escape in the way I want and either watch things, listen to things, whatever. We had fucking desktops when we were little. We had to always sit in the same place. Imagine being in such a horrible mood and having to sit like in front of, like, as a 8-year-old, I'm just sitting in front of your dad like, I'm so upset but I want to watch something. So I'm really thankful for laptops and the flexibility that they bring. I don't need to do 2. That's the only thing I'm thankful for.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm all good.
Okay, bye. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. What was the first social media you joined?
Oh wait, are we recording?
What was the first social media you joined?
Facebook.
Yeah, I think Facebook for me as well. Oh, well, I think I had a MySpace. Is email a social
I never
media?
had MySpace. In fact, I made fun of people who had MySpace. I was just kind of like, what the hell are you using that for?
As you would say, exit stage left for Sharan. Welcome to the One Great Tig podcast. You are listening to Tara and Sharan. Well, you're listening to Tara bully Sharan. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, to be honest. So yeah, we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received. Especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharan's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're really just going to be discussing things that are most true and important to us. We're just going to be having conscious conversations, and we are taking you along for that journey as we share some of our personal experiences, some of our opinions, and we just, So thank you for coming for the ride.
You looked at me and I was like, I'm going to let her ride this wave on.
Oh gosh.
We really try and be selective and intentional with our language, and what we're communicating. And that being said, we're not perfect. We're not always going to achieve that. And we're going to always think about how we could have said something more to accurately represent what we wanted to say. So instead, we prefer being more reflective with our language and coming back to things. I feel like we should start this again.
Why?
I don't know. I just completely stopped talking there.
I think we should keep going.
I think we should keep going. It should be in it.
What do you want to talk about today?
So, what I want to talk about today is social media. Maybe that's why I can't talk today. I'm in the digital world. I'd like to bring up some stuff about social media, but more than anything, I'd like to give it some of that conscious thought. And I just want to think about our social media selves. So not talking about social media as a thing, but talking about you and your social media and how you engage with it. So there's this idea that like I think we both grew up in, social media started being introduced first.
Yeah.
So like I remember when you can only send a certain amount of characters on Twitter, when you could like when Instagram didn't have stories, it was just pictures and there was shocking filters and like the progression of all of that. Compared to people now that like social media is so there, we kind of learnt social media and grew up with it as well. But I want to ask I think I'll start off with some like quick fire questions.
Okay.
And then I want to get a little bit deeper into considering things like your digital self and how you engage with social media and how that's changed, the kinds of things that you go to for social media and just stuff like that. All of that to come. Lovely little teaser for you.
Okay.
So, first question. What's your favourite social media and why?
I don't like any of them.
What's your least hated social media?
I think Twitter was my least hated, and I deactivated and deleted the app and everything. So that was my most hated. Is that what you... Oh, what's my least hated?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you don't like any of them. So.
Yeah, I don't like it. So Instagram would be my least hated.
Is that what you use the most as well?
Yes. I would like that to change, but yes.
Okay. Are there any social medias that you just throw out there? What do you have an account on actually?
Yeah, so I've got obviously Instagram, I've got Facebook, and then Facebook Messenger, and then I've got WhatsApp. Do you know what's funny? I don't consider WhatsApp as social media.
Yeah.
I just consider it as a device that I speak to my closest friends and family.
Service.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get there. Don't you worry. Sharan loves a definition. Are there any social media platforms that you think you look down on, or you have like, you're like, ugh, I would never?
I think definitely Twitter, and I was on Twitter obviously for a very long time, and I have my reasons for disliking Twitter. Do you want me to get into it now?
No.
Okay.
Well, I like to organise conversation.
Okay.
That's right. So just Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. So mine. I think I prefer Instagram. That's probably my actually liked one, and I do use that the most, I think.
Yeah.
I have a Twitter and an Instagram. I have Snapchat. I don't talk to anyone on there, so I don't know why.
Oh my God, I even forgot that Snapchat exists. I deleted that so long ago, you know. I was like, what the hell is this? Well.
I'm like, people that try and have a conversation on Snapchat, I think it's because it was easiest for like sending, like I've got people that live abroad. You're looking at me sending nudes.
I was about to say.
like I see, like I chat to a friend that I've got in New Zealand and we just send each other a picture of our face sometimes. It's just nice. But you can do that on Instagram now. So I've forgot about Snapchat. I don't have TikTok. I'm so glad because I feel like Instagram Reels is there to weed out TikTok, and also I can't be bothered to learn a new one. Do you think you're good at social media? And I know that everyone's definition of that is different.
Yeah,
that's what I want you to answer on.
I don't know what good means. I haven't thought about whether or not I'm good at social media because I haven't thought about whether it's good. Because obviously some people might define good at, like, for example, if we're asking the question about you good at Instagram, some people might be like, well, that depends on the number of followers that you have, or, you know, things like that. But I don't consider that as a litmus test for am I good at Instagram. I think it's about, are you good at expressing on social media? And it's like, I think I'm good at expressing myself on Instagram.
Okay.
I'll say that. At presenting my authentic self.
Okay.
On Instagram. So yeah.
I think the way I thought about that question was more, and this isn't how I intended the question. This is just if this question was asked to me, I would answer it as I can learn a new social media quite quickly. So I would be good at it in the sense that I can do it. But that doesn't mean like I'm...
Does that mean like technology-wise?
There are some people that genuinely are useless at like using filters.
Oh, yeah.
Or like just like they'll press things with like 4 fingers and you're like, you're really not good at this.
Is that not artistic then?
I don't know.
Creative. So, are you creative on social media? Are you artistic on social media? Because good,
what
you know
is
what I
being
mean?
good
like, what
at
is
social
good?
media?
Yeah.
Because obviously social media now serves more work purposes.
Yeah.
As opposed to just general.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, next question. So getting a little bit bigger and broader now. What do you think you use your social media for genuinely?
I think I think it depends because right now I have a really love-hate relationship with it. So I'm okay with using apps like Messenger because I'm just talking to people. And I'm okay with using WhatsApp because I'm just talking to people. But something like Instagram is completely different to something like Messenger and WhatsApp. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know WhatsApp has stories, but like, who uses that?
WhatsApp has stories?
Yeah.
You're shitting me.
I'm not even kidding. It has stories.
I know what I'm doing after this.
And Facebook Messenger has stories. You know that. But yeah. Wait, what was your question?
Just what do you go to social media? No. What, oh my God, what was my question?
Yeah, what was your question?
Marley, do you remember my question?
You said, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. See, this is annoying because listeners can just rewind backwards. It's really hot in here. I'm blaming it on the heat.
All right, you ask another question.
Okay, I'll ask one vaguely similar. What do you use your social media for?
Oh yeah, that's what you asked.
Yeah.
Oh man, what the hell? I think, as I say, I use it to communicate my thoughts and my feelings towards certain topics. That's how I've done it most of the times. I use it to present my interests, things that I can't just, like, I think the way that I am in person is the way that I am on social media. So I use it to present my interests, to present myself. And then, as I said, I have a love-hate relationship with it. So I've started to distance myself more and more from all social media platforms. I use it to communicate my interests, to present my interests as well. And to also engage and to kind of keep informed. Because whenever I do delete Instagram, because I don't have Twitter now, whenever I do delete Instagram, I find myself not being informed. But sometimes that's a good thing because it's like I already have a lot going on in my inner world. I don't need to know because there's a lot of sad news out there. Do you know what I mean? So I use it to keep informed. And then I also use it to stay in touch with my friends who I don't see like a lot, like who are not in my immediate universe and stuff like that. So because most of my friends live overseas. So I use it to kind of be like, oh, what are they up to? Because sometimes it's hard. Like I talk to them, of course, but I won't know what they're doing like in the immediate second, day to day, because it's just like I don't really we don't really text each other and like, oh, this is where I am today. It's like sometimes I see where they are that day. So I use it to keep connected in that way. And then I use it to learn and educate myself. There's a lot of things that I've learned on Instagram and even Twitter that I wouldn't have otherwise known. And in a lot of ways, there's a lot of things that I see and then I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. So I use it to inform myself as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I use mine because I really had to sit down and think about the fact that social media is just something I've got access to and has become so normal. I'm like, when am I intentional with my social media? What I actually use it for is to keep up to date with people without feeling like we need to be having regular conversations.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think what's nice about social media is without it, there are so many people that would just drop off the face of the earth for me. Like there's keeping in contact can seem quite an intense thing for someone that's just like quite an acquaintance.
Yeah.
So they're not friends, they're just an acquaintance. There's no need for you to like know. But because of social media, you stay in the know of each other's lives. Generally, you kind of get a gist of them. You kind of get an impression or like you sort of know what's going on in their life. I'm not saying it's accurate, but you still have an element of connectivity that you wouldn't. If you like someone I met at uni, I've still got them like on my social media. So I still feel there's a realm of connectivity there, even though I probably wouldn't ever contact them. But if we didn't have social media, I wouldn't have taken down contact details and sourced them out to go and talk to them. So that's quite nice. And then as an archive, I love looking back on like my own social media and like realizing different stages in my life or remembering like the time of my life that I posted then. Like I really just use it for myself and to like update my just update the people in my life the easiest way as well. Yeah. So like it's a lot to kind of be talking to people and like because everyone has access to a phone, there's a lot of pressure that you can remain connected to people as well, even though that shouldn't be the expectancy. Sometimes it's nice for people to just like, I think I said it to you, I was like, oh, you look like you had a great time with your friend the other day. That started a conversation rather than you having to like tell me that or what. It's just nice to be like for you to be able to update and for me to do that. So that. I
think there's a downside to that as well. Like as much as it helps us stay connected to people that we might not speak to every day, I think that level of hyper exposure can actually make us a bit lazy in some relationships. As in, I haven't spoken to you for 2 weeks, but I've seen your story, so I feel like, you know what I mean? Or, but I've reacted to your story, so we've kind of spoken. There's some friendships where I'm like, I could do better in checking up on them. But because they post regularly on stories or whatever it is, I feel connected. But that doesn't mean the relationship has been cultivated. So it's like, I definitely think there's a downside to it in that it makes us okay with not keeping in touch. And I'm not someone who I need to talk to people every day because, in fact, I get overwhelmed sometimes because I'm like, yo, I belong to myself. But I definitely feel like it can make us feel lazy. Yeah, and I think that there's some times where some people, and I'm very careful about this, sometimes some people, like, their friends won't know something and they'll find out that thing online. And it's like on Instagram or whatever it is. I feel like sometimes that can hurt people and make you feel like, well, how close are we if you're going to tell 500 followers before you... And not that you feel entitled to know things about someone's life because no one has to tell you anything. But like I said, it can make us disconnect from the people who are closest to us because we're hyperexposed, superficially hyperexposed, not really. Because you're just seeing pictures, you're just seeing a cafe that I'm at or whatever it is.
Yeah. So this really nicely leads me on to what I want to talk about next, which was this idea. So being aware that the way we behave on social media is a very real part of ourselves. Yeah. It's not you are putting decisions into that and you are putting thoughts into that and you do have a sense of yourself online. Like you do become a person online as well.
Yeah.
And there's this notion of like people say, you know, people thinking that, oh, they didn't like this or they never like my stuff as being petty. I would say that I disagree.
Yeah.
I think that is still choices in people's behavior. Obviously, there are some things like algorithms and stuff that I can't be bothered to talk about algorithms and all that crap. Everyone knows.
Like likes.
Everything's stalking you. It's all good. Move on. But stuff like translating the behavior that we do online in person spaces and what that looks like. So if it's, and what level of kind of things you're happy with or not happy with. So like people can feel so left out through things like social media.
Yeah.
People can feel really, like I had a friend that genuinely said they were really close to me and then deliberately didn't like anything I did online.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't, not like it, wouldn't engage with it. And at first I was like, oh my God, I'm so fucking petty. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Then I'm like, actually, it's a choice to not do that as well. If this was in person, how would that behavior translate across? What's the equivalent of that behavior?
Yeah.
Would it be that if I said something, they wouldn't respond?
They just keep quiet.
Exactly. Or if I said something, they wouldn't celebrate it with me or they wouldn't do whatever.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to think about. We're still friends. I don't give a shit about that, by the way, now. But it's really interesting to think about how people initially was like, oh, you're being so petty, or like, just because they didn't accept this friend, or like, just because they messaged you here or did this, it's a whole, like...
I don't think it's petty at all.
No, I think it is an attitude and it's a person online as well.
I don't think it's petty because I don't think we should downplay how important social media is and how it's really taken over our life. It's a currency now. It's literally a currency. It's literally, it's we present ourselves on this. Okay, well, some people don't post, whatever, but we present ourselves on this. So I think if you post a picture and you've got a close friend who doesn't like your stuff, I don't think it's petty to be like, why didn't you like my stuff? Do you know what I mean? Like some people, okay, it depends on your own expectations, but I think that it's not weird to get upset over that. Obviously, you're not getting upset, but you feel away.
Yeah.
Because as I said, I think it's a currency. I think we use it to present ourselves. I think it's become a huge part of our lives. Some people, get on there and that's their job. And like, you know what I mean? It's the same way as like if your friend does something on social media and they post about it, and you don't support them by sharing whatever it is or by liking it or by commenting congrats or whatever it is, that's also sending a message. Some people might be like, it's petty to get upset. I'm like, I don't think so. If I had a new job that I just got and you never messaged me to say congrats, am I allowed to feel a way about that? Yes, especially if you're my close friend.
How can you guarantee they saw it?
Well, you can see. Like if it's on stories or something, or if you just know there's someone who is on, they're present on that app, because there's some people who they're always on that app. Obviously it does depend. There's no way of knowing for sure, but either way you're gonna see it. Like I know now the algorithm's a bit different, things kind of disappear after 24 hours or whatever, but I just don't think that we should downplay how much it's become such a big part of our life. That's why I don't think it's upset for someone to say, you're my close friend, but you never like my pictures. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? However, these days I don't think about it too much because a lot of my friends and I have constantly have conversations around how we engage on social media. And a lot of my friends and I have actually taken a step back because we're like, this isn't healthy for us. Mm-hmm. I have a lot of friends who don't exist on there at all, even though they might have a page or whatever. So these days, if I see that they haven't liked something, I don't take it personally because I'm like, I know that they're not engaging. Yeah. So it does depend on the situation. And hopefully you have a relationship enough to kind of be like, but I would never say to someone, you didn't like my stuff, because
I wouldn't say that.
It sounds silly, but
I think the clarity here then is that it's not that I'm saying people should go and call this out, whatever, because I also don't give a shit. Like if I put something out, like I'm doing this thing and they don't share it, I really don't care. Like if they tell me they care about me, that's fine. But it's when people ridicule people that do bring it up or get upset about it that I don't really agree with, because I think that's a very real reaction that people are entitled to have. Whereas some people, you're right, downplay it. So I don't think we should downplay. But that doesn't mean I think you should be calling everything out as well.
It's all about your own personal expectations. Like my friends and I, we've never been like, when I have something, support me. No. We've never been like that. It's an implicit understanding. We've known each other, for so long, and we each other's like hype mans. We're each other's cheerleaders. So I've never gone to my friends and said, because when the podcast came out, so 90% of them shared stuff, but I did not ask a single one of them to do that. It was just an implicit understanding. And then there were very few who didn't share anything. I didn't get upset. I was like, move on with my day.
That's
you know
your
what I mean?
Expectation.
It wasn't even an expectation. I didn't expect it at all. But I knew they would do it because that's how we are with each other. So expectation implies that I'd get upset if it didn't happen. It wasn't an expectation. And in fact, when so many of them shared, I was like, oh, thank you. Like, I still was very like, oh, thank you so much. I'm so surprised. But it wasn't an expectation, but it's just what we do. You know what I mean?
There's so many nice gestures that I think can happen on social media, which is lovely. Like from people that you didn't even think were that close to you, or people that you didn't even think you were on their radar. Yeah. Sometimes like they like your story, or like they respond to it and you're like, that's so nice that I didn't realize we had a connection, or like that you even thought of me, but this has made you think of us, or made you think of like an exchange or something. And that's really nice. I wanted to think about so you talked about, obviously, you know, some people engage differently and they go through periods of like taking a step back. I definitely do that. I try and do that at least like once a week. I just haven't phone-free days. And sometimes I go through waves of like being really sharing quite a lot and then not sharing. Yeah. So I want to talk about how and why in the past that has changed for you, and you can go into as much as you want. But I also want to think about how I think learning people's online behavior is a really important part of relationships now. And I don't just mean relationships in terms of romantic sense. I just mean in general.
Friendships, yeah.
Because like some people do text, say, really bluntly. And if that's not what you're used to, you can read into that. Yeah, and again, I don't think that's petty. I think you just need to know how each other are. Some people genuinely aren't on their phone or don't like texting or replying. That's fine as well. But you need to learn that rather than assume it.
Yeah, it's all about knowing the person. What I don't like about social media is when it becomes a substitute for real life, personal, intimate conversations and interactions. And in a lot of ways, we're hyper exposed, so we don't feel the need. I see your stories all the time, so I don't feel the need to call you. I'm not saying I do this. I'm saying this is a lot of people's thought process sometimes. So it's like I'm exposed to you, so I don't have to have an in-depth conversation about what's been happening to your life because I can see it on stories. And it's like, no, what you're seeing is 5%. You know what I mean? There's a lot of other things that are going on, especially if you're not someone who, for example, I'm very willing to go on social media and be like, yo, I've had a fucking horrible mental health crisis. I'm not doing well. I'm very explicit, especially on my close friends list. So I'm comfortable becoming very open, but some people aren't like that. But anyway, to answer your question, I take steps back when I feel like I'm using social media to distract from my life and from, for example, if I'm going through something personal and I'm not in the best mental health state and I find myself spending all day just scrolling. I use that to distract, and I'm honest with myself about that. Sometimes I'll distract intentionally, but what I don't like is when I'm distracting mindlessly. Sometimes I catch myself in the moment. I'm like, whoa, you're distracting. I think it's very easy because it's just this little thing you pick up and suddenly you're on it for an hour, you know? So I take steps back when I feel like I'm distracting and that's not healthy for me. And then also I take steps back when I feel like the content that's online is hurting me more than it's doing me good. For example, this week especially, there's been a lot on social media about, you know, once again, some Black people were murdered by the police, and this happens a lot, but I think there's moments where it becomes spotlit more on social media. So the past 3 weeks it's been spotlit, and as a result I've felt myself becoming super terrified of the world around me, super terrified to live in the skin that I live in, super terrified to have children, all these fears. So as a result of that, I am going to take a step back, you know, going forward from today. So it's usually a way to protect myself. And then sometimes I take a step back if I feel like I'm overthinking everything and I'm starting to get into an unhealthy place of comparison. So I look at other people's pictures or whatever and I start comparing myself, or I start comparing my life to theirs. That's when I'm like, step back. You know, you need to remind yourself who you are. You need to get grounded. Yeah, I think those are the 3 main times that I take a step back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I have similar, I guess, realms, cousin answers. So I think mine is definitely when I'm feeling a little bit different. So if I feel like I want to shut down or hide away, but not necessarily in a bad way, just like I suddenly don't feel like I want to be out there.
Yeah.
In real life, that choice would just be, you know, not going anywhere, spending time with myself. I need to remind myself to do that online as well.
Yeah.
That am I spending time with myself privately online? Probably not. I'm quite exposed. So that. This thing of kind of information and overexposure. So I think without social media, I can choose when I'm ready to engage with information, and I can choose when I'm ready to engage with this kind of news or this kind of news, or there's designated times that I can give myself. Whereas with social media, I'm constantly feeling exposed because I don't know what's going to come up.
Yeah.
So someone's story could share something that I'm like, oh shit, now I'm just really suddenly aware. So like there's stuff about like Sikh violence and like a lot of the protests still out there, sorry. And I'd never know at what point in the day that's going to come up.
Yeah.
And it's like and then I realized that I'm just anxious about not controlling my emotion for that day and not being in charge of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going to happen. Whereas if I choose to go and read something about it, I'm choosing to like engage with that information. So I think I tend to take steps back to remind myself that actually I can choose when I want to engage. Also, I can choose when I'm ready to handle to see something. Like you see, like you said, with keeping in contact with people and the like how much behaviors online do actually mean to people. Unfollowing someone's such a huge message sometimes.
Blocking.
Sometimes it's just as simple as I'm really not interested in your life and I don't need to see it. Or sometimes it's like it can hurt me to see this because it just reminds me of a time in my life where I don't want to be taken back to. And if that just crops up, that can shift your entire day because you are suddenly connecting that to other things, but you haven't chosen for that to happen.
Yeah.
And that's why I think sometimes it's that I'm trying to be more, when I'm ready to see anything, then I want to engage with social media. And that's why I'm really glad that some apps have like separate messaging services and stuff so that you can kind of just stay connected to who you want, but then you aren't putting yourself out there without consent, essentially, of like something affecting you. So that's quite hard. I wanted to ask you if you think you are the presentation of yourself online, whether you've ever thought too much about it or whether you think it is your in-person self as well, like whether you think it's completely the same or how you think it differs.
I think, to be honest, anyone who knows me really well will say that who I am online is who I am in person. But I think someone who doesn't know me well and has only seen a certain side of me might be like, oh, I didn't know that you were into wellness. Are you really into wellness? And it's like, but if you know me really well, you'll know that I am. So I definitely, who I am online is who I am in person. The one thing I do keep a bit more private online that I don't keep private in person, if you know me, is my relationship. I choose not to put that out there because I have my own reasons. But I would, like, short answer, yes, who I am online is who I am in person. But depending on who you ask and how well they know me, they might have different answers. Because everyone has a different answer. Like, who people know you as, they might be like, that's not who they are on in person.
Like, that's shocking or different.
Yeah, but it's like, well, how well do you know the person? You know what I mean? Or maybe they just haven't shown you the side of themselves. Maybe they just don't feel comfortable enough to.
Are there things that you think you engage with or do online that you don't think you engage with or do as much or show as much in person? Regardless of who it is. Just you thinking about you.
No.
Okay.
No. I think I engage the exact same. Yeah, like I said, I think I definitely, whoever I am in person is whoever I become online. And you can see my online persona changing just as my in-person self is changing. Okay. As in, I used to be someone who spoke a lot about, like, you know, Black lives and the Black experience and racism and all these things. And in the beginning, I was very much, there was a post every week about something. I was very vocal about all that. But since I've realized that, I talk about this online and then I live it too. I have to protect myself because this is mentally, it's debilitating because I don't get to switch my phone off and suddenly I'm not Black anymore. You know what I mean? So I've started to really self-preserve in that part. So these days I don't engage much. Like, even what was happening recently, I haven't engaged, I haven't shared because I've seen it, but I haven't shared or engaged because I'm like, this hurts. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to, like, but I might have conversations with my friends about it. Like, my friends and I will check in on each other. How are you doing? You know what I mean? But I might not share it because I'm like, this is too personal for me. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sharing it because I don't know, some people might not understand. And I'm going to talk to the people who I know will understand and hold space for me. 500 followers, probably only 20% of them will understand, or 50%, depending on the demographic. But yeah.
Okay. What kind of impression do you think you give a new person that follows you and hasn't met you? What do you think they'd expect of you? Or, sorry, not expect. What impression do you think they get of you? Yeah. Just through the online.
I can talk about what people have said to me.
It's up to you.
Because I really don't. I don't know what impression I give. Like I don't have like whatever. If I were to say what impression I give someone, it's not possible to give an accurate answer because I'm not that person.
Yeah.
But I can say what people have said. I mean, people have said that I come off as very like soothing and calm, and my energy is very zen and calm and like I'm soothing. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Cool.
But yeah, I can't answer for them. So someone else give a much better answer than I can.
No, like I was just curious whether you've ever like sat and thought about what is the impression that you give. I asked you 3 questions. I can't remember them now. I said, who you think you're on social media and what you present. I don't think I'm that much different. I just think I'm... this is the thing. I think people think I'm quite out there, maybe on social media and what I present, but I actually think I'm more reserved because what I choose to show are very specific snippets of my life and everything else I don't. Whereas when I do, I'm showing it as a form of like, just kind of being like, you know, we're people, we're allowed to be not okay as well. And like, it's not attention seeking, it's not that, it's just, this is how I feel. Like, start the podcast, it's like, I don't feel that great, moving on. Like, that's fine. You don't have to always be performing. So I try and think of it as not performing.
Yeah. Of course.
I think sometimes I forget that people that aren't my friends, like people I know in person, can see my social media sometimes as well. So like, I've got some private accounts, but also not catfishing private accounts, as in some of my accounts are private. So I forget that there's actually still people on there that I don't know that can still see things and then have a whole impression of me. So that's why I was interested to ask you if you'd thought about that impression. I think when you talked about like not sharing things, like there was a point where I was quite active in terms of like feeling like what I want to use my platform for. And then I think I had some negative interactions, some great ones.
Yeah.
But then also I felt a little bit like I suddenly had become a custodian of people.
And you will become that. Yeah, and that's the danger of it.
Yeah, and I didn't want to. And also I didn't, then I realized I was taking on responsibility, feeling like I needed to like educate people, even on things that I didn't really know about, but I cared about. I'm like, well, the education's there. Like, I'm learning. That's why I've shared it for you to go learn. But people then want to engage in a conversation with you. It invites a space where people can be like, oh, what do you think about this though? Like, I'd love to get your opinion. And although that's great sometimes, I don't always want to engage with that.
Yeah.
Then also I had like a not very nice interaction of someone kind of saying that they find it really interesting what I choose to share. And it's like, I can't possibly share every cause in the world. This is my social media. This connected with me in the moment.
Yeah.
I put it, it's not that deep. It's not as deep as like, I'm not trying to give off a brand that I own. Like, you've put a lot of stuff about wellness, you say. That doesn't mean that's the only thing you give a shit about in your life.
Yeah.
That just happens to be what you're connecting with in that moment, and that's what you want to show. And I just find it interesting that some people, the invitation that people feel they have through knowing you on social media is just an interesting like realm that you create. So, and also sometimes I don't want to feel like I am engaging with that. Sometimes I want to choose when I do, and I'll do it in my own way. So I don't want to feel like I'm having to prove something.
Yeah.
I know I care. I know I've looked into it. I know I'm having a conversation, or I know right now, I don't want anything to do with this issue, or I just can't engage with it because I can't take anything in. I don't want to then present a false show of that. So I'd rather not show anything. And it's just really interesting to think like, I'll think something different from week to week, and that's okay because it's my social media. Like, I'm not claiming to be someone that's got a platform for any sort of cause or any issue, or even this like,
No,
it's hard. It's hard to think about like, why you're actually doing what you're doing rather than just being in an autonomous, mindless pattern with it.
Because there was that moment where because there's two sides of it. There was that time when BLM was happening, and a lot of people were talking about I think we've spoken about it briefly on this podcast as well. We're talking about the silence of non-Black people. And I think a lot of people, to be honest, I had a lot of conversations with my Black friends and I where we were like, I'm not asking someone to share because like you said, how you use social media is how you use the social media. I cannot possibly be in charge of that. But it was such a massive uprising. You know what I mean? Like, it was, you couldn't ignore it unless you lived under a rock kind of thing. And I know there was a lot of people who were upset that their non-Black friends weren't sharing anything. I was more like, I don't really care whether you share as long as I know that you're someone who has these conversations outside of that. That's when I feel like we care too much about the person on social media. What about the person who shares these things but never has conversations about it in person? Isn't that worse?
Can you explain what you've just shared? Can you genuinely say you took anything in from that?
Isn't that so much worse? Isn't that pandering? Isn't that, performative activism? So I was saying that I don't really mind if my friends don't share. But what I mind is if, first of all, they're performing and it's not real, or like, I know that they never have these conversations at all. And you don't even need to be like, hey, how are you doing? But it's like, I need to know that you're someone who actually thinks about these things, wants to actually be like, are you okay, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, so for me, that's when it becomes a problem with like asking people to be something they're not. To like, it's like that's maybe they're not. Because have you followed political pages? Like ones that like share like, this is how not to be racist or things like that?
Yeah. I've followed I followed and then realised that I actually need to be intentional with what I agree with.
Yeah. Sometimes it's really exhausting. Constantly being exposed, especially as a person of colour. Like I said, we don't get to put our phones down, then suddenly I'm not Black anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is our reality. So sometimes it's so exhausting to constantly see these political posts, political statements. In a way, it sort of dehumanizes us as well. Because I'm like, I'm a real person. I'm not just a swipe left to learn about how to treat me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've actually spoken to this with a friend where we're just like, we don't follow these political pages because it's like, I want to think about something else other than my struggle, you know? So
and there's a privilege around people that have the space to think about that. So like, I have a privilege that I have mental capacity to think about some things that don't affect me. And others will have that, and there's different barriers, and you will have a privilege to think about things that don't affect other communities and stuff like that. And that's recognizing that is important, because then I just like, people can be so cruel as well. It's kind of challenging you on that and being like, well, clearly you don't care, or you used
devil's
to this.
Advocate,
and all of that stuff. And it's just so hard, because ultimately it's almost like people expect you to have so much care and thought. Like, sometimes I don't even think about what I put on my social media. And people think that you are doing a presentation and you are doing a performance, or you are doing something to appear a certain way. And it's like, so when I'm not, you think that's a choice. And it's like, but remember, there are real people behind that. And like you said, whether you want to engage with it or don't want to engage, there's real people making those decisions. And this is why I asked, what do you actually use your social media for? What do you want it for? Because I also started thinking about how much of an echo chamber social media can be. And I know we really early on the podcast talked about, like, you mentioned that you wanted to be more careful with who you followed. Like, what was it reinforcing you? What does it show you of the world? And I've been thinking a lot. Oh God. Oh Christ. I've been thinking a lot more about that as well. Like, do I actually want to see all these kinds of accounts, or where I thought that was motivation, or I thought that was just nice and aesthetic, is it actually harmful, or, calling back to the last episode, toxic for me? Just stuff like that. The thing is, though, I can never reach a decision, because this week Sharan needs something very different than next week Sharan.
100%.
So I
also think when it comes to things like unfollowing, I think I've started realizing how much social media creates access to me. Because sometimes I'm chilling and I post something on my story, and someone who I do not want to talk to will respond to my stories, or someone who I haven't spoken to in ages will respond. And I'm like, this feels really invasive. Like, I'm already someone who, like, I talk to my closest friends a lot, fine. But I don't, there's certain people, and it doesn't mean that you're a certain kind of person that I don't like you. It's not like that. I like to have control over who has access to me, because I think it can feel really invasive. And like I said, we know that a lot of people say some fucked up shit in the DMs, and the DMs is where you, like, because it's quick fire, you know what I mean? It's not like WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a bit different. It feels more intimate, it feels more official, real, feels more serious, feels more permanent. Whereas the DMs, it feels like it's just a quick thing. I'm saying something and then it's done. You know what I mean?
They drop down as well.
Yeah. So it seems like, so people can get really disrespectful in the DM. So recently I've decided that if I unfollow someone, it's because I'm saying I no longer want, or soft blocking. I've told you about this.
I think it's when you
block someone and then you unblock some, and then and then neither of you follow each other anymore. So, and this brings up another thing of when it comes to blocking and unfollowing and how we feel about that. But when it comes to, I choose to just remove follower and then unfollow them as well, or soft block, because that's a bit quicker. But if I do that, it's because I'm not even really saying fuck you, I hate you. It's not really like that. It's more saying I don't want you to have access to me anymore.
Yeah.
And I want you to understand that I don't want you to have access to me anymore. I don't usually do that without having a conversation prior to that. So it'll never be a surprise.
Yeah.
If it's a surprise, then you're just not listening to me. But usually that's what I'll do. I'll usually just be like, I don't want you to have access to me anymore. And then there's other people who are like, you know what? I block people left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And I'm like...
Yeah, I find the block thing so harsh.
It's aggressive.
I'm like, the only thing... I've only blocked people that I'm genuinely like, it would hurt my day for you to for something to come up from you.
Yeah.
Anyone else I can do it. Like, there's, I think maybe 3 people in the world that I've ever blocked.
Me too. I think there's 1.
I don't care about being blocked either, because I know people deal with things differently, and I don't really give a shit why. If I cared enough, I'd talk to you about it. If you cared enough, you talk to me about it.
That's the thing, you can't talk to them.
No, exactly. So like, you unblock, fine. I don't give a shit. I don't find that petty either, because if that's the way you need to deal with it and that's the clarity you need, fine, go for it. But you're right. So like, I think acknowledging that it is people's behavior online is still so real and hurtful. Like realizing you're no longer following someone or friends with someone online or something. It's a moment. It's a message.
Yeah, it's a message.
And like, it's just really, it's just really interesting, because I think
people downplay that shit a lot. People are like, why are you upset? I'm like, stop gaslighting people. This, like, it can hurt. If I go on and I see that someone, if I see someone who I thought we were okay and I see that they've blocked me, sure, a part of me is like, well, if you're not willing to talk to me before you do that, then I'm not willing to find out. Yeah. But at the same time, especially if we have some sort of relationship, it hurts me. Like, I feel cut off without further conversation. So I think it's okay if someone sees that they've been blocked and they get upset and they get sad and things like that. I think it's okay, because like I said, social media is a currency now. Yeah. It's the world. It's how we present ourselves. It's just as real now as it is in the real world. Like, it's not the same as it used to be. Instagram has evolved so much now to really represent the real world as well.
Yeah. And if it wasn't done on social media, I think I try and think about it more now. People's behavior on social media, I try and translate what the equivalent would be without social media. So for example, this idea of like someone blocking you or unfollowing you, I'm like, well, realistically, if there was no social media, we just wouldn't message again, and I'm okay with that. So I'm okay with this. Like, I try and think about it as a translation, because like, what is the equivalent of that? That's helped kind of me as well, as just, and you know, it's not even helped me like I've had an issue. I really haven't.
Yeah, it's not that deep.
I'm genuinely not really even thinking about a lot of this on a personal level. I'm just thinking about it like, this is just really fascinating to me. So yeah, I just wanted to throw some of that out there. I don't really have much to say. I don't have a message. I don't have anything. I just wanted to know. Yeah. Like, we've never spoken just solely about like you and social media. So I really wanted to just consider some of that, and then go away and consider things and think about like, actually, how much do I care about these things? Yeah. Do I? Don't I? What do I?
There's so many times. There's so many times where I'm like, I'm gonna just fucking disappear and live off the grid. Like, there's so many times. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, you know what? I want to disappear. And the thing is, am I really disappearing? I mean, if you're not in my immediate life, yes, I'm disappearing to you. But anyone who's close to me still has access to me. So I'm not really disappearing.
No, it's hard to disappear now.
Yeah, because my friend, she's not on Instagram anymore, but I still speak to her every single week. So she hasn't really disappeared. So it's like, whenever people, even that phrase of like, I'm going off the grid, it's like, no, unless you're moving to like a mountain, like you're gonna live on like, you know what I mean, in a desert.
You use your bank card. You're not off the grid. You're in CCTV.
Yeah.
You're not off the grid.
You're not off the grid. So it's like this idea of like, just, I mean, I say that I'm like, I want to disappear, but it's like, no, I'm not disappearing. I'm just disabling all my accounts, and I associate doing that with inner clarity and inner peace. But I don't know if that's true until I get there. I feel like there's a lot of problems that come from social media and social media engagement, but I don't know that until I dissociate myself from social media.
And there's so many people in the world. There's so many different ideas and opinions. Sometimes you just want to be with your own and like your immediate people, and you can access that in a different way.
Exactly.
And like there's just having a little bit more intention with my own use of social media, like you talked about, like not being mindless with it. Sometimes that's nice. That's you needed, but the intention then is to be mindless with it. There's still an intention. So just being a little bit more like, what the fuck am I actually doing with this?
Yeah.
It's cool.
What is it? Is it serving me, or is it just taking away from my mental peace and clarity?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And that's it. I don't know if you had anything more to say on that. Cool. Did you have a rant? No?
I'm blank again.
I don't really have a rant. I think just speaking on the social media side of things, I probably am guilty of this as well. But right now it's really upsetting and angering me. People that just ridicule other people for doing stuff on their own social media, and it's like, what did you expect? That's their page. Like, what are you... Just don't go on it then if it's really bothering you. If you're doing it in kind of like a like everyone does it, or like it's like, what the fuck was that? Or like, did you see that? It's fine. But if you're genuinely like, oh, have you seen her? She posts so many pictures of herself, or like
people say that, have
you seen that person? They are always doing those question answer things, and it's like, you can choose not to look.
And also, like, those are people who in person, they have this really bad habit of just projecting their life ideals onto people. So it's kind of like, this is how I live my life, so everyone else around me has to live their life that way.
Yeah.
Are you okay in the head? Like, what kind of mindset is that?
Yeah.
Like, how shallow do you have to be to think that everyone in the world has to behave the way you do? How narrow-minded do you have to be? You know what I mean?
No, definitely. And talking about the translation of what that looks like in real life.
Exactly.
Is people
those are the people like
exactly.
that. Yeah.
And that really bothers me. But also it bothers myself when I do it, because sometimes I think social media makes me bitter, or like just a little bit more... to be honest, I feel a lot bitchier sometimes. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Like, would I behave like this
in person
every day? Probably not.
Yeah.
So I'm like, shit, I need to really think about who I am and how I engage online as well. But yeah, that was my rant. Just like rant at myself as well. Stop doing that if I do.
Do you have anything you're grateful for?
Do I have anything I'm grateful for? Do you have anything? We should be. We can think of something we're grateful for.
Damn.
I'm great. Do you know what? I am grateful for Marley. I'm going to put Marley up there. I really am. I've been thinking a lot about the work and the podcast, and I'm just really grateful that we have a good dynamic.
Yeah.
And just how beautiful the podcast sounds. I just always am in awe of the technical work.
That's very true.
Seeing the work that goes on and keeping us in line and stuff. I'm just really grateful for it.
You deserve credit, Marley. Yeah. I think I'm grateful for people who are willing to have conscious conversations and who don't feel the need to keep everything surface level and superficial. I'm grateful for those people who can get deep, even if it's the first time I'm meeting you or the second time or whatever it is. I think I'm starting to realize that. So a lot of my friends have a lot of a lot of my friends and I have a lot of conversations, and being out there has made me realize that not everyone talks like that. And I'm like, not everyone talks like that? You know what I mean? So I've started to be grateful, because I realize that there's a lot of people who'll be like, can we just talk about cups? Can we just talk about clothes? Can we just talk about makeup? And it's fine to talk about those things. Fine.
What conversation have you had?
I don't know. Cups? I'm just trying to give examples. And it's like, it's fine to talk about those things, but if that's the only place you want to leave it, man, I can't fuck with you. I can't fuck with you. But yeah.
Small talk. No.
That's why I don't like the phrase. Yeah, that's why I don't like the phrase. Because I get this a lot. People be like, you're a deep person. Am I deep or are you shallow? Do you know what I mean?
Great ending to the podcast.
Like,
am I deep or are you shallow?
Yeah, like, and I always cringe when I hear that, because I'm like, what makes me deep? You know?
Just because I'm willing to talk about things that aren't just surface level.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right, okay. Do you not feel?
Do you have a heart? You know? But yeah, that sounded like a rant. But yeah.
Oh, a bit of both. Nicely meshed into one. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for answering my endless questioning.
No, of course. Bye. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at OneGreatTick, and check out our website, onegreattickpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. While you were in the loo, I was just telling Marley, I was trying to tell Marley that I really enjoy when Marley has a strepsil in his mouth. What I meant to say was that I really enjoy when I hear people suck on something hard.
Okay.
But
I know what that means.
Yeah, I just stopped it there. What I meant was like the sound of a hard-boiled sweet in people's mouth. Oh,
yeah, but I know what... Yeah.
Yeah,
it's okay. We all like sucking on things that are hard.
We can't lie there. Welcome to the One Great Tick podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara.
Yeah, so we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received. And I think especially from the perspective of myself as a Black woman and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're really taking you in on this journey of self-exploration. We will be discussing topics that are most important and true to us. We'll be sharing some of our life experiences and life situations. And like I said, we want to take you along this journey. So, yeah.
Oh, gosh, my throat made a weird noise. We try and be really selective about our language because we want to make sure that we're interrogating our language, interrogating what it is that our language is conveying, and we want to be really particular about communicating exactly the right thing in terms of accuracy. We are hoping that our podcast will be kind of a way for us to do that and learn a lot more about ourselves along the way. So you can come along for that. If you hear anything in the background, as I mentioned, Marley has been strepsiling himself up, and that's because he's got a cough. So if you hear anything, it is Marley, not us.
Yeah, great. So yeah, today's episode, I would like to have a bit of a conversation about therapy. And when I say therapy, I mean psychological therapy. So as in psychological talk therapy with a psychotherapist. And a few weeks ago, I shared this quote, and then actually Molly was like, actually, I would love to hear an episode on therapy. So this was the quote that I shared just to start us off. So it says, if trauma and pain can echo across generations, then so can love. If abandonment can ripple across time, then so can presence. And yeah, I started thinking about therapy, and I started, because I'm currently in therapy and I've always been a huge advocate for therapy. But then I also started to think about concepts of mental health in my culture. So in Botswana, where I grew up, and how that has kind of affected the way that I understand therapy and my approach to therapy and my relationship with therapy as well. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. So I think firstly, the first question that I want to ask is, how do people understand mental health and mental ill health in your culture?
Poorly. I think there has been a stigma around mental health in South Asian communities because I think they perceive it as the extremes rather than something that's manageable or something that's everyday. So for example, experiences of depression are seen as such a huge thing, or, you know, it's to do with being on medicine, or it's to do with like having breakdowns. And I mean that in the genuine sense of the word, not a casual sense of the word. But then that becomes representative of all mental health, and that's how it's seen. So I think in South Asian communities, it's seen as a temporary thing. It's either that if you have it and it's long term, then you are perceived as being crazy. And again, I do mean that in a derogatory way, as in the word is applied in a derogatory way. Or it's seen as like, well, you need to do something to change that or fix it or help it, rather than it being a part of who you are that you live with every day. Which means things like therapy are they inflate a situation, I think. So it's almost like putting these labels on things, or even saying it's about mental health. It's not taken seriously because it has to be an extreme for it to be something real.
Yeah.
And if it's not, then it's not an issue.
Yeah. I think I think in my culture, to be honest, there isn't. I think it's gotten a little bit better, but I think it's still understood poorly. As in, mental ill health is understood poorly, and psychological disorders are understood very poorly. I know that there is a lot of stigma around it. There's a lot of stigma around, okay, if you're not mentally well, then, there's something wrong with you. But it's not understood from the perspective of psychological disorders have biological, psychological, and environmental causes. It's like the cause is not understood, and therefore the psychological disorder itself is not understood. And I think there's a lot of isolation, as in if you do have psychological disorders, then you're very much excluded. You're very much talked about, you're whispered about, and it's almost like, this person has a problem. Yeah. And I think the only psychological disorder that they truly understand is probably schizophrenia. And like you said, it's like it has to be extreme for us to properly understand that this is something that needs to be treated. Or for some things like depression, it's like it's almost like, well, just pray. It'll be okay. Yeah. Just go to church. It'll be fine. So because there's a poor understanding of psychological disorders and their causes, there's a poor understanding of that. These are things that deserve to be treated, and that you need interventions. You need psychological interventions, whatever that looks like. Sometimes medical interventions. I think there's a lack of understanding around that. And the stigma really silences people, as in it silences people who are living with psychological disorders. And like I said, it really excludes them. And it's almost as if they're not one. They're not like us. I think it has gotten better. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. I also want to add the fact that obviously I haven't lived at home full time in 4 years. So things could have progressed, and I just don't really understand it that much because I haven't been there to witness it. So I don't want to misrepresent. I'm speaking from what I know, from the times that I have been around, obviously growing up there. So yeah. And like you said, sorry, go ahead.
No, I wasn't sure if you were done.
No, I was going to say, to your point around like, because actually, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Let's stick to this part.
I've got something to add. Yeah. Just based on when you were talking. Mm-hmm. You mentioned like the word cause, and I think thinking about my experience of it and my witness of some things as well, it's a really hard thing to understand. I don't know if this is a community thing, but obviously I've grown up just in this community, so it's all I know. But people find it hard to understand it as just something that is rather than something that was caused.
Yeah.
So they have to try and they were like, this happened and that's when you were like this, rather than seeing something as a trigger to escalate something, or something that, I don't know, like I think either you were talking about it, or there's something about how a lot of psychological and mental ill health is with a person from the start, and or the possibility, or like there can be large triggers for it, but that doesn't mean it's the cause of it or the continuous cause. So people, that's what I mean when I say it's really misunderstood, in the sense of like, that thing happened years ago. You should be over that. Mm-hmm. You're just now like taking the piss, or you're faking it, or and it's really frustrating as someone that then has mental ill health or suffers with something or is going through something, because it almost forces you to look at yourself and think about, like, I know I've questioned moments where I'm like, am I genuinely
am I
just making up like,
is this in my head?
Am I not depressed, but actually I'm just being dramatic, or like stuff like that, because it's a form of gaslighting essentially.
100%.
But also at times it's like the frustration that you then punish yourself with, feeling like, what is the cause? And you can get so lost in trying to find a cause that's like, I found a lot more sympathy in myself for myself, and a lot more comfort when I was like, this is just it. This is it. It's there. It's there. And that's it. Like, I don't need to find an answer or a cause or a logical reason for it.
Yeah. And it is just, on what you were saying, the thing is, obviously, these theories are always going to be evolving. But the theory behind something like depression, for example, something like low birth weight when you were born can cause depression. So you're born and then, you might be at risk for depression, and then things accumulate over time. You might live in a, socially deprived neighborhood, and that exposes your risk even more. And then you might start taking alcohol and drugs at a young age, and that exposes your risk. So it's an accumulation of events. It's not just one thing and then that's it. That's not how it works. But yeah, on the point of gaslighting, that's such a huge thing, because I know that for a long time because I've struggled with never diagnosed, but I was just never a happy child. Like, I wasn't a happy adolescent. I wasn't a happy teenager. I was always sad. I had a lot of, just to put it bluntly, there was a suicidal attempt on my part. And and I remember the way that I was treated in those situations. It was very much like, you're embarrassing us as a community. You know what I mean? Rather than what's going on. Because I remember when that whole situation happened, and I don't mean to put my parents on the spotlight here, but honestly, I think it's okay to talk about it transparently. Because I remember when that situation happened, and the reaction from both my parents was anger instead of compassion, instead of like holding me. Do you know what I mean? And holding space for me. And I was 14 at this point, so their reaction was anger and stonewalling, so just avoiding me. And that hurt because I was in a lot of pain. And more than anything, I didn't understand why I was in a lot of pain. I mean, I could pinpoint a few things, but like you said, sometimes you just don't know like what is happening. And the first person to ask me like, what is going on? Are you okay? What happened? Was my grandmother after like 2 weeks when my mom took me to see her. And I think that, to be honest, gives quite a good picture of how, mental ill health is treated in our culture. It's very much, you're bringing shame to the family if there is something wrong with you. If you're not happy, you're bringing shame to the family, and it's like your health is a representation of your parents' ability to parent well. And it's like, but those things are completely divorced from themselves sometimes. Like, you can be a good parent and your child can still grow up with anxiety. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you've done something wrong.
I was going to say, when you talk about how it's, I don't know if this is one of your later questions, so we can pause it, but in terms of how it's received, I think in our culture, it comes back to the idea of like things like, for a woman and the role that you play, marriage, your life is like centered around that in like South Asian culture, and then your worth is centered around that. So with depression, it's received with a lot, or like anything else as well, which I'm just saying that because of personal experience, it can be received as such fear and worry and concern for your future, because it's like, this is almost like a mark against your name to make you less desirable to someone, because it's something that they're going to have to deal with, or you're going to have to deal with. And it's just really interesting that your value and your worth comes back round to your role as a woman to be married.
Exactly.
And I think that's really interesting how you say it was anger, whereas in our culture, I think it's more concern and fear, as in, and then that leads to keeping things hushed and keeping things like now I talk about it quite candidly, whereas before I didn't feel like I could, because widespread or distant family or stuff like that, I just didn't know who knows things, whether it's people just expecting things to just go away eventually, or it's just a response to something that's like happened quite traumatic, and then you just get over it. And it's like, actually the hushedness makes things worse.
It does,
because you can't then set yourself up in safe environments or like say what your needs are.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I say it really, really silences you. And I think it's so difficult. I mean, in any situation where you have to pretend that everything is okay, it's painful. But it's even more painful when there's a war going on in your head and you just don't feel safe in your own body. And it's like, it's the most uncomfortable thing to not actually say, So for us in our culture, because there's such a huge stigma around mental ill health, there's stigma around seeking help too. So it's like, which just silences people further. And of course, you can imagine what that does for suicide rates and things like that. And I think especially men in our culture, it's like their sadness and depression and mental ill health is not taken seriously, especially.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess.
Hit me with the next one.
Next question. That feels very like weird to just like move on.
Just for quiz show.
Yeah, I think because we touched on the whole point of obviously now we talked about concepts of mental health, and now we're moving on to help seeking. So therapy is obviously a way of seeking help. So I guess my question to you is, what is your relationship with therapy?
Complicated. I have had therapy at different stages in my life. I think what I've used or wanted from therapy, actually, no, I've been doing a lot of thinking, because I've been thinking about going back to therapy, but in a different way, and trying to work out what it is I actually want from therapy. Whereas before, I think I just assumed it would fix something or that I needed it because I was in such a desperate situation, emotionally, mentally, all of that. But I actually don't think I took the care to think about therapy as like me having a relationship or me actually seeing it as I'm doing the work on myself or something. So I don't think I had the best relationship with it. At times it did really help because it at least stopped or helped me process things. But then I really didn't know. I think it was good in terms of what I didn't know then. But now I'm aware of a lot of the things, but it's more, okay, what do I want to approach therapy with and for what reason? I want to be intentional about it a bit more so. Whereas before I think I was so lost that therapy helped provide some clarity. But then I think I've had some experiences with some bad therapists or just not finding the right fit that it's made me quite anxious about going to therapy because I find it really hard to open. I'm on a podcast talking about myself, but I find it hard to open up from a personal capacity of like genuinely relating things back to how I feel about them or interrogating that. Like I can do it myself, but I can't voice it always. And like opening myself up or revisiting key moments in my life or even going back and like tracing back things like me having childhood depression and not really being aware of it and finding that out later and stuff like that. Doing that with a new person after a few months of trying to form a trust relationship that I'm being vulnerable, which is something I find difficult anyway, was hard. So I've kind of just abandoned therapy a little bit and I've decided to do some work in like on myself in terms of reaching a point of right now I know the intention with therapy, so I'm ready to find that. And for me, that's just now not being ready for it again. Yeah. But I know I want it. I'm just trying to reach a point of like, okay, I can trust something and someone new again. And I'm just scared again, I guess. Like it's really hard having to like, I think people underestimate how hard it is to just go to therapy firstly, admit that you want and need that help. Yeah. But also not just see it as a point of help for myself, just see it as more of a consistency. Yeah. Kind of like with the gym. I don't want to go to the gym where I feel like I want to look a certain way. I want to be consistent in a habit that's I feel good for me in many different ways. Same with therapy. That's how I'd like to treat it.
Yeah. I think it's a very complex thing, isn't it? And like everyone's relationship with therapy is very different. And I think back to what you were saying about feeling comfortable talking about things that really, really hurt you and going back into the past and really just sitting with yourself. That's not easy. Like that's not easy no matter who you are. Because things get brought up to the surface. Yeah, of course. I think my relationship with therapy is that, so the first time I went to a therapist, I was 14 years old. So it was after all that stuff with my suicide attempt, which actually I've never told anyone. Well done. I've told Eugene, obviously, but yeah, and a few friends, I think.
No, seriously, well done for speaking about that right now.
But yeah, so after that whole thing happened, and so my mom said, you know what, let's take you to a psychologist. So as much as there was a lack of understanding when it comes to psychological disorders and treatment and stuff like that in our culture, my family was always a bit different in that my mom, if there was a problem, it was always, let's consult a psychologist. Like that was the house I grew up in. And I suppose that's why I have the relationship with therapy that I have now, because that's what I saw growing up. And so she took me to a therapist, and it was a child psychologist, and he asked me to write about how I felt. And I've never been someone, I'm very comfortable talking about my pain. Like I'm okay with it. It's not easy, but I do it because I'm like, yeah, I can do it. So I just spilled on the paper and I just talked about all these things, and I really got vulnerable. And he asked my parents to leave while I was writing things down. And then he told them to come back in. He said, okay, cool, Tara, are you done? I was like, yeah, I'm done. He read out what I had said to my parents. And he was like, my conclusion is that Tara is very selfish. I was 14. What 14-year-old isn't all about them? Because that's what you are as a teenager. Do you know what I mean? And he said, my conclusion is that Tara is selfish. And that was literally the end of the consultation. And there was no...
That's not what you... Yeah.
I did not get any help, literally. It was very much, I think more than anything was for my parents to kind of go, you're the problem. Yeah. It's not that you have a problem, it's that you're just selfish, and then kind of move on from it. I was very upset with them, and that was a really negative experience, and it was a horrible experience. And I thought to myself, like, that's literally what inspired me to get into the field of psychology, because I was like, there is no way that that is how it's supposed to be done. And if no one is going to help me and no one is going to help me understand why I'm such a sad kid, then at least I want to go out and understand it and I want to learn about it. And that's when I got into it. And so I've sort of been in and out of therapy. And I like how you say that, you're trying to, like, you wanting to find out why you go, because I think that's really important. I think everyone should sort of sit with themselves and be like, okay, what is your intention behind going? Because I think the common misconception is that therapy is going to solve everything, and that if you go, all your problems are going to go away. That's not necessarily the case. And in fact, a lot of problems might resurface when you go to therapy. And I think that's been my experience. So I've always been someone who...
Sorry.
It's fine.
My stomach is rumbling. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. But yeah, so I've always been someone who I think I do a lot of processing on my own. And then as in like I can sit with myself and do the work. And I've always been able to, I think anyone who knows me knows I literally wear my heart on my sleeve. Like if you know me for more than a year, you will know about my trauma and all that stuff. So I've always done the work on my own. So for me, I go to therapy because I'm like, as much as I can do the work on my own, I can't process, like I can't, it takes a village, you know what I mean? I can't process this on my own. I need help.
Okay.
And I, more than anything, I go to therapy to understand, to cultivate understanding, one. And I think now I'm back in therapy, but the reason I'm in therapy and I'm very clear about this is because I want to forgive and I want to move on and I want to put things to bed. And it's because I want to make peace with things and move on with my life. And I want to stop living. My therapist actually said it. She was like, because she was asking me to describe a few things that happened in my childhood, because she specializes in childhood and early life trauma. And so she was saying things like, take me back to when you were 5, take me back to this moment. And I started crying and I was just like bawling, like heaving, like uncontrollably. And then when we were done at the session, she said, you are 24, almost 25 years old. But the way you're talking and the way you get so emotional, it's like you're stuck at your 14-year-old self. It's like that pain you're feeling, it's as if it's happening now. And in that moment, I was like, I felt so relieved because for the past 4 months, I felt so miserable and I've been wondering why. And it's because I'm reliving that day when I was 14 years old and and I told Eugene this the other day, my boyfriend, and I was like, this is the first time in a long time, the past 5 days, I've not once thought about the past. And
Amazing.
That's crazy. That one session with her, and she's really good. Like her process is really good. So I think my relationship with therapy, I think to sum it up, I think I always went with the intention of understanding and I understood. But now I'm like, I want to take it a step further and I want to forgive. I want to let go. I want to move on and I want to be someone who's in the present rather than in the past, because in the present there is so much pain and my mind is becoming such a dangerous place to live, because I'm always in the past. And I think I also go to therapy to have space held for me. Because I think support language is a huge thing. And I think you can care about someone and be their best friend and be their partner, but that doesn't mean you're holding space for them the right way. And even if they tell you, yeah, this is good, like it's hard to hold space for someone, especially when they're talking about things like their traumas, you know what I mean? So I think I go there to have someone hold space for me in the right way. And I know for a fact that I will be in and out of therapy for the rest of my life. But what you said about consistency, I don't personally think that therapy should be something that I think that you should go for like 2 months and then stop.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? No. I'm saying that like, I think I'm not saying you said that you should go all the time, but I think you should go for 2 months and then stop. And even therapists will tell you like, it's like take off the training wheels, go and see how you feel in the world.
And then reframe your intention.
Exactly.
You need something new. Yeah, that's what I mean by consistency.
Yeah, because I went to therapy, because Eugene and I were in couples therapy and then we were also doing individual therapy, and this was in February. And from that, I was like, fuck, there's so much stuff that surfaced. I'm so angry. I'm so sad. I'm so resentful. Let me go back because I need to let go of this. And now I'm back. So it's like you go, you take a break, you figure out what's going on, you figure out what you need to do. Like you said, reframe your intentions and then.
Yeah, I think so. The reason I want to talk about consistency in terms of reframe and intention together is because I think with myself, when I mean consistencies, I don't want to see therapy as only firefighting. So like putting out a fire when it's happening. And I don't mean I want to preempt anything, but I mean that led me, I think, to have quite, and I've just realized it through talking. And firstly, I just want to say I'm so happy that your relationship and your stage of therapy at the moment is something you're really happy with and something that's working for you, which is the most important thing. So well done.
Thank you.
But I think I've just realized like my harmful pattern with therapy actually ruined my relationship or my perception of therapy because I always saw it and placed the expectation of it. Something super bad is happening and I need it fixed.
Yeah.
Because my tendency is to just block and avoid things that I find too, because otherwise I find it too overwhelming to let everything in.
Yeah.
So I just block and avoid. But that led, like when I've been doing stuff just on my own, I've been remembering things and stuff that I had blocked or my brain had blocked. And I realized that they're actually things that I didn't know how to process.
Yeah.
So I just I literally remove the memory almost.
Down, yeah.
So the fact they're resurfacing in other ways and behaviors is now probably what I would like to go to therapy to accept. So I think my issue has been with acceptance and processing of things rather than like, and that's why when I say consistency, as in I want to be able to choose therapy. I don't want to feel like it's absolutely needed right now as like I'm bleeding, I need a plaster.
Exactly.
And that's it.
You don't want to be
That's
bleeding.
not, the plaster doesn't heal you. It just is a temporary thing. And I don't want to treat therapy like a plaster. I want to treat it as the healing process.
Exactly. It shouldn't just, it's not going to put a band-aid over your problems. If anything, it's going to expose them. It's going to make you bleed even more before you're healed, before you feel better.
Exactly.
Because I think I had a session on Friday and I think for about 4 days, I just was not okay. Like I was like, I'm not okay. And then the sun came up and it's like literally now I literally feel like a whole new person. I have therapy tomorrow and I'm prepared for another 2 days of being like, I want to cry like this. I don't feel fine and then be okay again. So it's like, I think on the topic of whole firefighting, I think the reality is that some people do end up in therapy as like, please help me, I need help. And I think that's absolutely okay because sometimes you need to fall to be like, I need help and go and seek it because some people...
And that works for them.
And that's 90,
needed.
and also 95% of cases, they're going to end up in therapy because they desperately need help rather than, you know what, I just feel like going to therapy. Like that's not usually how it happens. I think they return to maintain. So I think most people, they go to therapy because they're in crisis and then they might return to therapy to maintain that healing and that health and stuff like that. I think that's been the case for most people. But then I also think the common misconception is that people who are in therapy are people who are in crisis. That's not always the case. And that's something that really kind of annoys me and it rubs me the wrong way because I think we should see therapy as something, because I know there's been a few couples in my life like who I see. I don't like the idea of couple goals, but I guess people who you're like, I really love the ethos of your relationship and the way you guys govern and do your relationship and the way you guys love each other. And I was finding out that they were in couples therapy, and I remember my first thought being like, oh my god, fuck, like does that mean? And then I was like, hold on, this is why their relationship is healthy, because they're in therapy, you know what I mean, because they go to couples therapy. And it's like, I resent the fact that society sees things as like, if you're in therapy, then you're damaged, you have issues, you need fixing.
Because it's projected then onto you.
It is. And it's like, I think there's a lot of shame around that. But I'm always very proud to be like, I'm in therapy or I'm going back to therapy. Even when Eugene and I were in couples therapy, I was very proud to be like, we're in couples therapy. And I think I'm grateful to be surrounded by people who always responded with, that's so inspiring. But I think that's just the community of people that I've cultivated around me. There was not a single person who was like, are you okay? Like everyone was like, that is so inspiring, that's especially cool. At your age. Literally that was the response. But that's not everyone's response.
Yeah, that's
true.
Know? I think as well with like a relation, I've started a sentence and I'm like, do I actually have anything to say? No, let's move on.
Okay.
I'll bring it up if I want to.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think on the topic of our relationships with therapy, how do you think that some of your cultural views and beliefs about mental health have influenced your relationship with therapy or the way that you understand therapy, whether that's in the past or right now? Oh, yeah.
Oh, big question. Because then I'm kind of like, how have they?
Because right now, I think we have a lot of conversations about those things. So I think
we weren't always,
we didn't always think like this. Yeah.
Do you have Do you know what you want to say? Okay, you go, because this is the first time I've heard this question. So
yeah. I think it's very interesting because, like I said, I've always had a very healthy, like not healthy. I've always been someone who's like, let's go to therapy. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest, even when Eugene and I first started dating, one of the things we talked about, I was like, are you someone who would ever go to couples therapy? And I use that as like a litmus test for, is this someone I want to be in a relationship with? Because I think that if the answer was no, I would have been like, okay, because I understand that it's a necessity. If you want to maintain healthy habits or learn healthy habits or whatever, or at least that's how I feel. So I think that the only reason I have the relationship with therapy that I do, the only reason I'm such an advocate for it is because I've been a psychology student for as long as I have been. But I think if I hadn't been, I think I would have internalized a lot of stigma. Do you know what I mean? And I probably would, because I know when I told my mom that I was in therapy, she was like, what's wrong? Is everything okay? And I was like, I get that that's the immediate assumption. So I think I might have that assumption if I hadn't been a psychology student. So I think it's difficult for me to think about, as in my studies have definitely influenced how important I regard therapy to be because I'm studying it. But I think as a little girl and stuff like that, yeah, I was very much like, only people who are in crisis go to therapy, only people who are damaged go to therapy. And I was afraid of it. And I would hear of people who are in therapy, like you had child psychologists and obviously in the high school and stuff. And I used to think, oh my God, what's wrong with them? You know what I mean? Like, so I was afraid of it because I thought it would reveal to everyone the parts of myself that I wasn't ready for them to see. As in, I was afraid that if people knew that I was in therapy, it would be, there's something wrong with Tara. She's not normal. This was my teenage self. But I think, like I said, my studies have really influenced the fact that I'm such a huge advocate for it.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think I've got some thoughts, but they're not fully formed thoughts, so bear with me. And also part of me is like, holy shit. I think because the way therapy, like I said, it's the extremes.
Yeah.
That then therapy was, so firstly, it's the extremes. And secondly, the fact that therapy was a solution and an answer and a fix.
Yeah.
So I think with the first thing, it made me so afraid of the gravity of my own situation that I felt like if I need therapy, I am fucked.
Yeah.
Like I am truly the lowest I could ever be as a person if I'm at a stage where I'm reaching to that. It was kind of like that's the lowest bar if I have to be there because of the way that our community keeps it so taboo almost and hushed and so like you said, shameful. And I think there was an element of like embarrassment, but not in like, oh, I'm embarrassed, but embarrassment as in genuine, deep embarrassment of people knowing that it made me have I scared myself. And that if I'm in that position, I'm not in a position to heal or to work on myself or confront. Yeah, I'm just so afraid, and that's gonna come out in other ways.
Yeah, of course.
And then I think the second thing is the expectancy of this solution and this fix is why I talked about what I mentioned about firefighting, that I placed then, because I only ever saw these things as temporary because of the way my community, or at least my interactions with people in my community, dealt with it, that it made me see, it made me place that unfair expectation on therapy. So I wasn't being intentional, but I was expecting a fix.
Yeah.
And when it wasn't happening, or I wasn't getting it, or it wasn't immediate, or any of those things, I reacted in a way that was even worse, or I got worse, or I didn't understand, and just spiraled in that way.
Was your reaction kind of like, why is this not fixing?
Basically, I think I reached points, and I didn't realize that I'd really reached thoughts like this, or connected that it could be because it was the unfair. I know that I definitely placed an unfair expectation, but I can only say that in hindsight.
Of course.
Because I now have a much healthier desire for therapy. But I think it made me then be like, if it's also not fixing it fully, or if it's also not like getting me back to, well, this is the thing, I never felt like I was going back to a certain way of feeling. I just felt like I felt worse. So I wanted to at least be because I did have a very large trigger in my life, and it was a very defining moment. And I felt like therapy wasn't taking me to before that moment, or like it had never happened. So for me, I was like, this doesn't work. And therefore that became my perception of therapy. It was like, this doesn't work, but also it scared me to the point of, if this isn't fixing or working it, how truly worse than everyone must I be? Like it's so scary, because I think I like reached a point where I basically convinced myself that like people that are like really, really not okay don't necessarily know or are aware of it. And am I one of those people? And I just punished myself for it, or just got so afraid of it that I didn't want to deal with it.
It's so interesting that you say that as well, like the whole unfair expectation thing. I think that also makes me think, because there's different types of therapies. There's like CBT, there's I think it's called EDMR, and that's the one that helps you with trauma. It, for example, if a triggering object is, I'm just gonna say that salt lamp over there, they'll restructure the way you see it so that you're no longer triggered when you look at it. So there's different types. Obviously, we're talking about talk therapy right now. It just makes me sad to hear you say that, because it's like there's so many modalities. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't think there's enough awareness on that.
Yeah, there isn't.
That like realistically, I think therapy should be educated about, as in it shouldn't just be this thing that exists in a realm that you have to stumble upon or fall into and then be like, I need this or I want this. Why aren't we talking about it in a sense? Like, I wouldn't even know what kind of therapy that I would need or ask for.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's so expensive for some people as well. And like, you don't want to... I think with the money thing as well, it just adds so much extra of like, well, I don't want to waste time, or I'm not going back because that one thing wasn't helpful. But actually, you need a few to even get comfortable with talking or all of that. And it's just, there's a lot of what's it called, barriers, I think.
There's a lot of barriers. It's not accessible to all, definitely not. And it's like, obviously, like I said, we're talking about talk therapy, and it's like that's not the best option for everyone, because you know how you just described how sometimes it's hard for you to talk about those things that really hurt you. Don't talk about them if it hurts. Like, I know some people will be like, talking helps. No, not if it hurts. Like, honestly speaking, I think there's also this thing in our, especially our generation, because we're woke or whatever. It's like, if you don't talk about your issues, you're fucked up. And it's like, but sometimes it hurts people more. Do you know what I mean? And it's
not going to do you any good.
It's not going to do you good. All you're doing is re-traumatizing yourself. And it's because I was reading this book called The Body Keeps the Score, and he literally says people have been lied to about, they've been misinformed about the value of talk therapy, as in it helps you if, one, you are someone who can talk about your struggles, and by the way, there's no good or wrong and right with this. It's okay to not be able to talk about it. You know what I mean? So it's like, one, if you're not someone who can talk about these things and still feel okay, don't force yourself. Two, it works if you understand that that happened to me when I was 5 years old, but I'm no longer 5 years old. I'm 25 now. I'm okay now. I'm here. You have to understand that for therapy to work. And that's why I went back, because I was like, I understand that I'm present, but what I need to do is to forgive, and I want you to help me. And even when I go back with that, I'm not sitting there next to my therapist saying, I know you're going to cure everything and you're going to help me forgive. I'm saying, please help me and let's see what happens. But I don't have this unfair expectation. I don't expect her to help me. I'm hoping that she helps me. But I'm also doing things alongside that to help cultivate that forgiveness. But yeah, I guess it just makes me sad, because I think there's so much misinformation, and I think it's also been encouraged by our culture and like our generation, in the way that we are kind of like, go to therapy. If you don't go to therapy, there's something wrong with you. You're an avoidant person. Like, it's like, there's different things that you can try that won't re-trigger you. The worst thing you want to do is re-trigger yourself, because you're succumbing to pressure, you know? Yeah.
I got nothing to add.
Okay. And yeah, I don't know. That's just, I don't know. And then I was also thinking of, and also speaking of like modalities and stuff like that, I think one of the things that also really just fucked up my relationship with therapy when I was younger, and the way that I understood it, is the fact that there's a lot of faith-based interventions in our culture. So if there's something going on, if you're depressed, the usual response is, okay, you should pray about it, go to church, be very kind of routine based in that, like go to church often, pray about it, and things will be okay, without understanding that some things require a psychological intervention. You know what I mean? And I think so. I was wondering, like in your culture, whether it's like faith based or spirit based, spirituality based, is there an intervention that isn't psychological intervention?
I think so. I think if I've understood the question properly, I'll start to talk generally about faith and mental health, I guess. I think there's, with people that have a faith in my culture, and like my parents are quite religious, so they raised us with religious beliefs on their part, or at least their beliefs, and just being surrounded then by like a religious community. There is this genuine belief in you being okay as long as you follow God, or like a belief, because there's the idea that you will then be protected and things will feel better and things will feel fine. Personally, I found that some things wavered that belief for me. So it's almost like I had it and then it was deconstructed. I think it's quite a hard one for me to talk about because like my relationship with religion is quite difficult.
Yeah, you don't need to get into it.
But I think just like broadly speaking, there is this guide, there is this like, I wouldn't say it's dealt with as candidly as like go pray and you'll be fine, but I do think there is a genuine belief that prayer will bring you comfort or bring you like a meditative state, or it will bring you something. And in some senses I wish that I could reach that, because I would love to have something that brought me peace like that, exactly, that did have the effect of like, right, I know that I will feel better if I do this, or I know that I will at least trust myself or find, because I know I've heard so many people in South Asian communities talk about faith, and I'm putting this in quotation marks, saving them.
Yeah, 100%.
And like, what that looks like could be like it helped them reframe, it helped them live their life better, it helped them wake up every day better. And I love that for them. And I wish that I could have that.
Yeah.
But I personally don't. And I can't see myself having it if I already have the opinion that I don't see it that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I'm not open to it, but I just don't see the turning point of me suddenly going, this brings me peace. But saying that, I do find that in moments of complete darkness, because I heard this thing about these two guys that were like climbing a mountain or something. They were tethered to they were like tied to each other, and they were rock climbing something. And it was a really bad storm and they were really high up. So you can tell I don't know anything about geography or science, but something to do with like the cold temperatures. And one of them fell, but they were tethered, so he was like hanging, and the top one also couldn't keep going. But the temperature, they were there for like ages, and the temperatures affected, so one was going to die.
Is this a true story?
Yeah.
Oh.
And basically the one at the bottom said that even in his lowest point, because he didn't know if he was still tethered to the guy or if he was just stuck because he actually hit the floor, he said that even in he was someone that went to church, he really, really believed in religion. And he said in his lowest moments where he thought he was facing death, he never once called upon God's name. And for him, when he made it through, he was like, I'm not a religious person then, even though I've devoted myself to religious practices and beliefs. I don't have the core belief there. So for me, I have found that in some of my darkest depressive moments, I do.
You do? Okay.
I do either say like prayer comforts that my parents taught me when I was a child, or say like little things. I don't know how to explain. It's called Mool Munthad, and it's just like a little thing that literally sometimes when I'm so anxious about something does give me a little bit of peace of like, I feel safe in that moment. But then I wouldn't consider myself religious either. So I think there's things that in our culture, I wouldn't say religion is thrown as it will fix your mental health.
Yeah.
I don't think it's dealt with like that. I think there's a genuine belief that it can bring you things like peace or calmness or distraction, but not in an unhealthy way, but genuine like devotion to something. And then that, I think, because you have that, and you can change your mental state in that moment so you can handle and manage it better.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it's dealt with in a way of like, hey, if you pray, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think that it's you'll be I mean, I'm only judging mine on the responses that I've gotten like in my darkest moments when I have shared that I'm going through a rough time. And obviously my mother's response and my grandmother's response is not the same as my friend's response. Obviously generations change and things like that. And the way that we understand concepts like mental health really changes. So if I go to my grandmother and I say that something's wrong, the response will more than likely be, okay, let's pray about it. I don't know if in her head she's thinking this will fix it or this will anchor you and bring you peace of mind.
Maybe
and
in the way
ground
that it
you
brings for her. Sorry to interrupt.
I think maybe that is her mindset. Maybe she's thinking this will ground you. I don't think I understand how they think it'll bring help, like it'll help you, because I don't share that, I'm not religious, so maybe I don't understand it, but that has been sometimes the response. Like if I text my mom, I'm going through a hard time, it's, God will help you, God will get you through this. And sometimes I'm like, I will get myself through this, like sometimes I want to respond that way, almost aggressively, because I'm like, but where is my agency? I understand though that, as you said, I think it's that whole thing of this will bring you peace of mind. This will anchor you. This will ground you. This will stabilize you a little bit. But I think also I'm also basing this on what I know just based on studying, and because in a lot of ethnic minority communities, they're very underrepresented in mental health services, and it's because they mostly turn to faith-based interventions. And those are just the stats. That's not my opinion, that's just fact. And I think it's I like what you said. I think it's really interesting what you said, because it's like, yes, it can bring you peace of mind, and yes, it can anchor you. And maybe, they're not seeing it as the solution, but I genuinely think that some people do see it as a solution. It just depends on who they are and what their beliefs are. And the stigma around mental health also plays a role, because it's like, because I know that some people believe, especially in African cultures, believe that if you have mental health issues, then you're cursed, you're possessed, things like that. Like that, those are genuine assumptions. And I know they're not held by our generation, but more so our grandmothers and all those people. But I always just find it so I think the logical assumption is that because you're possessed by a devil entity, what will fix you is going to church.
Right, okay.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like 1 + 1 = 2 in that way. But I know that that's not everyone's understanding. I do know that. So I don't want people to listen to this and say, Tara said that religious people, that's not what we're saying.
And also, we're not, just a disclaimer, my experience of my community it's just the people I was surrounded with. It's not my representation of the whole community.
Exactly. We haven't like interviewed people.
Exactly.
Like
this isn't what Sikhs do. This is what Sharan's engagement with.
What we've been exposed to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I just want to put that out there. I don't want anyone to, especially anyone who's religious, to get offended and think that we're misrepresenting their religion. That's not, we're saying this is what we've been exposed to and this is what we've seen. But I'm also saying that I probably have a lack of understanding because I'm not within.
Well, when you were saying faith-based interventions, though, something clicked then, because actually there are elements of that I've never thought about in that way.
Yeah.
So there's little things that like people will do to be like, okay, so for example, there's the Golden Temple and there's the water, and people like almost go on a pilgrimage to there and like to go bathe in the water. But it's also sometimes like there's so much suffering in your life, or like you're medically ill or something. People will say, go and do that. Or like, and I remember being a child, or even my parents, probably even now, doing elements of like, they feel that this will bring me protection.
Right.
And them as parents will do it. So even little things like, if my mom's just prayed or something and she's got water, it becomes like then holy water. Like, I don't really know. It's called Amrit, but I don't really know the like,
translation.
The process behind like what that actually is. But it's basically like, I guess holy water is the closest translation. But she will do things like put a bit on my forehead, or just like ask me to drink it. And like, if anything, I do it for her.
Yeah.
But part of me also wants to, but at the same time, she sees it as a form of protection. So maybe the interventions that I've just seen as like comfort and protection are actually treated a little bit for some people.
Yeah.
They might see them as this will help and this will.
Yeah.
They believe in the solution of it.
Because if you think about it, if you don't understand, because to be honest, not a lot of people understand psychological disorders and the causes and the they don't understand that this is something that requires genuine treatment, sometimes severe treatment. You know what I mean? Because it's that severe. So if you think about it, if you don't understand something, how can you understand that it needs so much more than XYZ to treat it? Yeah, of course. So it's like, to some extent, I also don't blame people because there isn't awareness. There's not conversations happening. Like, I fully understand that if I wasn't in this degree, I wouldn't know as much as I know. And that kind of makes me sad because I'm like, I think that this should be stuff that we all know, you know, because
it's about ourselves.
It's about ourselves. It's about human beings. And it's like, if you aren't going through it yourself, you're going to know someone who's going through it. So why not educate people on it? Why not inform people? Because if we're misinformed, then we're making irresponsible, dangerous decisions, and we're probably providing people with inappropriate care and treatment, you know? So yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
We keep reaching points at the end being like, okay, I'm ready for the next point now.
No, that was actually
it's good, yeah.
That was actually the last point.
Question, okay.
But yeah, I think that was actually the last question. But yeah, I think what I want to highlight and emphasize is the stigma around therapy. You know, we obviously talked about it just now as well, is I think, obviously, I did say before, the misconception is that if you're in therapy, you're in crisis. There's statistics that show that this is for married couples, that most married couples go to couples therapy 7 years too late. And at that point, it's too late. Yeah. It's like going into a hospital and you've got a broken leg and it's been broken for a year and you're like, please help. And they're like, well, if you came on the day, I could have. You know what I mean? So I think I really just I want that stigma to be eradicated. And also your point, and it's not just about couples therapy, but obviously even just individual therapy, the assumption is that there's something, you're fucked up, you're damaged if you go to therapy. A lot of healthy people, very happy people are in therapy regularly. And
also, you're not damaged. Everyone's it's a life you're living.
Do you know how hard life is?
You're gonna go through something at all points. I've never met anyone that hasn't been well, maybe one person who's just fine. But,
really?
Oh, yes. Wow. Just generally fine with everything, all good.
Oh yeah.
Content. But
so they say.
But it doesn't have to be that I can be happy and still go to therapy, or I can be distraught and go to therapy. It's just therapy is a resource, just like anything else. At some point in your life, you are going to need X resource. You're going to need Y resource. You're going to, like, therapy is an option there as well. And my thing to say is just like, I have so much admiration and I'm so proud of anyone that does go to therapy. And I'm even more proud for people that spend so much intention and time thinking about what it is they want from it. And I'd not recommend as in like I'm a pro on therapy, as in if you can, just have a think really about what it is that you're wanting therapy for. Because personally, I went about it the wrong way for myself at that moment. Or maybe at that moment that's what I needed, but that's not what I need now.
Yeah.
Like, don't just assume it's one relationship with therapy that you've got.
Yeah.
There's different life.
I think that's
seasons.
A good point as well. Like the way you process things at 25 years old, you're going to process them differently at 35. So it's always about restructuring your relationship with it and your intentions with it. And it's like, as you grow and evolve, your relationship with therapy and other resources will grow and evolve.
Yeah. And I know people that have had, two things.
Yeah.
One, I know loads of people that think their thing is too small to take to therapy.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's like, actually, if your desire is to talk or to interrogate something about yourself, nothing is too small.
Yeah.
It could be the smallest thing, but the point is that is what is important to you, and that's what you want to work on, and you don't know how deep that goes. And I'm not saying therapy is going to be this massive open epiphany moment for everyone. It's not. You needed it because you needed it, not because you need to think like you're paying for it as well in this country. So like, go and do it, no matter how big or small. But I also want to say it's fine if it takes you a year to just build yourself up to go to therapy. Like I've been trying to get myself to go for at least 6 months now, I'm also like, when I'm ready, I will do it.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
I think that it's okay if it takes you a long time. It's okay if you spend years trying to go. I think that's fine.
Scary.
I mean, I say like my relationship with it is my unique relationship with it, but I don't think anyone should ever feel pressure and be like, I feel like I should go and I'm not just ready. If you're not ready, please don't go, because as I said, it just serves to re-traumatize you. And also, I think everyone should go to therapy with the understanding that it will more than likely bring things to the surface. So I think you also have to sit with yourself and go, am I ready for things to be brought to the surface? Because in order for your therapist to help you, they have to understand you. In order for them to understand you, they have to talk to you. They have to ask you questions about your past and your present, and they do have to get in your head. And if you're not ready for things that you haven't maybe talked about in several years to become resurfaced, then maybe think about, okay, maybe I'm not really ready to go. You have to make peace with the fact that for several days after therapy, you might not be okay. You might be very anxious. You might be very bothered. And it's like, I think that the consequences of going to therapy should also be understood, not just the intention, but also the consequences. And that goes back to understand, like, these unfair expectations of it'll fix everything. For some people, yes, it does fix everything. So let's say that as well. But before it does, it's going to break your heart and it's going to hurt you before it fixes you or helps you or whatever it is you want from it. It's going to hurt before it gets better.
Yeah.
And I think because I was talking about my experience and I was telling one of my friends, I was like, this is really hard. And she was just like, well, yeah, like it kind of has to be, you know? And I was like, yeah, it definitely has to be. And then I was talking to someone else who was surprised that it was hard. And I was like, it will definitely be hard, because these are things that I'm having to face myself. It's a mirror. It's forcing me to look in the mirror, and I can't look away because this is a 1-hour session. I've paid for it. Someone's investing their time. And if you go there to just not speak, then that's why I say, I think more than anything, people need to sit with themselves and be like, am I ready for this? Because this is a process. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It is a journey, and it is a whole thing, a whole process. And it's like, am I ready to go through the motions? Am I ready to go through all the seasons? Am I ready to be uncomfortable? And it's like, so to go there and be like, I'm going to have this session, I'm going to talk, and then I'm going to feel better. That expectation should also just be eradicated, because you will feel worse more than likely you'll feel worse before you feel better.
And if you're not ready, it's really helped me to figure out why, so that I personally, I like having an answer for myself.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of time then being like, what if I'm scared? If I'm not ready, it's because I'm scared. Okay, what am I actually scared about? Not just I'm scared of therapy. That's ridiculous. I can't just be scared of something.
Yeah.
What is it specifically? What's the pinpoint exact moment? Because once I've got that, I can prepare myself. I can't just prepare myself by going, I'm not ready. Okay, someday I'll be ready.
Yeah.
I wanted to work that out. So like, that worked for me. So I guess if anyone wants to just
it's work. And what you just said, that goes back to this idea. Like, you don't change because you've decided to change. You know what I mean? As in, you don't just go, I'm going to change.
I'm a dick. I'm going to be
You
a
have
good
to put in the work.
person.
You don't, for example, if you want to be more comfortable in your body and you want to have a certain type of body or whatever it is, you don't just wake up and then it just happens. You have to go to the gym. You have to invest. You have to do whatever you need to do. So it's the same thing. Like, you can't just be like, I'm scared. Okay, cool. Stop being scared.
Yeah.
You have to put in the work. Do you know what I mean? To kind of, whether that's, I hate this, but journaling or talking to a friend, or I hate journaling.
I know what you mean though. Yeah.
But yeah, you have to put in the work. You don't just decide something doesn't change just because you decided it's going to change. But yeah.
Agreed. Cool. In terms of the rants and the check yourselves, I think me and Tara had a quick chat, and we want to do those maybe more in response to the actual topic, because it's a way to kind of reflect on a topic a little bit differently. So, in relation to today's conversation, any rants?
I think, like I said, I think the stigma thing is a huge thing that really bothers me, and I think because it's all around, because I think everyone says it. I think though, my rant is going to be different. I think my rant is going to be pressure put on people to go to therapy and to talk about their problems, and I'm very aware of the fact that I might have contributed to this pressure just because I very much talk openly about the fact that I have a good relationship, not even good, just I'm an advocate for therapy and things like that. And I understand how that can make someone feel like, is there something wrong with me or whatever it is? So I definitely am taking accountability for my own actions and how I might have contributed to that feeling of making someone feel pressure to do something and then possibly doing it before they're even ready. And then the consequences of that are detrimental. So that would probably be my rant. And I think it's everywhere. It's especially if you're on social media like Instagram. Therapists are everywhere and they're all telling you to come see them and they're all telling you about better help. And I think I would also like a bit more censorship around posts associated with trauma and therapy, because I think not everyone wants to see that all the time. And like, once again, this is where I'm taking accountability, because I know I tend to share that a lot. And the truth is that it's okay if you're not ready to face something or talk about it, but I think you can feel pressure to, in the day and age that we're in. It's a good thing that therapy is cool, but then on the other hand, it's like, as I said, you don't want to force people to talk about something and then they just re-traumatize themselves. They're not ready. So I think we just need a bit more censorship. I think we also need to cultivate a lot of compassion and patience, not only for other people, but for ourselves.
This is definitely longer than a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, that's my rant, I think.
I didn't mean to genuinely cut you off there.
No, that was done though. But yeah.
Okay. Mine is just genuinely going to use this word, any absolute fucking asshole that puts people down for going to therapy.
Oh yeah.
Just like that's someone working on themselves and doing something that's incredibly different. I've
actually never met someone who...
I have.
Really?
Just people that contribute to the perception that therapy then...
Do they say things?
Yeah. Like, I just don't have any time for it because I'm like,
that's weird.
And what? Like,
that's so weird.
They are working on themselves. Good on them. They could be a horrible person and I'm still proud of them for going to therapy. Like, just because you suddenly dislike someone doesn't mean that you can't still be a decent human being about it.
Yeah.
And just if you are, I just think it's really low to genuinely judge people for going to therapy or to put them down. But then also, we've all done that at some point, I'm sure. We've had a moment where we've been like, oh, they've gone to therapy, or like had an unconscious thought about it or bias or whatever.
It's programming.
But I just think if you're deliberately, maliciously like being a twat about someone going to therapy, I just have no time for you.
That's definitely, yeah.
In terms of checking yourself.
It'll be mixed in with my rant about, because as I said, I talk really openly about how I'm someone who doesn't like distracting or avoiding, but I know how that can in turn sound like I'm saying people who are distracting or avoiding, what's wrong, it can villainize them. So that will be my check. What?
It's me. No, I do that. You're talking about me.
Well, I'm not directing this at you, obviously, but no, I think genuinely, and I don't, if people are like, no, you're not doing anything wrong, please, like, I don't like when this should have been my rant. I hate when people are holding themselves accountable and people are like, it's okay. I've just let them. But yeah, I think it can serve to villainize people, or at least make them feel bad, or at least make them feel just not proud of themselves. And the reality is that life is really hard. Every single day we wake up and we do hard things, and it's not easy, especially if you're someone who struggles with some mental health difficulties. It's already difficult. So I think the fact that you got through the day, like, I'm proud of you for that. Not you, but yeah, I am proud of
Tara.
you. But so I think I'm going to check myself and stop wearing that as some sort of badge, or just at least, I mean, even when I talk about it, I know what my intentions, but I also know what the impact could be.
Okay.
And I think that I want to hold myself accountable and hold myself to a higher standard as well. Like, yes, it's okay to talk about the things you're proud of when it comes to, like things you're most proud of yourself, but it's also okay to lead with empathy and consideration and think about how that might make someone else feel. And I don't think it means that you are constantly thinking about other people and never thinking about yourself. I think it just makes you someone who is aware of the environment around you and who is aware that you're not the main character in the story. So
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Mine's a lot shorter, just because I don't really want to go into it. But
yeah.
I think I just want to be careful about how I speak, like the language I use, because obviously some things actually mean things to do with therapy, or like they are real processes that you're just, I don't want to disrespect like that psychology and therapy is something that people study and like put so much into, and they are real things. So you shouldn't just really casually throw things around like, I'm therapizing this situation, or like that means something.
Yeah, they use it a lot in sex education, and obviously what's his name? Otis. And obviously he's not trained. And his
Oh,
mom
of
and him
course,
would
yeah.
always be like, they at school they would be like, Otis, you're therapizing me. I'm like, I hated it because I know what it means.
Yeah,
so I was
this-
like, I
yeah.
hate it.
That's what I mean. Just being a little bit more like, it just comes from a lack of awareness because I've never studied anything, but actually it's a thing, and basically words
Carries
carry
weight,
weight.
yeah.
So I just want to be careful on that and not give any impressions or belittle or minimize anything for people
The
as well.
process, yeah.
What are you grateful for?
I am grateful for my therapist because I think I felt immediately held. I felt immediately seen. My support language is very much, she just knew it, and it was
Nice.
obviously it's because she's trained, but she knew how to ask the right questions. She knew when to tell me to take a minute for myself. She even at some moments was like, I want you to slow down. I know you're comfortable talking about your pain, but I want you to slow down. And that, I'm just grateful for someone who just, I'm grateful to have found a good therapist, because that's not easy either.
Yeah.
That's something we didn't touch on, but that's really hard to
Harder
find
than
a
dating.
good. Yeah, it's almost like dating. You
Yeah.
really have to go through it. So I'm grateful to have found her because we just really clicked, and I'm excited for the next session because I know that she's gonna hold space for me so well. And I love her process. I'm grateful for her process. So yeah.
Amazing. I'm also grateful on your behalf for that.
Thank you.
It's really nice.
What are you grateful for?
I'm grateful for just having people in my life like yourself and others that I can talk about therapy with, like, because so many people get uncomfortable about it, and but also talk about it in a sense of like, this is me and me framing it this way, and nobody imposes, like, at no point have you gone, Sharan, you maybe should go to therapy, or like, do you know what I mean?
Imagine if I said that. Do people say that?
Well, I don't know. Well, I'm glad I don't have people that,
Yeah.
or I don't at least anymore, but like, I'm just really thankful and grateful for people that make space for that conversation, because also I don't want to, not me specific, but also just as people, I don't want to be abusing friendship as a form of therapy.
Yeah,
either,
that's something that
which is a different
really
conversation.
important. Yeah.
But like, I appreciate that, and I'm grateful for the conversations that people do have, that I'm not treating as subsidizing therapy. Like, I don't need therapy because I've got my friends. No, not at all. Not
people
at all.
actually think that. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah. And like, I'm just grateful that I can just even have a conversation about all of this. Even if I don't want to do anything with it, I've still been able to put it somewhere. And that's, it's amazing that like people in my life are willing to talk and address those things. And I've had conversations with friends about their attitude towards therapy. And it's just nice that people can sit and talk about something like that.
Yeah, and I think you just sorry, this is another thing I'm grateful for. Like I said earlier, I'm grateful for people who, when I announced that, not announced, but when I said that me and Eugene were in therapy, I'm grateful to have cultivated a community of people who are like, that is so cool, rather than, is everything okay? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm grateful. Yeah, I'm grateful for people who are like, that is so inspiring, that is so cool. You had the same response. You were like, that is so cool. You even said you were so proud of us. Because I know that there's people, because I think, to be honest, to go through therapy, you also have to have support. People who are like, that is really, I'm so proud of you for doing that.
You don't want to reinforce things like that for us maybe come from cultural aspects, like shame or feeling like you need to. I know a lot of people that hide that go into therapy, or like, they're like, I can't put it in my account. And it's like, mate, I'm going to therapy. Everyone knows this.
I'm going to lead with like, hi, I'm in therapy. But even when I announced that I was back in therapy, why do I keep saying announce? Even when I said that I was back in therapy, a lot of my friends texted me and were just like, I'm so proud of you for doing this work. I'm just really holding space for me and supporting me, and be like, whatever you need, text me. Yeah, and just being like, if you ever want to reflect on it, just text me and we'll talk. And I was just sitting there, I think it was like on Friday, and I was like, damn. I'm so happy for this community, But yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for having this conversation.
Oh, of course. Thank you for having this conversation. But yeah, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs.
Can you just give me a thumbs up when... Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait.
1 second.
Okay.
Are you going to say hello and welcome to One Great Tip podcast?
Don't we always do like a thing at the beginning?
Yeah. But as in, are you then going to follow?
Yeah, then
up?
I'll just go into my thing. Wait, are you recording? Should I just... Okay. Okay.
Leave that in, please.
Sharon, I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Would you date yourself?
Currently,
Would you...
I'm pretty happy with myself at the moment.
Okay. Would you hire yourself?
Do you know what? I fucking would.
Would you recommend yourself for a very difficult but like up there position?
I'm in one. No.
But just the most,
Yeah, I would. I believe in my capability at the minute. At the minute, right now, yes.
Because I was listening to someone, she's an intimacy expert actually, and she talks about self-love, and she says, if you can answer yes to these questions, you've cultivated true self-love. If your answer is no, you have some work to do.
Yeah.
And I would agree.
I think I'm very honestly on the podcast actually a few months ago, I was in a very different state of mind.
Yeah, that's growth.
So,
Right.
How about
you? That would be yes for all three.
Good.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so welcome to the One Great Tick podcast. I'm Tara and this is Sharan.
It is. Hello.
So we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they aren't necessarily getting received, and especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we are really taking you on a journey of self-exploration, and we will be discussing topics that are most true and important to us. We'll be sharing some of our life experiences and life situations. And like I said, we really just want to take you along for this journey.
We try and be quite selective and reflective in our language, just so that we can interrogate what it is that we're actually trying to communicate and if we're reflecting our actual thoughts. We also think there's a lot of power and weight that comes with language, so that's why we want to give it the time and attention it deserves. A lot of these topics that we talk about sometimes is just to kind of explore thought and give it the conscious space in our minds and in the day to talk about it and hopefully learn something about ourselves or about how we are and what we think, and hopefully that's something you could do as well. So this week, I would like to talk about something. I've been thinking, well, not necessarily talk about, I want to explore something with you. I've been thinking a lot about the phrase, applaud a fish for swimming. I think this phrase has really taken wind in the last year or so, especially. But I would like to think about it in the sense of what is our understanding of it, is where we'll probably start. But then I want to deconstruct it in the current context and the changing application of it. I want to talk about it in like a romantic sense, in like friendship sense. I want to think about allyship in relation to that as well. And even attaching it more to like brands and organizations as opposed to like individuals.
Yeah.
But then I also have been doing some thinking on finding the right balance or my line between what is actually applauding a fish for swimming and what is genuinely just showing an appreciation that right now is behavior that's going against kind of societal norms and stuff. So to begin with, I guess, what do you understand and mean by that phrase, or when you use it?
Yeah. The first time I was introduced to this phrase was actually by my boyfriend so I'll give an example of what happened, and I think that helps explain what I understand. So obviously we had just started, not obviously, but yeah, we had just started dating. So our relationship was very new, and he was doing a lot of things, and I was genuinely shocked at the things he was doing, the things he was saying. I think he was showing me, just to summarize it without getting into details of what was happening, he was showing me a love that I had always imagined, but I didn't think I was actually worthy of it, one. And I also didn't think that it was actually possible for a man to love you that deeply. and to be so in tune with you and to be so, yeah, like I said, just to love you that deeply, to show you a love like that. And so I would really just tell him, oh my God, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for doing that. I can't believe you're doing that. And he would literally say, stop. He would say, stop, stop praising me for this. I'm supposed to do this because anyone who's genuinely into you will do all of these things. This is normal for someone who cares about you. And he would say, stop applauding a fish for swimming. And so I understand it as literally applauding someone for something or praising someone for something that they should do. The key word here is should, because I think we'll get into the episode and I think we'll deconstruct the way I personally feel about the word should. We'll deconstruct what that means. So the key word here is, you're praising someone for doing something that they should do. Marley's.
The one time I don't give a bloody disclaimer about Marley making noise and he's bloody rubbing himself in the corner. I mean, with moisturizer, not not
Do
any
you know
other
what
way.
was funny? I was talking and he's looking dead in my eyes and he's lotioning himself and I'm like, what am I supposed to say? Oh my gosh.
Oh, I can't believe we had a conversation about the fact that I always apologise for your sound and nothing happens.
And this was the first time.
Oh, Christ.
What the hell?
Right, okay.
That was
Thank
so
you for that.
weird. But yeah.
Sorry, did you finish your point?
No, like I said, I think it's like praising someone for doing something that they should do, something that should be the norm. So you're doing something that you should be expected to do, and therefore we're applauding you. And I think the way I understand it is applauding a fish for swimming is a bad thing. So let's be clear about that. The way society puts it is that it's a bad thing to applaud a fish for swimming, because what does a fish do? A fish is expected to swim, right? So if you're exactly, so it's like a fish is expected to swim. So if you're praising a fish for swimming, it's like, but this is what it was born to do.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But another thing, keyword is a fish was born to swim. Human beings are not necessarily born to be decent. Like that's something. This is where we kind of get to really deconstruct it. But yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I think for me, there's a distinction that's I think I've made in my head now about what I consider applauding a fish for swimming, and then this whole about how I avoid using things or saying like should or expect. I think it is to do with expectancy, about the expectancy of a role that maybe someone should take, and again, come back to the word should.
Yeah.
For me, I think the distinction is, am I putting this person on a pedestal because of this behavior? And therefore I'm creating like a hierarchy or like a real, I'm seeing them so much grander than what they have done.
So what they actually are, maybe.
So exactly. So the praise that I'm giving them doesn't match up or equate to what it is that they did, but I'm putting them on that pedestal, and therefore I'm raising and elevating them because of that. So for me, for example, I know there's this element of like expectancy for a fish to swim. But no, let me talk about it in not fish. Let me talk about it in human context. So you mentioned like a romantic situation.
Yeah.
I'll mention the same. Hard to believe I have any. But as in, like, say if it's a guy and I think he's just behaving really well and he's treating me really well, and it's either things that I haven't experienced before, or just in this context it's different, or I just think I'm really appreciative of it. Yeah. I've started to draw the line between I can appreciate this and tell you I appreciate it, because I've also had this guy be like, don't applaud me, like don't applaud a fish for swimming kind of thing. And I'm like, it's great that you say that, but that doesn't mean I can't show appreciation and acknowledgement that what you're doing for me feels good and is good, and I enjoy it. But I am not going to raise you on a pedestal for it
and keep you there. Too.
I'm not then going to not hold you to a high standard, but I'm not going to think of you as this otherworldly being because of this behavior. But I can still appreciate it is this, which brings me on to the changing context of don't applaud a fish for swimming. So I was thinking a lot about now in relation to like allyship. Oh,
sorry, before you move on to, I think there's two things that came up when you said that. So one is that you said, you're raising that person to a pedestal. And this is why a lot of my friends, especially when they get into situations with guys, or I just meet someone new, they always ask me, what do you think of this person? I always fail to answer the question. And it's intentional, because I'm like, if I say that he's a good person or she's a good person, that means I'm putting them up on this pedestal. That means they have a long way to fall dare they act human?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Dare they show their flaws, because we all have them. So I'm often like, I really always hesitate to answer that question. That whole thing of putting someone on a pedestal is that like I just said, is like, because they act this way and then you put them on a pedestal, and then when the relationship progresses, we're talking about in a romantic context, the relationship progresses, the reality is shit's gonna happen. If in any romantic situation, if you're dating someone, especially if it's in a long relationship, shit's gonna happen. Now when things happen, they have a long way to fall because you put them up here. You're like, I put you on this pedestal, I was applauding you for all these things, you were so nice to me. No. They have a long way to fall. That means you have a lot, you're gonna be so severely disappointed.
The change is so much
The change
more
is so
drastic,
drastic. Whereas if you, I think that's why you kind of have to find a balance between applauding a fish for swimming and expressing gratitude, because it's like, you also don't want to put someone on that pedestal because they will act human. We all fuck up. And then I think also the whole point of expressing gratitude, the reason why I think it's so important is because positive reinforcement. You say thank you, they keep doing it. You know what I mean? So it's like, just like how if this is a bad example. Yeah, if you give a child if a child's doing homework and you give them a star, this is why they do it. It's so they can keep getting the answer correct or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why for me expressing, like, even when Eugene would say it, I would literally be like, yeah, but I think it's important for me to express gratitude because that's positive reinforcement. That means that behavior will keep happening. You know what I mean? If I express gratitude, and I think it is important to show that you're grateful for someone. So that's why it's really important to find a balance between the two.
Yeah, on the gratitude thing, because like I've always had an issue with this notion of condition. This is a personal vendetta. Partly because I watched a show called Primeval and I really started thinking about conditioning and like animal feeding.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other issue. Oh God, I've just admitted that I'm a massive nerd. I like dinosaurs, okay. But with condition, I've always felt like I don't want the reward to be the reason for that behavior.
But it's only human nature for it to be the reason.
So,
or one of the reasons.
Yeah, for me, I try and frame it as like my gratefulness and appreciation isn't necessarily so you'd repeat the behavior, but so you can learn more about what I respond well to.
Yeah.
But
isn't that connected to repeating the behavior?
I guess so, yeah. But I don't like framing it in my head. I'm not saying the way you framed it is like, but I'm not challenging the way you've put it. It's just, I see it in a different way of like, by like showing the appreciation and gratefulness, I'm not leaving space for them to guess whether I enjoy something or whether, and then you're right, that does lead to repeat behavior because they want to continue that feeling.
I think it's just the result of something, whether or not that's your intention of saying thank you. That's not necessarily when I'm saying thank you, I'm not necessarily saying because I want you to keep doing it. I'm saying because I think it's important for you to know what I'm grateful for. What I seek in a person and in a partner, and what I want a partner to keep doing. I think it's important. I think the positive reinforcement is just a symptom of you saying thank you, but it's not a result, if that makes sense. But
so I was thinking now about, so when I mentioned like all the different avenues of like talking about this phrase, I mean like, I'm going to pick at them whenever. I'm not necessarily going to go, let's talk about it romantically. Now let's talk about it like this. So just switching it up, because I want to think about the changing context of applauding a fish for swimming. So for example, like thinking about in relation to allyship. And when I say allyship, I mean supporting friends of different communities, of different backgrounds, of different like going through something completely different, like just that sort of allyship. I think what can be considered as applauding a fish for swimming, for example, a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, now would be applauding a fish for swimming, because you would expect that behavior to be, or that way of dealing with situation or way of support to be something that's known. So for example, there was like for example, us two last year, I just didn't know how to support you in some stuff in relation to like Black Lives Matter. We had a conversation about it and you recognized that I genuinely just didn't know. So I asked, and that I'm trying to think of a really small like even just as small as being like, chuck you a message just to check, because it can affect you in a very deep, real, personal level, and that's also what you like. I didn't know if I should give you a space where, so we worked that out. Since then, I'm not saying you've held me accountable to that standard, but you will never stand there, and I don't want you to now stand there and be like, thank you so, like I don't want you to make it an even bigger deal that I've done something in support for you because of that, because it's like, now that's applauding a fish for swimming, personally for me, because it would be that this is, you just know that behavior, and I'm not going to keep. So now something that I think things can become applauding a fish for swimming at a later date, because you would expect by that point for it to kind of just be a way of behaving and being with each other that's natural, as opposed to something that deserves a spotlight every time.
Yeah, I don't think it deserves a spotlight every single time, like a huge message of saying thank you and expressing gratitude and things like that. But I think I will always express gratitude. I don't think there'll ever be a time, like even in my relationship, when Eugene does something, which he does very nice things every day, I still say thank you.
Yeah.
Even though we've been together for 3 years. So it's like, I think that's why I say I think it's a really delicate balance, because also I think the last thing that I ever want to do is make someone think that I'm not grateful, because I am. Like, if I'm grateful, I want someone to know that I'm grateful, and I want them to know what I'm grateful for. But yes, it won't be like a spotlight thing of, oh my God, you're the most amazing person in the world. It definitely won't be like that, especially after we've had a conversation and it's been communicated. But I think also then this goes back to expectations and whether or not someone can meet them every single time, and whether or not someone can adhere to certain standards every single time. And it's interesting because it's like, I don't want to put a spotlight, but I also understand that people have lives and things happen. And I also don't want, I don't know.
This is why this conversation is so interesting.
Yeah.
Because I fully agree with you as well. As in, this is why I want to just explore the boundaries or the balance between, like, I'm not saying I'm going to stop showing appreciation or gratefulness, but what is that boundary between understanding that it's showing appreciation and gratefulness, but it's not spotlighting behavior or putting them on a pedestal, saying that it's so much more like the appreciation is so far beyond just an appreciation for that gesture or for that behavior.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
I do, because I think also like applauding a fish for swimming, I think also, I failed to mention this before, but I think I also understand it as like, when I think of people who are applauded, fish who are applauded for swimming, I think of like people who are in the public eye. Whereas if it's personal between you and I, if I say thank you, am I really applauding you for swimming, or am I just expressing gratitude to my friend?
And I think it's so jumping back to romantic situation now.
Yeah.
Well, romantic friends, whatever. I think
romantic friends.
No, romantic or friends or just anyone in your life, but like not think about allyship or like public eye. But I think people that bring it up, I don't tend to go, Sharan, don't applaud a fish for swimming. Other people will go, don't applaud me. I'm just doing what I should, and I'm like, no. Like I don't check on that. So like for example, when there was the news of like Sarah Everard, I think early in March. Like she was attacked and she died. It was a really heavy week for women just in general, all those that identify as women in the country, in terms of like the way it was treated, the conversations around it, the anxiety, the safety, all of that. And I was meeting someone in town, a male, and I didn't think much of it, and I kind of came into town and parked, and then I had a message from them, and he'd said, if you want me to he's like, not in a chaperone way, but if you're feeling a certain way or iffy or even slightly anxious about it, I'll just meet you and let's walk together if that's what you want right now. And I was like, this is incredible to me that they've offered that, because I've never been offered that in that way. And this is so perceptive to my needs, because I didn't realize until I parked, I was like, I can't get out of the car. I was just so afraid of suddenly, and like, I guess with pandemic and just being back in like public again, I was so like, oh my God, I feel so isolated and like threatened, but I don't know why. And I was like, this came externally from him. And I was like, he was like, don't thank me, like, don't applaud a fish for swimming kind of thing. This is fine. This is just my duty, or this is just what I need to do, my role for you, or like as a man right now. And I kind of was like, I get that, but this isn't behavior that I've encountered as everyday or the norm. So in this case, I don't see it as applauding a fish for swimming. I see it as you putting the effort in, which I can appreciate and be grateful for. And thank you for that and recognize it.
Yeah, it's definitely not that, because like I think also going back to Eugene and I's relationship, and the reason I was so shocked at his behaviors is because the men in the way that I knew men, the way I understood men, the men that I had experienced did not act like him. To this day, I still don't know many men who do act like him and who do love like him. And, you know, I hate to say this, but my dad doesn't love like him. My grandfather didn't love like him, like the men around me, my cousins. So it goes back to what you're saying, how it's like, let's be real about the world that we live in. You know what I mean? And it's like, there's huge disparities between what we want, how we want people to behave and how they actually behave. What we say, you know, men should behave this way and how they actually behave. I'm so happy now that there's almost like a, and I hope I'm correct in this. Obviously, I'm not a man, so I might be very inaccurate, but I think there's a redefinition now of what it means to be a man. And I think it's getting redefined on so many levels, on like vulnerability and embracing feminine energy, and which they've been shamed for in the past. But the reality is that's what we hope for, but that's not what it is. You know, being conscious, for example, that friend you were talking about, being conscious about the system that was designed to favor the man and oppress women and very much attack women. He was conscious of that.
Yeah.
Not many men are.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and same like Eugene does this thing where whenever there's a night out, he will wait for all the women to leave before he goes home, and sometimes he's there till like 2 a.m. waiting for people. He does that all the time. Personally, for me, I'm like, you're gonna get robbed, like things like that. You know what I mean? Like, you're putting yourself in danger, but he will do it.
He recognizes his privilege.
He recognizes privilege, and more than anything, he recognizes, like I said, the system that's been created against the woman. But again, that's not all men. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have best friends who also behave like that, who are men, but that's not the norm. That's not, we live in an echo chamber, to be honest. And you and I like share similar views, and we've attracted each other. Yeah. And so we're likely to attract another friend who, but if we go out probably 2 hours away from here, we're going to find people with completely opposite views.
Yeah, well, I've been exposed to some of that, and that's why I've been thinking about it so much, about like how much we do also just get so used to the way people think around us doesn't mean the way it is. Yeah. And I also kind of just recognized something there when we said privilege, that I think about this phrase in relation to privilege. Yeah. So like, I see it as, don't applaud a fish for swimming. And when I say privilege, I mean the privilege that society has like created systems for and against. So not like, you know, people that are really privileged. Like, I mean, literally there are some things that characteristically you are, like, for example, men are privileged in some instances in ways that women are not. Yeah. Yeah. And that then comes into so many things like ethnicity, gender, sexuality, all of that. And I'm not saying that people that have those characteristics or belong to certain ones are less privileged because of them being less privileged by definition. It's by the way that society caters for certain people. Yeah. I see applauding a fish for swimming in relation to those things. Yeah. Rather than like how you said, like in the public eye or in generally like individuals. Because I think then it is hard, and it does take stuff to step outside of your privilege or use that space to support and to interrogate your own unconsciousness within it and be like, actually, I need to change my behavior because of it. And I therefore feel uncomfortable when it's like, I'm not applauding a fish for swimming. You have put the work in to remove an unconscious thought or work on it or work on your difficult thing, like interrogate that and then show support or do something that's going to be different. Yeah. But saying that as well, I think this is when it becomes like thinking about public eye and leading examples, being like, I don't want to put you, like, it comes back to that idea for me in my head, the visual that works is putting someone on pedestal, being like, I'm not going to sell. It's like when people say celebrate difference. I don't really like that phrase because it's still highlighting difference. So I don't want to celebrate this behavior in a way of like, that puts them in this like higher glory is a good word for it. I don't want to glorify it. Yeah. But that doesn't mean you can't appreciate it. And like when you think about people that do it like in the public eye, they need to they have a responsibility that they are somewhat aware of, that they are influencing people or affecting people. Yeah. And that glorifying their behavior makes it seem like it's so out of reach for other people to also behave like that, whereas it should then be becoming normalized behavior that actually anyone can support people like this. Or
I think the more that we're talking, the more I'm realizing that I actually don't like the phrase.
Yeah, me too. That's
because I've
been like, what?
Because I actually think that I actually don't see a problem with saying to someone, well done for doing this. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for doing this. Like, no matter the situation, no matter who they are, even if it is an ally situation and is Molly reaching for his lotion again? Okay. Even if it is an ally situation.
You'll listen to One Great Tick with Tara, Sharan and Marley today. Really Marley.
But no, I'm just realizing that I don't like the phrase, because I think that why don't we like celebrating people and celebrating decent behavior and celebrating good behavior, quote unquote good.
Rather than trying to make it all like, well, you were supposed to be doing that all along.
Why do we constantly try to find the negative, like, oh, you should be doing that anyway? Like, why can't we just say thank you so much?
Yeah.
Period. Like, why? Like, actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, I actually don't like this. I don't like the way we expect. In a way, this comes from like expecting the worst of each other. And so we're saying, stop glorifying this. Stop putting people on this. Stop saying thank you because they should be doing this. Well, how else are they going to know that we're grateful if we don't say thank you? And I think also what I will say I don't like, though, is if I am, quote unquote, applauding a fish from swimming, I don't want it to come from a place of lack. Because sometimes I know I'm like, when Eugene and I first got together, I said this a lot. I was like, no one's ever treated me like this before. And now I look back and I'm like, I don't like that, because then I have a scarcity model around that, rather than, so my gratitude is coming from a place of lack rather than I'm simply grateful.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm grateful. Yes, not even comparison, but I think it's like, I'm what the hell is going on?
Molly, are you fucking okay?
Sorry, a leaf fell down there. I was got scared because I thought I didn't know what was happening.
I saw that. It looked like a head.
I want to leave.
Yeah.
I really want to leave. I'm done with you.
Okay.
Bloody hell.
Anyway, what I was saying is that
oh no, go.
Anyway, what I was saying is that I think if there's something that I don't like is that phrase of I've never experienced this before, therefore I'm grateful. Even if I don't say therefore I'm grateful, that's what it sounds like. So I want my gratitude to come from a place of just abundance and manifesting even more abundance. So it's like, because if I'm saying I've never experienced this before, thank you so much, that's a scarcity model. I have a scarcity model around that behavior, which means I've never experienced this before, that's why I'm grateful. But that's not what I want to say, and that's not what I want it to sound like, because that can sound like you're only grateful because you've never had better.
Yeah, I know.
Which is only my personal opinion. I'm not saying other people should take this in, but I'm saying if there's anything I don't like, it's expressing gratitude from a place of lack.
Yeah, I don't know where this next thought's going.
Okay.
So I like, it's not a formed. Like, none of this is a formed opinion. That's the point of today. Like, I just wanted to explore this thought and be like, how do I actually feel about it?
Yeah.
And by the end of it, I could change my mind. So I don't really have an opinion firmed, but I'm trying to think about when I actually would be okay using it, because now I'm like, okay, do I definitely not like it? And then I'm like, wait, would I be okay using it though as a phrase? And I think yes, but I don't know where or when or why. But I think there is some harm, personally. I think there can be some harm that comes from actually applauding a fish for swimming, like actually doing that.
What would that situation be though?
So
because
like,
even if a fish is swimming, what's wrong with saying, yeah, well done?
Because I don't want it to be I know what you mean. I don't know how to.
I'm asking this out of curiosity. Yeah. I don't know.
No, I know you're not challenging it, but like, I don't know how to phrase this, because there's a bit that something makes me uncomfortable about just doing that, because this is why I'm trying to find the balance.
Yeah.
And why I opened it as finding that balance is what I'm trying to explore at the moment, because there's an element of that where I'm like, I think it comes back to this notion of glorifying, in the sense that maybe it does come with somewhat ego, and also people's ability to then think they've done it and achieved it and they're good and that's it and the work stops, or they define themselves by being applauded. Does that make sense?
So and like, then nice guy complex manifests.
Exactly. And like same with allyship. I don't like the whole, I think we've spoken about it before, like, first you can't say that you're an ally, but you should always be in training kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas if you applauded someone for like their behavior and their support towards your community, or if it was a person you're in a relationship with and you are genuinely applauding the behavior that is actually kind of like, well, they really should be doing basic things like replying to you or making you feel like you're being listened to or stuff like that, or whatever a person thinks is applaud in their individual scenarios. Like there's no baseline, you'll judge that yourself. But I think there's some harm in then people having the complex of, well, I'm not saying like people walk around with an ego being like, I'm fucking great, but they will think that they are doing it right, and they'll stop the work and they'll stop the interrogation. They'll just be like, this is good behavior. I'm set.
I see what you mean. And then I think also we can also internalize. I think, you know what the consequences of it are? That thing of putting someone on a pedestal, and then when they act human, they have a long way to fall.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that might in turn make us a bit more unforgiving, because it's like, oh, you did this? I expected so much better from you. You know what I mean? Which isn't fair. So I think that's one of the consequences. And I think, like you said as well, they can also internalize that gold status of I am this great person. And for men, for example, I am this great man who's considerate of women or whatever it is. And it's like,
just because you can do that for one woman or one person, we're talking about
the
men,
work doesn't
that's
stop.
our preference.
Yeah.
But like, that doesn't mean the next woman, the same behaviors for her are not are basic or out there or whatever. So like, you need to every person that you engage with, I don't just mean one relationship to the next, even one friend to a different friend, one person that you supported in a situation or a life situation to a different one.
I think
what
also,
looks like Applaud for swimming is going to be different to each person. So you can't just assume that the way you are full stop isn't reactive and responsive and flowing with people.
I think also it can make people, the person who's being applauded, who then internalizes that gold status, I think it can make them kind of keep score and kind of be like, if should you ever interrogate any bad thing that they do, for example, with a guy, if you guys are dating and the relationship is great in the beginning and things like that, and then of course, as I said, he acts human, and I'm intentional about saying acts human because human beings mess up. We've talked about forgiveness on this podcast and not having high expectations. Then he acts human, and then suddenly, you call him out for it, and then he's like, but why are you like calling me out? I also do all these great things like this and because you were applauding him for all these things. So I think this is what I mean by keeping score. It can stop people from holding themselves accountable when they do make mistakes, because it's like, but I've done all these great things. You even said they were great. Now why are you upset with me? And it's like, you're always gonna have to do the work. You're gonna have to put in the work always. Just because you're this good person right now, and I hate the idea of a good person, but just because you're this good person right now doesn't mean that you can fall. No. But that's why I don't like the pedestal thing, because that means your fall will be from grace.
Yeah, exactly.
So how about we just don't put people at this place where they're capable of a fall from grace?
And that's why finding the balance. That's why I'm like, I don't want to discontinue the phrase personally. I don't want to discontinue it. Because for a second when you said it, I was like, oh my God, maybe I don't like this phrase at all. And then I was like, hold on, I think there are some uses.
I see the
for
consequences
it personally.
of using it,
because I hadn't opened myself up to it. But also I think this comes back to worth as well, because actually thinking about just spending time thinking about what I actually consider as applauding a fish for swimming. Like if I actually asked you, in a relationship, like, Tara, let's do a little test. In a relationship, what would you say is applauding a fish for swimming and what isn't? Tara, in allyship, what would you say? Or Tara, in friendship? Like, it's hard because for myself, I then need to question whether, okay, I think that's applauding a fish for swimming, but actually I'm really grateful for this other thing. Whereas you might say, hey, this thing is also applauding a fish for swimming. Like, I'm expecting that from or it's what I've received because of different life experiences, and also maybe self-worth based on where you place yourself and what you think behavior you deserve.
And I think also, you know what, in terms of, this is personal situations now, like for example, in a romantic situation, I think what is normal is relative.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what you might tell me some things and I'm thinking to myself, oh, that's normal. But that's because of the person that I'm in a relationship with and the things that he showed me and the love that he showed me. But if you go to someone else, they might be like, oh shit, he did that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, we assume that everyone has universal experiences and that's not true. So I think also applauding a fish for swimming, we should also think about, is this everyone's universal experience?
Yeah, exactly.
If the answer is no, because I know there were a lot of things in my relationship that Eugene was doing and I would tell my friends and it was like, whoa, you know what I mean? And then I would tell other friends and they were like, yeah, okay. The reaction would just be very basic because it's like, of course. Yeah. And I think that's how I would react to a friend who's telling me things. I'd also be like, of course. But I think it is important to still pay gratitude. But the point that I'm making is that just like, it's all really relative. So can we ever truly say that anything is applauding a fish for swimming? Because even my friend who's white, I always say she's a great ally. And every time I say thank you to her for something, I'm like, oh, this is so great that you're doing this. She's always like, stop thanking me. And I'm like, but I'm thanking you because not a lot of people do this. Do you know what I mean? So I think we should also start to think about it like that. Like, is this truly a universal experience? Does everyone get this treatment? Does everyone see this sort of allyship? You know what I mean? And I think it's also relative to cultures. Like I said, my culture, the men in my culture are not what Eugene is very different from that. And that's why I will continue to applaud him without shame, because it's like he deserves to be, because I appreciate the way that he is. Do you know what I mean? And it's, I think it is a balance, but I think I'm comfortable still expressing gratitude when I'm grateful.
Me too. And I think that's so important, because honestly, this whole episode is just to get you and people and myself thinking about how you actually are intentional with the phrase, don't applaud a fish. Because also I think some things like that have a habit of becoming buzz phrases. Because like even we've used it very casually, do you know what I mean, in conversation without actually stopping to go, but like have this conversation basically. So that's why I want to put it out there, because like I still show appreciation and gratitude, and I'm not going to be quiet when someone says, "Oh, you don't need to thank me," or "You don't want." And I'm like, I know I don't need to. Yeah. I've chosen to, and that's what makes it so fun and so nice to thank you, because I'm genuine about it and I appreciate it. And then just me thinking about, okay, in this context with this person, what would I consider applauding a fish for swimming? With this organization, like when we think even larger scale, with this society, with this organization, what do we consider as applauding a fish? I just think it's really interesting to be like, can you actually define the exact behaviors that is for you? Probably not, because it, like you said, it will constantly change.
Yeah,
it will change on the person.
It's so specific, because I know I see it a lot in romantic situations where I sent you that video of that guy, that actor, where he was fixing his wife's hair or something, and they were like, "Oh, swoon! What a great guy!"
The bar is low.
The bar is low, and I that's. If anything, I prefer that phrase if we're talking about romantic situations. The bar is low. And I think that reflects the treatment that most women have had. You know what I mean? It speaks directly to that. Yeah, because a lot of men, to be honest, don't do that. And a lot of women have been treated in romantic situations. That's just facts. Yeah. So when it comes to romantic things, if anything, I'd rather say, "Woo, the bar is low," rather than "this is applauding a fish for swimming," because saying applauding the fish for swimming is assuming that every man acts like this. Therefore, we shouldn't praise this man for acting this way. But that's not true. I'd rather say the bar is low, because fuck, it is. Like, it's in the bar. It's like under the ground. But
no, thank you for exploring. Like, I literally just want to sit with this and think about it now. Like, and maybe even revisit it. But I'm going to be applying it a lot more consciously and intentionally about, you know, what it, and just interrogating, like if I'm about to think that or someone says it to me, I'm like, actually I can differentiate here, and this is fine, or this, actually you're right, based on the value that I've placed on myself and the treatment of behavior I've accepted, you're right, I've accepted shittier, lower bar behavior, and how you're treating me is a way I should expect to be treated myself based on my value, and be allowed to treat myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think it's really good for you to say, because even when you and I have talked about it, and I've said, you know, this is normal behavior, or you've told me that people have told you this is normal behavior, you've always said, yes, but I have never experienced this before, or this is not what I'm used to, and that is why I'm grateful. Do you know what I mean? I think it's important for you to say that, because I think saying, "Oh, Sharan, this is normal," that can kind of silence you.
Yeah, exactly. And you recognize that it comes from a personal perception of it, and
that can silence you and stop you from expressing gratitude. You can kind of feel like, oh, damn, I guess I shouldn't be excited about this, but you should. Yeah, you should. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, thank you very much. Do you have any rants, check yourselves, or grateful? We talked about that, so yeah.
You can go with a rant.
I probably don't have a rant, you know. Same. I'm just exploring this one. In terms of checking myself, this whole episode is a bit of a check yourself, in terms of I just want to check my intention and what I actually mean by that phrase, if I ever hear it or use it. And what am I grateful for? I am really grateful for... You go.
Okay. I think my check yourself will be, it's okay to seek deeper connections. And by that I mean, it's okay to seek more. I don't know if that makes sense, but as in I can seek deeper connections and not be ashamed of it. I think I talked about in the last episode how some people have called me deep for a long time in my life, and there was always a bit of a negative connotation around that. But I think that it's okay to seek deeper connections. I'm okay with the fact that I'm someone who seeks deeper connections rather than surface level connections. And also, another thing that I want to check myself on is not like I'm reading this book called Untamed, and Glennon Doyle says in that book, she says, I'll never again put myself in a career situation or friendship or relationship where I have to abandon myself. And abandoning yourself means abandoning your truth and your integrity and your deepest desires and wants. Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of what I'm grateful for, this also leads from applauding official swimming. I'm really grateful to be partnered with a man who really holds space for me and really sees me and really hears me and sees all of me and embraces all of me, embraces the good in me, even when I don't see it in myself sometimes, because that happens a lot. We don't recognize the beauty in ourselves. It's easy to lose sight of it. So I'm grateful for someone who constantly reminds me without expectation, without being asked to. And I think I was talking to you earlier today. I think this week, the thing I'm most proud of is my connection with my boyfriend, because I'm just very much in love with him. And this is not to say like I haven't been in love with him before, but I think I'm grateful for the connection that we've built. It's 3 years in, and I don't think like this is the healthiest and happiest place that we've ever been in. And yeah, I'm very grateful to be here.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm also happy for you for that.
Thank you.
That sounded so disingenuous.
Yeah, like
no, I genuinely mean just
tell me how you really feel.
No, just genuinely, that's so lovely to hear. I'm grateful for just people that are trying to confront, like it's not easy to accept that your behavior might have been contributing to some things that we don't like to label, like homophobia or racism or things like that, because I think I've said before, like we belong in a society that is all of those things.
Yeah.
So of course you're going to be a product of those things as well, and there's some things you're not aware of. So I'm just really grateful to anyone that's willing to stop and do the hard work and be like, actually, I can admit that I don't like this behavior and I want to work on it. And then equally, I'm also grateful for people having grace and patience to do that with people as well. Like, it's fine to want to change. Like, I know everyone says like, oh, men are finally understanding. And it's like, there were plenty of men that did before, but I'm also really grateful for people being like, I'm glad this is what it, like, I know it took something, but I'm glad this is how you've changed your attitude towards not necessarily women, but when you're with other men, that's when it's really important. Most important, if anything. Like, it's easy to support me when I'm in front of you. Do you know what I mean? And it's easy to uphold those values when I'm there. But how are you practicing that on your own, like without being tied to like a woman or something?
Yeah.
So I'm just grateful for anyone that's like just trying in regards to like deconstructing and working on some of those things. And then therefore holding spaces where they themselves say, this is behavior that I think should be expected of me, not behavior you should expect of me, but I think it's expected of me to behave and support like this. So don't applaud me.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for that as well. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Spotify and wherever you listen to catch us fortnightly. Also, please support us to keep the show going and growing.
Head over to buymeacoffee.com/onegreatic, where you can make a one-off donation or become a member, where you will be one of our closest friends, dosto, or
Sala,
who will be the first to know and first invited to any special treats we have up our sleeve. The link is in the show notes too.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at onegreatic, and check out our website, onegreaticpodcast.co.uk. We would love to hear from you, so feel free to contact us and please spread the word.
Spread the word, not germs. Welcome to the One Great Tick podcast. You are listening to Sharan and Tara.
And you almost took the introduction bit, but yes, almost. No, you didn't. So we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received. And especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharon's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're really just going to be discussing topics that are most important and true to us. We're going to be diving into, some really insightful conversations and exploring certain things. And we're going to be sharing some of our life situations, personal experiences, and we really just want to take you along for that journey.
We're always interrogating and reflecting on the language that we actually use as well, because we think it's important to be really selective so that you are communicating exactly what it is you want to communicate. So this podcast has been a great way to kind of keep evaluating and interrogating that. We also just enjoy having some of these topics as a bit of a conscious thought, things that we've been thinking about. We end up learning new things through each other and just from letting that topic kind of sit there. So hopefully you'll learn some new things as well with us. Today, I didn't do my disclaimer, my noise disclaimer. How could I forget? It's because Marley's so silent today, which he usually isn't. If there are any kind of background noises, it could be our producer Marley, or there is also a fly in the room. So there might be some screams on our end. There might be some annoyances, some, it's a great word, guffaws.
What? I've never heard that word.
Guffaw. It's a good word.
I've never heard
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
But anyway, today's topic. What I want to talk about, it's a little bit different how I'm going to frame this, because normally you kind of go in with some thoughts or a question or something.
Yeah.
But today, all I'm going to give you is a word,
Mm-hmm.
and I just want to explore the word, how it sits with you, how you take it on, how you interpret it, loads of these things. I'm not going to guide you through it because I imagine as we talk, more and more things will crop up. Yeah. We'll end up going kind of deeper into some of it and others we won't. I just want to make clear, there's no genuine end point.
Yeah.
Like I have no agenda. I have no direction for this. I have no end point. I'm just literally I'm thinking about this word. How do you think about this word? So that word is, I feel like I'm on a game show.
Yeah.
And under box number 1, the word is responsibility.
Okay.
Take it.
Responsibility. So what is that? What does that word mean? Or
anything, what comes to mind? How do you sit with responsibility? How does responsibility sit with you? What kinds of things come to mind when you think about responsibility in relation to you?
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind when I think about responsibility is lack of freedom, a cage, and I think it's because for me when I think about responsibility, because obviously there's responsibility within relationships, there's social responsibility, but I think I immediately start to think about the responsibility that I have within my family and then within my culture. So now a wider society, in the country that I grew up in. And I say lack of freedom and a cage because I feel like responsibility often comes with, this is what you should do. And should is a cage. You know what I mean? Whenever there's should, it's immediately what it means for me is that I'm abandoning myself and I'm abandoning my intuition so that I can follow the should, and I also think when you say responsibility, it feels really heavy. Immediately I feel like I'm carrying something on my back and it's so heavy and I'm desperate to put it down, but I can't because it's you will carry this whether you're uncomfortable or not. And I think that ties to the responsibility that I have within my family and then within my culture. And that circle, those people that know me. And yeah, it ties to a lot of things. It ties to my position as someone who, lives overseas. And my family obviously lives in Botswana and I live here. So it's I have this responsibility to kind of be a certain person. And that's why I say lack of freedom. And that's why I say it's kind of a cage because I think there's a lens on me Does that make sense? Like a watch almost. Like, okay, because you're over there, you are responsible for your family. You're responsible for that name, you know? And this could also just be like things that I put onto myself. Like I'm just projecting these things. But I also think there's been conversations where it's been clear that I'm looked at as the most responsible one. You know, she's overseas, she's getting her second degree, she's, you know, and I mean, I come from a culture where it's like, if you go to university overseas or if you move overseas, that's like, whoa, you've made it. You know what I mean? Kind of everyone aspires to, not everyone, but a lot of people aspire to do that. You know, get a scholarship so they can move overseas. That's really what people in my culture and back home really feel. And so, yeah, when the word responsibility comes to mind, that's the first thing I start to think of as I'm that person who did go overseas, and now it's like now I have a certain responsibility to use that opportunity very well, to not mess it up. Let me say that. And not messing it up means, you know, mess up is subjective, right? Because everyone wants different things, but it's like I have to stick within the confines that have been, like, within the box that's been drawn for me. Like, don't mess this up. You have an amazing opportunity. Don't fuck it up. Yeah, there's so many other things, but that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Okay. I think this kind of relates a little bit to freedom. I've just hadn't thought about it in the sense of freedom, but I think about it in relation to choice and whether it's a feeling of or lack of. But for as long as I can remember, I don't think I've ever felt like there wasn't a responsibility on me, for me, that I was fulfilling. And I've just been thinking about like, where does that come from? And I think it does come from culture as well. Like it comes from my position as a woman of color. For me, I think responsibility comes with the different roles that I fulfill or play or not play, take on in my life. Yeah, occupy, there we go. Play. I'm playing the role of your friend. And it gets, you're right, there is a weight, like I feel not nervous talking about it, but I feel something.
Heavy.
There's something heavy there. I feel like I'm talking through something. The things that come to mind for me is more like the responsibilities of like myself, say as an employee, or myself as kind of the things that I've actually chosen. Yes, there's an element of non-choice in it because, you know, you're expected things, but it's to do with expectation. Like actually, yeah, responsibility comes with expectation. There's that. And I think you're right in terms of like how much of it is projected onto me versus how much is choice,
like a story you've created in your head.
Yeah. And how much of it is actually your responsibility, that other people see it as your responsibility. Because there's not much that I would actually sit there and go, I take this on as my own responsibility. And then when I think about it in relation to my culture and my actual like personal life, that is also different from then the responsibility that I feel just walking around as a woman of color, especially in Britain. I think about it in relation to things like being the eldest child in a brown household is quite like in my like culture, it's quite a big thing, and there's an element of responsibility that just comes with that. And even now it's kind of like I have this responsibility, but also at what point was it like this is your responsibility? Where's the choice? It's more just this is how it's happened, this is what you do now. There's an element of responsibility with like representing more than what you are, which I'd like to talk about later. And that I feel is more projected onto me. There's an element of responsibility in the sense of your responsibility within relationships, and how much of that again is something that you choose or control, or you just are born into, or do you even spend enough time to actually stop and define your responsibility in your relationships with people? And then the responsibility I think that you just carry, like when I say I feel like it's always been there, it's not necessarily like you're born and here's your responsibilities. Like it's not that simple. It's more just, it's like the responsibility that comes through from your ancestors. And like you said, how lineage. Like you feel the pressure almost of like you are living overseas now, for your culture that is a dream, that is like a high point to reach, that is like what people strive for. That is a responsibility then in how you uphold yourself within that, because you then become all these things you didn't sign up for, like a role model or an example. And it's kind of like, is that responsibility that I accepted though? Just because I'm doing it different doesn't mean I'm wanting to, you know, be a change maker, be all of this. The responsibility I feel that people project onto me as well, in terms of like being a person of colour makes you the expert on diversity and race. And it's like, no, it doesn't. And therefore the things that follow and the consequence of that is, you know, a lack of tolerance for behaviour, like all of that. It's a very big conversation, which is why I just wanted to put the word out there and not kind of steer you in any way. But is there any kind of elements of that or anything you were thinking that you want to pick up on first?
Yeah, I think that whole point about being the person of color, and, you know, well, two things. Firstly, that whole point about being the person of color and how there's a responsibility on you. That whole thing of representation is such a huge thing, you know. But I also think there's also now, especially with the age of social media and online activism, now I think that with people of color, it's almost as if they expected, or there's this responsibility society projects onto us this responsibility to kind of be the ones who, be the educators, be the ones who host the conversations, who educate people. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation, because I've been in so many situations where, you know, to put it quite frankly, white people are kind of talking about race and having a debate. And then it's always, we're just having a conversation, we're just debating. You know, it's okay to just debate. And I'm like, it's okay to debate so long as, like, you're okay. The emotional labor that I have to expend is not the same as the emotional labor that you have to expend. This is why I'm against debates when it comes to racial things. Do not debate with a person of color. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like it's almost as if there's a response where it's like, but you're responsible for keeping calm, even as I'm interrogating you, even as I'm essentially making you defend your existence, even as I'm, you know, really kind of putting you in a position where you really have to explain your trauma, therefore relive it, therefore re-traumatizing yourself. You have that responsibility to remain calm. And it's like, and then of course, like that whole thing when I say, I often feel like there's a responsibility projected onto me to be the educator. For example, there was a situation in my university course where, so one thing about my course, I'm very grateful, they're very good at interrogating power dynamics within the mental health system. And they were talking specifically about, you know, how Black patients and service users really don't have a lot of rights. The same rights that white patients have. There's a huge disparity there. And so they were interrogating that, and then someone who is a white male got really upset and said, you know, where is the evidence for this? You know what I mean? He got really heated, and it was a Zoom meeting. He got very upset. And then what happened was that the lecturers did a good job of saying, you know what, let's pause this. That wasn't okay. Well, they didn't say that wasn't okay, but they said, let's pause this. They paused it. And then we came back after 10 minutes. Immediately, I felt the responsibility to be the person to say something as the only Black woman in that room. So I was the first person to say something, because I literally remember thinking to myself, well, I have to, because who else is going to say? I'm responsible for saying it. And then I did. Of course, as I said, I expended a lot of emotional energy. And then afterwards, the lecturers emailed me and asked me if I'd be willing to host a focus group on talking about, you know, have like interrogating power dynamics and having racially charged conversations while respecting people at the same time. And I remember thinking to myself, well, I should do this, right? Because it's my responsibility as a Black woman. I know about the Black experience, so who better to talk about this than me? And I made that decision in that moment to go, you know what? This isn't my job. This isn't my responsibility. And I made that decision to then say no in that moment. But the weight of that, like, it took so much from me to go, no, I actually don't want to do this, because I felt so responsible, as I said, because I'm the only Black person in that course. And then also, I think you talk about being an example, and that I think that's such a profound thing, because I often feel like I have to be an example. And it's not just me creating a story. There's aunts in my family, there's cousins in my family who will say to you, you are the example, you are the role model. they will say to their like my aunts will even say to their kids, like, you should be like Tara, look at Tara, you know what I mean?
It's very similar here.
Yeah, and it's really made me feel like I'm responsible for leading by example. Like, I'm not allowed, like, I have to be the one to kind of show the way and lead the way. And it makes me feel like I don't have the agency to actually make my own decisions. Like, there's been times where I'm like, full disclosure, I'm not someone who's like, everyone needs a degree in order to succeed in life. Like, I personally don't think, because I know so many people without degrees and they're doing so well in their careers. And so there's been times where I've debated actually dropping out of university because I'm like, it feels too restrictive. I don't like the institution as a whole. I don't like the system of, sitting in a lecture, having someone talk at you for 2 hours and then going to regurgitate that information in an exam room. I don't, like, my friends and I always talk about this. I personally don't think that your mark, with like even your degree classification, is actually a measure of what you know and is actually a measure of how much knowledge you possess. So there's been times where I've actually, especially in my undergrad, there was so many moments where I debated dropping out, and I felt like there was a voice in my head that was like, you can't do that because you have a responsibility within your family to be the example.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I call it a cage, because it's like, where is my voice? It's so silenced. I don't know what my voice sounds like anymore because all I hear is the voice of other people. And I think responsibility also causes people pleasing to some extent, like seeking approval. Do you know what I mean? Like, and we really internalize that.
The responsibility.
Yeah, like, ooh, I want to, because it's so validating to hear people say to you, wow, you're doing such a good job. You know what I mean? You're such a good, like, my mom always says to me, I'm so proud of you. And that makes me feel like I'm responsible for, like, because I'm the firstborn as well. So it's like, I see her sort of being like, your brothers want to be like you. She says that all the time. And I'm like, what if I want to be a little wild? What if I want to drop out? What if I want to, like, go live on an island and just eat fruit all day and, like, not have a career? Like, what if I just want to do my own thing and I don't think that I don't think I have that freedom.
Yeah, like, what's the pride connected to then?
Yeah.
The responsibility or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with, well, what you're saying. Like, in terms of that as a topic, or the line of kind of responsibility. I understand what you mean in terms of the pressure of feeling like you need to be the one to then say it. And that's also what I meant when I said you're expected to almost then be the expert, because it's a lot of responsibility to feel like white people in this space are going to take what I say as the person of colour talking from experience, take what is an opinion as well as, like, gospel of behaviour.
Yeah.
And how they should then go and do things. And it's like, and I'm not saying I'm sat over here preaching to everyone how to do it, but it's like I feel the responsibility to then be 4 times as careful with what I say, because I don't want it to be representative of how like, my opinion doesn't just stand as just being my opinion. There's a pressure to be like, my opinion could actually inform someone's whole treatment of race, or whole treatment of, like, another woman of color or something like that. And that's a lot of responsibility and pressure. And again, I don't mean that in a vain way. I also mean it literally just, if it is me in that space, people do come and look to you for that.
Yes, they do.
And they expect you to.
Yeah.
There's also this responsibility of, like you said, being the example and being the amazing one, or being the something. And it's like, I don't remember signing up for being any of those things. I remember just wanting to live my life. And the responsibility you feel, like, same here, like, there's a culture of kind of comparisons. I don't really have a comment on that. It's obviously harmful. I do get why people do it, or why it's such an ingrained natural thing, but it is harmful in terms of what it's doing to people.
Yeah, it's a cage.
And there is the whole element of, like, well, their kids are doing this and it's very, selective comparison as well. It's like, when you raise something that's like, yeah, but they're also doing this, so what do you want me to make of that? And it's like, no, that's the line. And you end up seeing that your actions aren't just consequences for yourself. They end up being consequences for not just your household either, but a lot bigger than that, almost a community sometimes. Which then also, like, so that's more the personal side thing, but coming back into, like, the public realm, the responsibility that you feel as being an entire representation of a country or a race or an ethnicity or a culture, and sometimes even a gender. And it's a lot, because it's kind of like, if you're white and you can do whatever you want, or you can not do whatever you want in terms of choices, but you can fuck up, you can make mistakes, you can say something wrong or whatever, and you can apologize and you can deal with it however you want. I am not then thinking every white person is like this.
Yeah.
However, when you are the person of color in a quite a dominant space where other people around you aren't like you, whether it's different ethnicities or it's predominantly white, you end up being a reinforced stereotype, or you end up reinforcing perceptions and stereotypes in people's minds. And that's a lot of responsibility, because it's like, again, I am also equal to you in terms of I just did this one thing and lived my life. How is it then fair that the consequence could be a whole perception of you in your head
You're generalizing,
of what every Indian woman is like, or girl is like, or whatever. And that's where it becomes so much pressure that it's almost better to silence myself, or like all of these. And this is why this podcast is so interesting, because we've talked about like that community mentality before, and how it's good and bad, and how a lot of our behavior, well, I've definitely spoken about how I've realized a lot of my behavior actually comes from all of these things. And it's kind of like, well, then there's no autonomy in that either.
Exactly. Where's your agency?
Yeah, there's no autonomy in those decisions. And
I think, sorry,
no.
I was gonna say, I think that whole thing you mentioned about how when people of color act a certain, well, like I said, there's a lens on us, and really it's like what you do represents an entire group of people. And it's obviously because, the reality is that people fear what they don't understand. And for so many years, for so many centuries, white people have made it a point to not try to understand us. Obviously, things are changing now. So it's like, in order for them to make sense of us, in order for it to be like easier for them to understand us, it's easier for them to just be like, the way Mali behaves is the way every black man behaves. Because it's like about that, they don't have the desire to expend that energy to actually try to make sense of who we are, and to understand that, listen, we are very complex. Our lives are so multidimensional. Our lives are so layered. We all have different unique experiences. You know what I mean? We all behave differently. It's almost as if they don't want to spend that time to really process that the way we understand that not all white people are the same. You know what I mean? And it's like, that whole thing about representing a community. I actually remember last year when a cousin of mine told me that he had made a decision about his life, and he made that decision for himself. And I remember speaking to him about it, and I remember being shocked at the decision. And he was like, this is what I want. This is what I want to do. I'm making this decision for myself. I don't care what people think. He was well aware of the fact that, parents, aunts, people in our community, in our culture were talking about his situation in a negative light. He was well aware of that, but he was like, but I don't care. This is my life. And I remember feeling so envious of the fact that he just made a decision for himself. Because I remember thinking to myself, well, I don't have the freedom to do that because I'm the responsible one. You know what I mean? And it's like, and yes, to some extent, that's a story that I've told myself, but also people have constantly told me that I'm the example. You know what I mean? Like, they continuously tell me that. And so the resultant effect of that is that I've internalized it, and now I feel like I am responsible, I wish I could make a decision for myself and just be like, I just want to make this decision. And even when I do make a decision for myself, the level of self-doubt, like my friends constantly tell me, they constantly like, dude, this is your life. They constantly say that. I'm like, I know that. My logical brain knows that. My emotional brain, however, is so afraid of getting rejected, because it's almost as if I have really befriended this responsibility to be an example. I have befriended the validation that I get whenever I do something right. And it's like, I've really come to terms with the fact that, yes, I am the responsible one in the family. I'm the responsible cousin, or whatever it is.
That's interesting. Did you have, sorry?
No.
I was going to say, because you shifted from kind of talking about responsibility to actually using responsible as an adjective and a definition of like the responsible one, which then becomes an identity as opposed to having responsibility. So it's interesting that it goes as far as like becoming a whole identity for you about this fit. Like you said, I understand what you mean about like fitting into that box. I'm just like, wow, it's just so heavy. It's interesting because like thinking about examples of this, I mean, family wise, it's just endless examples in terms of like, I don't really like blame a lot of it. Like I'm talking about this topic and then not sitting here being like, fuck my culture or fuck the way things are. But it's just acknowledgement.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm just having a little bit more grace with myself in terms of so like, for example, when we talked about emotional labor and the responsibility of that and the responsibility of like being in situations where you become the person that's, that has to say it right, or the expert, or people will take what you've said as the right thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Do you have something to say on this? Because I was going to ask you a different question.
No,
all right, you crack on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's difficult because it's like, I think that, yes, definitely on a general scale, people do look at people of color as they are responsible for informing us about their pain, about racism, about discrimination, about all these things. They are responsible. And you know what's actually funny to me is sometimes I think, well, to some extent that's true, because if not us, then who? Who else can speak about our experiences better than us? A white person can't speak on my behalf. That's just, no matter how good of a friend you are to me, no matter how many times you sat with me through the pain, you can't speak on my behalf. So it's like, to some extent, I don't even blame the fact that responsibility is projected onto us, because it's like, if not us, then who?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Who better to speak about it? But at the same time, it's like, there has to be some grace extended to us, though, and it has to be some empathy, or rather compassion.
And choice.
And also, I think that, exactly, there has to be compassion for the fact that we don't get, it's not like we put on a costume, we go and we deliver this speech on why racism is bad and why this hurts and why that hurts, and then we get to go home and take off the costume.
Yeah.
And then we're relieved, and then I'm free and I can walk through the world and not ever have to experience any of those things that I just spoke about because I've taken off the costume.
You've just spoken about it.
It doesn't,
it's gone.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. And I think there has to be some compassion. There has to be some recognition. So whenever people ask, like, can you please deliver a TED talk on this? Can you please write a book on that? Can you please, do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, but ask me with the understanding that I then have to go away and hold myself and debrief, and debrief and process and like hold space for the fact that I just had to retell a traumatic experience and it hurts. I had to re-traumatize myself. You know what I mean? And I think there's nothing more painful than explaining to someone why what they've done hurts. It's so, like, if you think about an apology, it's always better when someone comes to you. Like, it always feels a little bit more genuine anyway. When someone say they've done something wrong, then they go away, they reflect for themselves, and then say a day later or whatever it is, they come to you, they say, hey, listen, I've been thinking a lot about this, and I really don't like the way I treated you yesterday. You know what I mean? Versus you going to them and saying, this is why it hurt, because you said this, and do you recognize that this is wrong? Do you know what I mean? You're basically pulling that apology out of them.
Yeah.
And then, like, after you've presented to them, after you've just done this entire case of this is why what you've done is wrong, then they go, you're right, I'm sorry. It almost feels like you apologize to yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And like, even with the apology thing, like, if you're going to do that, I've done it, friends have done it, where it's like, you can then be like, oh, I don't actually, it's fine, I don't want an apology. And it's like, that whether you want it or not doesn't mean I'm not here to give it, or you're not here to give it. Like, if you're right, the desire is there, and trying to explain that,
it's painful.
It's so disassociated for someone else that all you're doing is you're just talking about a topic to them. But for yourself, you're right, you're re-traumatizing yourself. And you then open yourself up to what other people then feel like they can judge the level of pain that you're allowed to be in over it.
Yeah.
Like, this is a very minor incident, this happened, but the way that makes you feel is so a certain way that it is reminiscent of all the other things, big or small. It could be the final straw that day. It could be something. It could be the fact that you refuse to take, it's all everything. But then other people then get invited in to almost judge,
debate about it,
whether that's bad enough.
Yeah. And there's nothing worse than like telling someone this was very painful for me, and then them going, but should you really have been sad though? It's like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm telling you how I felt.
Yeah.
You can't argue with how someone feels. And it's so funny to me because people always do that, especially like whenever you get an incident in the like say the news breaks about a racial incident, you always see the white people debating about why the black person shouldn't be offended. And I'm just like, in what context is that ever okay to do? For me, like, I don't know. Are you okay?
I'm so sorry. I've got a cramp in my foot. One sec.
It's fine.
Like, it's really bad. Oh.
I just couldn't keep going with it.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Take your time.
I'm gonna stretch it. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Okay. I'll ask you a question while I'm moaning in pain. I wanted to ask you. Sorry, I just realised I not cut you off, but I did respond to what you were saying.
I wasn't really saying. Yeah, that's fine.
I agree. Basically, I just wanted to ask you more about now, kind of your responsibility in relation to relationships in your life and people. And I don't mean necessarily romantic, just people, and like your family, your partner, your like people you're dating, friends, to just citizens, to like work colleagues, whatever. How does relationship and that intersect, and like what do you want to reflect on there or talk about?
How does responsibility come into that? Do you know how people always say, for example, your partner can't make you happy, or your partner is not responsible for your happiness, your partner is not responsible for your emotional well-being, or they even say your friends are not responsible for your emotional well-being? I wholeheartedly disagree, in the sense that I think that by saying that so blankly and just like a blanket statement sort of thing, we dismiss the fact that how other people behave towards us and other people's actions towards us affect our mood. Like, they affect how we feel. They can affect the rest of your day. And I think by always saying, you know, your partner's not responsible for your happiness, it's like, not necessarily. I mean, I'm responsible for treating my partner fairly. I'm responsible for respecting them. I'm responsible for giving them space to express. You know what I mean? I'm responsible for being good to them, because that's what a partner is. And obviously there'll be times when I will hurt them, because we're human beings at the end of the day. But overall, I am responsible for treating them with the respect and being good to them. And if I'm good to them and I treat them with respect, that affects their mood. So it's like, I disagree with the whole statement of your partner's not responsible for your happiness. It's like, but they're responsible for at least not like depressing you. You know what I mean? Not contributing to your pain, not continuously, you know, making you feel like shit or whatever it is. Because I think the more we keep saying that, the more people can just treat each other like shit and then go, but it's your responsibility to regulate yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I just told you to go fuck yourself, but you know what? That's not my responsibility. It's like, what? No, that's, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to dissociate the more we keep saying that. And so I feel responsible for my boyfriend's emotional well-being. And I feel, when I say that, I mean, I'm to respect him. I'm to be nice to him. I'm to give him the space to express. I'm to hold him and provide him emotional support if I'm in the right mental space. Yeah, I'm to be a good partner to him. Obviously, yes, some days I will fall and I will not do a good job of that, but hopefully I'll be able to get back up and return to being that good partner. Similarly to my friends, I'm responsible for respecting them. I'm responsible for being a good friend to them, whatever good friend means for that friend. I can't just do whatever I want and go, your happiness is not my responsibility. That's not how I personally see it. So I make a point to be a good friend and to be a good partner and even to be a good daughter and to be a good sister, you know what I mean? So it's like, I feel that's the responsibility that I feel in my relationships, if anything. And it's like, I also feel a responsibility to hold myself accountable should I ever do something wrong. Because I think it can be very easy to just be like, you know what, I expect really highly of myself when it comes to holding myself accountable. Like, I will hold myself accountable even if it's difficult, even if I'm uncomfortable. I never want to be that person that goes, I did nothing wrong here. You know what I mean? So in my relationships, that's the responsibility that I feel. And then in terms of a citizen, I think I also feel a lot of social responsibility. I always say to myself, like, the truth is, like, the planet is really deteriorating, like, every single second or whatever it is. And I think that I never want to be the person that just doesn't give a fuck because I can't see it happening right in front of me. I always want to be the person who's really connected to source and who's really kind of informed. And so I do feel a social responsibility to make more ethical and conscious decisions, and that extends to things like what I wear, what I eat, what jewelry do you know what I mean, like on that level. So I do feel socially responsible, because I also always say to myself, like, I want to have children one day. What business do I have talking about having children if I'm not willing to do some work to make sure that there's a planet that they can actually live in? You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, it's in my personal opinion, for me, it's unethical to bring children into the world knowing that I'm contributing to the deterioration of the planet that we live in. So I feel socially responsible. I feel socially responsible in that regard. And then I think I also feel socially responsible to speak up if I see some injustice happening. And speaking up is always relative. It doesn't mean going on social media and making a post about it. It can just be having a conversation with friends, or just acknowledging like this is wrong. You know what I mean? Rather than kind of pretending that it's not happening, because it's like, because if we keep pretending things aren't happening, then that's how they just keep happening if no one ever talks about it. So I feel a responsibility in that regard when it comes to things like social justice. I feel a huge responsibility. I'm always having these conversations privately, not so much on social media anymore, because I think that it's just too dangerous on those grounds. So, but definitely privately, I'm always talking about it. And social justice extends to, you know, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, you know, people of color's rights, things like that, disability rights as well, mental health rights, all these things. So I do feel a responsibility for that. And yeah.
Okay. No, thanks for that.
Sorry, I went off.
No, I wanted you to. I'm gonna talk about mine irrespective of yours, because I don't want it to feel like I'm agreeing or disagreeing, or like as in
no, we're two different people. Yeah,
that's cool. I'm just gonna talk about mine separate, and then we'll talk together. I've organized the conversation.
Yeah.
I think just answering my question myself is that I am doing a bit more thinking on my autonomy and choice within responsibility in different relationships and roles. And I'm trying to make differentiations between what I feel has been projected as a responsibility and therefore expected, compared to what is it that I actually want to take responsibility for. And not just want, because obviously I'm not like living life just only doing things I want. I get that. But like I am consciously accepting as responsibility or aware of as responsibility. I think culturally there are small shifts that happen that can help you fluctuate that responsibility, but to some degree there is that responsibility there. That's a reality of my life, and that's not going to change in one lifetime or generation. It can, like, in some ways, but it goes deeper. It goes into your specific family, it goes into your specific upbringing and all of that, and your specific life's like pasts and experiences and stories and how that affects people. So I'm kind of like, there's little choice, but I'm not feeling trapped by it as much as I maybe was before, because I'm not confused by it anymore. I think I'm kind of like, okay, I understand the responsibility, which means I can understand where to take it and what to do. However, not at a detriment to other things.
Yeah.
Like, I can draw my lines for it because I'm aware of it, rather than just feeling like it's something that's like cornering me. It's more, I can take autonomy even if I don't feel I chose the responsibility. That doesn't mean I can't take autonomy with it. So I don't want to feel like, even responsibilities that are put on me, I don't want to feel like there's no autonomy, because I don't want to attach autonomy just to like choosing every responsibility I have. So that's interesting. I think responsibilities with like friends and relationships, it's interesting because it's like when you actually take on, like, friendships a little bit more blurry, I guess, because at what point do I take on responsibilities as like a close friend, or as like a best friend, or like your friends have different responsibilities and expectations, and you do as well of them. And it's interesting because you have to move with the responsibility based on the relationship. And I find that really interesting, because I'm kind of like, well, I'm not saying I like level all my friendships, but
that's why
what is
labels
it?
are so interesting.
Yeah,
that
like
whole thing of best friend, close friend, because then it's like it comes with certain responsibilities, and that's what, to be honest, because there's so many people who, sorry, I'll let you continue, but there's so many people who actually hate those labels of best friend, and because it's like it puts people at levels, as you said, and it's like it makes it seem like you can treat this person that way, but then you can't treat that person that way, and it's like, That's why labels are very interesting. But
yeah, I know what you mean, because I also was thinking about that, like as in, is it responsibility or is it more that I've got such a connection, but also this person, like I'm willing for some things with this person that I wouldn't be with for a lot of others, just because of the energy expenditure or the amount of emotional energy
reciprocation as well.
Yeah, exactly, and reciprocation. Yeah. So with that, the responsibility, I think there's a lot more choice to set it up yourself.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. But I can walk away from something that I'm like, this isn't a choice. This doesn't feel like a choice. This feels like just a responsibility I'm fulfilling now, which for me, I choose the people that I have in my life in terms of friendships, definitely. I choose that. I know there's an element you do that with your family as well, but you really do with your friends.
Yeah.
They are catered people that you have selected. So I want to have the autonomy in a different way there. With relationships, I think, just thinking about, again, what labels bring, but then the kind of the change in responsibilities that come with things like being a girlfriend, being a married partner, or all of that, all the shifts in that, compared to kind of spending time with someone or enjoying time or like have an emotional connection with someone. And the responsibilities with that, I think, for me, it's about, I don't want to think about it as, and I'm not saying this is a comment on your part, it's just it's not helpful for me to think in this way, just because I'm a different person. But it's not helpful for me to think about like these things of that person become my responsibility. I think it's helpful for me to have one that I apply in different ways to everyone. You can tell I'm a framework person.
Yeah.
But like for me, it's about that person's best interests become my responsibility, because I am invested. I am almost subscribed to that person because of the choices. So then with that comes things like, these things will contribute to happiness and these things will contribute to their best interest in terms of looking after them. And I think that goes wider to my friendships as well. So it's more that, and sometimes my responsibility will be to step back in order for that best interest to take place and all of that. So I think that's how I've kind of started to be okay and feel like I have more of a choice and control on things from my perspective going out, rather than everything feeling like it's coming in.
Hello. I have a question for you, which I always do whenever I start opening. What is your biggest fear? Just one.
Rational, irrational, tangible.
Whichever.
Humans dressed up in things, so like puppetry or mascot things, or like when it's too close to human-like, but you know it's not. All that
like
crap.
Clowns.
Yeah, that, like mascots at games and at Disneyland, people being like puppety or in masks, all that shit freaks me out. Like a lot.
I did not envision your answer going that direction.
I bet your answer's going to be like personal favorite.
Yeah, for sure. Like literally that's what I was planning. So and now you're going to look like a dick. My biggest fear is losing myself.
Oh my God, Tara, just say something like spiders.
No, it's actually losing myself, like to people, to things, to roles. I should have given you a heads up. Like
mine is losing myself in death to things that dress up as things. No, go. Oh, I'm sorry. It's so classic us for me to be like this weird thing and ranting about washing up, and you being like, okay, Sharan.
Human behavior is so diverse. So yes, welcome to the One Great Take podcast. I'm Tara and
I'm Sharan.
This is Sharan. And so we're letting you in on our conversation as two friends who've noticed that there's a lot of messages that we tend to put out into the world, but they're not necessarily getting received, especially from my perspective as a Black woman and from Sharan's perspective as a brown woman. And so through this podcast, we're going to be discussing topics that are most true and important to us. We're going to be exploring a few things. We're going to be sharing some of our life experiences and life situations. And we're really just taking you along that journey as we delve into so many topics, interesting things. And yeah,
We found that we're both quite continuously reflective and interrogating the language that we use, because we want to make sure that we're being selective in terms of what we're communicating and that what we're saying is actually representing what was intended. So we do spend a lot of time talking and thinking about that and doing elements of that through this podcast as well. We also touch on some topics that we just want to bring forward as more of a conscious thought and just let it sit and give space in our heads. And we've been learning some things along the way, been confronting some truths, finding out things about ourselves. There have been times where we've both cried. So maybe it's something that you've kind of been applying and learning along the way as well. That'd be lovely. If there's any background noise, it could be Marley. It probably won't be because it hasn't been for a year, but it could be. It's most likely one of us doing something stupid.
Yeah. And this is actually the last episode of season 1.
Yeah.
Season finale. So
Happy 1 year.
No, that's quite crazy. So I just want to put it out there that this is the last episode. And I thought for the last episode of season 1, it would be really good to talk about what we've learned from the women who came before us. And this is something that I've been thinking about so much. I recently read the book Untamed, and it's by Glennon Doyle. And it's a really amazing book. I really highly, highly recommend. And it really just started to make me reflect on, what have the women in my life, so the women the women in my culture back home in Botswana, the women who look like me, so Black women, what have they taught me about what the pinnacle of womanhood is? You know what I mean? And what they've taught me could be, as in I might have learned from them through observation, it might have been through conversations, or it might have been through words left unspoken. And so I really just wanted to bring this to your attention because that's really, I think reading that book made me start to assess, what kind of woman do I actually want to become? What kind of woman do I want to be? And what are some of the expectations that I might decide, I'm actually going to abandon this expectation. I'm not going to fulfill this expectation. And what are some of the expectations that I'm like, I'm going to fulfill this expectation. That is my choice. And I think it's also interesting to think about, for example, feminism, you know what I mean? With this new age of feminism, and not new age, but yeah, appropriate age of feminism. I often feel like for me personally, feminism is about choice. So it's about the woman's right to choose. Because for example, some people might say, this is just an example, but some people might say a woman who changes her surname to her husband's name is not a feminist. But I'm like, but if that's her decision, if that's her conscious choice, that doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't believe in the liberation of women. So yeah, I think I want to talk about the expectations that our cultures put on women and what they say about who a woman is supposed to be and how we feel about that. And whether that makes us uncomfortable, excited, whatever it is, whether it makes us sad, I'd love to explore that. And so I guess the first question that I have is, I don't know why I'm checking this as if I wrote it down. According to your culture, so what do the people in your culture say about who a woman is supposed to be? Mm-hmm. As in, how is she supposed to behave?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, for me, it's about the behaviour and the responsibility. Just calling back to that last episode. Also, I am not the speaker of my culture. Yeah. I have no idea if what I'm saying is right or wrong. This is just what I've observed / my experience of it. I think there's never really been moments where it's an explicit thing. It's just exactly what you intuitively always know. There's an element of a woman. There is the kind of the gender roles placed on a woman. So it's to do with the support that she brings to a husband, or the woman as a mother is a role that in my culture, I feel like you're expected to take on.
Yes.
It's like woman almost becomes synonymous with mother, which is really, really interesting. It's to do with creating the home, and it's to do with not saying you should be at home, but you can have a whole full-time job, you could be doing loads of things, but the home is still primarily your responsibility more than your partner's. And obviously here I'm talking in a heterosexual way, just because that's been the women in my life, and myself. That's my sexuality. No, but just obviously I am talking generalized because that's my experience.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, of course.
And then there's this. I think there's been an element for women to bear more. I think I've seen that. I've seen a lot more suffering in women in my culture, but I've also seen a lot less grace and understanding or change for that because they're just expected to take it. It's just part of being a woman, which I'm kind of like, no, actually.
Yeah, and that's what I want to get into. Like, how do you feel about those things? Obviously, we'll get to that, but yeah. Is that it? Oh,
yeah.
I think it's very, very similar, to be honest. I think you talked about motherhood. I think, so I used to joke when I was younger. I used to say to my mom, I think it's motherhood and marriage. So I think in my culture, it's almost like a woman is to give herself to her family, to her husband, as you said, in a heterosexual sense, because that's been mostly the representation. So she's to give herself to her husband and to her children. It's okay if she wants to have a career, but she is the one who is, as you said, maintain the household. And quite frankly, her needs a lot of times might come second. That's how it's understood. And I think when I first started to really realize this was, I think I must have been around 17 years old. And so I never wanted to get married. Like, I never aspired to get married. I never idealized marriage. I never saw it as like, ooh, I want to reach that thing. In fact, I saw it as, there were so many negative connotations. I felt very negatively about it. And so one time I was sitting with my mom and I was just like, I think we were watching a show or whatever, and the woman wasn't married, but she had 3 kids with the guy. And I said to her, I'm never going to get married. I'm going to be like her, if anything. And she was like, what? You have to get married. And that's when I started to understand, like, damn, we don't really have much choice. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of should when it comes to women. There's a lot of you should do this, you should do that. So I think, maintaining the household. And I think also a woman, in my culture, the way that I see things, a woman is not expected to necessarily have a voice in the sense of a voice of resistance.
It's a problem if it is.
Yeah. And it's like, if you resist, that is a problem. You must adhere to these standards. You must adhere to these cultural practices. And if you resist, you are a rebel or an anarchist or whatever that is. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I think not only is it explicitly said, but it's shown. Growing up, in a lot of ways, in my family, I was kind of treated as the resistor. So it's like, I grew up, my entire family is Christian, and I think at around 8 years old, I was like, this isn't for me. I just knew intuitively, I just couldn't connect to it. And there was a lot of backlash, like from my extended family and my dad as well. There was a lot of, so what are you then if you're not Christian? There was a lot of pressure to like choose something. You know what I mean? You have to have a faith. A woman has to have a faith, sort of thing. And so I was kind of perceived as a rebel for a long time. To be honest, I probably still am, which I don't mind. And so I interpreted that as a woman who does not adhere to the standards, like I said, who does not adhere to the norm, is a problem. She needs to be contained or whatever it is. And it's like, and things might be a little bit better now. Sure, things change over time. We know that. But I think those are the first kind of lessons that I received growing up as a child in my culture. Yeah.
No, I'm just talking to the last bit that you said there about being kind of the problem. Yeah. That's a real key point that maybe like pairs with what I was saying about how women are just expected to bear everything. Yeah. That then anything that sits outside of that, like resisting, you're right, becomes a problem, and it becomes an extreme, and it becomes a disappointment as a woman as opposed to just that individual.
Yes.
And it's really, really hard because like it really ties in well what we talked about on the last podcast about responsibility, because then it becomes, as a woman, you are just accepting that as your fate, and it's written out for you. And where you said you were talking about like marriage and how it just is such an expected thing, same with, I think a lot of things in our culture especially come back to it, like a relation or some sort of connection with a man. It's kind of like, but how, like, you can have this job. Worth. Yeah, you can have this job, you can do all this, but how are you gonna have a husband with that? And it's like, I'm sorry, that wasn't the third thought that comes next for me. I'm not thinking about that because I currently don't have one. Yeah. And that's not what I'm thinking about. But right. It's kind of like that's the inevitable path or the future for you. Same with kids. I've definitely heard women in this culture speak about it in a sense of, I would like, when you say you didn't feel like that was going to be, like you didn't feel like you were striving for that or aiming for it.
Yeah.
I kind of think I was, in terms of that's all I knew.
That's all you knew.
That's all the womanhood I thought that was there to achieve.
Yeah.
So like, I'm sure we'll go into this in a minute, but like what I was thinking about when the line of like becoming a woman was, and what that was for me. Part of that was just this expectation that when I was younger, I just didn't know any different. I was kind of just like, well, that's what it is. Everyone around me moves forward in that direction. And for me, that looked like a move forward rather than a decision, which suggests that anything outside of that isn't moving forward. And that's such, like, it's what you're not saying when you are saying something. If you're saying that moving kids is the path forward, it's like, okay, well then not having kids, is that not moving forward?
Yeah.
No, that shouldn't be the same thing. But everything is tied to kind of like kids. It's like, oh, I want to travel. And it's like, but how is that going to be possible with kids? And it's like,
gonna work?
What?
Did you?
I don't have kids.
Yeah. Did you? The whole kids thing is so interesting because it's like, for me in my culture, a question that is always asked, mind you, I'm 24 years old. A question that's always asked is, when are you having kids? Especially when I got into a relationship, it was always, when are the kids coming? Are you pregnant? When are you getting pregnant? When are you giving me nieces and nephews? And I hate that question because, first of all, I think whenever people ask that, the first thing I think is, how do you know that I haven't been trying for 3 years to have kids and I just am incapable? Yeah. How do you know that there's complications going on, within me? How do you know that this is such a sensitive topic? How do you know that I don't have a health condition? There's so many things that I'm like, don't ask that question because you have no idea someone's journey. But as you just said, I think whenever people overemphasize that and continuously ask that question, what that really translated to me is, a woman is to bear children, and if she doesn't, she's less of a woman.
Yeah, she's not fulfilled.
She's not fulfilled her duty as a woman. And this ties into the whole concept of the obedient woman. Do you know what I mean? And this is why I talked earlier about how, if a woman was resistant, in my culture, the way I saw things is like, if a woman was resistant, she was seen as disobedient. I think even to this day, even the West, to be honest, I don't think it's not just in our cultures, but I think especially in our cultures, the obedient woman is really romanticized and glamorized. The woman who has a child at 23 years old and then stays home, and she might have a career, but she'll return to her kids at the end of the day and her husband, and she goes to church and she prays and she meets up with her family every weekend. That's the way sometimes that I see it, is that's the obedient woman, and then anything outside of that is like, ooh, you're kind of coloring outside of the lines over here. Just relax a little bit.
Like, who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
You're this part, like, you're not different to anyone. Or no, you're right, because I remember a woman in my culture once said, I'll never forget this, once said to me, I think I was like 17.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about kids, and she was like making me talk about kids, and I was just like, I don't know. Like, I was like, I think someday I would like to have kids, but also I've got nothing tying me to anything right now. There's so much more growth for me. And she literally said, but then she was like, what do you mean you think? What's the point without?
Yeah.
And I was like, it's sad to me that a life is so centered around you. That's dangerous, personally, I think. Your kids shouldn't be, well, no, I won't say shouldn't. They can be whatever they want for you. Personally, I don't want my kids to be my entire life.
No.
I want to be fulfilled in my life, and then a child is a celebration or something. I'm like, I'm not feeling or doing, and I'm like, that's fine for me to want that. If kids bring other things to other people, fair enough. But I was like, for you to then impose that means that you are then, she literally was stating that there's no point to me growing up if there wasn't a child in the future. And it's kind of like, what are you saying about women that choose not to, can't have kids, are in same-sex relationships that can't physically, biologically have children in that relationship? It's what you're not saying again. You are then saying there isn't a point to them, therefore disregarding them as a woman.
This is why I use the phrase the pinnacle of womanhood. And it's so interesting. Like, I think that because I forgot what I was going to say. So did you ever expect yourself to be married or have kids by a certain age? Because I remember 3 years ago, if you had asked me, oh, Tara, when do you want to get married and have kids? I would have told you, by 25, I want my first kid and I want to be married. Now I'm like, fuck no. Like, don't at me with that bullshit. I'm like, but the minute I made that decision, I felt like I was resisting. Like, there was a voice in my head that was like, ooh, you're resisting. Maybe make it 28. Maybe make it 27.
You're stepping outside.
You're stepping outside. Like, ooh, be careful. Do you know what I mean? And I think this also ties into the whole thing of, the whole biological clock thing. I actually read really deep into that, and I read that it was actually a cultural invention versus a scientific fact. Like, it started off as a cultural invention of trying to control women, and so that they don't have like these big outrageous careers, you know what I mean? Because it's like, if you're at home,
distracted,
the reality is kids do slow things down. That's just facts. So
the kids,
the reason that so I read this thing that was saying the whole biological clock thing is a cultural invention, and it was devised to control women so that they do not develop these extravagant, so that they're not ambitious, basically. Because if you're grounded and at home,
earlier on.
Cap it. It's like 25, you should have a kid, 22 even, stuff like that. And what I was going to say, you mentioned earlier that you don't want to make your kids your entire world. And I feel the same way. And this ties into what I just said in the beginning of my biggest fear is losing myself. I don't want to lose myself in my children. I don't want to lose myself in my, husband one day. I don't want to lose myself to the things that I'm told that as a woman, you should lose yourself to these things. I don't want to do that. Like, I want to be I want my needs to come first. I don't want to abandon myself in order to take care of other people. That's not self-love. And I also wouldn't want my future children to look at me and think that's how a woman should be.
Yeah.
Because I think that abandoning yourself means abandoning your needs, your desires, and putting them second, and then putting everyone else first. And that to me just it doesn't feel good in my heart. It doesn't feel good.
And I think we've spoken about this before, as in there is a difference between losing yourself and, because people will then be like, but the child's needs do come first before yours. And it's like, hold on, I'm not an idiot. I can put a baby's needs as more important than things like my sleep at that moment or necessity. I can prioritize and be a necessity, but I won't lose myself for it. There's a very different thing, and people seem to see that, again, those are synonymous and just a given.
Yeah,
and it's like, no,
it's because they can't not see it as resistance. You know what I mean? So it's like, because when I think of losing myself, I mean I forget who the fuck I am. You know what I mean? And I forget myself.
You only exist in relation to your kids.
Other people. Exactly. And I was actually having a really interesting conversation with my therapist yesterday, which was actually quite funny. At the end of our session, we started talking. So, because here's the one thing I learned from my mom, and this goes back to the learning from the women who came before us, and I'll ask you what you've learned. The one thing I learned from my mom is a woman is to put her needs first, because my mom always put her needs first. She had kids, but she didn't make us her life. She had a career outside of us. She had friends outside of us. She made a point to create a life outside of us. But the resultant effect of that was me and my siblings often felt emotionally neglected. And my grandmother, on the other hand, she made her children and her husband her entire life. But as a result, now that her kids are kind of gone, and I don't mean to speak for her, this is just based on my observation, so I could be wrong. Now that her kids have moved away because they're all grown up now, it's almost like, well, what do I do with myself now? You know what I mean? And so my therapist and I were talking about this, because she said, in the patients that she gets, mothers who make their children and their entire family, their entire world, often feel like they don't know who they are. And when their kids leave, they often feel like, I have no clue who I am. They've lost themselves. They don't know their identity without their children. And then mothers who make a point to kind of create a life outside of their family, their children often feel neglected. And so I asked her, I was like, well, where the fuck is the balance? Like, if it's like this one end and this one end, it's like either you lose yourself or your kids suffer. So I posed that to her, and she said, it's not that black or white. It's possible to find a balance. I think it is, you have to be intentional about it. You kind of have to, put in a lot of effort, but it is possible to find a balance in that. And I just think it's just really interesting that I think the way society paints it is that I think my mom could have easily been seen as a woman who resisted, because she even said so many times, which might be weird, she told me so many times that she actually never wanted kids. And I remember growing up, I used to say she was non-maternal. I used to say that she wasn't nurturing. And now I'm like, is she non-maternal and non-nurturing, or is she just a woman who never abandoned herself? You know what I mean? Like, that says a lot about what I internalized as what it means to be a woman as a child. Now I'm grown up, and now I'm like, whoa, that's actually fucking cool that she lived that way. I mean, to my expense, but good for her. like at the end of the day. But yeah, I think it's just interesting to reflect on like the models that we see as well. And yeah.
No, cool.
You have anything to add?
Oh, I guess just about your mother. I've not met the woman. No, about like learning something from my mother.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have to be about learning. It can just be the women in your culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the women in my culture, like, I'm talking more family now.
Yes.
Rather than like my generation, I'm talking like my mother's generation. What I could describe as being complacent or being just following the footsteps of those before them or just kind of following their role that I would say they didn't have a choice in, isn't fair because they are very fulfilled and happy within that as well.
Right, exactly.
But what I would say is that it's led to them also being so, there's this amazing ability that a lot of like my mom, my aunts have in terms of just being able to shift perspective and crack on quite happily. And it's so wonderful because they literally very few things actually get to them.
Yeah.
Just because they have this ability to be like, that is what it is. And then they can just crack on anytime you mention anything. And I'm like, it shouldn't be this way or it shouldn't be like this. They just have this amazing ability to be like, yeah, but it is. And I'm just going to find a way to exist with that. And that's fine. And I just think it's such an acceptance that they actually found and created independence through that. And it's amazing to see. And there's a lot of selflessness that comes with it as well. And
is selflessness a good thing?
Yes and no. Just like everything, I think.
It obviously depends on who you're asking.
Yeah, and it depends what selflessness does to a person as well. Like the way I would say my mum is selfless doesn't mean that she's neglecting herself at all. But she's very, I find her to be quite selfless in the sense of the time and the energy that she will give to people is so giving, and it's an amazing thing about her.
Yeah.
She's a very empathetic person, so in that case selflessness can be dangerous for her because she can't turn off that pain for others as well. But yeah, I just think it's, I can't really have too much of an opinion on it because I don't think it's my place to in terms of personally.
Yeah.
I feel uncomfortable with that because I don't know. I don't know how they feel about these things. I don't speak to them about these things.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they're happy with it, whether they would want it differently, but they do seem very fulfilled and fine. And I'm not saying they're fine being like this, but I don't want to put the words of like then calling women in my family or culture oppressed or anything or any drastic stuff because it's the reality of what it is, and they did the best with what they could, and they are very happy as well with that. I'm sure there are things that everyone wants to change, but there is like a women's community within my family and like within our culture, which I'm sure you have as well. Like,
I don't know.
Oh, well, just like the feeling of like the women, like it's different. It's not like I wouldn't have the same, like the men in my family, very different to the women because of these different roles that they've had to adapt to in different ways.
Yeah.
And like, it's just.
Yeah, I do agree that like we can't speak for them, and this is why when I started speaking about my grandmother, I was like, well, I don't know. It's just based on my observation, and sometimes when I call her and whatnot, I think they do feel fulfilled, and I don't. This is why like the framing of this podcast, I'm not like, what do we agree with? Because it's not for us to agree or disagree.
Yeah,
you know, like that's their lives, and I think it's really out of place to be like, do I agree with that? I think more so, I just wanted to reflect on like what. This is why I pose the whole thing of what sort of women do we want to become, you know? And it's like, when I say what have we learned, it's like, what have we seen? And then this is why I bring the whole thing of like feminism as a choice. It's like, for example, like, I think there's a lot of talk about as a woman, losing yourself to your romantic partner. And I think there's a lot of shaming, if that makes sense. And I personally see it on Instagram happening all the time, just like with like pop psychology stuff. I feel like you see women who have wife as their bio, like have you seen on Instagram on their thing, and it's like there's almost a bit of shaming, like why do you identify with that first? And I'm like, what's wrong if they do?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's their choice. What's wrong if they do? And it's like, this is why I bring the whole thing of judging women for changing their surnames to their husbands. It's like, if you're really a feminist, or don't you feel like you're losing yourself? No, it's all so subjective.
Aren't you less of a feminist for suggesting she should have made a different choice?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you are still
because
telling
you're taking
a
away
woman
her
what
agency.
to do.
You're taking away her agency, and that's like, for me, I always feel like it's all like, if being a let me also just say this right now. If being someone who is a full-time wife and mother and you start doing that at 25, there's nothing wrong with that. Personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I could never be the person who's kind of like, are you fulfilled just being a stay-at-home mom?
Yeah.
I believe you if you say you are. And that's not for me to judge, because it's none of my business. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I think we really struggle to let people live lives that are different from ours, because we feel, as human beings, if I see that you're doing the same thing that I'm doing, I immediately feel validated. And that's essentially why we judge, because we're just kind of like, if you're not doing the same thing that I'm doing, it threatens me and the system that I've created in my head about how people should live their lives. And that's why I'm judging. Judgment comes from literally protagonist syndrome, like main character energy, where you feel like you are the person in the movie and everyone must have the same values as you. It's a bit weird. So I just want to preface before we go on in the conversation. But something else that I wanted to ask you, I asked you earlier and you started to answer. Did you have an idea of when you'd be married and have kids?
Yeah.
Has that changed, and why?
Fuck yeah.
Why has it changed?
Kids-wise, no. Just like the thought of putting my body through that right now, my body rejects it. I don't want it. I don't want to have a kid right now. Pregnancy terrifies me. All of this stuff. Not enough to be like, I don't want a kid.
Yeah.
But right now, no, I don't want to go through that. I don't. And like for me, that clearly is like the reward of the kid is not something I want right now. I still get maternal around kids. I still very much am like, I talk about it in the future. But for me, it's still a future. It's not a present.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm in a stage of my life with myself where I'd be happy to then share my life with a child. Like, I feel like there's so much more that I want to spend time with and on myself before I would want to, like, because I have the choice to choose when I want to have a child. Obviously, if I got accidentally pregnant or like it's not planned or something, that's a completely different story, because your life situation changes and that's why your opinion changes. But at the moment, I can choose to have or not have.
Yeah.
And in terms of marriage, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm honestly fine. Like, I really am quite content. Like, I think because I have very little agency when you're younger, because you are so prone to influence.
Yeah.
And obviously the people you look up to are people that are like the women in your family or like older siblings or whatever. You do believe that is the way. And now I'm kind of like, I have the agency to think of myself and think of different options. And it's just the desire for marriage at some point in my life. Yeah.
Will be there.
It's nice. Like it's something I would like to do, but I'm not yearning it. I'm not missing it. I'm not craving it. I'm not looking at other people that have it and being like, why aren't I married? I really don't care, because I know that it's something I want rather than something I'm lacking.
Yeah.
And I never want to think about it as lacking, because that suggests that I'm not content with things. Like, nothing should have that power in my life.
Yes.
That makes it feel like there's a lacking in myself.
You shouldn't want things from a place of lack.
Yeah. And I also think the world has progressed. Like, a lot of my mom's generation of women in my family had kids when they were 18, 19, 20. I think my mom had me when she was 21. And I was like, it's not me at 21.
That's not me.
Like, no. And that was the norm as well. That was a societal norm. We have to remember we're growing up in different societies. And I don't just mean that's because she grew up in India or anything. Even like 10 years ago, my older female cousins, the way they approached, or just the norm of what was happening around them, you do conform to it somewhat. And now our norm is allowing for all of this different thinking and like progression in kind of that. Like, I think you are influenced by your society, because like you said, what is a resistor today would have been completely different 10 years ago. So the level of resistance 10 years ago is now something we're like, that's not resistance. You need to take it a step further or whatever. So I think just what the time and the society that it was then and what was acceptable, or at least not like felt hushed, or I didn't have access to different thinking or whatever, now feels a lot more open. And like, I feel like I'm also in a different changing world, and the world is always changing.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, with that, I have changed as well.
Yeah. I think with the whole topic of with children, for example, well, children firstly, I think I already talked about the way that I understood it. It was like, you should have a kid relatively at my mom got pregnant with me when she was 22. She had me at 23. And I think that, obviously, yeah, we discussed the fact that in my culture, it's like, yeah, you should have kids. And if you don't have kids, it's like, well, what are you doing? I think with kids, my thing is that I'm like, the reason I'm not ready to have children is because I'm just not comfortable. I understand that having a child means that even if it's like especially for the first few years or the first few months, whatever it is, I will have to give myself to another person. That just comes with the territory. And give myself doesn't mean like, it just means, yeah, I'll have to take care of them.
Sure,
I have to
work.
breastfeed. I have to give my body.
Yeah.
And then I have to give my spirit and I have to give my mind. You know what I mean? Even if that kid is somewhere in the other room, I'm thinking about them.
Yeah.
So I give myself to another person. When you have a child, you give yourself to that child. And I'm not ready to not be with myself. I'm still learning who I am as a woman, and I really want to spend time with her, and I want to get to know her, and I want to be present with her. And I'm not ready to divide my attention. I mean, I don't really like, someone might say, well, you're in a long-term relationship. Aren't you already kind of giving yourself to someone else? Maybe other people might be, but I think the relationship that Eugene and I have, we value and prioritize time with ourselves just as much as we value and prioritize time with each other. It's a 50-50. It's not give yourself to me 70% and then go spend time with yourself 30%. That's not how we function. And we've always had that framework in our relationship. It's an intentional thing because we never want to lose ourselves in each other. We never want to forget who we are as individuals, because us being able to show up as whole individuals means that we're actually able to do better for the relationship. And I think because I'm in that relationship now, I value the fact that I can be present with myself even whilst living full time with this other person. And to be honest, like, a relationship is probably one of the easiest place to lose yourself, second to a child. Like, it's very easy. And I don't think it's a bad thing. If your values in your relationships are, you know what, we're okay with that, then that's fine. It's not a bad thing. So when I say that, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying these are what our priorities are. Yeah. And so with a child, like, I'm just not ready to belong to someone else. And I also know of a lot of women who do have children. And this is like coming from conversations that I've had with new moms who happen to be like in my circle or whatever. I know that it does come with going, who am I other than this person's mom? And I maybe in 6 years, I might be ready to negotiate that and sort of deal with that. I don't want to sit here and say, well, I'm not going to be the woman that doesn't lose themselves to their child, because I think to some extent it's kind of necessary in the very beginning. As in, you're breastfeeding, you're already losing your body. You know what I mean? Like, and even getting pregnant, you're not in control of your body. So there's so many things that happen just naturally. Yeah. So I'm not going to be the person that's going to say, oh, my child is never going to, like, I don't think that's true, like, in a biological sense as well.
And we don't, I don't have a child. I don't know.
We don't know
what that is.
Yeah,
so.
We don't know. But I think that I'm not ready to negotiate that process of being someone's mom and not being Tara, even if it's just for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I also think, to be honest, that I'm in a process of self-exploration where I'm like, I'm only really getting to know the woman that I'm becoming. And I really want to get to know her even more. And she'll continuously change. And I really want to be with her in every single season that she's in. And I think if I were to have a kid, that would cause even more of a crisis, an identity crisis in my head, because I'm like, well, I didn't solidify truly who I am as a person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still kind of figuring that out. I don't know how long it takes, but personally, I'm someone who is always open to evolving and changing and becoming a completely different person. And I celebrate that about myself. I haven't arrived, and I don't think I ever will. So I think that's the thing with children. And in terms of marriage, as I said, I think there is a bit of with the way that we're so aware now and we're so conscious, especially of women's liberation, I think there can be a downside to that, in that to some extent there is a bit of stigma around if you are that person who becomes a wife and mother at 23 or whatever it is. It's kind of like, don't you want more for yourself? Aren't you ambitious? It's like, who says I'm not ambitious? It's not fair at all. I actually had, like I said, someone who did have a child recently, and she said she felt really judged because she felt like people were saying that she's not ambitious or whatever it is. And it was like,
what is it? You're defining that on her again.
That doesn't mean,
No.
that doesn't mean. And I think in terms of marriage, I'm very clear of the fact that I do want to get married within the next year and a half or so. I probably will. And I don't know why I said that with such like assurance, but I do want to get married. But I think in the beginning, and I spoke to a few friends of mine about this, in the beginning there was anxiety around, because listen, I'm not one of those people who doesn't give a fuck what people think. I would like to get there one day, but right now I'm not there. I'm aware of the fact that I'm quite impressionable and that people's opinions can get to me if I let them. More often than not, I do let them. And so I was talking to my friends and I was saying, I'm really worried about the fact that if I'm getting married at a young age, and I'm putting young in quotation marks because there's no such thing, to be honest, it's like, does that mean that I'm someone who's just, does that mean that I'm a woman who just wants to lose herself in her marriage? Is that how people are going to see me, kind of thing? And obviously they were very reassuring and stuff like that. But then that made me start to think about the fact that for me, womanhood is about choice. Like, a woman should be able to choose. She should be able to say, this is what I want, without having to explain herself. You know what I mean? Without having to put herself on trial and go, this is why I want it. It should just be as simple as, this is what she wants, period.
Even the whole not ready thing, it's like, when people ask you about kids or like marriage, you always feel there's a need to justify.
Yeah.
Because it's not, like, me saying, no, I'm not ready is enough.
It's enough.
I don't need to then be like, because of X, Y, Z.
Right.
And we're just so used to doing that.
Yeah.
Both of us. Like,
yeah. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, even whenever I tell people that, I'm quite ready to get married, it's like, I always feel they need to be like, because I'll be done with my degree and I'll have a job and we've been living together and we've been together for 3 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
your decision's not just decision. It needs to be proven.
But how often do men ever have to do this?
No.
Like,
no.
I'm genuinely asking, like,
I'm sure men's lives are hard, but no, the pressure isn't there to
They don't often have to put themselves on trial. No. I mean, they're not often asked to explain why they want something. No. It's always just like, okay, cool, take it.
Yeah.
It's like, and
it's given.
Yeah, or it's given. And it's just like, I think this is why I use the phrase, for me, I think if I were to answer it very briefly, it's like, the woman that I want to become is a woman who doesn't abandon herself. And abandoning myself means putting other people's needs and expectations above my own. I really want to make it a point to disappoint other people before I disappoint myself. I also want to make it a point to abandon everyone's expectations of me before I abandon my expectations of myself. Like, I'd much rather live a life where I'm disappointing everyone rather than living a life where I wake up and I'm like, whose life am I living? Like, I wasn't holding the pen here. I know that's easier said than done, though. So, yeah. No. I guess I'll pose a question to you. What sort of woman do you want to become?
Okay, I was going to ask you a question that actually makes this one harder to answer because I know the answer to mine.
Okay, cool.
So can I do mine?
Yeah.
Do you currently consider yourself a woman? If so, at what point do you think that changed?
A woman?
Yeah, like, do you define yourself? Do you class yourself as a woman? And if not, why?
Can you answer it first?
So
I see what you mean.
Like, as in, I wouldn't call myself a woman.
Okay, why?
I don't.
Why?
Because I don't know what a woman is. I don't know what I want from women. I don't know what I expect a woman to be. I have no definition of a woman in my head. So I don't class myself as a woman. For me, woman always came with age because that's how it was biologically talked about. Like, girl under 18 or like 21, woman after.
Yeah.
But actually there's a whole identity that comes with woman that I'm now like, because I don't know what it is, I'm sure I am one. Like, I'm sure like people wouldn't call me a girl. Well, some people would, but I because I don't, like, my answer is simply I don't know, so therefore no, I don't class myself as a woman. I started feeling more like a woman when physically my body changed.
Yes.
A little bit more to not look like a woman, but as in like my face structure changed a little bit in the last year. My body has changed in the way of like what my general body now is, like what my unlooked after in its state body is. Do you know what I mean? Like just like this is my body. All of that stuff, I'm feeling the change because I've always just looked a certain way or been a certain way and been used to it. So the change is like a little like, hey, something's different now, or like something to do with that. Some people I know, like I've spoken to girls before and they've said that for them womanhood came with their like menstrual changes and cycles, which if you think about the biological thing about age, that's so young. And they started to consider themselves a woman then. And many also used to consider any girl that's of pregnancy age as a woman. It's just really interesting, but I don't like refer to myself as a woman. Sometimes I do, and there's a catharticism around it. There's an intention around it, rather than just it being my definition.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, and I'm just playing with that.
Yeah.
But I've got nothing more to say.
No, I think it's interesting because obviously you bring the point of some people define womanhood as when you can have a child. And that's how my mom defined womanhood. Because I said in the past episode, I said the whole thing of when I told her that I just gotten my period for the first time, the first thing she said to me was, now that means you can have babies. And I remember thinking to myself, well, that must be the pinnacle of womanhood then. You know, birth bearing. If you're a birth bearing person, you're a woman. Now I'm like, that's not true. Because we know that there's people who are women but don't have uteruses. Uteri?
Menstruate.
Yes, they don't menstruate, but they are women. So now the definition has really expanded to include so many things. And what I would say is that to answer your question, I think, yes, I am a woman. And then to answer the question of why, because I say so. You know what I mean? Like, I am a woman. And this goes back to this whole thing of not having to explain myself, not having to go, I am this because A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
I'm just a woman because I say so. Yeah. Because I feel like one. Because that's how I identify. Because that's how I move through the world. I don't think we need to have a definition of what womanhood is. In fact, I think it's quite dangerous to have a definition because then it's like, okay, well, anything that falls outside of that, they're not a woman. If they're not married, if they don't have kids,
set it up for yourself either. As
exactly.
That expectation.
I don't want to ever feel like I'm not a woman anymore because I think that can also tie to, for some people, I don't know if it ties to me. I'm still figuring that out. I think that can also tie to worth then. If people are like, I'm not a woman because. I'm not a woman because I can't have kids. Therefore, I'm not worthy. That's why I'm like, I don't think it's healthy to actually define what a woman is. But I think we can talk about all these things. When we talk about the pinnacle of womanhood, we can talk about so many things. I think it's really dependent on the person and what they think the pinnacle of womanhood is.
No, I totally agree because that's why like we both kind of had similar answers in different ways. As in you're like, I'm a woman because I feel like one. I'm like, cool. I'm not a woman, but sometimes I am when I feel like one.
Yeah.
And it's like, for me, womanhood is just something to do with some sort of change or growth or something. At the moment, that's looking like physical growth that I've never had before. And I'm feeling a change towards something. And it's like, cool, done.
Do you think womanhood has something... You talked about physical change. Do you think there's also a spiritual change?
Yeah, definitely. And like, I don't think it's like crossing a path into.
Yes.
I feel like a woman today, so I'm a woman for the rest of my life now. No, there'll be times where you feel. If anything, I want to feel like a girl, a woman, a child many times in a day.
Yes.
I never want to just be, because again, like you said, I don't want to conform to a definition of what it should be. So therefore, I don't have to be a woman and satisfy anything. I don't have to be a girl and satisfy anything. I can feel like both at all times.
Yeah. You can feel like how you want to feel. And I think the topic of oppression, I think what you said earlier about not projecting oppression onto women, that's such a good point of like, don't tell people they're oppressed. Like,
we know. No, I'm kidding.
Like, don't tell people they're, you know what I mean? And I think everyone assumes, and rightly so, because we know the history. You have a cramp again.
Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. You carry on with oppression.
No, I was going to say, I think the common conception is that, you know, all women are oppressed. And I think rightly so, because we know the history of things. We know the history of, you know, how women couldn't vote at some point. We know the history of how they couldn't have educations, and there's a history behind it, and so it's valid to a large extent. But I think it's interesting how if I ask someone like, what is a woman? One of the things that might come to mind is that whom is oppressed, that person who's oppressed. You know what I mean? And they might have the same answer. Yeah, pity or whatever it is. And I think it's interesting because I think we need to start to redefine that because I have 1,000 thoughts in my head. But that whole thing, what we were saying about choice and how some women, for them, having kids and just being a stay-at-home mom forever, that is their truth. That is their happiness. That is what they want out of life. And I think that's completely valid. And you know what? I'm not even going to say I could never want that. I don't know how I'll feel in 5 years.
And you don't know how you would have felt if that's the path your life would have taken a few years ago.
I don't know fuck all. I really don't. So it's best to just leave it to just see what happens. But I think if there's a woman who is a wife and a mom and she's a stay-at-home mom, people might assume that, okay, she's oppressed. Or, okay, she doesn't have freedom. Okay, she's not ambitious. And that's why I say it's dangerous to kind of try to define it. But I think, it's such an interesting thing.
More thinking is what I need to do on this.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll never stop thinking about this.
No, of course. I think it's something that you kind of always have to think about. I just think that us women as well, we strongly identify with oppression.
Yeah. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And when I say strongly identify with that, I don't necessarily know what that means, but I think we really, we befriended it so closely.
Also, do you reaffirm it as well?
Exactly.
And do you then subconsciously, whoa, I'm not touching on these questions. That's a lot.
No, but I think that's what we associate with. And actually, I'm not saying there's no truth to it at all, but I'm saying that I think we also really, we talked about resistance earlier. So I think it's
Yeah, the element of choice still seems stripped away because either you do what's traditionally expected of being a woman or womanhood or whatever. And when I say traditionally, I mean what society has deemed, not this is the traditional way of being a woman. And you are suddenly old-fashioned. You're suddenly oppressed. You're suddenly accidental. You're
upholding the patriarchy, all these things.
You're unfulfilled. Whereas if you do the opposite, it's you're too much.
You're resisting.
You're
too confident.
Every other woman before has dealt with life. You are thinking you're different or special or whatever. Your choices are selfish. All of that. And it's well, realistically, being a woman is just taking a lot of fucking crap all the time.
It is.
At the minute. Not at the minute, ever. And it's just I'd rather just not be tied to any of it.
Same. Do you know what's also interesting? I think what I also always notice is that, especially in our generation, we say we want a woman who's bold and confident and very here I am. And then when she's presented in front of us, it's just relax. Not
it's in that way.
It's there's something about her that I just don't like. And it's the confidence. You know what I mean? And it's
when there's someone I know in a situation of being an independent woman or being quite strong-willed, and it's
yes.
But when it's done in the way yeah, exactly, when it's done in the way that it doesn't then satisfy or benefit you, it's a problem. And it's well, you still are centralizing yourself over letting a person be what they are and who they are. But it's really interesting to just
to think about
to be do you identify as a woman? And when not in a definition way, but genuinely, what is it for you that brings that? And it's just cool to be you're right, sometimes I have no idea why, but I do feel like a woman.
I don't know why.
Moments. Yeah.
And then there's some moments where I feel like a girl. Yeah. I think it also ties to how I dress, to be honest. Sometimes I'm wearing something, I'm ooh, I feel very womanly in this. And then sometimes I'm I feel like a boy. Yeah. I'll even say that sometimes, I feel like I look like a boy right now. Do you know what I mean?
There's so many levels, there's so many everyday little things where it's I feel quite womanly, or I feel like this. And it's I don't know what I mean by that. It's just an identity, I feel. Yeah. And then other times, you're right. It's so deep. In being I'm actually really thinking about myself as a woman today, rather than just being what I'm wearing or what. But sometimes that what I'm wearing, or I said about how my face looks or whatever, actually is huge as well. It's
And I think going back to what we've learned from the women who came before us, I made the example of my grandmother and the contrasting example of my mom, and now I'm thinking of my aunt, who was a beautiful balance between the two. So she had the career and she had the 3 kids and she had the husband, and she was able to balance those 2 things very beautifully and almost organically. It's actually kind of interesting to see, and it's also inspiring in a lot of ways. So I think this is why, if someone would ask me what is a woman, I would say I can't give you a clear-cut explanation, because I saw 3 different types of women, and all of them are so fulfilled. As much as I say like that, my grandmother, she does sit there, she even says it to us all the time. She's like, I don't know what to do now that you guys are gone, but she's so happy to see us happy. Whenever I get on the phone with her, she's like, I'm so happy to have raised you. You know what I mean? Like, we are her joy. So just because she's sitting there and all her kids have moved away and she almost feels a bit like she doesn't know what to do with herself, that does not mean that she's not enjoying herself.
She was tied to it or regrets it.
Yeah, she does not by any stretch of the imagination regret it. And my mom doesn't regret any of her decisions. And my aunt, who is a balance between the 2 of them, doesn't regret any of her decisions. All of them are truly fulfilled. And I think that's what's beautiful to see, is that you can choose. You can choose which woman you want to become, just so long as obviously, it's really valuing your needs and you're really connecting deeply with yourself and asking yourself what you want. What I understand from the women who came before me is that you have the right to choose, and you should. And it makes me happy to see.
Oh, it's good.
So do you have a rant?
Not really. I think that's quite a nice point to set on. Just like there's just so much more to just think about, but I also feel quite nice. Like, I don't know how to say that without feeling weird, but like, do you know what I mean? I just feel like like hugged. Nice.
You feel hugged.
So I don't want to rant.
I think I don't know if this is a rant or this is a check-in, maybe a bit of both. I think on the topic of things that are projected onto us in terms of how a woman should be. So I'm very vocal about the fact that I love sex. I love sex with myself. I love sex with my boyfriend. I'm someone who loves sex. I love educating myself on sex. I love watching sex ethically, sometimes if I can find it. And oftentimes on Instagram, I'll put up a story about like sex, about pleasure, something like that. And there's been moments where I go to press the share button and I'm like, oof, are people going to see me as like promiscuous? Do you know what I mean? Provocative, because I think as much as we like to think that things have changed, and to some extent they have, there's a few sexologists and sexuality doulas who I follow, and you see the comments in their posts and you see people going, put on some clothes, that's not how women should behave, that's not very ladylike of you, have some class, you know what I mean? And so I think and that's what we've been told, personally, that's what I've been told my entire life. If I'm wearing shorts, it's like, you should wear pants, like change, you know what I mean? It's constant policing. And I think it's also, the sexually liberated woman is intimidating. And that's where the term slut, whore, comes from, because the sexually liberated woman is intimidating. And it's like, I internalize that sometimes. So when I go to share those posts on Instagram, I feel I'm like, maybe I shouldn't, because I don't want to be seen as promiscuous. But then I'm like, but I love sex and I want it to be known.
Page, yeah.
Yeah, and this is my page and I want it to be known that I love sex. I think anyone who speaks to me, eventually we will start talking about sex. And it's like, and I don't want to hide that part of me because society begs me to. And I think that I'm glad that things are changing, but I think, it just makes me realize that sometimes I'm like, it's not changing fast enough, because we expect men to love sex. And in fact, the pleasure of men is very prioritized. Porn, it's devised for the man. So many things are devised for men's pleasure. And our pleasure is not often too prioritized. And even if it is, it's kind of a secret.
Yeah.
Your
rant has given me a rant. But it's just a comment, because I just can't be bothered to say more on it because it's just too much. But when people see, specifically in relation to women, I won't say who. I won't say it's when men do it or when other women do it. It's everyone. Like myself included, probably, not probably, definitely, when people see other people's lives or decisions as an invitation to then have a right on having a right on a judgment or a comment or anything. It's not an invitation.
Even if they're your friends.
No, it's not an invitation. Like, that's why I'm so like, well, great. Now move swiftly on from the rant to what am I grateful for? I'm grateful for the women and specifically my friends in my life, because I don't feel like things I take to them I'm hiding or judged on. And if I do feel that, that's my boundary with a friend. I shut off.
Same.
Like I genuinely think if I can't take this piece of information to this person, then that's not a friendship to me, really.
Yeah, absolutely. If I at any point feel judged, if I'm telling you a life, this is my boundary as well with friends and stuff, and also women, is like projecting your ideals onto me, as in projecting your ideals of what kind of woman you want to become and projecting that onto me. For example, I talked about the whole thing of getting married and how I'm like, I'm ready to get married. Quite frankly, when I was telling people, I was conscious of their reaction.
Yeah, of people being like, have you thought this through?
Or being like, aren't you too young?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How long have you been together?
I literally did it every time I told someone.
Why get married?
Yeah.
What's the need?
Every time I told someone, I looked dead in their eyes because I was looking for their reaction, because as you said, that was my signal for, I mean, I don't think I would cut off the friend, but I would definitely be like, right, I can't tell you certain things because you're going to project your ideal onto me.
It's nothing to do with you.
Like,
fuck off.
Like, what does it do? The thing is, what I eat doesn't make you shit. So why do you care what I eat? I didn't coin it. It's from a rap song. But yeah, that ties in really nicely with what you just said. But yeah, I guess, I'm also grateful for friends who actually who really give me the freedom to be who I am.
Crack on.
Yeah. And don't try to really go, this way, Tara, not that way. You know, come here.
That was amazing. I'm going to have you in the rest of the day in my head going, no, not this way, come on.
Why?
It's just such a brilliant, I don't know, you just did that so animated. It's amazing.
Okay.
That's my new benchmark. I'll be doing something, I'll be like, not this way, Sharan. I feel like that, I'm going to leave.
Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for having the Oh, that's the end of season 1.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been quite the journey of learning. And ironically, I feel like we've learned so much, but everything we've talked about could still be so relevant to right now. Like,
absolutely. What I love is that we always say so many things, but next week, if you check in on us, we'll have changed our minds on all of it.
And I really, really love how actually a lot of stuff does, and this happened coincidentally, not even planned, come back to that first episode of self-worth.
Yeah.
Like, I love how much our conversations have felt like they've grown out of each other. It's really nice. Well, thank you very much.
And speaking on women I've definitely learned a lot from you.
Yeah, you too. I'm a woman. No, definitely. Now I just sound like, oh yeah, me too.
It's fine.
No, but absolutely.
Yeah. So, bye.